This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Yu Luowei, having just turned over in her sleep, was startled to feel a change in the sensation beneath her. She hurriedly opened her eyes, only to find herself not with the familiar roof of her bedroom, but with a beautiful starry sky. She was no longer surrounded by her magnificent mansion. Instead, a dark and eerie atmosphere filled her surroundings. What had happened? She had finally finished a day's work and fallen into a wonderful dream on her soft bed, only to find herself in such a horrible place the moment she opened her eyes. After a moment's surprise, Yu Luowei calmed down. She glanced down, and saw that her pajamas had been replaced with an unfamiliar white short-sleeved shirt and short set. She was now lying on the ground in the middle of an open space surrounded by a shabby circular fence. She peered beyond the fence, and could vaguely see dark shadows stirring. Yu Luowei's sleepiness instantly vanished. She grew wary, stood up, and walked toward the fence. Reason told her not to step outside, so she simply extended one hand outside. As soon as she reached out, she was struck by a biting chill. Yu Luowei immediately withdrew her hand, her mind reconsidering the dangers of this unfamiliar world. There were no other living creatures around. Yu Luowei circled inside the fence, observing her surroundings, but it was pitch black, and she couldn't make out anything. Suddenly, a huge, robotic voice echoed in her ears. Welcome to the Survivor Trial game. In the year 2580 of the Blue Calendar, due to the devastated environment of Blue Planet and its inadequate resources for human development, the XX Galaxy decided to host a Survivor Trial game to help Blue Planet escape its predicament. Survivors are requested to explore the game's conditions on their own. To assist survivors, a survivor manual has been distributed. Please refer to the manual for specific rules. Perhaps to ensure that everyone sleeping could wake up and hear, the sound rang out 3 times in succession. Yu Luowei had already spotted the blue-glowing survivor manual after the first listening session, right next to where she had awakened. She was currently reading it. Although it was called a manual, it looked more like a tablet. The date and time were written in the upper right corner, 7:35 a.m., first day of the novice period. In the upper left corner was a 10-minute countdown. Only 1 minute had passed. At the bottom were a row of icons: personal information, email, chat, trading, construction, and warehouse. In the center of the page were the rules for the Survivor Trial game. Welcome to the Survivor Trial game. Please read the rules carefully and strive to survive. 1. Death in the game is considered real death. Please take it seriously. 2. Inside the fence is the base, where the survivor shelter is built. The shelter is the safest place in the trial world, so please cherish your shelter. 3. Treasure chests are found around the shelter, and they respawn at 8 a.m. each day. Please be proactive in finding them. 4. Daytime hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and the rest of the day is nighttime. Leaving the shelter at night is not recommended unless your military power is high enough. 5. The first 3 days of the trial game are a beginner's period. During this period, the base is protected by a shield, providing immunity to all damage. The number of treasure chests doubles, and the chance of monster spawns is reduced by 50%. 6. This trial game is open to all Blue Star residents. For fairness, after the countdown ends, children under 14 and seniors over 65 will be matched with immediate family members. Bases will then be integrated. 7. Newbie gift packs have been delivered to the warehouse. Please check them. I hope all survivors strive to survive, complete the trial, and beat the game. There's a question mark after the 6th rule, which should be a supplement to the relative matching rules. However, Yu Luowei, an orphan with no immediate family, didn't read this rule carefully and simply clicked on her personal information. Outside of work, Yu Luowei's favorite hobby was reading apocalyptic novels, and she had some knowledge of these so-called survival games. Logically, her personal information should include strength and intelligence, but hers was completely blank. She fiddled with it for a while, but couldn't find her personal information. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. Unable to see any personal information, and with nothing in the manual to help him understand his surroundings, Yu Luowei decided to cheat. First, he checked to see if the supplies in his space were still there, then closed his eyes, preparing to use his mental energy to survey his surroundings. Slowly releasing his mental energy, the outside world gradually became clearer in Yu Luowei's mind, and he could see some flowers and plants beyond the fence. However, before he could fully grasp the specific appearance of these plants, Yu Luowei's mental energy was blocked by an unknown force. Then, a sharp pain struck Yu Luowei's head. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded again in Yu Luowei's ears. A survivor has been detected with SSS-level mental and spatial abilities, and their soul state is abnormal. The voice was like a thunderclap. While it cleared Yuluo's pain, it also made her expression solemn. Blue Star was an ordinary blue star. Yuluo was extraordinary. That's right, this wasn't Yuluo's first time traveling through time. The world she first lived in suffered a zombie apocalypse, the kind most common in apocalypse survival novels. Yuluo was fortunate enough to awaken both her psychic and spatial abilities in the early days of the apocalypse. Although they ultimately only reached A level, they still helped her survive until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This was also a major reason why Yuluo later became fond of reading apocalyptic novels. Yuluo, who died in a zombie horde due to exhaustion of her abilities, opened her eyes again to find herself an orphan on Blue Star in the 26th century. Perhaps because the experience of resurrection was inherently bizarre, Yuluo wasn't surprised for long when she discovered she still possessed 2 abilities at the age of 5. Instead, she quickly learned how to utilize them discreetly. After all, technology on Blue Star in the 26th century had advanced significantly, and she didn't want to be captured and studied. It can be said that Yuluo, at only 24 years old, was able to own her own luxurious mansion in the land-scarce city C at such an early age in the modern society of Blue Star, thanks to these 2 superpowers. However, she hadn't expected that not only had she entered a new apocalyptic society, but her superpowers had also risen to SSS level through training on Blue Star. Superpower levels were not available on Blue Star. Given that both of Yuluo's superpowers are of top-tier rarity and level, they seriously disrupt the balance of the trial game and need to be stripped, the mechanical voice continued. At this point, Yuluo gradually calmed down. She tried to speak into the void. My superpowers were cultivated during the zombie apocalypse. Even after traveling from the zombie apocalypse to Blue Star, they haven't disappeared, demonstrating their deep connection to me. Even the supplies I spent money and effort to acquire are still stored in my space. Now, stripping me of my abilities because it affects fairness, isn't that unfair to me? The mechanical voice fell silent for a long moment before continuing. The survivor's abilities exceed the upper limit of this game's talent level and cannot be retained for now. However, as compensation, the survivor can choose 2 of the 8 level 1 magic spells, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, and wind, as new talents, permanently retaining them and upgrading them to level 7 during the trial. Not giving Yuluo another chance to bargain, the mechanical voice continued. The stripping will begin now. Afterward, the survivor will choose their magic. The stripping process was excruciating. Even though it only took 5 minutes, it felt like a lifetime. Luckily, Yuluo possessed an SSS-level psychic ability, with a willpower far superior to that of an average person. He was still able to think. These 8 magic spells happened to be the most common abilities in Yuluo's original world. He wondered what the connection was between them. Although it was only the lowest level, the compensation was far beyond Yuluo's expectations. Now the most important thing was to choose. Which 2 superpowers? Based on the zombie apocalypse and my experience reading novels, water and a stable fire source are 2 of the most important elements. Early on, ice powers are more powerful than water powers. At the same level, fire powers can melt ice powers. Thus, after the peeling process, Yuluo chose ice and fire magic. After making her choice, the system was silent for a moment. Yuluo thought it was over, stretched her body, and prepared to experiment with her newly acquired magic. Suddenly, a voice, deeper than the notification tone, rang out. You made the right decision. This game system is still a mystery. The previous words, my superpowers cannot be retained for now, and my magic is permanently retained, made her curious about the future. It seemed her superpowers would return. Reassured, she no longer hesitated and officially used her ice and fire magic. Because they were all at the lowest level, they could only condense a small flame and an ice block the size of an ordinary brick, but they could appear and disappear at will. After practicing a few times to ensure she was proficient in condensing the magic into the desired shape, Yuluo began to turn to other things. At first, she felt a little regretful. If she hadn't used her superpowers from the beginning, would the system have discovered and stripped her? But after practicing a few times, Yuluo let go of the worry. After all, to complete the game, she couldn't possibly not use her superpowers at all. Even if she took a step back, she would still have to use the magic in this space. Since using them would be discovered, it would be better to switch to magic that can be used in the game sooner rather than later. Practicing beforehand would also improve her proficiency. With some time until 8 AM still to go, Yuluo finally had time to check the other functions of the manual. Personal information, currently showing as temporarily locked, remained blank. However, while practicing magic, Yu Luwei discovered that he had inherited the physique of a sea-level psychic from the zombie Doomsday. Because the zombie Doomsday lacked physical strength or speed, a psychic's physical strength and speed increased with their power level. A sea-level psychic's physique was already comparable to that of Blue Star's top athletes. Furthermore, a novice base was immune to all damage. Yu Luwei stopped dwelling on the personal information issue and turned to other icons. Opening the construction system revealed only 2 lines of text. Current base level, level 1. Required to upgrade to the next level, wood 0/20, current shelter level, level 0. Required to build a level 1 shelter, level 1 base, weeds 0/50, wood 0/30. This set the goal for Yu Luwei's upcoming exploration. The required materials didn't seem numerous, and the base was surrounded by trees and grass. Yu Luwei had already made up his mind to build the level 1 shelter during the day. He couldn't just sleep outdoors at night. The warehouse had 20 slots, the first 5 of which were occupied by 1 ordinary stone axe, 1 space bracelet, 20 slots, 5 matches, 2 compressed biscuits, 100 G, 3 mineral water, 500 milliliters. From now on, the default mineral water is 500 milliliters, medium purified water is 5L, and large purified water is 10L. This was probably the so-called newbie gift pack. Looking at these few items, Yu Luwei sighed for the umpteenth time that day, once again missing the things she had painstakingly stored in her space. She wondered if the system would return her 2 original abilities after clearing the game. Yu Luwei had no intention of opening the chat channel at all. Firstly, it was only 2 minutes until 8 o'clock, and secondly, having suddenly arrived in such an unfamiliar environment, people were generally emotionally unstable. Chats would likely be filled with expressions of disbelief, and even venting, devoid of any valuable information. Yu Luwei first took out her space bracelet, bound it, and put it on her left wrist. While experimenting with new magic, Yu Luwei had already discovered that the trialist's manual couldn't be taken outside the base. It seemed this space bracelet was designed for resource gathering while out on the road. The trial game was quite thoughtful. Furthermore, touching any item revealed more detailed information, such as space bracelet. It can both tell the time and store items, making it a true survivor's best friend. Bindable. Currently, there are 20 slots, which can be expanded using space stones or space expansion cards. Current February 20th. Compressed biscuits, produced by the trial game, must be top-notch. 1 piece lasts a whole day. Mineral water, Skew Mountain Spring, common mineral water readily available on Blue Star. Ordinary stone axe, basic tool, level 0 weapon, can be used to chop down trees or as a weapon, ineffective against monsters above level 1. Durability 100 out of 100. Yu Luwei put a bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits into his bracelet and held the stone axe in his hand. Everything was ready, and the time had arrived at 8 o'clock. The dark and gloomy atmosphere was instantly replaced by the bright sun, blinding Yu Luwei. After a moment of adjustment, he finally opened his eyes and could clearly see his surroundings. The plants he had just seen with his mental power were the low-lying shrubs and weeds near the base. Beyond them lay a dense forest with countless tall trees. Yu Luwei could see pine, ginkgo, and birch trees alone. The dense undergrowth filled every inch of the ground, leaving no room for footing. The suit he was wearing was so fragile that Yu Luwei suspected it would be worn out the moment he entered the bushes. He had to think of another way. Chapter 2. Adhering to the principle that there are no roads in the world, but when more people walk, they become roads, Yu Luwei swung her axe with great vigor, forcing a narrow path through the dense undergrowth. As she did so, her mind was busy, constantly reflecting on her plan for the day. First, she would gather materials for upgrading her shelter and base, then explore the surrounding area, trying to find treasure chests and gather as many resources and information as possible. She had brought food and water. To maximize efficiency, Yu Luwei planned to spend the day outside, returning to the shelter at 5:30 p.m. After about 20 minutes, Yu Luwei finally cleared a clean path into the forest, albeit at the cost of her stone axe's durability dropping to 98 out of 100. The chopped wood and weeds were automatically stored in her space bracelet, which now contained 1 piece of wood, 51 pieces of weeds. On entering the forest, Yu Luwei discovered that its biodiversity far exceeded her imagination. Perhaps because the trial game lacks defined seasons, plants mature at any time, presenting a vibrant green. The trees grew in a patchwork of random patterns, with a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps between the leaves, creating a world apart from the gloomy night. The zombie world had long been a ruin, and Blue Planet's ecosystem had been largely destroyed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared in this game. Only the super rich could enjoy the vast expanses of greenery in their estates. Thus, this was the first time Yu Luowei had seen such a beautiful sight in nearly 30 years, and she couldn't help but be mesmerized for a few seconds. But survival was paramount. Yu Luowei quickly and carefully selected a pine tree of moderate thickness at the edge of the forest and officially began her work. She tried chopping it twice, but the axe barely left a shallow mark on the bark, let alone a break. Seeing this wasn't working, Yu Luowei shifted her stance, gripping the stone axe with both hands and chopping with all her might. After a dozen or so strikes, the tree collapsed, leaving only a stump. At the same time, Yu Luowei received a notification, obtained with X3, and the stone axe's durability increased to 95 out of 100. The notification only indicated wood, not the type. Yu Luowei then selected a birch tree to verify whether all trees she chopped down yielded wood. Just as she was about to start, Yu Luowei suddenly had an idea. She tried using magic to condense a thin layer of ice onto the stone axe's blade, creating a sharper edge. Then she resumed her chopping. As expected, chopping down trees became much easier. It only took 7 or 8 strokes for the tree to be reduced to wood X2, and the stone axe's durability only decreased by 1. Unfortunately, the ice on the axe head also disappeared, likely because it had to refreeze with each tree felled. However, considering Yu Luowei's current physical condition, it wasn't a big deal. Yu Luowei used this method to chop down trees along the edge of the forest, collecting weeds as she went. Eventually, in addition to water, the bracelet contained wood X70, weeds X106, vines X15, birch saplings X2, pine cones X5, ginkgo nuts X3, and a supply chest, white, X1. The chest had dropped from the last tree she had chopped down. It was now 11 a.m. Having not eaten since 7 p.m. the previous night, Yu Luowei was starving. She put away her stone axe, which had only 62 durability left, and sat on a freshly cut log to eat some compressed biscuits. As she ate, she pondered, based on recent experience, a tree will drop 1 to 3 logs, depending on its thickness, and there's a chance it will drop a particular type of specialty. Without magic, even with Yu Luowei's current physique, which far surpassed that of an average blue star, it would take twice as long to complete this task. So Yu Luowei changed her strategy and cut down more trees, intending to try to trade them when she returned that night. After all, most people wouldn't want to sleep in the open. The compressed biscuits produced by the system were indeed excellent. Yu Luowei felt full after only eating half. After a short rest, she stood up and, as planned, explored deeper into the forest, following the path she had cleared through the brush. To avoid getting lost, Yu Luowei used summoned flames to burn deep black marks on the trees along the way as she walked. After walking for a while, aside from a slightly denser vegetation, nothing else changed significantly. However, she did find 5 new white supply chests. As usual, Yu Luowei stored them in her bracelet, planning to open them together when she returned. While picking up a supply chest nestled in a bush, Yu Luowei was surprised to discover the bush's description red cherry growing. She then took a weed from her bracelet and tied a knot in a nearby tree as a marker. Despite its name, the weeds treated by the system were a withered yellow, about 80 centimeters long, and easily pulled apart, standing out against the surrounding greenery. Without a map, Yu Luowei could only mark the resource points she encountered along the way. Continuing to mark as she went deeper into the jungle, she encountered more and more bizarre plants, forcing her to once again use her ice-enchanted stone axe to clear the way. Luckily, not long into the journey, Yu Luowei discovered a winding stream, its water crystal clear. The bottle of mineral water she had brought with her was almost empty, so she simply drank it all in one gulp, then filled a plastic bottle with stream water from the stream. The sealed bottle read, "Clean stream water 500 milliliters. Although clean, drinking directly may cause diarrhea. Boiling is recommended." Seeing this, Yu Luowei suddenly realized that the main reason she had chosen ice and fire powers was for water. However, she wasn't sure if the water from the melted ice power could be consumed directly in the trial game. Thinking of this, Yu Luowei quickly concentrated and formed a standard ice brick. There was no prompt the first time she condensed the ice brick, and neither did this time. Yu Luowei tried putting the ice brick into her bracelet and then taking it out. Sure enough, a new prompt appeared. Pure ice brick 500G, melt to obtain 250 milliliters of purified water. Game officials will help you melt it. Of course, if you have your own fire source, you can also get 500 milliliters of purified water. Drinkable directly. This commission. Yu Luwei had felt something was wrong when she had just chopped down the tree, and now it was completely confirmed that the trial game officials were profiteering. But when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. And Yu Luwei happened to have a stable fire source herself, so she only complained inwardly. Putting the ice blocks back into her backpack, Yu Luwei gazed at the stream, calculating. Condensing ice blocks is laborious, and she could only produce 5 per day at most. While it looked like she had enough drinking water for a long time, she still needed a significant amount of water for daily use, so she needed to collect some of the stream's water. Yu Luwei immediately decided to walk along the riverbank, looking for plants like bamboo that might be suitable for use as containers. After a few steps, the radar she honed during the zombie apocalypse suddenly began buzzing. Instinctively, she quickly sidestepped and saw a stream of slime streak past. The culprit was a giant frog monster, the size of teddy bear, blocking her path. Its bulbous eyes glared intently at Yu Luwei. Unsure of the monster's level, Yu Luwei hesitated to engage head-on. She moved in an S-shaped pattern to avoid being hit by the slime, quickly gathering dead branches and leaves from the ground, balling them up, and throwing them at the monster with a small flame. The improvised fire bombs, though crude, were effective. The monster, struck by just 2, was already burning up most of its body. With a scream, it tried to flee for the stream. Yu Luwei couldn't let it escape so easily. He quickly drew his stone axe, attached it to his ice blade, and pursued the monster at top speed. He struck the frog monster twice before it could escape, ending the battle. Congratulations to the survivor, who defeated the level 0 frog monster. Received 2 frog legs, edible after cooking, 1 point, and 1 white supply chest, which has been placed on the bracelet. This sudden battle had sapped Yu Luwei's remaining strength. Panting heavily, Yu Luwei decided to rest for a while, before following the markings back home. It was already 5:30 p.m. when he re-entered the base. Yu Luwei's first task was to build a level 1 shelter. First, he transferred the wood and weeds from his bracelet into the storage area in the manual, then clicked build. A few seconds later, a shabby thatched hut appeared in the center of the base, approximately 2 meters by 2 meters, with no windows and only a tattered door. Congratulations on successfully building a level 1 thatched shelter. Ranked 964th among all survivors. Rewards will be distributed after the novice period ends. The fact that there were ranking rewards was beyond Yu Luwei's imagination. She had expected a unified ranking system after the novice period. Yu Luwei was slightly shocked that so many people had built shelters faster than she had. However, with so many people on Blue Star, not only those with excellent physical fitness, but even ordinary people could gather materials and come back to build a shelter. Now that he couldn't claim the reward, and his own physique was superior to most, Yu Luwei paused for a moment, thought it through, and continued with his work. Surveying the shelter, while shabby and small, it was still adequate for shelter. A row of straw mats were neatly stacked against the wall, presumably the shelter's built-in beds. Yu Luwei didn't mind, plopped down on them, and, ignoring his hunger, glanced at the construction page in the manual. Current base level, level 1, upgrading to level 2 required, wood, 42/20ths, current shelter level, level 1, building level 2 shelter required, level 2 base, weeds, 55/100, wood, 42/80ths, stone, 0/10. It just required a few more materials, but no new ones. Yu Luwei pondered for a moment. Most people hadn't upgraded their shelters yet, which meant they probably didn't have enough wood. As the saying goes, no one wants to sleep under the sky or the ground at night, especially in such an unfamiliar environment. They definitely find a way to buy wood from the market, and the next couple of days might be the best time for it to fetch a high price. So, she planned to check the market for wood later, and exchange it for some stone for the next shelter upgrade. Then she upgraded the base. Now, it's time for some fun unboxing. Yu Luwei placed the 6 treasure chests on his bracelet in a row on the floor in front of him, rubbing his hands excitedly as he opened them all at once. Received, mineral water X2, butter toast, 20 slices X1. Received, kitchen utensil set X1, chopsticks X1. Received, blanket X1, pillow X1, novice cape, white, X1. Received, braised beef instant noodles 5-pack X2, tissue paper X1. Received, novice long sword, white, blueprint X1, stone X5. Received, ordinary stone axe X1, ordinary stone hoe X1. In addition, he earned 6 points. Each empty chest can be broken down into a piece of wood. Since Yu Luwei didn't need wood for the time being, he stored the empty chests in his bracelet, planning to use them to collect stream water tomorrow. The supplies he found were almost all urgently needed. Overall, he had good luck. The kitchen set includes an iron wok, a ceramic soup pot, a spatula, a large soup ladle, and a kitchen knife, none of which can harm monsters. Night had fallen, and the thatched hut was plunged into darkness. Yuluwei was now starving. Using the dim light from the manual, he stored all his belongings in its storage, leaving only the soup pot, chopsticks, and a pack of instant noodles. He dug a shallow hole in the ground and took out a piece of wood, 1.5 meters long, about the thickness of Yuluwei's thigh. He quickly chopped it into several pieces with a stone axe, and threw them into the hole. He then took out a piece of weed, lit a flame, and threw it into the hole. The wood quickly ignited, dispelling the darkness and cold. Congratulations on unlocking the bonfire crafting system. The crafting system has been unlocked, and the obtained blueprints have been entered. Please refer to the Survivor's Handbook for details. A system notification shattered the tranquility of the thatched hut, but Yuluwei had no time to worry about the crafting system. She was busy preparing the pot, pouring stream water into it, and adding instant noodles. Soon, the aroma filled the hut. As soon as the soup was softened, Yuluwei couldn't resist eating it from the pot, not caring whether it was hot or not, and even drank all the soup. Having consumed too much today, Yuluwei only satisfied herself with a piece of toast. Reluctant to use mineral water to wash the pot, Yuluwei wiped the dirty pot with paper and set it aside, planning to wash it tomorrow when the stream water was collected. Then she took out a clean iron pot, placed the ice brick in it, and waited for it to slowly melt. Chapter 3. After a satisfying meal, Yuluwei finally had the energy to study the other features of the manual. First, she opened the communication channel she had neglected all day. At the top, it read, 26,547 99954/100000. Over 40 people had disappeared in just one day. Yuluwei couldn't help but become more cautious about this game. The chat channel currently only allowed for local chats. I didn't see any unusual names, just that it was available for all countries. It seemed everyone was using their real names. Because of the limit of 3 messages per person per day, the messages on the public screen refreshed slowly. Yuluwei flipped through the pages and, as expected, found mostly useless complaints, boasting, or begging. But she did glean some valuable information, such as, first, not everyone's base is in the forest. Some are in the desert, others on rafts in the ocean. However, the materials needed to build and upgrade a shelter are the same. Also, most ordinary people can only chop down a tree every half an hour, making it difficult to gather enough wood for a shelter. Someone's buying wood on the public screen right now, which is good news for Luowei. At least the market for wood is now wider than expected. Secondly, monsters don't seem to be very common during the novice period. No more than 10 people mentioned encountering monsters today on the public screen, and all of them were level 0 monsters. Even if they couldn't defeat them, escaping was easy. While there are certainly some people who encountered monsters but didn't report them, overall, the probability is quite low. Third, aside from some gamblers and legendary lucky gamblers who spend all day searching for treasure chests, most people only found 3 or 4 treasure chests while exploring or chopping trees, and this is even with the increased treasure chest probability during the novice period. Yuluwei was able to find 6 treasure chests on his own, not only because of his efficient tree chopping and the relatively long exploration time, but also because of his above-average luck. Fourth, it's incredibly dangerous outside the base at night. Most of the people who have disappeared from the chat are because they didn't return to the base in time. Some were posting, "It's over, I can't get back to the base before nightfall," 1 second only to have their profiles grayed out and their private chat boxes unavailable. They've lost their lives just like that. After summarizing this information, Yuluwei turned to the regular mall to see how other people were trading. Trading is divided into the regular mall and the points mall. The novice period hasn't officially begun yet, so the regular mall, where survivors can trade freely, is practically empty. The points mall requires 10 points to unlock. 2 points are awarded for each day you survive. Finding a treasure chest earns corresponding points, 1, 2, 5, 10, and 2,550 points for white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red, respectively. Red represents a treasure chest, the highest level of equipment. Slaying monsters also earns corresponding points. There were people selling wood in the regular mall, but because they were exchanging it for food and water, which most people desperately needed, and the quantities they asked for were exorbitant, practically exorbitant, few actually sold it. Yuluwei thought for a moment, and didn't trade wood for water like everyone else. Instead, he listed 5 items. Wood X2 for stone X3. This was mainly because he hadn't encountered any stone resources after a day of exploration, while some people might have landed near the mine and needed wood instead of stone. Wood is an urgent need right now, so I can raise the price a bit to get more stone. In a few days, the trading ratio might not be the same. These are the only items currently on sale, but to Yu Luowei's surprise, they sold out almost immediately. Before closing the store page, Yu Luowei was stunned to accept 15 stone blocks. The point store wasn't open yet, so Yu Luowei opened the newly unlocked crafting system, studied the rules, and prepared to craft the newly opened blueprints. For some simple items, survivors can craft them themselves. The system automatically records the required items and converts them into blueprints in the crafting system, allowing them to craft them directly next time, without having to do it themselves, like the campfire just now. Complex items require not only blueprints from treasure chests, but also a crafting table, like the novice longsword blueprint Yu Luowei opened from the treasure chest. Luckily, the blueprints for the crafting table are also unlocked in the crafting system. The currently unlocked blueprints in the crafting system are Campfire, Special Edition 1 Magic Fire, 1 Wood, essential for a nighttime shelter. Note, burns for 8 hours, level 1 magic. Adding 1 wood extends the burning time by 1 hour, and infusing magic adds another 4 hours. Novice Longsword, White 1 Stone, 2 Wood, requires a crafting table, 5 wood. With 29 pieces of wood left, Yu Luowei built a crafting table and upgraded the base, all in a matter of seconds. Just as the upgrade was complete, a notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to level 2 base. Ranked 465th among all survivors. Rewards will be distributed after the novice period. Yu Luowei noticed that his ranking had risen to the top 500. It seemed that everyone's wood stocks were low, so not many people were busy upgrading their bases. I just don't know how much the rewards will increase. But now Yu Luowei didn't feel so bad about the time she had just wasted exchanging stones. But one step at a time, one step at a time. Today was a special case. For the sake of the rewards, Yu Luowei decided to look for stone resources tomorrow. She couldn't just rely on trading at the market. She had to speed up her material collection over the remaining 2 days, and strive to climb the rankings. It was too late now. For now, regardless of the base's current state, Yu Luowei busied herself with tidying up her shelter. Placing the crafting table to the left of the campfire, the space in the thatched hut suddenly felt cramped. Tomorrow, she must upgrade the shelter to another level. Yu Luowei was resolute. But now that she had the crafting table and the materials, she made a beginner's long sword. To use the crafting table, just bring a bracelet or manual warehouse with enough materials close to it. After it was done, Yu Luowei curiously picked it up and examined it carefully. It was just an ordinary stone sword. A notification popped up. Novice Longsword, White, a novice weapon. While it can't cut through iron like mud, it can deal damage to monsters below level 2. Equipped, increases attack by 5. Equipment? Attack? This reminded Yu Luowei of her personal information, which had been temporarily inaccessible this morning. She didn't even know her information, and she wasn't sure if she could see it now. Now that she had the equipment, she took the long sword and pulled out the novice cloak from the treasure chest, putting it on. She tried to open her personal information again. This time, it finally worked. Bug fixed, compensation issued, information updated. Name, Yu Luowei. Gender, female. Age, 24, 49, level 1, increases with talent level, constitution, 10, average 6, attack, 10 plus 5, average 4, defense, 10 plus 2, average 6, speed, 10, average 5, spirit, 10, 15 out of 100, luck, 7, average 5, talent, level 1 fire magic, level 1 ice magic, unique, equipment, ordinary top, ordinary trousers, ordinary shoes. Novice sword, white, novice cloak, white, evaluation. The 4 basic abilities and mental strength limit have reached the maximum value of a level 1 survivor. It is simply the strongest among the strong. Boss, please guide me. It turned out that the inability to view personal information before was due to a bug. After the fix, the ability level was also converted into the magic level of the trial game. No wonder the map of the campfire also had magic written on it. Yu Luowei suddenly realized it, and then laughed and cried. He really didn't expect that the game system also needed to fix bugs. However, given this, there must be special food or equipment in the game that can add points. They might just be a bit rare, so Yuluwei plans to try exchanging them for extra weapons or water later. As for magic levels, there's no experience bar, so I don't know how to increase them. Yuluwei can only use his previous experience raising supernatural powers, and figure it out step by step. Also, I didn't see any large-scale discussion in the channel about whether or not people can draw talents upon entering the game, nor did I see anyone mention being unable to view their personal information. This at least suggests that even if some people do have talents, they're rare and their levels won't be very high. Then, whether it was the game progress or the potential survivor PvP phase later, she would have an advantage. Thinking of this, Yuluwei felt slightly relieved. As for the spirit column, Yuluwei understood that using abilities, now magic, consumed spirit. She took the opportunity to verify the specific values. Ice bricks could no longer be frozen. Based on the previous estimate of 5 per day, it would cost 20 spirit per block. As for enchanting the stone axe, summoning flames, and infusing the campfire with magic, they only cost 1 spirit. Try and try again, Yuluwei suddenly had an idea and activated ice magic, imagining the shape of a novice longsword. To her surprise, she successfully conjured an identical ice sword. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Ice sword, green after equipping, the attack increases by 6, and it can also freeze liquids below level 1. No durability, indestructible by attacks other than level 1 talent. A pleasant surprise. But before she could be happy for a moment, Yuluwei received a warning from the system. The survivor's mental power has reached a critical point. Further decline may cause irreversible damage to the body. Please rest and recover your mental power as soon as possible. Yuluwei then felt a little dizzy, probably due to the sequelae of mental power dropping to the critical point, 10. She immediately put away the ice sword. She squinted her eyes and rested for a while, and then continued to work when her head was no longer so dizzy. At this moment, her mental power returned to 11. Yuluwei checked the time and confirmed that it took 6 minutes to recover a point of mental power. By this time, the ice bricks had melted completely. Yuluwei poured the contents into an empty mineral water bottle and sorted through his supplies. In the warehouse, there were 15 stones, 54 weeds, 2 logs, 4 bottles of mineral water, 1 compressed biscuit, 9 braised beef instant noodles, 19 slices of butter toast, 15 vines, 2 birch saplings, 5 pine cones, 3 ginkgo nuts, 5 matches. In the bracelet, there were 2 novice swords, white, 1 ordinary stone axe, 60/100, 1 compressed biscuit half, 1 melted purified water, 1 ordinary stone axe, 1 ordinary stone hoe, 6 empty wooden boxes, 1 ice sword, green. Besides these, the kitchen utensils and toilet paper were placed on the other side of the campfire. A blanket and pillow were spread on the straw mat. The novice cloak was used as a blanket. Oh, and there were 7 points. That was all Yuluwei had left. Since I have fire magic, matches aren't so important. But most people can't live without them. The night temperatures are still quite low, and if I don't get a blanket or other warm items, the campfire is my only source of warmth and light. Yuluwei put the matches on the market, noting that they were in exchange for blueprints or other rare materials. As for the novice longsword, the risks during the novice protection period are relatively minimal. Worried about not getting a good price, Yuluwei planned to wait until the novice period was over before trading it. Perhaps the item she could get in return would be better. It was already past 11 p.m., and after a day of hard work and no proper rest, Yuluwei was exhausted. She forced herself to stuff the 2 remaining logs into the campfire to ensure it wouldn't go out before 8 a.m. the next morning. She set an alarm on her wristband for 7:30 a.m., wrapped in her cloak as a blanket, and closed her eyes. Before falling asleep, Yuluwei couldn't help but fantasize in her heart. How wonderful it would be if I could wake up tomorrow and return to Blue Star. I wouldn't be bothered by the fact that my house is surrounded by houses, and there is no green at all. Chapter 4. Even with a blanket, the straw mat was still hard. When Yuluwei awoke, as expected, she was still in the thatched hut shelter of the trial game. Thankfully, Yuluwei had endured harsher conditions during the zombie apocalypse, so this night didn't seem particularly difficult. But thinking carefully, from the sudden arrival yesterday at this unfamiliar time, to having her powers stripped away and replaced with new magic, to going out to chop trees and explore, Yuluwei had accepted this new environment a little too quickly. On the one hand, she knew there was no other way but to adapt, and she didn't want to prove the game's authenticity with her own death. On the other hand, she should be grateful for her experiences in the zombie world in her previous life. The bonfire was still burning. She opened the door, but it was still pitch black outside. Yuluwei didn't rush out. She opened the manual and first checked the market. The matches were still hanging there. After all, everyone knew that blueprints were still a rare resource, and no one would be willing to trade them unless they were completely destitute. Yu Luowei wasn't too disappointed and just left it listed on the market. At midnight last night, the system notified me that I earned 2 more points. Finding another treasure chest today would unlock the points mall. Suppressing her curiosity about the points mall, Yu Luowei first opened the construction page to see what materials were needed. Current base level, level 2, upgrading to level 3 requires wood 2/40ths, stone 15/20ths. Current shelter level, level 1, upgrading to level 2 requires level 2 base, weeds 54/100, wood 2/80ths, stone 15/10ths. Current fence level, level 1, upgrading to level 2 requires level 2 fence blueprint, wood 2/20ths. With the addition of a fence construction option, it seemed I have to chop down more trees today to try to climb a little higher in the rankings. There was still some time until 8 o'clock, and Yu Luowei, feeling bored, opened the chat channel. The number of people hadn't decreased, suggesting everyone was still relatively rational. No one had gone out last night. Lu Wu, by the way, did anyone find a toilet and a treasure chest? Everyone has 3 urgent needs, and God knows how I solved them yesterday. Wang Lu, in this situation, just find a place to solve it. Why bother with so much? Lu Ming, yeah, I don't care about the toilet at all. I just need to chop some more trees today. I didn't have time to build a shelter yesterday, and I couldn't sleep well last night. I always felt like something was watching me. In this game, you really can't live without a house. Fong Min, chopping trees is so tiring. Could someone please put some more wood up on the shelf tonight? I can trade it for food and water. Lily, weren't there a lot of wood for food at the mall last night? Why weren't there any last night? Fong Min, last night, 1 piece of wood was exchanged for 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 packs of instant noodles. That's ridiculous. I'm just a little short on energy and luck, but I'm not stupid. Yu Luowei thought to herself that the price of wood for water last night was ridiculously high. Even though she didn't consider herself a good person, she was still shocked. So, her price of 2 pieces of wood for 3 pieces of stone was still pretty cheap. No wonder the exchange went so quickly. It was 8 o'clock. Yu Luowei closed her manual and was about to leave when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the next day. To inspire your passion for exploration, the Glittering Treasure Chest event is live today. Event details. From 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. today, 10 white supply chests will randomly drop within a 50-meter radius around each survivor's base. Other chests will be temporarily removed. If a survivor finds all of them before the event ends, they'll receive an additional green supply chest. Please participate. This event came at the perfect time. Yu Luowei had already planned to continue exploring and searching for treasure chests that afternoon. Now that she had a clear area, she no longer had to wander aimlessly. The number of treasure chests was also about double the normal number. Yu Luowei was determined to find them all and claim the extra rewards. Leaving the shelter, he finally saw the upgraded base in its entirety. The fence remained the same dilapidated state, only its perimeter had been expanded, and the base floor had been transformed from dirt to wooden planks. After a quick glance, Yu Luowei didn't stop and headed straight for the forest along the path he cut yesterday, chopping trees as he made his way towards the stream. On the way, he came across the cherry resource point he discovered yesterday. The cherries were already ripe today. It seemed like time was moving much faster in the game. Yu Luowei picked some of them, leaving the tree there for it to continue bearing fruit. This time, he harvested wheats X5, cherries X9. He continued chopping like this until he reached the stream. His first stone axe had already vanished due to its durability reaching 0, and his logs had reached 140. He also discovered that the upper limit for the number of identical items in the bracelet was 99. Besides that, Yu Luowei spent the entire morning enchanting her axe with ice. While her ice magic hadn't leveled up yet, the mental energy required for each enchantment had been reduced to 0.5 points, a surprising bonus. Not even bothering to rest, Yu Luowei immediately took out 6 wooden boxes and began filling them with water. She collected 6 boxes of stream water, 800 milliliters, which could also be boiled and drunk. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Yu Luowei found an open space to sit down and rest. She finished off half a compressed biscuit from yesterday and drank half a bottle of purified water she had condensed and then melted. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Yu Luowei actually found it much better than the mineral water provided by the game. After a simple lunch, Yu Luowei regained much of her strength. Yesterday, she'd been busy strolling along the stream, but now she finally had the time to observe it carefully. The stream was about 3 or 4 meters wide, the water crystal clear, the deepest point less than a meter. The bottom was covered with pebbles, and a few small fish occasionally swam through. With a fishing net, she could catch some for a snack. If it were Blue Star, Yuluwei would have taken 100 photos by now, but unfortunately she was in the game now. Looking at the pebbles at the stream bottom, Yuluwei had another sudden inspiration. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a few pebbles, and put them into her bracelet. 6 pebbles became stones x4 on her bracelet. Although there was some wear and tear, this was the only place she found so far where she could find stones. The forest floor was covered with brushwood and fallen leaves, making it soft and fluffy everywhere she walked, with no trace of stones to be seen. Yuluwei's eyes lit up, and she decided to stay here and collect stones before the event began. To avoid contaminating the water, Yuluwei didn't dare dive directly into the water. She simply squatted by the stream, scooping fish one by one with her hands. As she was busy scooping, the small fish suddenly scattered. A strange, snake-like creature swam slowly toward her from upstream. Yuluwei's heart rang with alarm. This thing was definitely a monster. She quickly drew the ice sword from her bracelet and attacked the basilisk. The basilisk probably hadn't expected to be stabbed before it could even attack. The basilisk, enraged, tried to burst from the streambed to bite Yuluwei, but it was too late. The ice sword had already frozen the water around it, trapping half its body in the ice, unable to move. Only its upper body was left struggling in vain. Yuluwei didn't hesitate to fight. With a few swipes, he slashed the basilisk in half, finishing it off. Congratulations on killing the level 1 shadow snake. Receive 1 snake meat, 1 snake gallbladder, 1 snake venom, and 1 green supply chest. Added to bracelet. It was a level 1 monster. Yesterday, it was level 0. I wonder if it's because everyone's monsters have increased in level today, or if I updated my personal information last night. Yuluwei grew even more vigilant. This time, having seen the escaping little fish, he was prepared and took action first. If I'm not careful, the consequences could be disastrous. I must be even more careful from now on. Unconsciously, 3 o'clock had arrived. A circle of red light suddenly lit up around him. This marked the designated treasure chest drop zone. Yuluwei sheathed her ice sword and began a sweeping search of the area, moving from the outer circle to the inner. Thanks to 2 days of exploring the surroundings, Yuluwei was already familiar with half of the activity area, and easily found 4 treasure chests near the marks he made. Having also confirmed that the treasure chests in the activity would emit a faint white glow, Yuluwei continued to search the forest like an owl, straining to keep his eyes open. Finding the remaining 6 took a considerable effort. Some were hidden among thorns, others in holes buried by fallen leaves. Yuluwei initially considered burning the thorns, but when he saw the sharp thorns, he changed his mind. He made a new mark with weeds, cut a hole, collected the treasure chests, and left. The last treasure chest was even hidden in a tree branch. The tree was incredibly thick. Yuluwei had initially considered chopping it down, but after several strikes, she barely managed to make a dent. With only a few minutes left until 5 o'clock, Yuluwei abandoned her plan to chop down the tree. She scrambled up the tree, like a monkey, and retrieved the final treasure chest. The moment Yuluwei returned to the ground, the surrounding red light vanished. Time was up. Looking for a treasure chest, all the jumping up and down, is no easier than chopping down a tree. Yuluwei couldn't help but grumble. Since the route generally followed a long route, Yuluwei had already reached the edge of the bushes. She stopped exploring and returned directly to base. I barely entered the shelter, barely settled in when the system notification chimed in. The glittering treasure chest event has ended. 36,581 people in this zone have found all the treasure chests. Rewards will be distributed to the warehouse shortly, so please check back. There were quite a few people who had found all the treasure chests. Yuluwei was briefly surprised, but then she set the matter aside for the moment and immediately prepared to upgrade the shelter and climb the rankings. There was definitely enough wood. While clearing the path to find the treasure chests, I also collected over 200 weeds and 36 rocks. Yuluwei happily upgraded both the shelter and the base, and as expected, my rankings moved up a bit, to 341 and 102, respectively. Try hard, and strive to be in the top 100 next time. Yuluwei encouraged himself. On Blue Star, there was the pressure of studying and striving for academic rankings, but I didn't expect that even in a survival game, the pressure of rankings wouldn't be escaped. After upgrading, Yuluwei took a tour of his base. The secondary shelter is a 5x5 wooden house, which is much stronger than a thatched house. Combined with the texture of the wood on the wall, it is surprisingly cozy in the forest. The third-level base had also expanded slightly. The floor remained wooden, but a cobblestone path had appeared at the entrance of the shelter, connecting it to the fence door. Entering the wooden shelter, the general layout remained unchanged. The bonfire remained in the center, long since extinguished. The crafting table and kitchen utensils were located in two corners beside the door. The straw mat had been transformed into a raised wooden platform. In the inner corner, a small room had appeared in another corner. Yuluwei opened it, and saw that it was also empty. She guessed it was probably a toilet. Even if it wasn't, she would still use this room as a toilet. Thinking of the toilet, Yuluwei couldn't help but pray to the heavens, hoping that she would find a toilet when she unpacked the box later. Even if no one was around, Yuluwei really didn't want to relieve herself outside. The upgraded construction page also updated. Current base level, level 3, upgrading to the next level requires wood 20/200, stone 16/50. Current shelter level, level 2, upgrading to the next level requires level 3 base, wood 20/100, stone 16/50. Current fence level, level 1, upgrading to the next level requires level 2 fence blueprint, wood 20/20. A quick glance revealed that the materials for the fence were sufficient, but the blueprints were missing, so construction was currently unavailable. After gaining a general idea of the materials, Yuluwei closed the manual and prepared to claim the system rewards and unpack them. Chapter 5. After using magic to reignite the bonfire, Yuluwei sat down beside the wooden bed to rest. The manual then dinged. Opening it, she saw the green treasure chest of supplies from the event had arrived. Yuluwei took it out along with the original treasure chest from the bracelet. 10 white treasure chests and 2 green treasure chests were neatly arranged in 2 rows in front of the wooden bed. Taking a deep breath, Yuluwei opened all the white treasure chests at once, finding the following: wooden table X1, wooden stool X2, spiced pork buns X5, compressed biscuits X1, canned cola X6, bucket of purified water X1, compressed biscuits X1, self-heating hot pot X3, rice 5 kilograms X1, wheat seeds 50 grains X1, stone X10, glass X3, down jacket X1, quilt X1, novice top white X1, novice pants white X1, novice bow and arrow white X1, arrows X10. There were so many items that the bracelet and warehouse were completely filled with blueprints and materials, with other items scattered around the floor. Most of them were food. It looked like we could use a better meal tonight. Yuluwei used some stream water to wash the soup pot from last night, poured some water over the campfire, and cooked some porridge for later. The wooden table and stools were also set up, and now they could finally eat at the table. Finally, Yuluwei dragged the 2 green treasure chests in front of him, prayed devoutly for a moment, and then, with a desperate move, opened the 2 green treasure chests. Bracelet expansion card, 1 slot, X2, warehouse expansion card, 1 slot, X2. Automatic flush toilet X1, planter box X1. Oh my god. Is this the benefit of a luck score of 7? Whatever you think comes true. Yuluwei, who had just been wondering where to plant wheat after the base turned into wooden floors, couldn't help but burst into laughter, no matter how calm she was usually. As for the expansion card, the name clearly indicated it was used to add slots to the bracelet or storage. She took it out and used it immediately. The other 2 items were the automatic flush toilet, a limited time bonus for beginners, high-tech from the XX Galaxy. Don't ask where the water comes from, or where it flushes, just be happy it works, which was also immediately placed in the small room. Looking at the room finally having a touch of homeliness, it felt like it had finally stepped a little from primitive society into modern society. The planter box, a constant temperature planter box, which can only grow one type of plant, 50 seeds at a time. After planting, it automatically adjusts to the optimal temperature for the plant. However, you still need to water, fertilize, and control pests yourself. Yuluwei placed it beside the path outside the shelter before dark. She also planted the wheat seeds and poured in a box of stream water. A countdown appeared on the outside of the planter box, 239:59:34. It will take 10 days to mature. This time is much faster than on Blue Planet. Although there were only 50 grains, it was a steady source of food. Yuluwei couldn't help but tap the planter box a few times before returning to the shelter. Entering the shelter again, the porridge was ready. Yuluwei took out 2 meat buns and ate the porridge with them, finishing her dinner. The porridge made from the rice from the trial game was much more delicious than the rice on Blue Planet, comparable to the rice from Yu Luowei's hometown. She couldn't resist and drank the entire pot. She cleaned the pot, and then expertly lit the fire to melt the ice. Yu Luowei gathered her supplies. First, she changed into a novice top and pants, which increased her defense by 4. As for her other clothes, she neatly folded them beside the bed along with the quilt. With the 10-liter pure water bucket, Yu Luowei disassembled all the boxes, leaving only 5 for water, 4 of which contained stream water. Disassembling the green box yielded 1 iron block, bringing the total to 11 wood blocks and 2 iron blocks. The buns, mineral water, boxes, and weapons were all placed in the bracelet, while the remaining large food items and building materials were placed in the manual storage. While sorting, Yu Luowei spotted the pine cones she had picked up earlier and placed them on the table, planning to see if they could be fried and eaten. There were also vines, which fell from trees when she felled them. In 2 days, she had collected 30 of them, but she had no idea what they were for. Yu Luowei picked up 2, intending to weave them into rope or something. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took them in her hands, a notification appeared, announcing that a new blueprint had been unlocked in the crafting system. Fiber can be crafted into string. 1 vine can be disassembled into 3 fibers. String, essential for crafting certain tools. As for what tools, hey, you can figure it out yourself. Crafting required, fiber X2. Simple rope, can be used for tying, other uses are up to you. Crafting required, vines X2. So that's where it's at. Yu Luowei pondered for a moment, and crafted 15 strings for backup, crafting the remaining vines into rope. Tomorrow, I can pick some more vines, and try to weave a small fishing net. Then I can go fishing in the stream for a treat. With 31 pieces of wood left, Yu Luowei opened the chat channel, ready to check in on everyone's current shelter construction status, and with prices before deciding whether to trade and how much. The number of people on the channel has now dropped to 98, 540/100, 000. Ma-san, haha, I first landed on a raft in the ocean with only a fishing rod as a newbie. I thought I wouldn't last long, but today I didn't have to search for event chests. I caught one every 5 minutes, and found them all in less than an hour. Chum Guang, I'm so jealous. I was in the forest, and some chests were underground, some in trees. I was exhausted, but I only found 5, all white. Can you guys tell me what's in the green chests? Lu Wu, ha ha ha, whoa. I found a toilet in the green chest. I finally don't have to deal with it outside. It's worth it after searching in the swamp for 2 hours, and almost getting stuck. Ma-san, you found a toilet too? I had a toilet in my green chest too. I thought I was just lucky. Zhang Shu, me too, me too. So this thing is unified. Could this lousy game be spying on our morning conversation? Jean Ling, oh my god, what about those of us who haven't found everything? Zhang Shu, we'll just do what we did yesterday. Who told you not to look for treasure chests today? I nearly lost my life fighting a monster trying to find a treasure chest, and I'm still complaining about the small and low-level rewards. Jean Ling, anyone want to sell me a toilet? High price. I really don't want to have to go to the base at night. I can still make do, but what about my daughter? Yuze, how old is your daughter? I can't sell you a toilet, but I can buy you some diapers. Message me privately. Fong Min, buying wood, price negotiable. You forget children live with their relatives. Jean Ling's words reminded Yu Luowei of her mother. She couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. But she quickly suppressed her emotion, hoping she'd have another chance to see her family after she finished the game. But it turns out the toilet is guaranteed to open. This game system is a bit more humane than in other novels she read. And Fong Min, she's seen her buying wood this morning. Even if she ran out of energy, she could still chop down a dozen small trees in 2 days, not to mention the treasure chests she could break down. Yu Luowei couldn't help but be curious. More importantly, trading with her would definitely yield a higher price than the market price. So she clicked on Fong Min's profile and started a private message. Yu Luowei, how much wood do you need? Fong Min, 6. Yu Luowei, I can provide it to you. What's your plan in exchange? This time, Yu Luowei waited a while before receiving the message. Fong Min, 2 pieces of fruit for 1 piece of wood. Surprisingly, there was fruit. Yu Luowei herself had never found any. If it weren't for the chance discovery of the cherry tree, she would be completely fruitless now. Fruit wasn't plentiful at the beginning of the game, and the price was much higher than Yu Luowei had expected, so she asked directly, Yu Luowei, That's a pretty high price. Can I ask why you're so short on wood? After waiting for a while, she finally got a reply. Apparently no one was complaining. She held it in for a long time, and finally found someone, so she unleashed a barrage of messages. Fong Min, I've been thrown into the desert. It's nothing but sand all around. I finally managed to gather all the weeds, but there's really not much wood left. If I hadn't gotten a disposable tent and duvet from opening a treasure chest yesterday, I would have frozen to death last night. I finally found all the boxes today, but there wasn't a single piece of wood left, only 10 pieces from disassembling them. I finally managed to accumulate enough points again, and I wanted to try my luck at the Points Mall, but the system says they don't sell the basic materials of wood and stone. Ah, I'm so angry. I don't know what utterly sinful things I did in my past life to end up in such a shabby place in this life. Yu Luwei couldn't help but laugh, feeling the resentment from the other person even through the screen. Her hands didn't stop moving, but she continued typing. Yu Luwei, 10 pieces of fruit for 6 pieces of wood. If it's something bigger like a watermelon, 6 will do. It's not that Yu Luwei is particularly kind, but from the attitude of the survival trial game these past 2 days, I've sensed that the system isn't malicious and doesn't want to force the Blue Star people into a desperate situation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today's event and the toilets fixed in the green treasure chests. Since that's the case, as long as it doesn't harm her own interests, Yu Luwei is willing to do her best to show some kindness to other normal people, especially girls. Who knows, maybe the game has some hidden meaning in this regard. Fong Min, oh my god sister, you're so nice. You have no idea. These past few days, everyone who's contacted me has been asking for exorbitant prices, wanting to exchange 1 log for 5 pieces of fruit. How could someone as nice as you exist? Can you add me as a friend, little sister? Then she said 6 plump watermelons and 2 peaches. To trade items between 2 people in the game, you can post a targeted transaction through the trading market, which charges a small interest fee, or you can gift items to each other, which is interest-free. However, targeted transactions are guaranteed by the game system, while gifts rely entirely on the other person's luck. I hadn't expected Fong Min to trust me so much during their first chat. Yu Luwei accepted her friend request, and sent her 6 logs and 2 bottles of mineral water. Yu Luwei, you trust me too much, aren't you afraid I'll just take the stuff and run? Peaches are my favorite fruit, so consider the mineral water in exchange. If you need any other fruits or desert specialties, come to me first. Fong Min, thank you, baby. Wow, I'm so touched. How did you know I was so short of water? The desert is so hot during the day, and so cold at night. I don't know how I survived tonight without you. Then I'll take it. I'll share it with you when I find something good. Honestly, the moment I received your private message, I had a hunch that you were a really nice person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you about my situation. Yu Luwei, well, thank you for the compliment, but it's getting late. You better build your shelter first. What a lovely chatterbox. After 2 lifetimes, Yu Luwei still wasn't familiar with how to interact with chatty strangers, so she quickly dismissed her. Besides this transaction, Yu Luwei also discovered from the chat channel that the number of monsters others encountered today was greater than yesterday's, but their levels were the same. It seemed like she was in a special situation, likely related to her personal information. The monster she encountered tomorrow would likely be even stronger than today's, so she had to be even more cautious. Since she had fruit, Yu Luwei decided to treat herself to a peach before bed. She also roasted some pine nuts, obtaining a small handful of roasted pine nuts x5. She put 4 of them in the manual storage, and 1 in her bracelet as a snack for tomorrow's outing. Having almost finished her work, Yu Luwei washed up and went to bed. The upgraded wooden bed was much better than yesterday's straw mat, and Yu Luwei could finally rest well. He mentally said goodnight to himself and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. The alarm clock rang at 7 a.m., waking Yu Luwei from a sweet dream. The upgraded wooden shelter had a window without glass, letting in a few rays of starlight and a chill breeze. The cold wind blew against Yu Luwei's face, shaking off the sleepiness and awakening her a little. Yu Luwei ate a steamed bun while opening the survivor's handbook. The first thing she saw was the news that her points had been credited to her account at midnight. She had already accumulated enough points. She had been too tired to open the Points Mall yesterday, so she took the opportunity to research it. As Fong Min had predicted, the Points Mall didn't have basic materials like wood, stone, weeds, or vines. However, more advanced materials like glass and cement were available, with prices ranging from 2 points to 10 points each. The only food items were basic compressed biscuits, 3 points per piece, and 500 milliliters of mineral water, 2 points per bottle. After clicking on more advanced materials, food, medicine, and weapons, the page indicated that the level was too low to view them. Yuluwei then realized there was a VIP level icon in the upper right corner of the point store. She was currently level 0, 0 out of 10. Looking at the items in the store, Yuluwei carefully purchased 2 glasses, spending 4 points. The experience bar then changed to, for tenths, confirming that it was 1 point per experience point. It was almost 8 o'clock. Yuluwei closed the manual, sorted out her bracelet, and prepared to leave. She would study the other items in detail when she returned tonight. At 8 o'clock, not only did the sun arrive, but also a system notification chime, ding ding ding. Congratulations everyone for surviving today 3. Today is also the last day of the novice period. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the base will no longer be completely secure and may be breached. Your safety is closely tied to the level of your base and shelter. For your own safety, please actively upgrade your base and shelter. To inspire the courage and passion of all survivors, the Micro Beast Tide event is now live. Event details. At 3 p.m., a small group of monsters, 10 to 20, will descend around each survivor's base. The number and level will depend on your personal information. If a survivor eliminates the entire group before 5 p.m., they will receive a supply chest, blue. Reminder: 1. Monsters already in the surrounding environment will not disappear and are not counted towards the monster group count. 2. Damage dealt to monsters within the base's fence is reduced by half. 3. Survivors are advised not to engage unless they are clever or have high enough power. Monster groups move randomly. If you can't afford to provoke them, can't you just avoid them? So it's a new event. The rewards for this event are quite generous. After all, Yuluwei has never seen a blue chest before. But the danger level was also high. The monster she encountered yesterday was a level 1 monster, and the monsters descending today would likely be of the same level or higher. Furthermore, based on her previous experience, level 1 monsters could drop green treasure chests. Treasure chests dropped by 10 or more level 2 monsters, along with bonus rewards for destroying all the monsters, were numerous and high level, meaning the resulting blueprints or items would likely be even higher level. Opportunities and dangers coexisted, and Yuluwei pondered in her mind, the ultimate reward must be obtained. To be more cautious, while chopping trees and collecting rocks this morning, she would practice magic more, researching new attack forms, and strive to upgrade her magic to level 2, providing greater support for killing monsters this afternoon. With the plan complete, Yuluwei no longer hesitated and quickly set off, heading towards the stream. On the way, Yuluwei noticed that the stumps left over from the previous felling had neither regenerated into new trees nor disappeared. The vast expanse of stumps stood out against the surrounding forest, looking even more disturbing. Recalling the original purpose of the survival trial game, which was to save the environmentally damaged blue planet, Yuluwei felt a vague sense of unease. However, wood was essential for upgrading the base and shelter, and the point store didn't sell wood. Yuluwei had no choice but to spread out his future tree-cutting efforts, not chopping in one area, and only cutting what was needed. He would no longer sell wood, which at least gave him some peace of mind. So, today, Yuluwei decided to follow the stream and collect wood from a farther distance. Arriving at the stream, Yuluwei first filled his empty treasure chest with water. Then, while exploring in the opposite direction of his previous encounter with the frog monster, he cut down trees every few meters along the stream. This time, I was quite lucky. I walked for a long time without encountering any monsters, so I didn't have to expend any extra energy. After about an hour, a patch of green appeared before Yuluwei's eyes. He walked closer, and saw that it was a wild bamboo forest. Yuluwei was thrilled. Bamboo is a treasure trove. Bamboo itself can be used to make all kinds of furniture, such as bowls, chopsticks, and quilts. Bamboo fiber is breathable, absorbent, and wear-resistant. Bamboo shoots and bamboo rice are both edible. Besides, there seem to be a lot of bamboo shoots in this bamboo forest, providing another source of food. Chopping down a bamboo only consumes 0.5 durability points. With the bamboo shoots almost collected, Yuluwei raised his axe and chopped down a row of bamboos until the stone axe's durability reached 0, and it disappeared from Yuluwei's hand, unable to bear the weight. Fortunately, by now, 181 pieces of wood and 68 pieces of bamboo had been collected, providing more than enough wood for the upgrade. Yuluwei was no longer in a hurry, and took the opportunity to eat a bun and rest for a while. After this morning's training in ice magic, Yuluwei had begun to gain some vague understanding. Now without tools for chopping trees, Wei decided to use her rest time to see if she could condense an ice axe. Condensing an axe is much more difficult than an ice brick, as the shape and hardness must be controlled. After 5 or 6 attempts, Wei finally condensed an axe that wasn't so strangely shaped. As soon as he received it, before he could even check the notification, the system notification chimed in. Congratulations, Survivor, your ice magic has reached level 2. Your personal level has reached level 2. Finally, he upgraded before the event began. The upgrade felt wonderful, like a complete refresh of his entire being. Wei felt the fatigue from the day's work disappear. Even without the Survivor's Handbook and unable to access his personal information, Wei could feel his spirit level returning to full strength. Putting aside his previous creation, Wei crafted a new ice axe, wanting to compare the differences between the level 2 and level 1 ice axes. Ice axe, green increases attack by 3 when equipped. A superior alternative to the stone axe. Can deal damage to level 1 and lower monsters. No durability. Cannot be destroyed without a level 2 talent or item. Ice axe, green increases attack by 4 when equipped. A superior alternative to the stone axe. Can deal damage to level 2 and lower monsters. No durability. Cannot be destroyed without a level 2 talent or item. The most important thing about the level 2 compared to the level 1 is that it can deal damage to level 2 monsters, giving it a greater advantage in the upcoming event. Wei pondered for a moment, then pulled out the beginner bow from the treasure chest and, following the same pattern, concentrated on conjuring an ice bow and 25 arrows. Ice bow, blue equipped with 15 bonus attack points, barely a good bow. Can damage monsters level 3 and below, but cannot damage them unless possessed by talents or items above level 3. Ice arrow, blue a good companion to the ice bow of the same level, increasing damage to monsters by 50% and adding a freezing effect. The downside is that it's not retrievable. The new ice bow stats were nearly double those of the ice sword, a testament to Wei's full effort. But the after effects were also obvious. The moment the weapon conjured, her head felt like it had hit a wall, leaving her feeling dizzy and forced to sit down to recover. During her rest, Wei's thoughts drifted back to the past, during the zombie apocalypse. When her abilities were still at a beginner level, her primary means of killing zombies was a compound bow and 50 arrows she stumbled upon in an apartment building. Initially, as an ordinary office worker, she could barely draw a bow, but after several life-or-death battles with zombies, she had perfected her archery skills to the point of near-perfect accuracy. Although she later used it less, and less due to a shortage of arrows and the increase in her ability level, she never forgot the archery skills she had honed. Back on Blue Star, Wei often went to the club to practice archery in her free time. Unexpectedly, in her new place, her archery skills came in handy again, and she even no longer needed to recycle arrows. She could do it herself. The after effects of this incident were so pronounced that the mental energy consumed must have far exceeded 20. This was mainly to deal with the special circumstances of the afternoon. Otherwise, Wei wouldn't have been so reckless. I've learned my lesson. Next time, I must not expend so much mental energy at once, at least not outside a base. Wei silently summarized his experience. Taking deep breaths to ease his headache, Wei couldn't help but think, if my psychic and spatial abilities hadn't been stripped away, even at A rank, I could easily tear through the space in the monster's area and easily complete activities and earn rewards. Why would there be so much trouble? Furthermore, since losing my psychic abilities, Wei felt that his memory had declined significantly. Had been accustomed to the benefits of a photographic memory, Wei was now somewhat unaccustomed. Some items I obtained, but couldn't use immediately, were stored in my bracelet. Gradually, I forget about them, and had to search for them again when I needed them. Complaining was just a way to relieve stress. Difficulties needed to be overcome, and the struggle for survival continued. After feeding herself a few bowls of spiritual chicken soup, Wei felt her mental strength recover somewhat. Worried about unexpected events, she tried to condense an ice sword. Ice sword, green increases attack by 12 after equipping. Compared to the other weapon, its stats are a bit low. Can damage monsters at level 2 and below. Can't be destroyed unless you have a level 2 or higher talent. Compared to the bow and arrow, this ice sword stats were slightly inferior, but it consumed less mental energy, and could also attack level 2 monsters. Wei was already quite satisfied. With a little over an hour until 3 o'clock, Wei didn't plan to continue any more physical work. For the time being, she put away all her new tools and weapons, not even the half-finished axes, as they had also drained her mental energy. Then, she picked up stones as she headed back in the direction she had come from. She wasn't moving fast, mainly picking up stones. She had collected over 200 stones, bringing her total to 102, enough for the upgrade. Time was almost up, so Yuluwei stopped midway. This was a new area, so she ate another bun and drank some water to replenish her energy while observing the surroundings and getting familiar with them. It was 3 o'clock, and the system's voice rang out. 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Micro Beast Tide. The event has officially begun. Small monster swarms have been released. Survivors, please participate. Warm reminder, monsters during this event will not actively approach the survivor base. If you don't want to participate, hide at the base. The game system kindly offered a turtle-style plan, but that had nothing to do with Yuluwei. Fortune and fortune are sought in danger, so Yuluwei decided to take the initiative, searching for the monster's traces, striving to strike first. Holding the newly condensed ice bow in her right hand, her left ready to draw an arrow, Yuluwei half-crouched and began to scout the surrounding area for clues about the monster swarm. Chapter 7. After walking for a while in the surrounding woods, Yuluwei's radar, honed during the zombie apocalypse, suddenly began to faintly chime. Knowing that a small group of monsters was nearby, Yuluwei crouched lower, her steps becoming lighter, and she slowly moved in the direction indicated by the radar. As the group of monsters loomed before her, Yuluwei quickly hid behind a sturdy pine tree, holding her breath and cautiously observing the area ahead. The trees in this area were few and relatively short, but the weeds beneath were densely lush. This also frustrated Yuluwei's plan to launch an arrow attack from a high vantage point. Not far ahead, in the weeds, a group of hyena-like monsters wandered aimlessly. Yuluwei counted them. As expected, there were a full 20. Sighing, she began to mentally ponder a countermeasure. The monster in the front had grown noticeably larger, and it was followed by other monsters. It must be the leader of the group. To capture the thief, first capture the leader. Yuluwei decided to start with this one. Yuluwei first set up several ice traps and roadblocks on the ground in front of the tree where she was hiding. If the monsters weren't all killed by the arrows, they might charge directly at her, and these roadblocks and traps would be able to stop them, buying her time to react. After setting up, Yuluwei carefully took out the ice arrows and was about to draw her bow, aim, and shoot when a sudden inspiration struck her. She added a layer of fire magic to the ice arrows. The fire magic was only level 1, so it couldn't melt a level 2 ice arrow, but it wouldn't extinguish it either. While it wouldn't effectively damage monsters above level 2, it still had the effect of adding insult to injury. Moreover, the enchanting technique had been practiced to perfection through countless axe enchantments, so enchanting the bow was a piece of cake. With everything ready, Yuluwei finally took aim at the monster leader and fired his first arrow. The flaming ice arrow struck the monster leader squarely in the head. The leader, having likely never experienced such a strange attack of both ice and fire, screamed in agony and began to shake his head frantically, trying to extinguish the flames. The surrounding monsters also fell into chaos. Yuluwei seized the opportunity and, without hesitation, fired several more arrows, hitting the 4 monsters closest to him and the 6 surrounding the leader. The leader must have been higher than level 2, yet despite being shot in the head, it remained stubbornly alive. Even though he hadn't successfully extinguished the flames, he had already organized the remaining monsters, located Yuluwei's direction, and rushed towards him. The ordinary monsters were killed with a single arrow. Even with his final shot, Yuluwei went above and beyond, achieving a 2 monsters with 1 arrow kill. This dog-like monster was also incredibly fast. In less than half a minute, it was about to dash in front of Yuluwei. Yuluwei calmly sheathed his bow and arrow, drew his ice sword in his right hand, and formed wisps of icy mist with his left, quietly biding his time. When the ordinary monster in front, as expected, ran into a trap, Yuluwei took advantage of its weakness to kill it. He used his ice sword and magic in succession, quickly dispatching the remaining monsters. In the blink of an eye, only the leader remained. Though the leader hadn't hit the trap, a burning ice arrow remained lodged in his head. The flames couldn't cause any damage, but because they wouldn't extinguish, they continuously burned the leader. The leader was now unable to endure the pain, knowing that the wounds on his body were caused by the woman before him. He let out a long howl and lunged at Yuluwei. Yuluwei, unfazed by the danger, quickly pulled out several broken ice axe heads from her bracelet, imbued them with flames, and hurled them at the leader. Being close, Yuluwei's throws were more accurate, and the axe blade struck the leader's chest. The leader was forced to fall a few steps away from Yuluwei, bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Yuluwei rushed forward with her ice sword, first freezing the monster leader's bleeding wounds, coagulating the blood into small icicles. Then, She slashed at the monster leader's stomach with her sword, giving it no chance to rest or strike back. After a few blows, the already severely injured monster leader could no longer hold on, and with a loud, unwilling cry, closed his eyes. The battle was over, but Yuluwei didn't dare let his guard down. Sword in hand, he stabbed the corpses on the ground a few more times, confirming they were all dead. Only then did he reassure himself by extinguishing the flames on the leader's body, and leaning against the tree he started with, breathing deeply. The battle hadn't lasted too long. It was only 4:10, but it had consumed a great deal of energy. After the battle, Yuluwei, unconcerned with his appearance, sat down against the tree, took out a bottle of water, and gulped it down. After a moment's pause, Yuluwei finally had the energy to check the notification. Congratulations to the survivor for successfully destroying the Dark Hyena monster swarm. Congratulations on being the first survivor to successfully destroy a monster swarm. Your rewards will be doubled at the 5 o'clock check. Congratulations on being the first survivor in this area to successfully destroy a monster swarm. You will receive an additional green supply chest at the checkout. Also obtained. Level 2 Dark Hyena Corpses X19, Level 3 Dark Hyena Corpse, Boss, X1, Supply Chests, Green, X7, Supply Chests, White, X10. Do you want to decompose the corpse? This monster boss is level 3, so it's no wonder the axe I threw left only a faint bloodstain before completely decaying. Luckily, these axes were already oddly shaped and couldn't be used to chop trees, so now they can be reused. The treasure chests aren't high level, but the quantity is good. It seems my monster kills from the past 2 days were completely due to sheer luck, as the drops were 100% guaranteed. However, I actually got first place in both, with an extra blue and green treasure chests. What a pleasant surprise, Yuluwei thought as he instructed the system to decompose the corpse. Almost instantly, all the corpses on the ground vanished, and the prompt reappeared. Decomposition completed. Obtained. Beast meat, white, 500G, X38, beast meat, blue, 500G, X1, beast hide, white, X5, beast hide, green, X8, beast hide, blue, X1, hyena fang, green, X8. This system is getting outrageous. It's simply the most ruthless of ruthless. Fortunately, I only brought steamed buns, pine nuts, water, and an axe when I went out. Otherwise, I would have to chop bamboo, dig bamboo shoots, and kill monsters to decompose them today, and the space in the bracelet would definitely not be enough. Seeing that the day's harvest was sufficient and the buns were finished, Yuluwei ate pine nuts while searching for a way back to base. After walking for over half an hour, Yuluwei finally arrived back at base before the 5 o'clock check-in. She lit a bonfire and tossed in the pine nut shells she had eaten along the way to fuel it, mainly to eliminate some of the garbage. After overdrawing her mental strength today and then engaging in a battle, Yuluwei, upon returning to a safe environment, felt a belated sense of fatigue quickly wash over her. Not minding the dirt, she took off her novice cloak and lay down on the bed. The workload was so intense that after only 2 days, the cloak was already so stained that its original color was unrecognizable. Closing her eyes, and feeling the hard wooden bed beneath her, Yuluwei felt as if she were back in the days of wandering around during the zombie apocalypse, missing her incredibly comfortable bed on Blue Star. However, she was so exhausted that she fell asleep almost immediately after thinking about it, and even the check-in notification failed to wake her. Finally, it was a hungry stomach that awoke Yuluwei from her deep sleep. After finally waking from her dream, her mental strength fully restored, she checked the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Yuluwei's first act upon waking was to move the building materials into the warehouse, and upgrade both the shelter and the base. She ignored the system notifications for now. After all, the upgrade rankings would be announced not only by the notifications, but also by the system reminders in the manual, so she wouldn't miss them. Yuluwei first boiled some water, and made herself some instant noodles. Because she was so hungry, she also made some self-heating hot pot. Unable to eat for a while, Yuluwei pulled out a bag of pine nuts and ate while checking the manual. The 3 treasure chests, 2 blue and 1 green, from the settlement rewards were in the email. Yuluwei took them out, along with the treasure chests dropped by monsters she had killed. 20 treasure chests were neatly arranged, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. After opening them all at once, the blue treasure chest yielded Automatic Lumberjack X1, Universal Garbage Disposer X1, Space Bracelet, 20 slots, X1, Fusionable. The green treasure chest yielded Level 2 Fence Blueprint X2, Down Jacket, Non-Defense, Blueprint X1, Water Purifier Blueprint X1, Standard Suit, Top, Pants, shoes, green, blueprint X1, window blueprint X1, planter box X1, fertilizer X5, peach seed, 10 X1. A few items, similar to those in the white treasure chest, were food, water, or basic materials like wood, stone, and glass. Since there was no room in the bracelet or the storage, the blueprints, steamed buns, mineral water, instant noodles, and other supplies were scattered around. Yuluwei first fused the open bracelet with her own, disassembled the empty boxes, and placed all the building materials in the manual storage. Other materials with no expiration dates were placed in the shelter, and tools and items with expiration dates were placed in the bracelet. Dinner was ready by then, and Yuluwei paused to pack her supplies, deciding to soothe her stomach first. While eating, she opened the handbook and checked her newly upgraded ranking. Congratulations on reaching level 3 shelter. Ranked 99th among all survivors, 3rd among survivors in this zone. Rewards will be distributed after the novice period. Congratulations on reaching level 3 base. Ranked 14th among all survivors, 1st among survivors in this zone. Rewards will be distributed after the novice period. This was the first time Yuluwei had heard of rewards for zone rankings. She had long been curious why there was only a ranking for all survivors, but not for her zone. It seemed that rewards were awarded to at least the top 1,000 overall, while for her zone, the top 10 or even the top 5 were likely the only ones. However, she hadn't expected to get first place in her zone after sleeping through her upgrade. It seemed that materials for upgrading a shelter were still quite difficult for ordinary people to come by. She had just obtained the fence blueprints. Perhaps there would be ranking rewards for building a level 2 fence as well. Without even bothering to continue eating, Yuluwei immediately used the level 2 fence blueprint, entered it into the manual, and began construction. Fence blueprints are special. They're disposable and can't be reused. After clicking on the fence upgrade in the manual, they disappear, and a notification chimes. Congratulations on reaching level 2 fence. Base defense increased by 50, ranking 547th among all survivors. Rewards will be distributed after the novice period ends. Base defense? A new attribute, likely a crucial one after the novice period ends. As for rankings, it seems quite a few people received fence blueprints due to today's event, and the ranking rewards for this zone have been lost again. But having achieved first place today, Yuluwei wasn't discouraged. He continued eating, only wondering if he could sell the extra fence blueprint later. Chapter 8. The upgraded shelter had become a 100 square meter stone hut. The bed remained the same, except for the addition of a stone platform underneath. The toilet had also grown slightly larger. A stone stove had also been added near the door. Yuluwei conveniently placed the clean kitchenware on it, and built a new bonfire beneath it. The shelter was now larger, and a single bonfire could no longer illuminate the entire room. Current base level, level 3. Upgrading to the next level requires wood, 198/500, stone, 149/150, iron, 0/50. Current shelter level, level 3. Upgrading to the next level requires level 3 base, wood, 198/500, stone, 149/300, cement, 0/100, level 4 construction blueprints. Current fence level, level 2. Upgrading to the next level requires level 3 fence blueprints and corresponding materials. The amount of materials required to upgrade to the next level is even more staggering, and there are some new materials. It seems I'll have to find a way to cross the stream and expand my exploration range. As for the fence, there's no specific material requirement, but there are probably many different level 3 fence blueprints. Yuluwei pondered this habitually. Then she began to gather the remaining supplies. First, the blue treasure chest revealed, universal garbage disposer, converts all kinds of trash into useful items. As the old blue star saying goes, garbage is a resource misplaced. Be careful not to litter. Self-service logging machine, no need for refueling or charging, just place it in the woods and it will automatically chop down trees. Incredibly efficient, it can chop down 50 trees an hour, completely freeing your hands. This garbage disposer is a great tool. Yuluwei was struggling with where to dispose of the food packaging from the past 2 days, and the self-heating hot pot she had just finished today. She placed the processor next to the toilet and tossed all the trash in. A small display on the processor lit up, showing a countdown of 7 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The decomposition process took quite a while, so Yuluwei ignored it and looked at the self-service logging machine again. The machine seemed useful, but the description sounded a bit exaggerated. It required no power, could automatically cut down trees without any restrictions, and there was no sign of benefits on the front. It didn't seem like something you could get from a blue treasure chest at all. Yu Luwei faintly sensed a conspiracy. This morning, Yu Luwei had just decided to cut down fewer trees, and not in the same place. Besides, she could also practice magic while cutting trees, so she put the machine in the manual storage and didn't plan to use it for the time being. The amount of materials it produced was so great that even after upgrading the base shelter fence, there was still a lot of basic materials left, taking up 5 or 6 slots in the storage. Other new materials included 50 charcoal, 120 cotton, 120 cloth, and 50 plastic, taking up another 6 slots. The warehouse's space was at a premium, and Yu Luwei sincerely hoped to unlock a card to expand the storage capacity. The food supplies included a bag of rice and 2 bags of flour, along with a set of knives, a cutting board, and a seasoning set. Adding the meat obtained from dissecting monsters, he would be able to cook some proper meals later. Other items included a box of turkey noodles, 12 packets, a box of orange juice, 24 by 500 milliliters bottles, 12 bottles of mineral water, and 4 packs of compressed biscuits. While these biscuits were filling, they were awful. Yu Luwei placed them in a corner next to his bed, along with the 2 remaining packs from the newbie gift pack, as a backup, and wouldn't eat them again until he was completely destitute. The sealed plastic packaged drinking water produced by the system has a shelf life of 1 year at normal temperature, while flour and rice have a shelf life of 2 years. All drinking water, if stored in the wristband or in the warehouse, remains fresh forever. Yu Luwei placed these long-life foods near the stove. He also placed the prescribed daily necessities, a 6-pack of tissue paper and 2 bars of soap, into their appropriate places, freeing up space in the wristband. As for the blueprints, Yu Luwei entered all of them into the manual, except for the redundant secondary fence blueprints. Yu Luwei had enough materials for these blueprints, so he crafted them all at once. Water purifier. Can purify moderately polluted or lower water into pure water, a must-have for wilderness survival. Required materials: charcoal X2, plastic X5. Down jacket, made of standard duck down. This allows you to move freely in -20 degrees Celsius temperatures. Can be paired with other warm clothing, as long as it fits. Required materials: duck feather X2/cotton X5, cloth X5. Window, ordinary glass window, with no other use besides observing the outside environment. Low-level furniture. Can automatically merge with the shelter at the selected installation location. Required materials: glass X2. The down jacket looks and is made of the same material as the one obtained on the first day, so it's likely the blueprint for it. As for the transfer equipment, a set of ordinary equipment, green, with a second-level animal hide has 5 points of defense and 2 points of speed higher than the beginner's equipment. However, when crafting it, I couldn't create it even with just the required materials. After thinking for a while, Yu Luwei put the string he had obtained earlier into it, and successfully obtained the equipment. It's not written on the blueprints. Could it be a hidden setting in the game? Yu Luwei speculated. After 3 days of wearing her clothes, they had already gone stinky. Yu Luwei took out 5 boxes filled with stream water and placed them next to the campfire, planning to heat it up for a quick bath before changing her gear. A window was conveniently installed on the wall in front of the stove, allowing Yu Luwei to finally see the base and the scenery outside without leaving the house. Twinkling stars. A solitary planter box leaning against the shelter's outer wall, with a faint glimpse of small buds. The fence surrounding the base had become a taller stone fence, leaving nothing but bottomless darkness outside. Yu Luwei placed the newly acquired planter box next to the old one, preparing to plant peach seeds. Because the planter box was relatively small, only 1 fruit tree seed could be planted at a time, and it would take 15 days to harvest peaches. Yu Luwei took out another bag of fertilizer. This was basic fertilizer. The notice indicated that only 1 bag of each type of fertilizer could be used during the growth cycle of each crop. Basic fertilizer could shorten the growth cycle by 20%. Yu Luwei used 1 bag of low-grade fertilizer on each of the peaches and wheat, ensuring that the wheat could be harvested before the food ran out. The water had boiled by then, and Yu Luwei quickly washed herself with soap and water. She was still wearing the same underwear she had worn before joining the survival game, thankfully having changed them the previous night. For the past few nights, she had only been able to rinse with water, but now she could finally use soap. She set a small flame to dry her underwear, put it on, and put on her new gear. Yu Luwei felt a lot lighter. When she used to play games on Blue Star, changing equipment was just a click of the mouse. Now, Not only did she have to put it on manually, but she also had to consider the material, weight, and insulation of the equipment, which was much more troublesome. Fortunately, the gear was made of cloth and second-grade animal hides, making it light and soft, and the weight was acceptable, so it wasn't uncomfortable. With all the supplies taken care of, Yu Luwei could finally return to bed. Opening the survivor's manual, honestly, aside from the lack of internet access, it really felt like I was lying in bed playing with my phone on Blue Star. Yu Luwei first looked at his own physical condition after the upgrade. Name: Yu Luwei. Gender: female. Age: 24, 49. Level: Level 2, increases with talent level. Physique: 20/20. Attack: 20/20. Defense: 18/20 plus 7. Speed: 15/20 plus 2. Spirit: 20, 199/200. Luck: 7, average 5. Talent: Level 1 Fire Magic, Level 2 Ice Magic. Unique equipment: Ordinary top, green; Ordinary pants, green; Ordinary shoes, green. Note: with each level up, the upper limit of each attribute except luck increases by 10. Attributes can be improved through training, equipment, and special items. Comment: you level up very quickly, truly talented. You've already surpassed 99% of survivors. However, your speed needs improvement, so don't get too cocky. Seeing this comment, Yu Luwei became curious about how other survivors leveled up. Did they max out all their attributes before breaking through? After a moment of wondering, Yu Luwei suddenly realized that most survivors were level 1, with a maximum attack value of only 10. The ice bow and sword he had condensed today had an attack value of 12, or even 15, comparable to an average level 2 survivor. His own talent was truly a bit outrageous. If he ever ran out of money, he could earn money selling weapons, and avoid starvation. Yu Luwei opened the chat channel again to check in on everyone. The channel's current membership was 91, 756/100, 000, with just over 10,000 people having completed today's activity. No one on the public chat screen paid any attention to the declining number of players. Instead, everyone was discussing the rewards received. Almost everyone who completed the activity received a self-service lumberjack. A few who lived in areas without trees received a self-service stone excavator, which also required no fuel. It was now common knowledge that wood and stone were essential for upgrading the shelter's base fence, and that doing it yourself was far too inefficient. Those who received the machines were excitedly imagining the rapid upgrades to their shelters. Those who didn't were either jealous or grumbling, while others were clinging to their loved ones, hoping for a steady supply. Flipping through the chat logs, Yu Luwei suddenly noticed a message: Zhao Linlang. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This automatic machine can chop down trees without any fuel. Isn't that strange? And you all said you run it from morning till night. Chopping down so many trees, won't that harm the environment? Considering the purpose of this game and getting us into this, it's best to be cautious. This comment clearly contradicted the broader message of the channel. As expected, the comments below were all directed at her. Ma Quan, you're a piece of trash who didn't complete the mission. Are you saying sour grapes? What's your business what we do with it? Lulu, exactly. Besides, we're not in good physical shape, and they don't sell it in the mall. We don't know when we'll be able to upgrade our shelter by chopping down trees ourselves. The novice period is about to end. Are you trying to kill us? After Lu Li's words, the other comments became even more vicious, as if venting their fear for tomorrow on Zhao Linlang. Yu Luwei felt a little sympathetic towards Zhao Linlang. Her thoughts coincided with her own. It was just that she had become accustomed to human nature in the zombie apocalypse, and had long anticipated other people's attitudes. Consequently, she had developed a habit of never stepping out unless there was a benefit. Hopefully Zhao Linlang would see through this incident and change her own temper. After confirming that there were no more messages in the chat channel, Yu Luwei opened the trading market again. Perhaps because today's event had enriched everyone's supply reserves, Yu Luwei saw her matches indicate a completed transaction. She excitedly claimed the item, only to discover it was a bonfire blueprint. What a joke. Not only had she crafted a bonfire blueprint, but it was a special edition. What good was it? But the transaction was already complete, and Yu Luwei had to accept the loss. However, she still remembered the person who had made the transaction, Jin Yu. After killing monsters and opening chests today, she had gained 79 survival points. Yu Luwei excitedly opened the points mall, ready to spend lavishly. I first bought 3 glasses to upgrade my VIP level to level 2. The store now has charcoal, cloth, plastic, cement, and other materials I just seen today, as well as a bandage and level 2 weapons, including swords. The weapon stats are generally lower than Yuluo's homemade weapons, so Yuluo doesn't plan to buy any. Bandages cost 5 points a roll, can disinfect and stop bleeding, and can be used twice. Yuluo bought 1 roll just in case. I saved 12 survival points and bought 23 cements at 3 points each. This item is unlikely to be found in the surrounding area, so I have to buy it or find it in treasure chests. Upgrading to level 3 VIP requires 100 points, and I'm still a little short, so Yuluo had to close the point store. Before I knew it, it was already 12 o'clock, and the 2 points for the day had been credited. Yuluo had just woken up, and now that he wasn't sleepy anymore, he researched the current market. Water and weapons are still in short supply. Yuluo decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make 10 more water purifiers and 20 more novice longswords, along with the extra second-level fence blueprint, and listed them on the market. Each was priced at 3 times the original price of the raw materials, special items, or blueprints. This time, Yuluo was cautious, requiring an application to exchange special items or blueprints, and ultimately requiring his approval for the transaction to be successful. Chapter 9. After listing her items, Yuluo casually browsed the trading mall, hoping to find any bargains. Thanks to the advent of the automated logging machine, the price of wood in the market dropped significantly, to roughly 8 pieces of wood for a bottle of mineral water, and 12 pieces of compressed biscuits for a dozen. Yuluo traded 3 compressed biscuits and 10 bottles of mineral water for 116 pieces of wood. The price of stone also dropped slightly, but not by much. Yuluo used up her last 2 packs of compressed biscuits and traded them for 6 pieces of stone. Besides that, there wasn't much to buy. Most of the items on the market were commonplace, and the few blueprints were so expensive that even a fool wouldn't buy them. The few weapons and equipment available were all beginner level. Yuluo browsed for a while, then traded 2 packs of instant noodles for a 4-piece bedding set, then closed the manual. She spread the bedding set neatly on the bed, the fabric adorned with tiny floral patterns. Folding the old quilt and placing it at the foot of the bed, Yuluo finished the last day of her novice period in her increasingly cozy little bed. Because of the unforeseen disaster looming, Yuluo didn't sleep well that night, opening her eyes before the alarm went off. With only an hour left before a new challenge, Yuluo felt anxious yet also a little eager. Thinking of exploring the other side of the stream today, Yuluo took out some bamboo and rope, preparing to make a crossing tool. The bamboo was about 2 meters long. Yuluo joined 4 pieces of bamboo together, and tied them together with 4 ropes at different locations. He then used ice magic to reinforce the ropes. After making sure they wouldn't fall apart, he stored the simple bamboo board in his bracelet. Yuluo had already tried to create an ice bridge with ice magic, but level 2 ice magic could only freeze water 50 centimeters wide and long, and it was only a tiny bit thick. Without even trying, it was clear it would shatter if stepped on, so Yuluo had to abandon the idea. She casually made 20 more ice arrows when the game notification chimed in. It was 5 minutes before 8 o'clock. Yuluo paused for a moment before the notification captivated her. Congratulations to all the survivors who have successfully passed the rookie period and officially entered the survival trial game. Now, let's introduce the new rules. 1. The trial game consists of a 10-day season. Each season will feature a different disaster, whose severity will increase over time. The name of the disaster will be officially announced on the 4th day of each season. 2. The last day of each season is the settlement day, and there will be no disasters. 3. A new ranking system has been added, divided into overall ranking and region ranking, which include a combat power ranking, a progress ranking, and a temporary event ranking. The rankings are updated daily at 8 p.m. The top 1,000 players in the overall ranking and the top 50 players in the region will receive rewards. 4. Novice ranking rewards will be distributed tonight at 8 p.m. 5. Accurate disaster information for the next season can only be obtained from ranking rewards. Disaster information for this season may be obtained from novice ranking rewards. 6. More types of neutral creatures and monsters will be added to the surrounding environment, and monsters will be more aggressive. 7. A new base defense system has been added. While bases are no longer completely secure, they remain the safest place in the game for survivors. Defense is related to the level of your base, shelter, and fence. Strive to improve your base's defense level. Other defense enhancement methods are yet to be explored. 8. The probability of treasure chests appearing in the surrounding environment and the drop rate of treasure chests after defeating monsters will be restored. 9. If less than 50% of the population survives a region on the settlement date, the region will be merged, and the region number will be retained by the region with the highest number of survivors. In addition, the game will be updated from time to time, and various promotional events will be held from time to time. All rights of interpretation belong to XX Galaxy. Congratulations again on officially entering the survival trial game. A small goal. I hope to see you all again on the settlement date of Season 1. After listening to these rules, 8 o'clock arrived, and light from outside shone into the shelter. The words Novice Period at the top of the manual disappeared, replaced by Day 1, officially marking the end of the Novice Period. With the announcement of the addition of more species of creatures, the forest outside seemed to be given new life. With the appearance of light, a few long-lost bird calls could be heard, and even the green color seemed to have become more vibrant, and the air seemed to smell better. In the early days of the zombie world, ordinary animals still existed. Later, except for those raised by psychics, all other animals were basically infected and transformed into zombies. From the 10th day, since the zombies arrived to the blue planet devoid of any greenery, Yuluwei hadn't heard such clear bird song for ages. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of fresh air before setting out to explore. Today, the bushes and forests offered a variety of new sights. Clear dewdrops on the grass, purple and blue flowers blooming among the bushes, and a variety of insects flitting about. Especially a few ladybugs. They brought back memories of catching ladybugs and crickets with his friends at night in his rural hometown 40 years ago. Back then, the village's scenery was also beautiful. The hills surrounding the village were planted with apricot, peach, mulberry, and walnut trees, and the fields stretched as far as the eye could see, with wheat, corn, and sesame fields stretching as far as the eye could see. As a child, Yuluwei loved the late summer and early autumn, when he could just watch the sesame stalks drying in the sun, and climb up and down to pick peaches and apricots. But after the zombie apocalypse, such scenery was no longer seen. The zombie virus gradually contaminated the land, forcing the base's laboratories to collect soil from deeper and deeper underground to grow food. Even after arriving on Blue Star, despite the rapid advancement of technology, rural areas and farmland were becoming increasingly scarce, almost completely disappearing. Pollution was also becoming increasingly severe. In the Blue Star orphanage, Yuluwei could only breathe polluted air every day and eat only the daily nutritional supplements provided by the orphanage. Thankfully, Yuluwei was a frugal person, and many of the supplies he had collected were still stored in his space, and they hadn't disappeared even after arriving on Blue Star. Relying on these supplies, and the various survival skills he honed during the post-apocalyptic period, he finally achieved a class leap on Blue Star before they were exhausted. Thanks to his advanced psychic abilities, Yuluwei not only possessed a photographic memory, but also a keen learning ability. Not only did he quickly master the various new technologies developed on Blue Star in the 26th century, but after graduation, he also started his own biotech company with a senior from university, achieving some modest success. He was no longer reliant on awful nutritional supplements, and was now able to enjoy fresh fruits and vegetables. Removing himself from his memories, Yuluwei felt a surge of emotion. If the purpose of this XX Galaxy is truly as it claims, it would certainly be a boon for Blue Star as a whole. However, for all the humans drawn into it, it would be a life-or-death struggle. Yuluwei was determined to persevere through the trial game. However, the original space still contained a lot of supplies and high-tech gadgets added after working on Blue Star, but unfortunately, they were no longer usable. To be honest, the current environment gave Yuluwei more room to explore food. Not to mention the other animals that might appear. Even these insects, such as crickets, were a good source of protein. Yuluwei planned to catch some crickets on her return if she didn't find anything else today. On the way, she saw the tree stumps again. Compared to the other vibrant scenery, they looked even more dry and ugly. Yuluwei approached, wondering if she could do anything with them. Unexpectedly, as soon as her hand touched the stump, a prompt appeared. Decomposed stump? Like a pillow for a sleepy person, Yuluwei chose yes without hesitation. A second prompt then appeared. You have two options. A. Dig normally. You will obtain the same number and type of saplings as the stump, but you won't be able to plant them for the time being. B. Burning method. You will receive wood equal to the number of stumps x2. Choosing B to decompose the stumps yields a significant amount of wood, and it's much easier than chopping down trees, without having to do anything yourself. However, Yuluwei chose A, primarily because this method of burning would seem a bit strange, and she was also afraid that the fire might get out of control and burn the entire forest. Decomposing the stumps took only a few minutes, and the vast expanse of stumps vanished in a flash, replaced by a weed-covered vacant lot. Only the 2 or more saplings in her bracelet proved their existence. Since they had said they couldn't plant anything for the time being, Yuluwei didn't stop and continued on her journey. He used fire magic to deepen the mark along the way, and tore down 30 or 40 vines before finally reaching the stream. There were more fish in the stream, and there were more normal little frogs beside it, croaking and looking much cuter than the strange frog from the beginning. Having yet to make a fishing net, Yuluwei could only watch the fish to appease his craving. He took out the simple bamboo plank from his bracelet and spread it across the stream, carefully treading on it to reach the other side. Although the stream wasn't wide, the scenery on either side was quite different. The trees on this side were more diverse and taller. Yuluwei even spotted a few mulberry trees bearing mulberries. There were also more animals. Squirrels would occasionally dart among the trees, while gray rabbits and hedgehogs would hop around. Yuluwei took out her ice axe, imbued it with a few strands of fire magic, and sporadically chopped down about 50 pine and mulberry trees, harvesting not only 97 logs, but also 16 mulberries, 50 g each, and 8 pine nuts, 50 g each. 2 white supply chests fell to the ground as the trees vanished, and Yuluwei quickly collected them in her bracelet. Just as she was about to grab a bite to eat and rest, a pheasant suddenly swaggered past her. Images and recipes of various dishes, such as big plate chicken, braised chicken, clay pot chicken, and chicken hot pot, instantly flashed before her eyes. Her mouth watered, and she immediately drew her bow and arrow to follow the pheasant. The pheasant had likely eaten its fill outside, and was on its way home, having reunited with its family, 2 large pheasants and 4 small ones. This was a great advantage for Yuluwei. With just a few swishes, he sent the pheasants away, allowing them to reunite in another world. Obtained 5 chickens, 500 g each. It was a shame I didn't get the feeding supplies, otherwise I could have kept these chicks, and not worried about protein for the time being. From the nearby area, he found 6 more pheasant eggs. After thoroughly wiping out the chickens, Yuluwei could finally sit down and rest. He took out the meat steak he had fried this morning and sandwiched it between 2 slices of bread, making a simple sandwich. Although the system was a bit cunning, it still removed the odor when it decomposed the meat. Although it was only seasoned with salt, the texture and flavor of the meat were very good. Since entering the game, Yuluwei had hardly had a proper meal. Now that he had the basic ingredients and seasonings, he could show off his culinary skills tonight and treat himself to a delicious meal. Remembering the impending unknown disaster, Yuluwei didn't rest long before resuming her exploration. No matter what kind of disaster it was, the difficulty of gathering supplies increased the later you went, so it was best to stock up on supplies beforehand. In the following days, Yuluwei went to pick some mulberries. On the way, she passed a willow tree and plucked some branches. As she passed a thorn bush, she discovered a glowing green treasure chest. After deftly chopping away the thorns and collecting the treasure chest, Yuluwei decided to proactively search for monsters. While the chances of obtaining a treasure chest from defeating monsters were low, it was much better than wandering around the forest like a headless chicken. It would also allow her to hone her combat abilities, and see if she could upgrade her fire magic. Chapter 10. Monsters are like tools you need for work. When you don't need them, they hover before your eyes, but when you need them, they disappear. Yuluwei wandered around for a long time, spotting a few cute, harmless hedgehogs and birds, but not a single monster's fur. Just as Yuluwei was about to give up on killing monsters, and go hunt a few chickens before heading home, a few roars emanated from nearby. Yuluwei's gaze shifted, and he quickly locked onto the direction and rushed towards the roaring sound. In front of a cave, a massive black bear and a flaming lion were facing off. Enduring this overwhelming pressure, Yuluwei skillfully hid behind a thick pine tree, observing the situation. The system had heightened the monster's aggressiveness. Perhaps one of them, while foraging, had strayed into the other's home, sparking the conflict. It was also because the presence of these 2 large monsters had scared away the smaller monsters nearby, leaving Yuluwei with nothing to show for it. Now, the 2 monsters were gauging each other's strength, a battle imminent. These 2 monsters were too high level, and Yuluwei was undoubtedly no match for them at her current level. She could only try to take advantage of the situation. However, it was already 4 o'clock, and the return trip would take another 40 minutes. Yuluwei couldn't wait that long. Coincidentally, the lion was a fire element, so she decided to use some trickery to trap the lion. She pulled out her bow, this time using the fire arrow quiver. Quickly, Yuluwei crafted a series of arrows and fired them at the giant black bear. Despite the significant level difference, the rockets didn't even catch the giant black bear's fur. However, The accumulated fire finally enraged the giant black bear, and with a roar, it lunged at the fiery lion. The lion was stunned for a moment, clearly unprepared for the opponent's sudden attack. The pounce also intensified its anger, and the flames on its body intensified as it engaged in a fierce battle. Both gradually developed more wounds. Perhaps because the two were of similar level, the larger black bear gradually gained the upper hand. The lion seemed to realize this, and suddenly exerted its strength, repelling the black bear's attack. It retreated a few steps, as if preparing to unleash its ultimate attack. This was beyond Yuluo's expectations. The lion's attacks were often accompanied by fire, and after this brief battle, many of the surrounding trees were ablaze. Yuluo had to quietly change his hiding place several times. If the lion's ultimate attack were unleashed, it would likely cause a massive wildfire, reducing the entire area to ash. For a moment, Yuluo's heart rose to his throat. He took a few steps back, unconsciously forming icy mist in his hands, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Fortunately, the big black bear realized it couldn't let the lion continue. It somehow managed to procure a rock the size of a car and rushed forward to interrupt the lion's attack. Although the big black bear didn't appear to possess any special abilities, its strength, speed, and defensive prowess were formidable. In an instant, it reached the lion and slammed the rock down, shattering its skull. However, the big black bear wasn't immune either. The lion unleashed its final blow before its death. A massive fireball that landed squarely on the big black bear. The big black bear's body instantly erupted in flames, and it rolled around in agony, trying to extinguish the flames. However, the flames had condensed the lion's final strength, and no matter how hard the big black bear tried, it could not extinguish them, and could only close its eyes in agony. Yuluo waited until both monsters were still before emerging from behind the tree. He first went to the lion's corpse. The lion's head had been shattered, truly dead. Enduring the stench of blood in the air, and the indescribable sight, Yuluo first attempted to freeze the lion's blood. Perhaps because the lion was already dead, Yuluo wasn't restricted by his level and successfully froze all the blood. The blood-red ice extended all the way into the lion's body. Yuluo also obtained 5 lion blood ice. The system described lion blood as drinkable, with the benefits of improving physical fitness and possessing mysterious special properties. Yuluo stored it in his bracelet. As for the corpse, as Yuluo approached, the system automatically prompted, "Do you want to disassemble the corpse of the level 5 monster, the fiery lion?" After selecting yes, his bracelet contained 2500 G of level 5 beast meat, 2 fiery lion fangs, 1 fiery heart, 10 fiery crystals, and 1 orange supply chest. Having long since become accustomed to the system's stinginess, Yuluo checked his bracelet and walked towards the giant black bear without stopping. The flames on the giant black bear were still blazing, but fortunately, it had finally rolled to the side of the cave, where the surrounding vegetation had been burned, preventing the flames from spreading further. As soon as he approached, Yuluo felt a wave of heat, making it impossible to inspect or dispose of the corpse. Just as Yuluo was struggling with how to deal with this fire bear, a system voice chimed in like a heavenly sound. Detected survivor possesses fire magic. Do you wish to absorb the remaining lion flames to upgrade your fire magic? Note: during the absorption process, monsters below level 5 will actively move away from the survivor. However, due to the survivor's low level, absorption may cause unknown mental problems or even endanger their life. Please choose with caution. Perhaps because Yuluo was a fighter who yearned for a challenge, she checked the time. Seeing that it was still an hour until 6, she chose yes without hesitation. As soon as she finished her selection, the flames on the big black bear seemed to come alive, drifting towards Yuluo and burrowing into her body. In that instant, Yuluo felt as if she had fallen into a volcano, her entire body scorched to death. Thanks to her upgraded mental strength and strong willpower, Yuluo avoided collapsing to the ground. After the flames dissipated, the scorched black bear seemed to stir faintly, its powerful defenses having kept it alive. Even though it was severely injured, when it opened its eyes and caught sight of Yuluo beside it, it still slapped her, intending to smite the tiny ant in its sight. Yuluo could no longer stand and knelt on the ground, battling the flames. Feeling the pressure from above, her will to survive overwhelmed her. She forced herself to evade, concentrating the lion's flames in her right hand, transforming them into a massive flaming sword, which she swung down heavily at the already wounded big black bear. The big black bear never imagined that after dodging the flaming lion's final blow, he would ultimately fall to a mere ant in its eyes. Many notifications rang in her ears, but Yuluo no longer cared to listen. She randomly selected one and, while still conscious, ran towards the base. Thanks to the buff from the lion's flames, Yu Luwei encountered no other monsters along the way. By the time she stumbled into the shelter and fainted peacefully on the ground, it was exactly 6 o'clock. By the time she opened her eyes again, over an hour had passed. After waking up, Yu Luwei felt a little sore, but otherwise was fine. I took out the manual and checked my current personal information. Name, Yu Luwei. Gender, female. Age, 24, 49, level 3. Constitution, 40. Attack, 40. Defense, 36. Speed, 35 plus 2. Spirit, 50, 156/500, Luck, 7, Average 5, Talent, Level 3 Mutated Fire Magic, Level 2 Ice Magic, Unique, Skills, Dao Shengyi, Lion Soul Flame Slash. Equipment, Novice Cloak, destroyed, Ordinary Top, destroyed, Ordinary Pants, destroyed, Ordinary Shoes. Sun, green, note, since the survivor possesses 2 magics, they can only reach level 4 after both magics are upgraded to level 3, and so on. However, the attribute cap increases by 20 with each level. Comment, oh my god, another level up. Are you the cheating child of destiny? This time, I mean it, boss, please help me. Fire magic has been upgraded to level 3, and 2 new skills have been added. The first is Yu Luwei's most commonly used skill, which conjures various objects using ice or fire. It just has a fancy name, but the mental energy cost remains the same. The second is the move that just defeated the giant black bear. It costs 400 mental energy, and can only be used once in battle. All aspects of her physical attributes had been greatly improved. However, Yu Luwei was not happy for long before she saw that her equipment column had been damaged. She looked down at her tattered clothes and pants. Thinking of the thrilling experience just now, Yu Luwei reflected on herself. She had not yet completely adapted to the fact that she had lost her mental abilities. She still thought that she was the top psychic who could control thousands of zombies with her mind. So she resolutely chose to absorb when she heard the prompt and knew that the monsters could not get close. This near-death experience also taught Yu Luwei a profound lesson. After making another set of gear with the leftover cloth, hides, and thread, Yu Luwei checked the system notification he hadn't had time to read. In addition to decomposing the corpse, there was also an achievement. Achievement: First killer of a level 5 monster, Swift Bear. Wearing it had no special effects, but simply awarded an additional 50 points. Decomposing the large black bear's corpse yielded an orange supply chest and 40 pieces of meat, as well as 1 swift bear hide and 4 swift bear claws. Besides the meat, the rest were high-level materials for crafting weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, Yu Luwei didn't have the right blueprints, so he had to store them in his warehouse for the time being. After this spot, his meat reserve suddenly reached over 100 kilograms, ensuring he had plenty of meat for a while, greatly satisfying the carnivore Yu Luwei felt. It was exactly 8 o'clock, and the first day's leaderboards had been updated. The leaderboards are anonymous by default. Only your own ranking is visible. You can choose to make them public, but they will be mandatory on the settlement date. Yu Luwei's combat power is first in both the district and overall rankings. His progress is a bit off, so he's second in the district and 12th overall. The leaderboards had just been updated, and no one had volunteered to reveal their names yet. Since there were no special rewards for doing so, Yu Luwei decided not to be the first to reveal his name. After learning that his ranking was about what he expected, he closed the leaderboard. The mailbox dinged for a while. The rewards for the novice period had arrived. Yu Luwei excitedly took out a purple treasure chest, 2 blue treasure chests, 4 green treasure chests, and 2 white treasure chests, which were the rewards for first place in the district, third place in the district, the top 50, the top 500, and the top 1000 overall. There were also today's 2 white and 2 orange treasure chests, placed together on the ground, their vibrant colors almost catching Yu Luwei's eye. Since joining the game, his life had become a matter of chopping trees and killing monsters during the day, and unpacking and organizing his house, shelter and supplies, at night. Yu Luwei couldn't help but sigh that his days were more regular than on Blue Star. Despite his lamentations, Yu Luwei continued to open the 2 orange treasure chests. He first found a slot expansion card, which increases the maximum capacity of each slot in his warehouse or bracelet to 999. He also found a Blazing Arrow Tower, orange, Blueprint X1. Blazing Crystal, orange, X20. Gale Armor, orange, Blueprint X1. Gale Blade, orange, Blueprint X1. Wind Crystal, purple, X30. Crystal, blue, X100. The purple treasure chest contained 3 items: a level 5 villa construction blueprint, a level 3 ice fence blueprint, and a disaster prediction card. The prediction card can only be used 3 times, with a 10-day interval between uses, which is exactly 1 season. Yu Luwei used it once. A sentence slowly appeared on the card. Your fire magic will be very useful during the upcoming natural disaster. Remember to maintain the temperature in the base. Although it didn't directly provide specific information, considering that fire magic is useful and there are natural disasters, the next event is definitely related to extreme low temperatures. Remembering that his fire magic had reached level 3, Yu Luwei's anxiety eased a little. However, the level 5 blueprint hadn't arrived yet, even though the level 4 one had arrived. Now that he couldn't use it, he put it away for the time being. The blue treasure chest opened a universal thermometer, usable in any temperature. Yu Luwei hung it by the door. In addition, 4 intermediate planter boxes were opened. The green and white treasure chests contained 100 hot packs, 2 500g baby cabbages, and a bag of 50 cabbage seeds. The rest were standard supplies, though the other ingredients were reduced and more charcoal was present, a hint of the impending disaster. As Luwei sorted through the supplies, her stomach growled, and she remembered she hadn't eaten dinner yet. She had originally planned to make something delicious, but today's experience was so thrilling that she had no extra energy left, so she simply cooked a pack of instant noodles and a self-heating hot pot. Chapter 11. The blue treasure chest yields 2 plastic blocks, the purple treasure chest yields 2 iron blocks, and the orange treasure chest, a more advanced one, yields a material selection card that can be exchanged for 10 of any material. After dinner, Yu Luwei deconstructed all the chests and placed the 2 material selection cards into his bracelet as a backup resource. The garbage decomposer finished its work this morning. Yu Luwei took a look and pulled out 4 bags of primary fertilizer from the compartment in front of the machine. The harvest was not bad, and it was a stable source of fertilizer. Yu Luwei tossed the garbage from the meal back in and continued decomposing. Coincidentally, 4 more intermediate plantation boxes were available as rewards from the leaderboard, 4 times the size of the primary ones. Yu Luwei was just about to take out the new planter box and place it next to the old one, planting the cabbage seeds he gotten today and the seeds he left over from eating cherries, when he suddenly received a system notification. A survivor has been detected with 1 self-service lumberjack, 4 planter boxes, 5 fertilizers, and 100 saplings. Do you want to use these materials and 50 points to fuse them into new items? Until Yu Luwei took these larger items out, they were stored as cards in his wristband. The planter box was too large, and Yu Luwei had been planning to take it out before he happened to trigger the notification. Today, he killed a level 5 monster, opened 2 orange treasure chests, and earned an achievement. His points were relatively plentiful. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Luwei finally chose yes. Items fusing, time required 1 hour 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. It would only take 2 hours, not too long. So Yu Luwei planned to get the new items before going to bed. After processing other supplies, Yu Luwei used the expansion cards in the warehouse, freeing up a lot of space. After sorting the food and materials into different categories, he opened the chat channel to kill time. The chat was buzzing with discussion about today's leaderboards. Ma Lu, damn it! I'm so awesome, yet I'm not even on the leaderboards. Forget about this damn game. I now have an automatic logging machine. I'll show you my true power on settlement day. Lu Xian, is the automatic logging machine really that useful? Anyone want to trade me for one? I really don't want to chop trees anymore. Ma Ming, what are you thinking? An automatic logging machine can work all day and produce over 1,000 logs a day. Why would anyone want to trade it? But the price of wood is much lower on the market now. I can just buy it directly. I really hope there are more automatic stone excavators to bring down the price of stone. Wang Si, by the way, are there any experts on the novice rankings willing to share information about the upcoming disasters, so we can prepare in advance? Lu Xian, yes, everyone will thank you, big boss. Sun Yu, you're just trying to make fun of me by telling them to reveal the intel. What's the point of them thanking you? Lu Xian, why are you so harsh? We're doing this for the sake of everyone in the district. Jin Yu, I just finished sorting out the novice leaderboard rewards and was lucky enough to get some props. This disaster is related to the low temperatures, so everyone should prepare in advance. Lu Xian, wow. You're a big boss indeed. I saw your name on today's district leaderboard. A big boss is a big boss, caring about everyone in the district. Unlike some people who are so petty. Sun Yu, who are you playing tricks on? Forget it. For our big boss's sake, I won't bother with you. This Jean Yu is the one who traded the bonfire blueprint to Yu Luowei. Last night, Yu Luowei made a point of checking. Since the newbie gift packs included matches, almost everyone could make their own bonfires. The blueprint is priced at one piece of wood on the market, yet no one's buying. On the contrary, fire starters, like matches, needed for both making and rekindling new bonfires, have always been in high demand on the market, costing 10 pieces of wood each. I didn't expect this person to make it onto the leaderboards, and even receive disaster information from the rewards. How could someone who offered up their unused bonfire blueprint in exchange for fire starters be so kind as to proactively share this information? Yu Luowei felt wary. Jean Yu, thank you so much. I just wanted to make a small contribution. I noticed this chat can be used to create a group chat. I hope we can build an organization where we can exchange information. I also got an automatic woodcutter in the last event. Anyone who joins the group chat can get a piece of wood for free. If you're interested, please private message me. As soon as these words were spoken, the public screen's refresh rate instantly slowed down. It was likely everyone was private messaging Jean Yu. Given this man's past behavior, Yu Luowei wasn't impressed. Seeing no other useful information on the trading channel, she closed it, not even considering chatting with him privately. However, Yu Luowei's only friend reached out and sent a message. Fong Min, Wei, have you checked the chat channel? Our current disaster is low temperatures. I found a supply chest today, and got matches and a lot of charcoal. I'll share some with you. Also, along with the message, there were 10 pieces of charcoal. She had no idea how much Fong Min had gotten, and she wasn't sure if it was enough, yet she even asked her. Yu Luowei felt a warm feeling in her heart. She accepted the charcoal and gave her 10 heat packs and the down jacket in return. Yu Luowei, thank you. I also got some other warm supplies today. Let's trade. By the way, are you still short of wood? Fong Min, thanks, Wei, for the heat packs and down jacket. I'll take them without hesitation. You don't know, I was incredibly lucky yesterday. Not only did I complete the event, I also found tons of treasure chests, and opened up tons of materials and water. Now my shelter is level 3. Fong Min, but Wei, let me tell you something. I think Jean Yu is a little strange. If you believe me, it's best not to join his group chat. Fong Min also felt something was amiss, and Yu Luowei began to reconsider this person. Yu Luowei, thanks for the reminder. I believe you, but I don't want to join either. I prefer being alone. Fong Min, that's good. Wow, Wei, you're so kind. You're the first person who's believed in me so much since we were little. I love you so much. You absolutely must accept it. With that, he sent another cantaloupe. Yu Luowei, feeling both amused and embarrassed, typed, Yu Luowei, thank you for the cantaloupe. You should be more cautious next time. Don't give gifts right away. Oh, and I have a water purifier here. While it can't produce water, it can purify rainwater and other things. Do you need one? Fong Min, don't worry. I'm not someone who treats you this way. But is this the water purifier you have from the trading area? I found an oasis here with a small lake, but unfortunately the water is polluted. It says it needs to be purified before drinking. I saw 10 water purifiers listed in the trading area last night and wanted to buy one, but I was too slow to grab any. Yu Luowei, are there any in the trading area too? I didn't see any, but they should function the same way. I've opened 2, and they can purify water with a minimum of medium pollution. I can give you one. Take it and check the instructions. Fong Min, thank you, Wei. But this thing is quite valuable. I really need it, but I can't take it for free. Let me think about this. How about this? I'll trade it for a basic planter box. Is that okay? Yu Luowei, of course. I have a bag of fertilizer here, as a return gift for your cantaloupe. You're not allowed to refuse it. Yu Luowei sent the bag of fertilizer and the water purifier to Fong Min, accepted the cantaloupe and planter box, and closed the chat window with Fong Min. After this little test tonight, it became clear that Fong Min was indeed a lovely, kind, and principled girl. Yu Luowei had also gained her first friend in this game world. However, her water purifier was surprisingly popular. Yu Luowei quickly opened the trading channel and sold out all her weapons. Everyone was trading for 3 times the raw materials. Yu Luowei collected the materials from the trade and crafted 30 water purifiers and 30 novice long swords, giving away 10 of each, still priced at 3 times the raw materials. The remaining items were marked as being exchangeable only for special items or blueprints. The second level fence blueprint was also traded, but this time, instead of raw materials, it was a second level spike trap blueprint. Yu Luowei retrieved it and entered the construction page. This trap can be installed in front of the fence. Each trap increases the base's defense by 10 points. However, in addition to wood, thorns are also required. This stuff is quite common in the forest, but Yu Luowei has never specifically collected it. I'll collect some tomorrow. Closing the trading channel, I found some more fruit today. Yu Luowei took out the willow branches she had cut today and tried to weave a basket to put all the fruit in, so that it wouldn't take up space on her bracelet. The temperature was still quite high, so Yu Luowei put a few blocks of ice next to the basket, making a simple refrigerator. After processing the fruit, Yu Luowei moved the planter box to the base and planted cabbage. Cabbage only takes 3 days to mature, so Yu Luowei didn't use her last bag of fertilizer. With just a few minutes left before the new item was fused, Yu Luowei took out a bag of steak-flavored potato chips and a bottle of happy water she had just received from her rewards and ate them while waiting for the final countdown. Just as she finished her bag of chips, the new item was fused. Yu Luowei clicked come and receive it. Congratulations on receiving the special building card, Forest Farm, activating the building system. Forest Farm, a special building that can be placed in an open space outside the base. Once placed, the building shares defense with the base. Provide saplings to harvest trees. A maximum of 500 saplings can be placed at a time. After 24 hours, each sapling will yield 5 logs, with random drops of the same type and other additional products. Survivors can teleport freely within the base and special buildings. Congratulations to the survivor who activated the building system first among all survivors. Reward: 1,000 saplings of a random type and a level 3 ice fence blueprint. Yu Luowei was pleasantly surprised by the special building, Forest Farm. She was thankful again for not using the automatic lumberjack or burning the wood piles. Resisting the urge to rush out and build the Forest Farm, Yu Luowei carefully stored the special building card, waiting for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, I'll go and decompose the burned trees in front of the cave. I'll get a lot more saplings, freeing my hands and never having to chop trees again. The level 3 ice fence blueprint requires 100 pieces of wood and 50 ice crystals. Not knowing what this ice crystal was, Yu Luowei took out a crystal from an orange treasure chest, used the life skill, and copied the ice to form one. Surprisingly, it actually turned out to be an ice crystal, albeit a green one. After the novice period, base upgrades are directly counted towards the progress leaderboard. There are no separate base upgrade rewards. Since it's only the first day, there aren't many dangers yet. Yu Luowei plans to wait until his ice magic reaches level 3, condensing blue ice crystals, before upgrading to build this fence. At least it will be worthy of a level 3 blueprint. The bonfire was about to go out, and the temperature in the shelter gradually dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. Wearing only an ordinary top, it offered no warmth. Yu Luowei shuddered and hurriedly injected fire magic. A single injection of the upgraded mutated fire magic could keep the bonfire burning for 24 hours, raising the temperature inside back to 20 degrees Celsius. The first day of the official game was extra thrilling and exciting, thanks to a few unexpected events. Yu Luowei was exhausted, both physically and mentally. After diligently brushing his teeth with the toothbrush and toothpaste he just opened today, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 12. Perhaps due to being overly tired yesterday, Yu Luowei didn't hear the alarm clock. It was already 7:30 when she opened her eyes. Glancing at the thermometer, Yu Luowei noticed that even with the bonfire still roaring, the temperature had dropped 5 degrees today. The disaster had already begun. Thankfully, the 4-piece bed set she bought was quite thick, so Yu Luowei didn't wake up from the cold last night. She only shivered as she emerged from the covers. Besides her down jacket, Yu Luowei had no other thicker clothing, so she could only continue to wear her beginner's cloak while washing and eating breakfast. After dawn at 8 o'clock, the temperature had risen another 10 degrees. Outside, it was around 10 degrees, barely enough to prevent her from going out to explore. After leaving her home, Yu Luowei headed straight for the large clearing where she cut down the tree stumps the previous day and placed a forest in the center. After all, it was a special structure, requiring 3 hours to build, so Yu Luowei took this time to collect some thorns from the surrounding area. Yesterday, I collected a lot of vines. Seeing that I still had more than 2 hours left after clearing a full grid of thorns, Yu Luowei simply sat down and broke the vines into ropes to weave her own fishing net. I seen this weaving method on a pornographic video website before the zombies appeared. Luckily, I was still a sophomore in college, with plenty of time and energy, so I learned it out of curiosity. Plus, I have psychic abilities, so I've remembered them now, and they're just perfect for use. With only fiber and rope, Yuluwe could only make a simple, small fishing net using knots. Thankfully, the system's products are high quality, and the ropes and fibers are incredibly strong. Yuluwe tugged hard several times without breaking them. After placing it next to the simple bamboo plank he hadn't had time to remove yesterday, securing it with some extra rope and scattering some breadcrumbs inside the net, Yuluwe returned to the forest farm he was currently constructing. No longer needing to frantically chop trees, Yuluwe felt much more relaxed. He casually wandered around, picking up some pine cones and some cherry berries from the surrounding bushes. While doing so, he also found a white treasure chest. After storing them all in his bracelet, Yuluwe couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the previous workload, today's workload was like the difference between a Monday and a weekend. While walking around, Yuluwe also disassembled the nearby wood piles. Now, there were about 1,200 saplings in his bracelet. If he added them to the forest farm in 3 days, he could harvest nearly 6,000 logs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd become rich overnight. After disassembling the stumps, Luwei returned to the forest farm again. The forest farm was finally completed, though it was covered with a white film, preventing him from seeing the inside. It wasn't very large, only about 20 square meters, not even occupying the entire open space. Luwei first circled the forest farm, but couldn't see the entrance. So he tried placing his hand on the white film. After a few seconds, a rectangular opening, slightly higher than him, suddenly appeared on the film. He walked through it, and the moment he stepped in, the opening disappeared. Luwei tried a few times, placing his hand again from the inside, and the opening reappeared. If he didn't pass through the opening, it would automatically disappear after about 15 seconds. The forest farm held a whole other world. Luwei entered the main work area, where various tools, like sawing machines, were neatly arranged. In the distance, a patch of land appeared fertile. Luwei's eyes lit up, and she ran over, wondering if she could plant something else there. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. The system indicated that this land was designated for the forest farm and could only be used for planting trees. Luwei sighed. Sure enough, one shouldn't be too greedy. After the forest farm was built, more detailed rules appeared. For example, the current forest farm was only a beginner's farm. As it upgraded, the number of saplings that could be placed at once would increase, and the time required for saplings to grow would also decrease. To plant saplings, simply click on the forest farm on the building page in the manual and submit it. Teleporting also required going through the survivor's manual. However, if, like Luwei was doing now, you entered from outside the base, you could also submit it at the planting area inside the forest farm. In addition, each batch of saplings requires 2 packs of primary fertilizer or 1 pack of intermediate fertilizer. However, since 5 packs of fertilizer were already provided during the fusion, no additional fertilizer is required for the first 2 batches. Once the saplings mature, the wood will appear directly in the warehouse indicated in the manual. However, if the warehouse is short of space, it will have to be temporarily stored at the forest farm. Once the forest farm has stored 1,000 pieces of wood, no further saplings can be planted. The forest farm also requires energy for normal operations. Currently, the energy is fully charged, and it is expected to be sufficient for 4 full plantings. However, how to obtain the energy is currently unknown. Although the rules are more complex and the resources consumed are greater, it is a paradise compared to cutting trees on your own a few days ago, and Luoi's mood has not been affected at all. The fertilizer and energy consumed were the same regardless of how many saplings were planted at once, so Luoi simply placed 500 saplings at the planting site. These were the 500 random saplings he received as a reward when he arrived at the forest farm. He didn't know their exact species, but Luoi silently prayed that there would be more fruit trees there, so that tomorrow's harvest would be more beneficial. After circling the forest farm several times to satisfy his curiosity, and finishing the last 4 slices of butter bread for lunch, Luoi finally left. It was only midnight, and the forest was warmer than it had been in the morning. Luoi first checked his fishing net, and found 5 or 6 small fish. The fish were so small that even the system wouldn't break them down, but Luoi excitedly collected them anyway. After all, even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. He added the bread crumbs from his recent meal to the bait, then left it alone and headed towards the cave he's seen yesterday. He planned to spend the rest of the time breaking down the charred wood and exploring the cave again. He picked up a few more mulberries along the way, and soon reached the cave. On the battlefield in front of the cave, although the corpses of the 2 level 5 monsters had disintegrated and disappeared, the scene still looked burnt, a dark, horrific sight. Yuluwei walked around and confirmed that the charred trees could still be broken down into saplings before he began. However, these trees were not as connected as they had been in the first place. It took Yuluwei a little longer to break them down into more than 100 saplings. The remains of those trees. After it vanished, the black mass on the ground became even more pronounced. Yuluwei's eyes lit up. Wasn't that ready-made charcoal? She bent down, picked up a large piece, and placed it in her bracelet. Sure enough, it had the message low-quality charcoal. Poor quality is fine, as long as it's usable. Yuluwei quickly began to pick up charcoal from the surrounding area, stopping only when a grid was full. She turned her attention to the rubble nearby. It was the weapon that the swift bear had used to kill the flame lion. Yuluwei walked over and put it into her bracelet, obtaining 19 stones and a new item, large stone, disintegrable X1. After disintegrating the stones and scavenging the surrounding resources, Yuluwei finally turned her attention to the cave. The cave was tall and spacious, dark inside, and a foul odor could be smelled as one approached. Based on the positions of the 2 monsters, it must be the swift bear's home. Even after the intense battle yesterday, no third monster appeared. There shouldn't be any adult, high-level monsters in the cave. Yuluwei broke off a branch of moderate length and thickness from a nearby tree, wrapped a piece of cloth around it, and ignited the cloth with fire magic. A torch was ready. A prompt followed. Congratulations on unlocking the blueprint. Eternal Lionheart Torch. Special, Eternal Lionheart Torch. 1 branch, 1 piece of cloth or other flammable material, 1 special fire with a flaming lion. Despite its name, it will still go out if the survivor actively activates it or after 48 hours. It burns twice as long as a regular torch, provides twice the illumination, and has a certain effect in repelling low-level monsters. Don't lose heart. Perhaps once your fire magic reaches a higher level, it will truly be inextinguishable. With the torch in hand, she could finally see the cave clearly. A winding passageway met her eyes. The walls were stained black with dried blood. The stench she had just smelled emanated from this place. Yuluwei, torch in hand, cautiously entered the cave. After a few steps, the corpses of what looked like monsters, or ordinary animals, gradually appeared before her. Some were so rotten that their forms were unrecognizable. The further she walked, the more corpses there were, and the stronger the stench grew. Without any protection, the stench filled Yuluwei's nose directly. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of things, having waded through even more foul-smelling zombie swarms before. It could be said that she had undergone a brutal training. Now, her physical fitness had been greatly enhanced by the upgrades, so she no longer vomited while walking. Although tolerable, the stench was still unbearable. Yuluwei's expression grew increasingly uglier as the stench intensified. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she grumbled, "Why are monsters so unhygienic these days? They're all high-level monsters. Can't they learn to clean their own homes?" After walking for a while, the corpses gradually dwindled, and the stench finally subsided. A large object suddenly appeared ahead. Yuluwei quickened her pace, taking a closer look. It was a relatively clean straw mat, presumably where the swift bear usually slept. There was no other way forward, having reached the end of the cave. Yuluwei carefully checked the surroundings for any other living monsters, before reassuring herself to search for treasure. Still, she felt a little disappointed. She thought there might be a cute bear cub here, something to keep as a pet and a fighting partner, but she hadn't expected this monster to be a single bear. Although he didn't get a pet, Yuluwei eventually found an orange and purple supply chest from the straw bunk, making the trip worthwhile. After confirming that the bunk wasn't something he could take back and didn't have any special uses, and that there weren't any other useful items around, Yuluwei turned and left. The system did indicate that the corpses could be decomposed, but after several attempts at mental preparation, Yuluwei couldn't accept it. He only selected a few fresh-looking corpses and decomposed them, obtaining 4 500G level 2 beast meat and 1 500G level 3 beast meat, along with 3 portions of rotten meat. He had originally intended to throw the rotten meat away, but at a critical moment, the rat got the better of him. Yuluwei, thinking, "What if I have another use for it?" put the rotten meat away. Thankfully, the bracelet not only kept the meat fresh and warm, but also prevented odors from transferring between compartments. Otherwise, even if it were useful, Yuluwei would never have taken the rotten meat. To escape the unpleasant odor in the cave, Yuluwei quickened his pace, even breaking into a jog, and, as expected, tripped and fell. The moment he fell, Yuluwei instinctively formed an ice cone in his right hand, successfully preventing himself from making direct contact with the ground. The torch also tumbled to the ground, but thankfully, it was a special torch and didn't go out. Yuluwei checked his equipment by the light of the fire. He had just replaced it yesterday. If he had to replace it again today, the wear and tear would be too high. The equipment was undamaged, and Yuluwei breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, a strange light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Yuluwei stopped. The light was at the bottom of the cave wall. The ice cone had broken through the surface stone, revealing a new, colorful stone within. Yuluwei squatted down, condensed a new ice cone, and broke the surrounding stone as well, then touched the exposed area. Yuluwei searched his mind for relevant information. This should be a metal mine, most likely copper. Sure enough, the system prompt arrived, albeit belatedly. Congratulations, survivor, for discovering a copper mine. Use special items to transform it into a special structure. Found a mine with just one fall, worthy of a luck score of 7. Yuluwei secretly rejoiced. This might be compensation for not finding the bear cub. Unfortunately, without mining tools, the copper was of no use for the time being, so Yuluwei didn't waste any more time and temporarily separated from the copper mine. This time, Yuluwei walked quickly and steadily on the way back, without falling again. Having nothing else to do, Yuluwei exited the cave and headed straight back to base, collecting the 3 small fish caught in a net along the way. Having never been out at night before, Yuluwei was curious about the night world and decided to let the net show him around. After placing a small piece of rotting meat in the stream, and confirming that the rotting meat had not contaminated the water, Yuluwei left the net outside and departed. Chapter 13. It was just 4 o'clock when I returned to base. This was the earliest and most relaxing time Yuluwei had returned to base since entering the game. After a quick wash, Yuluwei opened the 3 treasure chests she had obtained today. The orange supply chest yielded gas leg armor blueprint X1, gas boots blueprint X1, gas bear hide X5, wind crystals X50, while the white supply chest yielded a set of ordinary cashmere sweaters with no attributes. As for the purple supply chest, it was a bit more peculiar. The contents were quite mixed, including 4 black bumblebee honey, 500 G, 23 thunderthorn eagle feathers, 4 shadow snake scales, 1 sky-splitting tiger bone, 5 cloud pomelo fruit, and 6 wind feather grass. Yuluwei strongly suspected the gas bear had found this chest outside, and had since used it as a hunting trophy storage box. Unfortunately, now all of it had gone to Yuluwei. However, for survivors, once a supply chest is opened, the items cannot be returned to the empty chest. They can only be placed in a bracelet storage, or used directly. The empty chest will either disintegrate or become a regular medium-sized chest, which can't hold much. But monsters can use it as storage space for items like bracelets. Perhaps this is also a form of game balance. Yuluwei carefully examined the contents of the chests, starting with the purple chest. The feather scales and tiger bones were all equipment crafting materials. The rest were foods with special benefits. Honey soaked in water increased mental strength, cloud pomelo fruit permanently increased attack limit, and wind feather grass permanently increased speed limit. However, these 2 items were only effective after the first 3 consumptions, and could not be eaten consecutively, requiring at least 3 days of intervals. On the 5th day of the game, Yuluwei finally saw an item that could increase his stat points. Without hesitation, Yuluwei picked up a pomelo and began to chew on it. The fruit was the same size as a pomelo, but the way it was eaten and the flavor were similar to an apple. Yuluwei usually hated apples, but now he had to force himself to chew on this large apple just for the stat points, stuffing some wind feather grass into his mouth. If it weren't for the increased physique and appetite from leveling up, Yuluwei would have been full after eating these 2 items. In fact, these 2 items whetted his appetite. After checking his personal information and confirming that his corresponding stat caps had increased, Yuluwei began his unfinished business from the previous day, making a delicious and hearty dinner. These past few days, he'd been eating either steamed buns, bread, or instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. Today, since he had some time, Yuluwei started by steaming a pot of rice. As for the dishes, I got the chicken yesterday, and I opened a bunch of white treasure chests containing bell peppers, potatoes, ginger, and garlic. I didn't really use the seasoning gift packs I got during the novice phase, so Yuluwei decided to make a simple braised chicken. Back in the zombie world, before the zombies appeared, Yu Luowei's favorite food was all kinds of chicken, especially braised chicken. Unfortunately, one day, the braised chicken restaurant she frequented near her home was caught using leftover food. Disgusted, Yu Luowei struck out on her own, learning how to cook various chicken dishes, including braised chicken, and eventually, she even fell in love with cooking. The rice was already steaming over the fire next to the bed. Yu Luowei took out the ingredients from the stove and chopped the chicken, potatoes, bell peppers, and ginger. The system-generated chicken was incredibly clean and had no fishy smell, so Yu Luowei skipped the blanching step and simply poured oil into the wok. Once hot, he added sliced ginger and garlic and stir-fried until fragrant. He then added the chicken and stir-fried until lightly golden brown. Then he added light soy sauce for a fresh flavor and dark soy sauce for color. Finally, he added the potatoes and continued stir-frying for 2 or 3 minutes. Once the heat reached a boil, he used fire magic to reduce the bonfire and continued simmering. The simmering took over 20 minutes, and Yu Luowei took this opportunity to check on his equipment. The 2 blueprints he opened today matched yesterday's. Gal set attributes, Gal Bear Hide X3, Gal Speed X10, and provides some thermal insulation and shock absorption. Gal Armor, Orange 3 Gal Bear Hides, 5 Claws. Increases defense by 20, durability 100 out of 100. Gal Leg Armor, Orange 2 Gal Bear Hides, 5 Claws. Increases defense by 20, durability 100 out of 100. Gas Boots, Orange 1 Gas Bear Hide, 5 Claws. Gas Boots, Orange 6 Gas Bear Hide, 14 Claws. Gas Blade, Orange 3 Gas Bear Claws, 5 Iron Blocks, 10 Wind Crystals. Gas Blade, Orange 50 Attack. Gas Blade, Orange 100 Gas Bear Claws. However, because it still had some durability, Yu Luowei didn't equip it directly. Instead, he carefully stored it in his bracelet, waiting to equip it when needed. The cashmere sweater set is just an ordinary wool sweater, plush and comfortable to the touch, and looks incredibly warm. Yu Luowei placed it next to her bed, ready to use if the temperature drops another 10 degrees tomorrow. As for the Flame Arrow Tower, Orange, Yu Luowei took a look. While she had enough materials to build one, it needed to be installed on at least a level 3 fence to maximize its offensive power and enhance the base's defenses. Since the base's fence was still level 2, Yu Luowei decided not to rush and would wait until her ice magic was upgraded. The chicken would take another 10 minutes to cook, so Yu Luowei stirred it a few more times, deciding to use this time to practice her ice magic. She had been using the 5L bucket of purified water and stream water for the past 2 days, so she hadn't made many ice blocks. Of course, even if she did, her unupgraded fire magic wouldn't be able to melt them. Now that the bucket of pure water was empty, Yu Luowei first condensed 11 ice bricks, the extra one being to account for the loss. Afterwards, Yu Luowei manipulated her magic to randomly condense various objects and then vanish them, interspersed with occasional bursts of flames, large and small, to hone her control. After 10 minutes, Yu Luowei's mastery of magic had strengthened considerably, and she felt a sense of reaching a new level. Yu Luowei clapped her hands and went to the stove to open the pot. The chicken and potatoes were now cooked through, emitting a fragrant aroma. She added the green and red peppers, turned the fire to high, and reduced the sauce. A delicious braised chicken dish was ready. The rice had been ready minutes ago, but unfortunately there weren't any containers for portioning. Otherwise, Yu Luowei would have really wanted to steam a large pot, portion it out, and then put it into her bracelet. Without bowls or plates, she'd previously eaten directly from the pot. Now, Yu Luowei had opened 2 self-heating hot pot boxes and used the plastic outer boxes as bowls and plates. She picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth, closing her eyes blissfully as she savored the food. After 5 days, she finally had a proper meal. Although she was still missing some ingredients, all the ingredients produced by the system were high quality, and the taste wasn't much different. Even after Luowei's meal, there was still some rice and vegetables left. She poured the rest into the box she'd been using for the vegetables, and put it into her bracelet while it was still warm, so she could just take it out and eat it as a rice bowl next time. As for the rice box, since it wasn't particularly dirty, Yu Luowei didn't throw it away. She washed it with a wok and soup pot, and placed it on the stove. I got home really early today. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and it was still light outside. Yu Luowei had already made 6 ground spike traps for thorns, and placed them evenly around the fence, increasing the base's defense by 60. Before returning to the house, Yu Luowei checked on the wheat, peach trees, and cabbages she had planted. They had all sprouted, especially the wheat and cabbages, which filled the planter boxes with lush greenery, adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise bare base. Back at the shelter, Yuluwei resumed his usual task of melting the ice in a pot. A pot can only hold 2 ice blocks at most, and it takes about 5 minutes for all of them to melt. Yuluwei waited nearby, continuing to practice magic. The time had arrived, and the temperature dropped sharply as the sky darkened. Yuluwei closed the windows, which had been opened for fresh air. The burning fire in the shelter provided both psychological and physical warmth in the dark and cold night. The pure water bucket was filled with melted ice water, and Yuluwei's magic had improved significantly. If she enchanted the axe ice now, she wouldn't need to expend any more energy. Suddenly, she remembered the 2 pieces of lion's blood ice from yesterday. The lion's blood said that drinking it would improve one's ability to absorb and control fire energy, so Yuluwei wanted to melt them and drink them as well. Unfortunately, her level 3 fire magic wasn't enough to melt the lion's blood ice yet, so she had to put the pieces of ice back into her bracelet with a sullen look. She went to the garbage disposal and took out 2 pieces of fertilizer made from yesterday's garbage. This time, Yuluwei tossed the 2 pieces of rotten meat in with the garbage, leaving the remaining piece as bait. It was only a little after 6 o'clock, and there was nothing left to do. Yuluwei was getting bored practicing magic, and while sorting through her supplies, she found a bag of yeast and, on a whim, decided to steam some buns. First, she kneaded the dough. This was simple enough. Yuluwei poured a little over a pound of flour onto the chopping board, added yeast and slightly warm, melted water, and began kneading. Once the dough was smooth, she placed it in the soup pot, covered it, and waited for it to rise. Then she took out a piece of level 2 beast meat and chopped it into stuffing along with the cabbage. She added the filling to the wok, added the seasoning and stirred. The filling was ready. While waiting for the dough to rise, Yuluwei opened the manual to pass the time. First, she checked the base's defense, which she had neglected for 2 days. The level 3 shelter provided no defense, the base defense was 300, the level 2 fence provided 50, and with the 6 traps, the total defense was now 410. Defense can withstand monster attacks and certain levels of disaster. Only when the defense value reaches 0, or with the base owner's permission can one enter another base. After understanding this, Yuluwei returned to the chat channel. It was the 2nd day of the 1st season, and the disaster hadn't yet fully exposed its fangs. The number of people in the zone hadn't dropped much, still over 80,000, and everyone was chatting animatedly as usual. But today was different. This topic had something to do with Yuluwei. Wang Ming, oh my goodness! During the novice phase, I could still find a few supply chests every day to get some water and food. Now, I haven't seen a single chest in 2 days. Now I can only exchange points for compressed biscuits and mineral water, and I have to go out and chop trees. When will this end? Liu, yeah, without the novice buff, the drop rate from these supply chests is way too low. But there are more neutral animals around now, so I can catch a few without starving. Wang Ming, it's easy to say. I started out at sea, and during the novice stage, there were no edible fish. Monster attacks couldn't hit me, but I couldn't hit them either. If my boat weren't mobile, I wouldn't even be able to reach the supply chest. I wanted to drink that seawater, but the system said it was slightly polluted. I forced myself to drink it all day, and my health dropped by 2 points. I almost didn't make it past yesterday. Leisha, I have a saltwater lake nearby, and the water there also says it's slightly polluted and can't be drunk directly. But the other day I saw a water purifier in the trade mall. It can purify water with a minimum of intermediate pollution, so I immediately grabbed one. Now I'm almost free to drink water. Wu Jiang, is it really that useful? I did see one the other day, and the price seemed pretty high, especially the charcoal. I've never even gotten any, and with a low temperature disaster, charcoal is a strategic resource. Zheng Yuan, I didn't get it the first time, but the seller put 30 more up for grabs yesterday, and I snagged one. It rains a lot here, and purifying rainwater gives me tons of drinking water. It's really useful. Wu Jiang, the remaining ones can only be exchanged for special items or blueprints. Are you guys a shill for that seller? Wang Ming, regardless of whether they're shills or not, could that seller make more and lower the price? I can't chop wood at sea, but I really need this. I've already distilled seawater, and the distilled water I get is only slightly contaminated. This water purifier could save my life. Chalu, while you're talking here, the remaining 2 water purifiers have already been ordered. But if it can purify rainwater, I'd be quite tempted. I hope the seller can put more up for grabs tonight. I don't need to lower the price, but I can't let other people work for nothing, right? It never rained here, and Yu Luowei had assumed the weather in the game wouldn't change. After watching and chatting for a while, Yu Luowei opened the trading market to check out the materials he obtained. No one was trading blueprints, but the materials were plentiful. Yu Luowei took a quick look and collected them with a single click, obtaining 80 iron blocks, 50 copper blocks, 15 cement blocks, and 16 crystal blocks. He then made another 50 water purifiers, and put them on the market. As for the price, Yu Luowei pondered for a moment, and decided to stick with the original price, 30 triple raw materials, and 20 special items, or blueprints. Chapter 14. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luowei picked up the manual, and tested the teleportation function between the forest farm and the forest. Clicking on the forest farm construction page, Yu Luowei's world seemed to be shuffled and reorganized, transforming into a chaotic mess. But in just a few seconds, Yu Luowei appeared in the forest farm, the survivor's manual in hand. Aside from being a little darker, the scenery in the forest farm was much the same as it was during the day. In the woods, the saplings planted at noon had grown into small trees, and the different species of trees were densely packed in the fields, looking quite spectacular. Unfortunately, the outside world could not be seen from the forest farm. Yu Luowei observed the small trees for a while before teleporting back again. After returning from the forest farm, the dough was almost ready. Yu Luowei put down the manual, washed her hands, and went to make dumplings. She didn't learn the skill of making dumplings later, but rather learned it when she was a child, watching her grandmother make dumplings out of curiosity and pestered her to teach her. Yu Luowei's grandmother was a gentle and kind woman. As a child, she would return to her hometown every weekend to spend time with her. When Yu Luowei wanted to learn how to make dumplings, her grandmother didn't just give her a piece of dough and send her off. Instead, she meticulously taught her the techniques, from kneading the dough to mixing the filling and wrapping it. Her grandmother passed away 2 years before the zombie apocalypse. Even as Yu Luowei hid and narrowly escaped death in the post-zombie world, she couldn't help but feel grateful that her grandmother wouldn't have to endure the same hardship. This small amount of flour and meat made about 25 medium-sized dumplings. Since she didn't have a large enough pot, Yu Luowei steamed 10 dumplings, enough for at least 3 days of breakfast. The remaining raw buns were temporarily stored in the bracelet. Because I'm still short on scallions, peppercorns, and other spices, I'm unsure how they'll taste. If they're delicious, or if I find new ingredients tomorrow, Yu Luowei will consider making more buns, dumplings, and the like and storing them for when disasters become more severe. After taking inventory of his belongings, Yu Luowei's current food reserves consisted of an open 5 kilograms bag of rice and flour, and an unopened bag of rice and flour. He also had 3 chickens, 6 pheasant eggs, a box of turkey noodles, 2 instant noodles, 5 tomato and beef brisket hot pot, 6 cola bottles, a box of orange juice, 7 mineral water bottles, a large barrel of purified water, freshly thawed, 8 small fish, 3 boxes of stream water, 38 level 1 beast meat, 3 level 2 beast meat, 2 level 3 beast meat, 60 level 5 beast meat, 2 bok choy and 2 potatoes left, and 500 g each of baby cabbage. He used up some of the ginger, garlic, and seasonings of oil, salt, vinegar, and soy sauce. The fruit items included 1 watermelon, 1 cantaloupe, 6 cherries, 500 g, for berries, 500 g, 28 mulberries, 50 g, 10 pine nuts, 50 g, and 99 bamboo shoots. Other items included freshly wrapped buns and 2 compressed biscuits. There were also some strange ingredients like snake meat and frog legs, which Yu Luowei had forgotten until now. Unable to accept these meats, Yu Luowei sold them at the market in exchange for rocks and iron. Overall, the food variety was quite rich. After some calculations, he realized he would definitely have enough water. As for food, it would be convenient to go hunting outside in the next 2 days. Yu Luowei hoped that the treasure chests he would open later would contain more daily necessities. I hadn't shampooed my hair in 5 days, and my gear smelled after my trip to the cave today, but I had no laundry detergent or liquid. Yu Luowei was practically disgusted with herself. Speaking of daily necessities, I've been too busy to think about it earlier. Now that I had some free time, I remembered the bamboo I cut by the stream the day before yesterday. Each bamboo was as thick as a bowl. Taking one out, Yu Luowei used ice to form a saw and chisel, and made 4 bowls and 2 cups. Using the remaining materials, she fashioned 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks. Then, carefully controlling the flame, Yu Luowei trimmed any rough edges on the finished product. Although the finished products were rather crude, as the tools were all made of ice, they had at least temporarily solved Yu Luowei's current kitchenware shortage, freeing him from having to work overtime with the chopsticks in the self-heating hot pot. The buns were cooked by the time the first bowl was ready. Now that she had a cup, Yuluwei poured a can of Coke into the bamboo cup, added a few ice cubes, and ate a bun with it for a midnight snack. The taste was still far from her grandmother's buns, but in today's environment, it was considered a delicacy. Yuluwei was very satisfied, and put making more buns on the agenda. Not forgetting her friend, Yuluwei also said 2 steamed buns to Fangmin. Yuluwei, I got home early today. These are the buns I made myself. I stuffed them with cabbage and animal meat. Try them, and see if they're delicious. Fangmin, oh my god, you can actually make dumplings. I haven't even had dinner yet, so I'll take them without hesitation. Hee hee. I have some bananas, I'll share some with you. Just after accepting the 2 bananas Fangmin sent, Yuluwei received several more messages. Fangmin, delicious dumplings. Weiwei, you're amazing. You must have been a great chef. The flavor and texture of the meat are much better than on Blue Star. Fangmin, speaking of which, although it's scary to suddenly arrive in a place like this, it's only here that you can get these fruits and meats by opening treasure chests. I don't know why, but even though I'm in the desert, I always find a lot of fruit and water in my supply chests. Back on Blue Star, I was just an ordinary worker, living on nutrient solution and only venturing out to restaurants when I got bonuses. Fangmin, this meat should be spoils from the last event, right? I'm not sure what level you found it, but every 5 servings of beast meat above level 2 will increase your maximum stamina. The higher the level, the higher the stamina increase. This is a tip from my novice leaderboard rewards. Guaranteed. Fangmin, Weiwei, I have a favor to ask. After the last event, I've also accumulated a lot of beast meat, but I have no idea how to cook it. If it's convenient for you, could you help me with some? Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. Tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll trade them. The reward will be generous. In recent years, whether on Blue Star or here, Yuluwei has never been short of food. She almost forgot that Blue Star is a place where most people rely on nutrient solution to sustain life. Forget cooking, they might only have seen ingredients in books. Many recipes have also been lost. At her poorest, she even considered writing down the recipes she knew and selling them. Fortunately, she was admitted to a university on Blue Star. The university here is quite different from the original zombie world. Unless you're exceptionally talented, only those from powerful families can attend. However, once you earn a degree, your future achievements are bound to be significant. Yuluwei was able to attend thanks to her psychic abilities. However, the people she met in college were mostly kind and helpful. Thinking of this, Yuluwei sighed again. She had no family on Blue Star, and the people she knew best were her 3 roommates and the senior who had founded the company with her. She had also posted some missing person notices in the chat channel in her free time these past few days, but unfortunately, none of them went anywhere. She probably had them scattered across different zones. She didn't know what had become of them. After just a moment of emoting, Yuluwei cheered up. Thinking of the many people who had completed the activities on the 3rd day of the novice period, and hearing what Fangmin had said, Yuluwei even had the urge to open a dedicated link for food processing at the market. Whether or not to open a link required further consideration. For now, Yuluwei needed to reply to Fangmin. Yuluwei, I can't quite get back to you about this right now. I don't have enough information. I'll explore further tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, and give you a definitive reply the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. But for the next 2 days, think about your favorite dish or buns with different fillings, and then gather some seasonings, oil, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, green onions, ginger, garlic, and so on. If I really don't have time later, I'll send you the recipe, and you can try making it yourself. Fangmin, thank you so much, Weiwei. You're so kind. I love you. After finishing her chat with Fangmin, Yuluwei suddenly received a message from the trading market. Jinyu. Hello, how many more water purifiers can you make? If it's possible, I'd like to discuss a big deal with you. Yuluwei then realized that all 50 of her water purifiers were sold out, with Jinyu buying up 40 of them. Yuluwei collected the materials and took inventory. Most of the special materials were crystals, as most people still didn't know their uses. The rest were more unusual and peculiar. Yuluwei even received a handful of dandelions and a handful of Isata's root. Jinyu, perhaps keeping an eye on Yuluwei, saw that she had accepted the proceeds, but hadn't replied. He immediately sent another long message. Jinyu, I don't know if you've been following the chat channel. I've set up a survivor support group. A quick count shows that at least 50 of us spawned at sea, and the water is polluted. If we had enough water purifiers, we could completely solve our water problem. I'd like to order a long-term water purifier from you for half the price of regular materials. That's 3 times the raw materials, so others won't know they're for the purifiers. Alternatively, since you must have the blueprints, I can offer you the position of deputy group leader. You'll have priority access to the water resources produced in exchange for your water purifier blueprints. Jin Yu, believe me, collaborating with us will be a win-win for you. Yu Luwei rolled her eyes upon seeing these 2 messages. While she wasn't a pushover, and triple the price of the raw materials was already considered high, she wouldn't accept someone slashing the price in half right off the bat. Furthermore, the condition for exchanging the blueprints was the title of deputy team leader and priority access. Such ethereal things were open to anyone who wanted them. Not to mention her existing grudge against Jin Yu. Even if it was a stranger, she wouldn't have agreed. While chat channels allow users to be blocked, sellers in the marketplace are anonymous. Buyers don't know who owns the items, so sellers can't block buyers. Otherwise, Yu Luwei would have blocked Jin Yu the last time he traded the bonfire blueprint for matches. Ignoring Jin Yu's messages, Yu Luwei crafted another 80 water purifiers, 50 with triple raw materials, and 30 with special materials and blueprints. This time, Yu Luwei set a purchase limit of 2 per person. While it wouldn't completely prevent Jin Yu from going all in, as he could easily have his team members buy as well, it was okay to give him a little trouble. It took Yu Luwei 10 minutes to craft and get the 80 water purifiers on the shelves. Although he got home early today, it was already late after finishing all the miscellaneous tasks. Yu Luwei practiced ice magic for another hour, finally reaching level 3. The personal level also reached level 4 smoothly. Character information. Name, Yu Luwei. Gender, female. Age, 24, 49 level 4. Constitution, 60/60. Attack, 61/61. Defense, 55/60. Speed, 54/61 plus 2. Mental power, 70, 700/700. Luck, 7, average 5. Talent, level 3 mutated fire magic, level 3 ice magic, unique. Skills, Dao Shengyi, lion soul flame slash. Equipment, ordinary top, green, ordinary pants, green, ordinary shoes, green. Note, since the survivor has 2 magics, the personal level can only be upgraded to level 5 after both are upgraded to level 4, and so on. However, the attribute limit increases by 20 for each level upgrade. Feeling the vigorous power in his body, Yu Luwei nodded with satisfaction. Having just upgraded and still having full mental strength, Yu Luwei struck while the iron was hot and crafted 50 level 3 ice crystals, upgrading the fence to level 3 and increasing the base's defense by 50. After checking once more to make sure there wasn't anything she forgotten, Yu Luwei routinely infused the campfire with fire magic, washed up, and went to bed. Tonight, even with the campfire, the temperature was only 10 degrees Celsius. Yu Luwei replaced her blanket with a large quilt she got in the next day to prevent the temperature from dropping again after midnight. Chapter 15. Another brand new day. Yu Luwei woke up in the darkness as usual, but the difference was that the temperature had dropped another 10 degrees. Even with the campfire, the temperature inside the house was only 10 degrees. Yu Luwei shuddered and put on a cashmere sweater under her gear. However, the gear automatically adjusted its size, so it didn't feel tight. After 3 days, Yu Luwei had roughly figured out the pattern of the temperature drop. A campfire in the shelter would raise the temperature by 5 degrees, and the temperature would drop by 10 degrees every day. The daytime temperature was 10 degrees higher than the nighttime temperature, and the daytime temperature outside the base was 5 degrees lower than the temperature inside. If this pattern held, the down jacket would probably come in handy tomorrow, and then she could make a fortune in the trading market. Taking out 2 steamed buns and a bottle of orange juice for breakfast, Yu Luwei began to plan her work for the day, mainly expanding her exploration area, searching for treasure chests, and hunting, with stops to restock the forest with new saplings. It would be even better if she could kill a few monsters along the way. As 8 a.m. arrived, the temperature suddenly rose as the sky grew brighter. Experiencing the game's incredible craftsmanship once again, Yu Luwei couldn't help but think, if the temperature keeps rising and falling so suddenly, I'll definitely catch a cold sooner or later. If I have time tonight, I can make some dandelion tea in advance. First, I arrived at the spot where I set up the fishing nets last night. The rotting meat had completely vanished, and the nets were tattered, with only a few ropes remaining, completely unusable. This level of destruction was definitely not something an ordinary animal could do. It must have been a night monster. Yu Luwei hadn't expected the lifespan of the fishing net she painstakingly woven to be so short. Reluctantly, she pulled it up and prepared to throw it into the garbage disposal when she got home. Just as it touched the net, the few remaining ropes suddenly trembled, and a head, identical to the basilisk she killed the next day, popped out, ready to attack. But Yuluo's ice and fire magic had reached level 3, so there was no way it could succeed. A single ice arrow ended the basilisk's life. The basilisk was only level 1 and tiny, its corpse vanishing in an instant, giving Yuluo no chance to decompose it. But it also proved that rotten meat could attract monsters. Yuluo suddenly regretted throwing those 2 pieces of rotten meat into the garbage disposal yesterday. He planned to go to the cave this afternoon to collect some more to use as a trap for monsters later. However, since he had to go to the forest farm later, Yuluo didn't leave immediately. He first searched the surrounding area for treasure chests and small animals. In reality, she wanted to find lamb the most. The meat tasted more like pork, but she preferred lamb. After 3 hours of searching, Yuluo finally found 1 white and 1 green supply chest. This was much less than during her novice period. Although she didn't find any lamb skewers, she did discover a flock of ducklings swimming in the stream. Instinctively, she drew her bow and arrow and shot down 6 of them, collecting 10 duck meat, 500 G, and 50 duck down. The other ducks fled in panic. Yuluo, adhering to the principle of leaving a way out, didn't chase them. Well, the main reason was that she was tired. Entering the forest, the trees had vanished, and the produce had been automatically stored in the warehouse. There was nothing temporarily stored at the forest. The exact produce wouldn't be revealed until we returned to the shelter, so Yuluo didn't linger. He added another 500 saplings, had lunch here again, the same rice bowl he had the night before, and then left. He first ran to the cave. There was still quite a bit of charcoal on the ground. After Yuluo had collected 2 more squares, and had nearly cleared the larger or clumped pieces, a prompt suddenly appeared. Spend 20 saplings to repair this burned area. Repair this burned area? Yuluo selected yes, and was suddenly pushed out of the area by an irresistible force. A white mist enveloped him. About 5 minutes later, the mist dissipated, and the clearing before him was no longer dark, but a meadow with 20 saplings growing. Congratulations. All 20 random saplings are pear trees. They will mature in 5 days. Not bad, not bad. This place will be a resource point in the future too. Yuluo was extremely satisfied, especially after seeing an extra slot of stone and 30 charcoal in her bracelet. This should be the trash left in this area, but for Luo, it's all good stuff. After touching the sapling that would soon become her regular picking spot, Yuluo stepped into the cave again. The stench in the cave had grown stronger. She forced herself to overcome it, approached the large pile of monster corpses, and began to decompose them. Yuluo was extremely grateful that decomposition didn't require touching the objects with her hands, only getting close. Otherwise, she wouldn't want her hands anymore. After decomposing about 3 piles of animal carcasses, Yuluo suddenly saw a blue supply chest. Unexpectedly, there were still some treasure chests left. Yuluo felt the stench in the air fade significantly, and the decomposition speed increased significantly. After decomposing a third of the corpses in the cave, Yuluo's bracelet contained 80 pieces of rotten flesh and 3 pieces of level 2 animal meat. These 3 pieces of animal meat were likely obtained from less severely decayed parts. Yuluo glanced at the icon on the bracelet screen, and saw it was no different from the other animal meat before accepting them with confidence. The supply chest also had a green one, so overall, he had a good harvest. When Yuluo tried to continue decomposing, the system stopped him. All survivors have decomposed the parts that can be decomposed. The remaining parts will be converted into fertilizer at 5 p.m. tomorrow. The fertilizer lasts for 10 minutes, after which it will automatically disappear. Well, getting fertilizer was good, and it saved him from having to use his own garbage disposal. Yuluo left the cave satisfied. On the way back, they passed the stream again. Remembering her damaged fishing net, Yuluo gathered more vines from the surrounding area, planning to weave another one back. But for now, she wanted to see if she could spear a few fish herself. Condensing an ice harpoon, Yuluo stared at the stream, waiting for a large fish to pass by before she cast her spear. Although Yuluo had extensive experience in spearing fish, this was her first time, and she wasn't very accurate. However, the harpoon's inherent freezing properties froze the fish's lower body, and the fish eventually fell into Yuluo's bracelet. After repeating the same process and forking 5 more, Yuluo finally returned satisfied. But it was only a small stream, and the fish weren't particularly large, so the system didn't prompt for a decomposition. Before entering the base, Yu Luwei dug a pit in the woods and placed 2 pieces of rotten meat inside, creating a crude trap. It was so crude that the system didn't even prompt him to create a new blueprint. There was no other way. For some reason, no monsters had been seen in the past 2 days, so Yu Luwei had to find another way. Back at the base, he first checked the planters. The cabbage would be ready for harvest in a few hours, and the peaches and wheat would take a few more days. However, Yu Luwei was a bit stumped as to how to turn the wheat into flour. He couldn't just use ice to create a millstone. Never mind, he'd just take it one step at a time. What if he could find a millstone in the next 2 days, or even tonight? With this wish in mind, Yu Luwei added a new step before today's unboxing, earnest prayer. She placed the 4 supplied boxes on the table, clasped her hands together, and prayed inwardly, "Please give me more daily necessities and tools." Perhaps her sincere prayers paid off, as Yu Luwei's unboxing today quite fulfilled her wish. Received: Basic Planting Boxes X2, Scallion Seeds, 50 Seeds, X1, Marinade Pack X1. Received: Bath Brush X1, Shampoo X1, Laundry Detergent X1, Bath Towel X1. Received: Butter Hot Pot Base X2, Fat Lamb Rolls, 500G, X5, Shrimp Paste, 500G, X1. Received: Ginger, 100G, X1, Sichuan Peppercorns, 100G, X1, Rock Sugar, 100G, X1. Although the supply boxes were small, the quality was excellent. The shower gel, shampoo, and laundry detergent all came in 1-pound bags, with no expiration date and very plain packaging, but they still smelled delicious once opened. Yu Luwei couldn't think about anything else for the moment. She boiled some stream water, grabbed her toiletries, and rushed into the bathroom to shower. After 6 days, Yu Luwei finally had a more complete bath, especially her hair, which she washed 4 times before feeling clean. After washing herself, Yu Luwei didn't forget to wash her clothes either. She also washed her gear and pillowcase, setting them by the campfire to dry, trying to get them dry before bed. Next, she went to the garbage disposal and retrieved 5 bags of primary fertilizer. Then Yu Luwei placed 2 empty planter boxes at the base and planted cherry and green onion seeds, using 1 bag of fertilizer for each. After using them, the cherry seeds would take another 6 days to mature, and the green onions 2 days. It was only 6:30 when she finished all these tasks. With some free time, Yu Luwei finally felt a long-lost pang of hunger. Looking at the marinade package she had just obtained, Yu Luwei decided to first make braised beast meat with rice, then braise some more beast meat. The taste and texture should be similar to braised beef brisket and beef. Yu Luwei immediately started cooking. She steamed the rice, skillfully heated the oil in a wok, and began to braise the beast meat. It still needed some time to simmer, so Yu Luwei went to the campfire to turn over her clothes and pillowcases. The braised beast meat was ready, using 1 pound of level 2 beast meat. Coincidentally, the cabbage was almost ripe by then, and Yu Luwei harvested 20 cabbages, 1000 G, and 35 seeds. After replanting the cabbage seeds, Yu Luwei also stir-fried some cabbage. Then she brought out 5 pounds of level 1 beef to stew, and the meal officially began. With the addition of ice cola, Yu Luwei now had 2 dishes and a soup in the game world. Life was getting better and better, and Yu Luwei had developed a strange sense of contentment with her in-game existence. This feeling of contentment lasted until she was washing the pot. Yu Luwei slapped her thigh and said, "Why did I forget the dishwashing liquid? I'll have to pray again tomorrow." However, the temperature in the room was still a little low, and 2 bonfires weren't enough, so Yu Luwei made another one and placed it in another corner. When she was making the 4th bonfire, Yu Luwei received a message: the maximum number of bonfires in a level 3 shelter is 3. She regretfully stopped. The 3rd bonfire was still lit using fire magic, but this time, Yu Luwei used charcoal instead of wood. With a special flame, 1 charcoal stick could burn for 3 hours, normally 2 hours. Yu Luwei put in 10 charcoal sticks. Including the gains from the trade, she now had over 500 charcoal sticks, which she could easily consume. As the bonfire began to burn, Yu Luwei noticed that the temperature inside the house had risen by 6 degrees. The temperature difference piqued Yu Luwei's curiosity. Coincidentally, the other 2 bonfires were about to go out, so Yu Luwei manipulated the variables, infusing one with magic and the other with a log. The magic-infused bonfire still raised the room temperature to 5 degrees, but the log only reached 3 degrees. This was likely the official setting of the game. Charcoal was likely the official essential for this season's disasters. This also placed a slight limit on Luwei's abilities. But the temperature difference was only 1 degree, and Yuluwei had a sufficient supply of charcoal, so she quickly accepted the setting, infusing the log bonfire with additional magic to prevent it from going out, and then sank into bed. By this time, her equipment was dry, so Yuluwei folded it up. Before bed, she opened the manual again to check the extra harvest from the forest farm. 120 random saplings, 16 apples, 5 bunches of bananas, and 2 pounds of walnuts. The extra gain was a little small, but it was much better than nothing after all. Yuluwei was very satisfied and ate the banana as a dessert before bed. Chapter 16. As expected, the temperature dropped another 10 degrees today. If we hadn't added a bonfire yesterday, it would have fallen below 0 by now. Yuluwei's expression grew more serious. Although the upgrade had improved his ability to withstand both low and high temperatures, relying solely on the bonfire wasn't enough. He needed to think of other solutions soon, like converting his bed into a Kong. This was something Yuluwei had stumbled upon on a video site, but he never used it himself. He reviewed the recipe during the day. If he didn't find better insulation today, he'd have to tinker with his bed tonight. Today was already the 4th day of the season, and the top right corner of the manual had changed to Frost Season, Day 4. After a brief wait, seeing no system announcements for any upcoming events, Yuluwei headed out. He headed straight for yesterday's trap. When he was still some distance away, Yuluwei vaguely saw several round objects moving around. He pulled out his ice bow and ice arrows, and as he got closer, he began to aim and attack. After firing 5 arrows and confirming no monsters were moving near the trap, Yuluwei entered. 5 monster corpses, emitting a black aura, lay in the pit. Unable to discern their precise forms, Yuluwei simply chose to disassemble them. Successfully disassembled Level 2 Demonic Sheep, Ender, Corpses X3, Level 2 Shadow Hyena Corpses X2. Congratulations on receiving Supply Chest, Green, X1, Supply Chest, White, X2. The pit was completely empty, with no meat or other monster materials dropped. Perhaps this was due to the black aura emanating from the monsters, a characteristic of nighttime monsters. Yuluwei placed 5 more pieces of rotten meat in the pit, silently keeping this suspicion in mind. Yuluwei had already walked around the clearing surrounding the forest farm more than a dozen times in the past few days. Unwilling to wander around any longer, she decided to postpone harvesting wood to plant with the new saplings and instead explore the cave. On the way, they passed the stream, which was already frozen over. The trees in the forest remained lush and green. Aside from the biting wind, the ice was the only sign that winter had arrived. The ice wasn't thick enough though. Yuluwei could still see a few small fish swimming beneath it, so she continued to walk across the bamboo bridge. The mountain where the cave was located was very high and long. Yuluwei walked along the mountain wall for over 2 hours without seeing any other path. However, she did pick up a white supply chest and a blue supply treasure. The blue treasure chest was on a raised platform, about 150 meters above the mountain wall. Yuluwei discovered it when she was about to shoot a few pigeons, and suddenly saw a flash of blue light. After she shot down 4 pigeons, Yuluwei began planning her route and preparing for the climb. After all, neither the person nor the path were expert. Yuluwei struggled to make it up. The platform was small, barely wide enough for one person to stand. After panting, Yuluwei put away the box and rested for a while. Looking up, she saw that the platform was still a long way from the summit. Reaching the top on her own was unrealistic unless one could fly. After searching for a while, and finding no other solution, Yuluwei climbed back down. Seeing that the scenery ahead was much the same as before, Yuluwei returned. But before she had taken a few steps, her radar suddenly picked up a familiar feeling. A monster was nearby. Excited, Yuluwei looked at the radar and attacked in the indicated direction. The monsters this time looked similar to the demonic sheep in the trap, and there were 6 of them, a considerable number. Yuluwei decided to use her bow and arrows, one at a time. When she shot at the 4th one, the other 2 locked onto Yuluwei's position and charged towards her. Yuluwei quickly conjured a shield and held it before her, defending herself. The 2 sheep charged forward, shattering the ice shield. This shield, conjured by Yuluwei temporarily, was unlike her ice sword and ice bow, and had no level indicator. Even if it hadn't been shattered, it wouldn't have lasted long. The shattered shield also bought Yuluwei time. Throwing away the fragments in her hand, she quickly drew her ice sword and began to counterattack. The demonic sheep had weak defenses but a strong will. Several wounds from the ice swords were already visible on its body, but it continued to attack Yuluwei with its horns. Yuluwei seized the opportunity and chopped off the demonic sheep's head, finally ending the battle. Returning to the 4 fallen demon sheep, They were merely frozen by the ice arrows, not yet dead. Seeing Yuluwei still waving their hooves and horns in despair, he struck them one by one, finishing them off with a decisive blow. Then he decomposed the corpses together, successfully decomposed level 3 demon sheep carcasses X6. Congratulations on receiving supply chests, blue, X2, level 3 beast meat, 500G, X6, mutton, 500G, X12, demon antelope horns X6, sheepskins X3. No wonder they were harder to defeat than the hyena pack from the last event. They were actually level 3. But this amount of loot is truly enough to last 3 years. Seeing the 12 pounds of mutton in the bracelet, thinking of the lamb skewers and cumin lamb, Yuluwei couldn't help but tear his eyes down. Today's harvest was quite good. Yuluwei even found a few clusters of shiitake mushrooms near the monster haunts and picked them up. By the time she slowly returned to the cave, observing her surroundings and searching for supplies, it was almost 5 p.m. Not wanting to be bothered by the stench any longer, Yuluwei waited outside until 5 p.m. before quickly returning to the cave and retrieving 50 bags of intermediate fertilizer and 80 bags of primary fertilizer. After hunting for over 20 kilograms of meat, Yuluwei temporarily let the small fish in the stream go. She returned to the forest farm to add the last nearly 400 saplings, added a bag of primary fertilizer, and returned to base. After washing her hands, it was time for the daily unboxing session. Just like yesterday, Yuluwei prayed earnestly before unboxing the items, ultimately receiving the following: Fireplace Blueprint X1, Charcoal Blueprint X1, Warm Pads X10. Advanced Material Selection Card X5. You can choose any one material to obtain 100. Fire Crystal X10. Level 4 Construction Blueprint, Brick Making Machine Blueprint X1. Kandaka Blueprint X1. Steamer X1, Grape Juice, 500G, X3. Noodles, 1000G, X3, Dry Rice Noodles, 1000G, X3. She had just gotten the rice noodles, and yesterday she had made braised animal meat. Yuluwei opened the pot and took a look. The aroma was overwhelming. She then added some rice noodles to the soup pot, intending to use the braised meat as a topping later. The steamer was large, with 2 layers, so Yuluwei steamed the remaining 15 buns. She could make more later. Today was a big day for blueprints. Yuluwei entered them all into the construction page before taking a closer look. Fireplace, a one-time blueprint. Requires 10 red bricks and 1 bonfire. An advanced version of the bonfire, it only uses charcoal as fuel. Depending on the amount of charcoal added, it raises the indoor temperature up to 80 degrees Celsius, making it a great helper during cold weather. Charcoal, 1/3 of a piece of wood. Essentially, 1 piece of wood makes 3 pieces of charcoal. This also requires a bonfire, making it a must-have for fireplaces. Brick maker, 10 cement, 20 stones, 1 of any fire. As the name suggests, it turns dirt into red bricks. What? Where does dirt come from? Isn't it all over the place? Fireplace, a one-time blueprint. Requires 10 red bricks, 5 cement, and 1 random fire starter. It requires fuel to maintain. It makes you sleep warmer, but it doesn't raise the indoor temperature. You can later replace the bed type with other bed blueprints. Level 4 construction blueprints don't have required materials. They're more like a must-have item for upgrading your shelter. Having just opened a material selection card, Yuluwei traded 1 for 100 cement, upgrading the shelter to level 4. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Unlocks the electric and hydraulic system. Upgrading to the next level requires level 4 base, 1500 wood, 1000 red bricks, 500 cement, 1 power core, and 1 level 5 construction blueprint. Electric and hydraulic system. You can use copper or in plastic to build the electric and hydraulic circuits for this shelter. The system also provides official circuit diagrams for reference. After construction, you can use electricity and water cards within the shelter, and electrical appliances can be found in supply chests, blue, and above. The 4th level shelter's area remains unchanged, but it has a dedicated room layout and a 2nd floor. One of the campfires, toilet, and bed has been moved to the 2nd floor, while the stove and table remain on the 1st floor. The stove now has its own dedicated room, but since there are no power cards, cooking is still done over the campfire. The 3rd campfire is located against the living room wall. After reaching level 4, 3 campfires are no longer enough, as each only raises the temperature on its own floor. Yuluwei then built another campfire downstairs and 2 upstairs. The other blueprints are increasingly useful, but this red brick is something I've never seen before. However, Seeing the advanced material selection card reminded Yu Luowei of the 3 primary material selection cards he obtained from dismantling an orange treasure chest. It was a perfect opportunity to use them now. He chose red bricks on all 3 primary selection cards and traded an intermediate selection card for cement. He first built a brick maker and placed it outside the shelter, opposite the planter box, leaving a passageway between them wide enough for 2 people to pass through. Then he upgraded the campfires in the upstairs and downstairs living rooms to fireplaces. The downstairs campfire still had 2 charcoal sticks left, so Yu Luowei added 37 more. A message appeared on the fireplace. Currently raises the indoor temperature by 20 degrees, lasting 12 hours. While the temperature increased, the duration decreased significantly. However, a fireplace also had the advantage of being able to be manually extinguished at any time, allowing it to be reignited without consuming any kindling. No need to worry about the campfire still burning on the first floor while you slept on the second floor. However, if the burning time expired, you would need to add new kindling to reignite it. The temperature was sufficient, so Yu Luowei stopped adding charcoal. Next was the bed. No need to build it herself. Yu Luowei simply used the blueprint to upgrade it to a fire Kong. The upgrade added a chimney at the end of the bed. Like a campfire, a fire Kong can be directly infused with fire magic, requiring no other fuel. A pot can be placed on the fireside for cooking. Aside from not raising the temperature, it's essentially the same as a campfire. It wasn't yet time for bed, so Yu Luowei was worried her quilt, which wasn't on the Kong, would catch fire, so she didn't light the Kong right away. There was also a storage room on the first floor. All the supplies previously stored in the shelter were now neatly arranged on the shelves, saving Yu Luowei the trouble of packing. After checking to make sure everything was intact, Yu Luowei finally felt relieved. The rice noodles had been cooking for so long, so she scooped them out, added a piece of braised pork, 2 stalks of bok choy, and poured a spoonful of broth. A bowl of fragrant braised pork noodles was ready. After dinner, she took out the steamed buns and prepared to make more buns and dumplings. But before she started, she sent Fong Min a message. Yu Luowei, are you there? Have you decided what to eat? Or if you have any ingredients, I'll help you plan it. Fong Min, thank you, Wei Wei. Actually, I don't know what to eat. I have 5 kilograms of flour, 20 caddies of animal meat, 500 g each of onion, ginger, and garlic. The only seasoning I have is a bottle of oil, a bottle of Sichuan peppercorns, and a bag of salt. I want to make the steamed buns you gave me last time. Is that okay? Yu Luowei, sure. 1 pound of animal meat, and 1 pound of flour makes about 25 steamed buns. I can make 50 for you. I can also make 2 pounds of braised pork for you to mix with noodles. The reward is your seasoning, onion, ginger, and garlic. As soon as I send it out, a bag of flour, 5 caddies of animal meat, a large pot, and all the onion, ginger, garlic, and seasonings arrived. Fong Min, I love you so much. I can't cook, and leaving the seasoning here is useless. Besides, not many people will use it. There are plenty of seasonings for sale in the market, and they're not expensive. Feel free to use the flour, and the extra meat is all yours. Thank you so much for cooking for me. Yu Luowei accepted Fong Min's gift, and made a bowl of braised pork noodles and handed it to Fong Min. Yu Luowei, have you had dinner yet? This is noodles with braised pork that I made myself. Try it first. I'll probably be making it all night. I'll send it to you when it's done. Oh, do you have any large containers for the meat? Fong Min, how did you know I didn't have dinner? I love you so much. Oh, I have a big pot here. I'm sending it to you. And 2 bottles of water. This is the Oasis Lake water I purified. You can drink it. Communicating with Fong Min is easy. There's no need to be fussy about the amount of things we exchange. After accepting Fong Min's gift, Yu Luowei set to work. She first braised her portion of the meat in Fong Min's pot, then began making dumplings, mixing the dough and the filling. She worked until almost midnight, finally finishing her 3 pounds of dumplings and Fong Min's 2 pounds. She handed the finished product and the remaining flour to Fong Min, reminding her that the braised meat was best left overnight before eating. Then, Yu Luowei extinguished the first floor fireplace and went upstairs. She lit the Kong, took a shower, and hopped into bed. Cooking isn't much easier than chopping trees, but the sense of accomplishment after a successful meal is unparalleled. Chapter 17. With a campfire this morning, the midnight temperature drop didn't affect Luowei. Last night, Fong Min mentioned that seasonings were very cheap at the market, so Yu Luowei took advantage of the situation and went shopping. The prices of salt and oil were still normal. After all, salt is essential, and with these 2 items, even a novice can easily cook. The other seasonings were indeed very cheap. Ignoring Jean Yu's several more messages, Yu Luowei traded Fong Min's 2 bottles of lake water for 2 packets of marinade and a large gift pack of seasonings without salt or oil. Then she opened the chat channel again. The number of people in the area had dropped by nearly 10,000 today. The temperature had been dropping steadily over the past few days, and tonight, it was almost minus 20 degrees Celsius. Unless the shelter hadn't been upgraded to level 2, 2 campfires using charcoal could bring it back down to a few degrees below zero, similar to winter temperatures in most parts of Blue Star. With normal warmth, she could survive. Although a small number of people have encountered various accidents while exploring these days, such a sudden drop in numbers was still beyond expectations. Yu Luowei flipped through the chat logs, trying to find an answer. Jiang Jing, oh my god, why is it so cold? I unlocked the thermometer a few days ago. Without a bonfire, the temperature has already dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius. This game doesn't want us to survive. Qi Guang, what are you talking about? I have a thermometer too. It's only minus 20 degrees Celsius here. How can it be that cold? Is your thermometer broken? Miao Yi, yeah, although I don't have a thermometer, I built 3 bonfires and put on 3 sets of thick clothes. I don't feel so cold anymore. I don't feel like I'm freezing to death. Do you want to build more bonfires? Jiang Jing, how is that possible? My thermometer only unlocked yesterday. How could it be broken? I've already built 3 bonfires. A level 3 shelter can't build more. It's still minus 22 degrees Celsius. I don't think I can hold out much longer. Why? Why is there discrimination even after entering this crappy game? The discussion about temperature in the channel intensified. Yu Luowei observed that only a few people had experienced an abnormal temperature drop. Most people's temperatures were the same as hers. This abnormally rapid temperature drop must be the culprit for the drop in numbers. Before anyone could come up with a conclusion, the system's voice appeared, answering everyone's questions. Hello survivors, we meet again. Today is the 5th day of the frost season, and you should have some understanding of this season's disasters. Of course, you may have noticed that the temperature in some survivor shelters has dropped faster than others. Want to know why? No need to keep me in suspense. The severity of the disaster is related to your surrounding environment. After the 3rd day, if the original environment, within 1,000 square meters around the base, is damaged by more than 50%, the severity of the disaster is twice the normal rate, and the temperature drop rate for this season is twice the normal rate. If the damage is more than 80%, the severity of the disaster is 4 times the normal rate, and the temperature drop rate for this season is 4 times the normal rate. Normal felling wouldn't cause such extensive damage, but using a self-service logging machine might not be enough. Some owners of self-service logging machines have already passed away from hypothermia. Therefore, the game system has launched a long-term event called Want to Become a Forest Owner? The specific rules are as follows. 1. The self-service logging machine cannot be returned to the wristband storage or other storage space, and has a mandatory usage limit of 8 hours per day. After 10 minutes, the system will send an email where survivors can turn in the self-service logging machine. The self-service logging machine cannot be traded. 2. Starting today, surrendered self-service sawmills and self-service sawmills whose owners have died will randomly appear in treasure chests around all surviving survivors. Survivors can obtain these treasure chests by opening them. 3. 5 self-service sawmills can be combined to form a special building, a forest farm. A forest farm can be used to plant saplings and harvest wood. 4. There are only 100 forest farms, with 99 currently remaining. Once the quota is reached, all unfound self-service sawmills will be destroyed. However, self-service sawmills that have been found but cannot be crafted can be surrendered or used. The mandatory daily usage period will be lifted, and trading will resume. 5. Forest farm owners can open a wood shop in the market to sell wood. Once all 100 wood shops are open, all other forms of wood trading will be prohibited in the market. 6. Wood shops will disappear upon the death of their owner. When the number of wood shops disappears to 10, the event will restart until the number returns to 100. 7. You can also turn in your self-propelled stone excavator. If you don't, you'll still have 8 hours of mandatory use until the wood shop is built. However, you won't be able to participate in other activities at this time. This is all about this event. You may find a self-propelled lumberjack in a treasure chest that refreshes after 8 p.m. Please participate. Warm reminder, this season's exclusive event officially launches tomorrow. Please gather plenty of food and warmth today, I see. Fortunately, Yu Luowei didn't use the self-propelled lumberjack. The missing forest farm must be the one she has. But after searching around, I didn't see any mention of a wood shop, so Yu Luwei couldn't activate it right now. People's joys and sorrows don't always connect. While Luwei was rejoicing, the chat channel erupted in an argument. Lu, Zhao Linlang, come out. Why didn't you let us use the self-service felling machine? Did you already know you were the one who took the forest farm? You're in cahoots with the system, trying to kill us. Ma Ming, exactly. You didn't share this crucial information earlier? So many people have died in the district now. It's all your fault. Hurry, and use your resources to pay compensation. Zhao Linlang, I didn't even get the self-service felling machine, so how could I possibly know this information? The system already explained why they pulled us in. I'm just guessing based on that. How could I possibly know this information? Jiang Jing, what's the point of saying this now? We don't even know how to restore the surrounding environment. The temperature is going to drop 20 degrees every day. We won't survive. The chat channel was now almost entirely filled with insults and demands for compensation from Zhao Linlang. However, those who currently owned the self-service felling machine were a minority, and the majority were just trying to take advantage of the situation. Yu Luwei couldn't stand it any longer and began to speak. Yu Luwei, putting aside the fact that it was just a guess, it's great that they were willing to point it out and warn you. Aren't the current consequences due to your insistence on using the self-service woodcutting machine for so long? There wasn't a requirement for daily use before. People always have to pay the price for their actions, right? Fong Min, exactly. Back then, you said they were jealous and scolded them profusely. Now you're holding them responsible. You're shameless. Jin Yu, at this point, we can't blame Miss Zhao Linlang entirely. We shouldn't blame her, but should actively seek a solution. Our support group has found the blueprints for charcoal. Anyone with a self-service woodcutter can join us. 1 piece of wood can be exchanged for 2 pieces of charcoal, which will at least extend the life of your campfire. Shunku, our team leader is such a kind person. Come join our survivor support group. The rest of the chat was mostly flattering Jin Yu, but there was no insulting Zhao Linlang, so Yu Luwei stopped talking. Just as she was about to exit the chat channel, she received another message from Zhao Linlang. Zhao Linlang. Thank you, sister. You're willing to speak up for me at a time like this. These 2 pieces of charcoal are a small token of my appreciation. Please accept them. Yu Luwei thought about it, and accepted the charcoal. She also added her as a friend. She sent her a message reminding her to be more careful about airing her assumptions so easily in the future. Fong Min also sent a message. Fong Min, those people are so annoying. I told them not to use it, but they didn't listen and scolded me. Now that they've used it, and it's bad, they're scolding me too. Why didn't they freeze to death? I feel so sorry for Zhao Linlang. She just came to thank me for speaking up for her. But this Jin Yu is also a bit annoying. What do you mean Zhao Linlang can't be blamed entirely? It had nothing to do with her at all. I couldn't help but remind Zhao Linlang to stay away from Jin Yu. Yu Luwei, she thanked me too. Zhao Linlang is indeed a good person, but Jin Yu hasn't done anything wrong so far, and he did provide a resource channel for those who were almost freezing to death. It's okay for you to warn her. But it's best not to tell anyone else, otherwise there's a chance of a repeat of today's incident. Fong Min, hee, don't worry, Wei Wei, I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. After chatting with the 2 of them, Yu Luwei also received an email from the system, but her email was about some precautions for opening a wooden shop. Congratulations on owning a forest. Below are some notes about the wood shop. You can open a wood shop at any time after reading this. 1. The wood shop is open to all survivors, but only 1 person per zone can open a wood shop. Once a wood shop is already opened in a zone, no one else can craft a forest. 2. The wood shop owner is anonymous by default. You can choose to be public or communicate with buyers via the message board. 3. The wood shop can only sell wood, and transactions are only with points. Recommended pricing, 1 point for 2 wood. However, owners can adjust pricing freely. 4. The Points Mall will offer exclusive forest items to wood shop owners. Random saplings and forest upgrade cards. The variety will increase with Survivor VIP level. 5. Since you didn't use the self-service woodcutter, and are the first to own a forest, your forest harvesting time will be reduced to half, applied. Yu Luwei was debating whether to chop down some more trees, and break down the stumps today. After all, the saplings dropped from harvesting wood were too few, and now it was much easier to buy them directly with points. Each area could only have 1 wood shop, so Yu Luwei didn't waste any time and opened one directly. The trading market suddenly lit up. Originally, each page had 50 items, But now the first page was completely empty. A line of words appeared at the top. General shops. The first item on the first line was Yuluo's Wood Shop number 1. The Wood Shop logo also appeared next to Yuluo's Survivor's Handbook and the Forest Farm icon. Click the sign next to the Forest Farm to directly add wood from the farm to the shelves of the Forest Farm shop. But since the wood from the Forest Farm hasn't reached harvest time yet, Yuluo already put 2,000 pieces of wood on the shelves, pricing them based on the system's recommendations. After putting them on the shelves, Yuluo went to the Points Mall to buy some saplings. Currently, VIP is only at level 2, and the mall only has random saplings: pine, birch, apple, and pear. Upgrade cards aren't available yet. Random saplings cost 1 point for 2, non-fruiting saplings cost 2 points each, and fruiting saplings cost 3 points each. Each tree yields a fixed amount of 5 wood. Even if you buy fixed saplings, other items will drop randomly in the Forest Farm as fruit. Yuluo spent 250 points on 500 random saplings. Fortunately, he killed a level 5 monster a few days ago and opened 3 orange treasure chests. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford such a huge expense. VIP level has also reached level 3, with several more saplings. However, before the Forest Farm was upgraded, Yuluo only planned to buy random saplings. The Points Mall also unlocked some other items, especially warming supplies like heating pads, hot water bottles, and thermal clothing, which were quite prominent. Yuluo used her remaining points to buy a set of autumn clothes and close the Points Mall. It was already 8:30. Yuluo was no longer in a hurry to go far away, so she simply cut down some bushes and dug up some soil nearby. In just one day, the distant forest looked completely different from yesterday. Except for cold-resistant plants like pine trees, all other plants had lost their leaves. All that was left was a bare expanse of withered branches and fallen leaves, a lifeless scene. The animals also disappeared. Beyond finding monsters and treasure chests, Yuluo could no longer obtain resources from the surrounding environment, further dispelling her desire to explore. Holding the rosy dream that if she kept digging, she might find a treasure chest, Yuluo cleared a patch of ground and dug downwards with her ice shovel. She purposely emptied a white treasure chest to store soil. Each box served as a portion, and once full, she could store the soil directly into her bracelet, allowing the empty box to be filled with more. Although the soil had now frozen, Yuluo's health hadn't improved in vain. After 2 hours of digging, the pit, which had initially been small, grew deeper and larger, and Yuluo gradually reached the bottom. In addition to the 72 pieces of soil, Yuluo also unearthed something valuable: 2 pieces of iron ore and a green supply treasure chest. The depth was now slightly higher than Yuluo's 1.7 meter height. After collecting the items, Yuluo began to climb upwards. Fortunately, the proper slope had been left when digging, so Yuluo's ascent was relatively easy. When she climbed up and stood a little further away to observe the pit, a notice appeared on the surface: full repair required, 9 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. This area could be repaired, so there was no need to worry too much about damage to the original environment. Yuluo breathed a sigh of relief. For the rest of the day, Yuluo went to the trap pit and killed the 4 ender monsters inside. She harvested a supply chest, blue, and 2 supply chests, green, stocked up on more bait, and returned to the shelter. You could also teleport to the Forest Farm. The harvest over the past few days had been good, so Yuluo planned to stay at the base for the rest of the day, cooking and selling some goods. Chapter 18. Although it wasn't even 12 o'clock yet, Yuluo usually stayed outside at this time, but the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. For example, the first thing she did was to unpack the treasure chests. Today's 4 treasure chests yielded: Furnace X1, Item Upgrade Card X1, Induction Cooker X1, Stone Pickaxe X1, Ordinary Cape, Green X1, Heating Pad X50, Charcoal X100, Dishwashing Liquid X1, Steel Wool X1, Iron Rack X1. She had the induction cooker, but the shelter wasn't connected to the power supply yet, so she couldn't use it. Yuluo temporarily placed it in a corner of the kitchen. However, the stone pickaxe reminded Yuluo of the copper mine far away in the cave. She could go dig some more when she had time. She threw the shrubbery she brought up while digging into the fireplace. It didn't raise the temperature, but it did extend the burning time by an hour. The furnace was placed directly on the first floor. Based on Yuluo's previous experience reading novels and playing games, iron ore could be transformed into iron nuggets in the furnace. Sure enough, as soon as the furnace was placed, a prompt appeared: Furnace, place ore into the furnace to smelt it into the corresponding metal, but do not use it for barbecue. After placing 2 pieces of iron ore in the furnace, the smelting process would take some time. Yu Luwei then took the upgrade card and walked around the room, but found no upgrade items, so he had to put it away. It was a rare opportunity to still be in the shelter at noon, and the grill was perfect for barbecue. Yu Luwei decided to make it a grand lunch today and have a barbecue. The system had a whole chicken. Yu Luwei took one and cut off the wings and legs. He also took out half a pound of mutton and animal meat and sliced them. He also took out a pigeon he had shot yesterday and marinated it all. I was a bit short on vegetables, so I only cut half a potato. I took out the grill and set it over the campfire beside the table. The meat still needed to marinate, but Yu Luwei couldn't wait any longer, so she grilled some potato slices to fill her stomach. There wasn't any barbecue sauce, just the cumin from the seasoning gift pack, but the potatoes tasted quite good. After eating the potatoes for a while, I wasn't so hungry anymore, so I slowly grilled the meat, no longer in a hurry. The main thing was to enjoy it. There was still half a roasted pigeon left, but Yu Luwei couldn't finish it anymore, so he put it aside for the time being. I took down the grill, put a pot of dandelion water in it, and went to do other things. Grabbing the item upgrade card, Yu Luwei went back to the base. Except for the cherries planted the day before, the onions, wheat, and peaches were all ripe tonight. The item upgrade card also lit up when Yu Luwei approached the planter box. The upgrade card indicated the use of 4 planter boxes and 5 units of soil. She wasn't sure if using the upgrade card now would affect the crops, which were about to mature. To be on the safe side, Yu Luwei planned to wait until after the harvest tonight. There was an empty planter box, so she could save the cherry trees. She placed 60 units of soil into the brick machine, and it rumbled to life. Since it would take 5 hours to make all the red bricks, roughly the same time as harvesting the crops, Yu Luwei decided to wait and harvest them together. With nothing else to do, Yu Luwei took a short walk around the base. Today was her 9th day here, but she hadn't yet thoroughly explored the base. The temperature at the base was the same as outside, so Yu Luwei wore a down jacket and no gear when she left. The level 3 base was already quite large. Yu Luwei felt like 3 buses could fit inside. The shelter was located at the innermost part of the base, with a fence behind it. From the outside, it looked the same size as the level 1 shelter, giving no indication that it had been upgraded to a 2-story mini hall. But the base was completely bare. Aside from 5 planter boxes and a brick-making machine near the entrance, the rest of the base had only a single stone floor. The outermost fence reached up to Yu Luwei's chest. Made of ice, it emitted a faint chill, and the moment he placed his hand on it, he felt as if his blood was freezing. The outlines of the spike traps could still be seen on the ground outside. Yu Luwei had almost forgotten about setting them up for the past few days, so he went out to check. 2 of the traps did contain something, but it wasn't a monster, just 3 ordinary rabbits. Because they were so close to the fence, they had been completely frozen into ice, unable to be decomposed by the system, but it served as a sort of preservation measure. These 3 ordinary rabbits were probably frozen as soon as they approached the fence, then fell into the bottom of the trap. The damage to the trap was limited, and the durability of the 2 spike traps was only slightly reduced, so they didn't need to be repaired for the time being. I didn't expect that in the game world, I could experience the joy of waiting for the rabbits. Yu Luwei excitedly collected the 3 rabbits and returned to the shelter, whistling. After collecting the 4 iron blocks from the furnace, Yu Luwei went straight to the 2nd floor. First, he placed 3 large ice blocks next to the campfire on the 2nd floor, and added some charcoal to the fireplace to raise the temperature to 5 degrees. Yu Luwei took off her down jacket and went to take a shower. After washing, the ice had almost melted, and the 3 rabbits had been disassembled into 5 pounds of rabbit meat. After so many disassemblies, Yu Luwei had learned something. The yield from disassembly isn't entirely based on the creature's size and life. Normally, one animal or monster yields 2 portions of meat, while a juvenile gets only 1. Only high-level monsters, for example, have size influence, with the flame lion and the wind bear yielding a lot of meat. After collecting the disassembled meat, Yu Luwei threw herself into bed. It's so cold, she should stay in bed. From now on, except for going to the base to harvest and use the restroom, she would never leave her warm bed. She pulled out the survivor's handbook. Everyone was still out looking for supplies at this hour, and there were only a few people chatting on the chat channel. They were discussing which district the small wooden shop in the market had opened. Yu Luwei, the person involved, was unfazed. Seeing no information, she closed the chat channel and opened the market. Aside from talking to Zhao Linlang in the mornings, Yu Luowei had been lurking in the chat channel the rest of the time. He had also picked up some other information, specifically regarding luck. Luck significantly impacts finding treasure chests, and the rewards within them. Someone with a luck of 1 or 2 might not have found a single treasure chest since the end of the novice period, while someone with a luck of 8 or above might find 3 or 4 in a casual walk through a primitive environment. There are currently no items that increase luck, but most people have luck between 3 and 6. Normally, they'll get 1 green or 2 white supply chests per day. Extreme cases are rare. However, there are some items that can improve other attributes, and they fetch exorbitant prices on the market. Yu Luowei had already experienced the benefits of her luck. Next time she made a wish before opening a box, she wished for an item that boosted her luck, just in case it came true. As for items that boosted other attributes, the pomelo fruit and wind feather grass were both ready for a second serving, so Yu Luowei took one of each and ate them as a snack while she was grinding the manual. The price of wood in the market had rebounded significantly, but this was due to the deaths of many survivors with self-service wood-cutting machines. Thanks to this, Yu Luowei's newly opened wood shop had completed over a dozen transactions, earning him 208 points. With this morning's announcement, it's expected that the price of wood will continue to rise, and the shop should see even more business. Continuing to browse the trading market, the hottest items right now are all kinds of warm clothing. Not to mention charcoal fire starters. Even a simple wool blanket is worth 5 packs of compressed cookies. 1 pack of compressed cookies lasts a day, and most of the food found in treasure chests is compressed cookies, currently the standard in-game currency for survivors. Warm clothing suitable for outdoor use is even more expensive. Yu Luowei had actually been selling down jackets a few days ago, but the previous price was 3 times the raw material cost. Now, Yu Luowei decided to follow the crowd and change the price of each piece to 10 packs of compressed cookies. The reason for switching to compressed cookies was actually because Yu Luowei saw a preview of a next-level feature when he reached VIP level 3, the ability to recycle useful, but unwanted items for points. He then clicked on the points market and exchanged all his newly earned points for random saplings, successfully reaching VIP level 4. The resale value of a pack of compressed biscuits is 2.5 points, and recycling 4 packs will buy enough material for a down jacket. After adjusting the prices of the remaining down jackets, Yu Luowei added another 300, almost exhausting his stock of cloth and cotton. Down jackets are also sold in the points mall, at 25 points each. However, since most of the team hasn't reached VIP level 3 yet, and compressed biscuits are easier to obtain than points, Yu Luowei is still quite confident about the sales of his down jackets. Because charcoal is becoming increasingly important in the current environment, sales of water purifiers using raw materials have also declined. Yu Luowei also owns a fireplace, a major consumer of charcoal, so he only put 20 on the shelves this time. When Yu Luowei was putting the items up for sale, she saw Jin Yu's message again. Beyond her dislike for him, she felt a surge of curiosity. Although he'd been rude the few times she interacted with him, he'd been quite kind to the district, giving away free wood and exchanging wood for charcoal. While he profited from this, the price he paid for charcoal was still lower than the market price, ultimately benefiting most people in the district. Human nature was truly complex. Just as Yu Luowei was becoming curious about Jin Yu was already on the verge of exasperation. Back on Blue Star, Jin Yu's family wasn't wealthy. He didn't go to college, but through clever tricks and sweet talk, he became a real estate salesperson and a top seller, selling houses near polluted areas for the same price as those in the oasis on the edge. However, as his sales grew, he grew increasingly arrogant, his work became less savage, and he offended some clients. If he hadn't entered the game, he would have been expelled soon. Jin Yu's own physical fitness wasn't strong, so during the 3 days of the novice period, he only managed to make it to the leaderboards for the first-level shelters and second-level bases. Unexpectedly, he got a stroke of luck and received a disaster warning. He had always wanted to build his own faction in this game and realize his dream of reaching the pinnacle of the game, so this news arrived perfectly timed. Many members of the mutual aid group Jin Yu had established received self-service logging machines. He used the excuse of mutual assistance and resource exchange among group members to buy various materials at extremely low prices. He only exchanged a small number of them, using them primarily for his own use before selling them at a higher price on the market. After all, no one would verify how many people had received the items. Even if someone did, Jin Yu could just say that the items were stored in his warehouse and could be used in an emergency. Because of this, the damage level to his own original environment was only around 30%. From the beginning of this event, Jin Yu set the goal of opening a small wood shop. Although the automated logging machines couldn't be traded, friends could exchange treasure chests for gifts. Jin Yu arranged with his team members, and anyone else who had asked him for charcoal to trade charcoal for the supply chests they found today, at a very low price, of course. Because it was cold outside, everyone had returned early, and he actually opened 4 automated logging machines. Including the one he hadn't turned in, he now owned 5. Jin Yu excitedly clicked merge on the 5 automated logging machines, but instead of the expected forest farm, a message appeared. Someone in this area has successfully opened a wood shop. Jin Yu's face turned purple, like a spilled pallet. He hadn't expected anyone in this area to collect everything faster than he had. She must have known long ago that automated logging machines shouldn't be used lightly. He might even be the person who owned the forest farm when the announcement was made. Jin Yu couldn't help but suspect Zhao Linlang. Zhao Linlang hadn't contacted him this morning, so Jin Yu suppressed his anger and sent her a message. Jin Yu, Miss Zhao, is that wood shop in the market that's now open yours? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you tell me. But since I helped you out this morning, could you please sell me the wood at a lower price later? Zhao Linlang hadn't replied yet, perhaps still out, so Jin Yu had no choice but to suspend the charcoal for treasure chest exchange. Thinking of the forced market for the 5 self-service logging machines, Jin Yu began to have a headache. He was trying to find a way to get some supplies from the mutual aid group to make up for his losses. After all, that was the reason he had formed the mutual aid group in the first place. Chapter 19. Yu Luwei was unaware of Jin Yu's inner thoughts. She was busy buying iron blocks. She had already assembled all the other base upgrades, only the iron blocks were missing. This item was in short supply, so it was rare on the market. After flipping through countless pages, Yu Luwei finally found a seller who sold large quantities of iron blocks at reasonable prices. She traded a box of turkey noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water for all the iron blocks. Yu Luwei couldn't handle spicy food, so overall, she was quite satisfied with the price. After the iron blocks arrived at the warehouse, Yu Luwei immediately upgraded the base. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Base defense increased by 50. Upgrading to the next level requires level 5 base plan, 100 iron blocks, 100 cement blocks, 1,000 stone blocks, and 1,000 wood blocks. It would take some time for the crops to mature, so Yu Luwei first checked the current rankings. In terms of combat power, I'm still number 1. As for progress, after upgrading the shelter yesterday, I've already moved up to number 1 in the district rankings and 10th overall. I wonder if my ranking will rise again after upgrading the base today. The remaining time was spent practicing magic. When the time was almost up, Yu Luwei struggled out of bed, put on her down jacket, and headed to the base. I have to say, the down jacket is of excellent quality. After putting it on, it felt like the temperature around me instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. Yu Luwei became even more confident about the down jacket's sales. It was 6 o'clock and already dark. Yu Luwei went to the forest farm to collect some wood, and planted another 500 saplings before returning to the base to work. Remove 60 red bricks, and store the ripe crops and fruits in the warehouse. The planter boxes are one-time plantings, and the peach tree disappears after Yu Luwei picks all the peaches. After Yu Luwei uses the item upgrade card on the 4 empty planter boxes, the planter boxes in front of him disappear, and his bracelet loses 5 soils and gains a special building, farmland. The farmland's tooltip indicates a size of 3 by 3 and can only be placed in the base. After the upgrade, Yu Luwei's base became even emptier, allowing him to place it anywhere. Yu Luwei found a spot between a shelter and a fence to place the farmland. This farmland is different from the forest farm. The interior of the forest farm is larger than it appears from the outside, but the inside and outside of the farmland are the same. Furthermore, the temperature of this farmland is like that of an automatically controlled greenhouse, automatically adjusting to the optimal temperature for the crops grown there. Not only that, the crops grown there are not disposable. For example, the peach trees can be harvested multiple times after being planted once. While she had to till the soil, plant, and harvest, it was convenient for planting different crops. Unlike a planter box, where you could simply place the same seeds and they would automatically grow. The appearance of the farmland awakened a certain inner energy hidden deep within Yu Luwei. Suddenly, her limbs regained strength. She dug out the stone hoe she acquired during her novice period from the storage room, tilled the field, and planted the small amount of seeds that had fallen from the harvested cabbage, greens, and scallions. There were only a little over 50 seeds in total, and there was still some empty space. Yu Luowei also took out 2 pieces of ginger and 2 potatoes, briefly prepared them, and planted them. There were definitely no pests or diseases, but this was Yu Luowei's first time planting, and she didn't feel reassured until she saw the countdown to maturity. 6 days for the ginger and 3 for the potatoes. After finishing planting and applying 6 bags of primary fertilizer, Yu Luowei didn't rush back inside. In the past, she just set down the planting box outside, planted the seeds, and then come back in. She'd never been outside for so long before, so she decided to take a look at the forest at night. The sky outside was a deep, dark black, as if someone had spilled thick ink from the sky. The forest felt just like the first day Yu Luowei opened her eyes. Just looking at it filled her with a sense of danger. The base was also dim, the only light coming from the windows of the shelter. Yu Luowei could barely see the path. In this environment, it wasn't just the cold. Yu Luowei felt her mind was under attack. She hadn't felt anything when she was planting, but now her head began to ache. Fearing a fainting spell like last time, she didn't dare stay any longer and turned back to the house. The farmland was some distance from the shelter. Halfway through, Yu Luowei heard a monster's roar in the darkness, followed by the sound of running and the clatter of things colliding with the fence. Unsure if it was because she was still outside the shelter after dark that the monsters had been attracted, Yu Luowei quickened her pace and entered. The door closed, shielding her from the cold wind and mental oppression outside. Yu Luowei slowly made her way under the warmth of the fireplace. She pulled out her manual. In about half an hour, her spirit points had dropped by 100. If she hadn't already reached level 4, she probably wouldn't have made it through to the end of the planting. The base's defense points had also dropped by 5 points due to the monsters. Before this, the defense value had always been full. Yu Luowei didn't think it was a coincidence. The most likely reason was that staying at the base at night instead of entering the shelter would attract monsters. At first, she regretted not discovering this information during her novice period. She could have used the absolutely safe base to attract more monsters to kill. However, she thought about her physical condition at that time and the base's inability to shield herself from such mental attacks. She might have gone mad from her mental value dropping to 0 before the monsters arrived. Safe, yes, but sanity was uncertain, so she felt relieved. After editing the message and telling Fang Min about this discovery, Yu Luowei hesitated for a moment, then sent it to Zhao Linlang as well, reminding them not to stay at the base at night and to enter the shelter as soon as possible. Soon, she received replies from both of them. Fang Min, that sounds scary. Are you okay? I'll definitely be back at the shelter before 6, no, before 5:30 from now on. Luckily, although I didn't build a shelter during my novice period, I still slept there to be on the safe side. If we were out there, I might not be able to talk to you right now. Fang Min, thank you for sharing this information, Wei Wei. I can't help you with anything else, but I opened 2 strawberry cream cakes today. They're super delicious. I'll share one with you. Zhao Linlang, thank you for this important information. I saw you bought a lot of iron blocks today. You must really need them. This is a small token of my appreciation. If you need more iron blocks later, I can give you a discount. Yu Luowei was surprised for a few seconds to find that Zhao Linlang was the iron block seller. With such a large and regular supply of iron blocks, there must be iron mines around Zhao Linlang's base. This was like having a fixed supplier of iron blocks. Without further hesitation, Yu Luowei told Fang Min she was fine and accepted the cream strawberry cake and 5 iron blocks. After what had happened, Yu Luowei wasn't in the mood to cook. She finished the cream strawberry cake and leftover barbecue from lunch for dinner. Although the sweet and salty combination was a bit strange, Yu Luowei drank a bottle of orange juice in between. After finishing this rather hasty meal, Yu Luowei continued to browse the manual and check on the others. Most people had been out looking for treasure chests all day. Perhaps the system had secretly increased the chances of treasure chests appearing, but everyone had received 2 or more treasure chests today, with the most even receiving 6. Most of the treasure chests contained warmth and food, and some in the chat even suspected this was their last meal. However, the self-service lumberjacks hadn't appeared often. Yu Luowei had seen 3 at most so far. She hoped the top player in the zone would collect 5 as late as possible, at least after the second wood shop appeared. Yu Luowei didn't realize that Jin Yu was nearly suspecting everyone in the district who had posted on the chat channel, but in his mind, Zhao Linlang was the most suspicious. After returning, Zhao Linlang was stunned for a few seconds by Jin Yu's message and politely replied that it wasn't her. However, Jin Yu remained skeptical and continued to harass Zhao Linlang, until Zhao Linlang, annoyed enough, blocked him. Seeing the situation was irreconcilable, Jean Yu became desperate and mentally insulted the owner of the forest farm. Yu Luwei sneezed several times, and fearing she might get sick, she gulped down a large glass of Isita's root water. The only medicines available in the Points Mall, besides bandages, were hemostatics and anti-inflammatories, and they were quite expensive, so she had to resort to this simple remedy. The chat channel was empty, and her energy level had recovered somewhat. With nothing else to do, and no time to spare, Yu Luwei returned to prepping her food. This time, she took out 5 bamboo sticks and fashioned 90 bamboo tubes. She summoned flames to burn them smooth inside and out, preparing to make some bamboo tube rice. First, she steamed 2 pots of rice, which she would then divide into bamboo tubes. This would become her boxed lunch, ready to eat directly from the table. Next, she took out a piece each of the first-level beast meat, mutton, and duck, and used half a chicken leftover from lunch. She cut them into pieces and marinated them. She also took out 2 potatoes, cut them into pieces, and split the remaining 50 bamboo tubes horizontally in the middle. She then filled them with rice, various meats, and potatoes, closed the tubes, and tied them tightly with string. After the rice was cooked and portioned, I placed a few ice cubes in the pot. Once they melted, I added the bamboo tubes to the pot and cooked. Once cooked, I stored them in my wristband along with the white rice. I cooked the bamboo tube rice in 2 batches, and by the time everything was ready, another 2 hours had passed. Yu Luwei was feeling a bit hungry again, so she made some braised pork noodles. In the meantime, Yu Luwei took a moment to check the updated progress leaderboard for the day. She had already moved up to 9th place overall. After eating, Yu Luwei tidied up the kitchen briefly and returned to the 2nd floor. Everyone had just returned from the market when it got dark, so they hadn't had time to go shopping. 4 or 5 hours had already passed. Lying in bed, Yu Luwei checked her sales. She had sold over 500 logs. After collecting the points, she replenished the stock to 2,000. She had also sold nearly 100 down jackets. Yu Luwei had also replenished his down jackets to 300. He exchanged half of the compressed biscuits he obtained for points, and kept the remaining half for now. Then Yu Luwei put 10 servings of animal meat bamboo tube rice on the shelves. He used animal meat because it was the meat Yu Luwei had in most stock. Since this was primarily aimed at those with more ample supplies and a more refined palate, Yu Luwei planned to set a higher price, selling 1 serving for 5 iron blocks or 15 stone blocks. This was a bit of a profiteer in the survivor game, and Yu Luwei felt a little uneasy, prepared to lower the price if he couldn't sell the food. Fortunately, food wouldn't spoil if left at the market, so it wouldn't affect sales. He made rice, and used up the previously opened bag of rice. The bag of flour from the previous steamed buns wasn't much left, so Yu Luwei planned to use it up tomorrow when he had some free time. This time, he made some steamed buns. There were mushrooms and animal meat, and she could even make her own mushroom and animal meat sauce. This was her favorite sauce to go with rice, and it was also delicious when sandwiched between steamed buns. The blazing fire dispelled the chill in the air. Yu Luwei tucked into the warm bed and drifted off to sleep, feeling the happiness of Mom won't have to worry about me waking up from the cold anymore. Chapter 20. On the 6th day of the frost season, the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Yu Luwei's first act upon waking was to add more charcoal to the fireplace to raise the room's temperature. She had long since outgrown her homemade refrigerator, so she melted the ice and replenished the water. Changing into her autumn sweater and sweater, Yu Luwei felt transported back to her teenage years in the countryside, where she dressed in layers. She could almost hear her grandmother urging her to put on her long johns. At 8 o'clock, the system announced another announcement, this time regarding the so-called Frost Season Exclusive Event. The Frost Season Exclusive Event, Blizzard Villa, has officially begun. From now on, a 3-day, devastating blizzard will descend upon the trial game. Besides preventing survivors from exploring, the blizzard will also damage the base's defenses. Use crystals to repair the base. If the base's defense drops to 0, it will be completely and irreparably damaged. In addition, monsters born in blizzards. Yetis have taken over all environments, threatening the survivor base. Ranking update, Yeti kill ranking, limited to 3 days. Rewards will also be distributed during the settlement period. Hope all survivors will strive to survive. Note, during a blizzard, the daily temperature drop rate doubles. The moment the system chime sounded, the area outside the base was instantly engulfed in a blizzard. In the short time it took for the system to launch the event, the outside had already turned a silvery white. Considering the harsh environment outside the base, Yu Luwei didn't rush out. Instead, he opened the currently empty Yeti kill ranking to check the detailed rules. Initially, Yeti will wander randomly in the blizzard. As the blizzard intensifies over time, their appearance frequency will increase. Also, starting on the second day of the event, if survivors remain in the same area, including the base, for more than 3 hours during the day, Yeti will actively gather towards them. The Yeti level is the same as that of ordinary monsters, and killing them does not earn points. However, the points earned from killing high-level Yeti are equivalent to the number of level 1 Yeti killed. The final ranking is based on the number of level 1 Yeti killed. There is a Yeti kill leaderboard, and today's blizzard is relatively mild. Yuluwei will definitely go out and kill some Yeti to improve his ranking. However, before heading out, he still needs to be well prepared. For example, his regular suit will definitely not be enough for such a situation. Yuluwei took out the orange win-win suit he had made earlier and put it on. Compared to standard sets, advanced sets not only offer increased stats, but also offer better insulation. Yuluwei tried it out, and found that wearing only this orange set over a sweater was perfectly adequate for the outdoor temperature, without even a down jacket. Leaving the base and stepping into the snow, Yuluwei was immediately blinded by the swirling snow. The violent wind whipped around her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Yuluwei shielded her eyes with one hand, and pulled out the torch she used to explore the cave with the other. She infused it with some fire magic, making the flames burn even louder and more intensely. The torch, crafted from third-level fire magic, easily melted the snow, allowing Yuluwei to move freely in the blizzard, though her speed was naturally much slower. Fortunately, she no longer had to shield her eyes. With her free hand, she summoned a flaming sword, ready to deal with any snow monster that might appear. The surroundings were shimmering in the snow, turning a silvery white. Worried about finding her way back, Yuluwei broke off a few branches from the surrounding trees, shook off the fallen snow, and made a few torches. He placed one on the side of the road every few minutes to ensure he could always see the torches. Because he couldn't see clearly, Yuluwei wandered aimlessly. However, snow monsters appeared quite frequently, and within just 10 minutes of walking, he already encountered 2. Being only level 1, Yuluwei didn't even need to use his flaming sword. He simply waved his torch and killed them. After 3 hours of walking, he exhausted twice as much energy as usual, yet had only covered a quarter of the distance. He only just crossed the stream he'd been walking from. The stream was now completely frozen, covered in a thick layer of snow. If it weren't for the lack of trees above it, Yuluwei might not have recognized it. The slow pace also had something to do with the fact that he killed over 50 low-level snow monsters along the way. I found a larger pine tree nearby. Its top was covered in snow, but the ground beneath was relatively clear. Yuluwei cleaned up a bit, then stuck the torch in the ground in front of me and sat down to rest. As she did so, she suddenly felt something hard poking her. She quickly dug up the dirt and, sure enough, found a treasure chest green. Thinking she never found a treasure chest again, Yuluwei happily collected this unexpected find. Today's lunch was the mutton bamboo rice I made last night. It was still steaming from the bracelet. Yuluwei couldn't bear to eat it right away. She held it in her hand to warm it, the hand that had been holding the torch, before wolfing it down, warming her stomach. Worried about not being able to return home that night, Yuluwei didn't dare go any further. Instead, she wandered around, picked out a few easy-to-beat snow monsters, and then set off on her return journey. The snow was already deep on the way back, leaving pits everywhere she stepped. Yuluwei struggled to walk while retrieving the torches stuck in the ground. When she reached the base, she didn't rush in. Instead, she found the trap she had destroyed yesterday and dismembered the monster corpse inside. She obtained a green supply chest and 2 points. While searching for this trap, Yuluwei discovered 2 more traps, each containing the corpses of several snow monsters. Unsure if snow monsters killed by fences and traps counted as survivor kills, Yuluwei hurried back to the shelter before 6 o'clock, pulled out his handbook, and checked his current kill count, 264. Then, finding a snow monster near the base, he lured it to the fence and killed it with a trap. He returned to check his kill count, 265. Seeing the number increase, Yuluwei finally felt relieved. After placing a newly made torch in each trap, both to damage the snow monster and to prevent the traps from being buried by snow, Yuluwei returned to the shelter. In his haste, he hadn't even turned on the fireplace. Yuluwei lit the fireplace and added some charcoal. When the temperature in the shelter rose slightly, Yuluwei took off his wind suit and checked its durability, 84% remaining. The snow monsters encountered today were all below level 2, and their attacks could not hit Yuluwei at all. However, his durability still dropped so much. The power of the blizzard was much stronger than Yu Luwei had imagined. Yu Luwei checked the current base's defense value again. Higher level bases experienced slower declines, but after just one day, the level 4 base's original maximum defense value of 510 had dropped to 450 due to monsters and blizzards. Of this, the base's defense value dropped by 37. Each crystal can repair 5 points of defense, so Yu Luwei used 7 of them. The remaining defense value dropped due to damaged traps, which needed to be repaired with wood and thorns. Fortunately, the materials were plentiful and only required manual instructions, eventually restoring it to 508. While he was asleep at night, snow monsters might gather around the base. To address this concern, Yu Luwei found the blueprint for the Flame Arrow Tower from the construction page. After upgrading the fence, Yu Luwei hadn't immediately built this structure due to the lack of monsters. But now, it was a complete cheat in this event. A level 4 base can build 8 arrow towers, each requiring 20 iron ore and 5 flaming crystals. Arrows need to be crafted separately. Although she didn't have the arrow blueprints, Yu Luwei couldn't worry about the flaming arrow she could condense herself. The main issue was the iron blocks. She sent a message to Zhao Linlang. Yu Luwei, Linlang, I'd like to trade you for some iron blocks. How many do you have? Zhao Linlang, I still have over 800 of them. How many do you want? I'm out of food though. If possible, could you trade for food? Yu Luwei, I want 200. As for food, have you had dinner yet? I'll give you a portion I made. Try it first. After that, she sent Zhao Linlang a bowl of animal meat bamboo rice. After receiving the food, Zhao Linlang gave Yu Luwei 5 iron blocks as a deposit, then went silent. Presumably, she went to sample the food. Yu Luwei took advantage of this opportunity to open 2 boxes for the day and found Sichuan rice noodles X3, beef tripe X2, cucumbers X2, salt X3, carrot seed X1, thermometer X1. Each portion of food weighed 500 g, and each portion of seeds weighed 50. She put the food in the storage room. Worried that the low temperature might affect some of the food, Yu Luwei moved the campfire from the living room to the side of the storage room. With the addition of a thermometer, she finally didn't have to carry the old one up and down. Yu Luwei simply placed this one between the storage room and the fireplace, and put the other one upstairs. With the extra salt and cucumbers, Yu Luwei planned to pickle one of the cucumbers for a side dish tonight. Right now, she had opened a self-heating hot pot. After a few days of proper meals, she was craving these junk foods again. At this time, Zhao Linlang's message arrived. Zhao Linlang, did you really make this yourself? It's so delicious. You must have been a chef, right? If I trade this, 30 portions for the remaining iron blocks. Or do you have any rice? I'll provide you with the seasoning and meat, and you can make 45 portions for me. Yu Luwei, as long as you like it, I'll choose to work off the debt. But you'll get tired of making all this bamboo tube rice. I can make 20 portions for you, and I'll let you use your skills to make something else for the rest. Is that okay with you? Zhao Linlang, of course. I believe in your cooking. I'll give you these iron blocks first. Oh, and I'll eat anything. Just give it to me when the rice is ready. With that, she sent Yu Luwei a large amount of things, including 195 iron blocks. Yu Luwei was momentarily stunned by Zhao Linlang's trust, then took inventory of the pile. It contained 4 pounds of level 2 beast meat, 2 pounds of pork, 3 pounds of mutton, a generous seasoning package, and a generous marinade package. After completing the inventory, Yu Luwei began by constructing 8 arrow towers. Flame Arrow Tower, Orange, an advanced arrow tower that automatically identifies and attacks hostile creatures. Ordinary arrows placed in the tower will gain a fire effect, while those containing flame arrows will double their attack power. She evenly spaced the 8 arrow towers within the base's fence. The manual's defense page now displayed arrow tower icons, allowing users to view the remaining arrow count. Yu Luwei condensed 160 flame arrows, each costing 0.5 mental power, and placed them evenly among the towers. She planned to place 50 in each tower, but being outside the shelter, she didn't want to expend too much mental power all at once. She planted the carrot seeds and returned home. After returning home, Yu Luwei first prepared 30 bamboo tubes, sliced 6 portions of 2nd-grade beast meat, and made 30 servings of bamboo tube rice, which she then cooked. Then, she prepared 2 steamed buns to go with a self-heating hot pot. After dinner, Yu Luwei brought out the flour. Last night, she had originally planned to steam buns, but since she was cooking for Zhao Linlang, she changed her mind and decided to make dumplings instead, filling them with cabbage and pork, and green onions and mutton. Once everything was done, Yuluwei made 4 more bamboo tubes, filled them with raw dumplings, and sent them to Zhao Linlang along with the 20 servings of bamboo tube rice, and the remaining ingredients, along with 3 extra steamed buns. Zhao Linlang, thank you, Wei Wei. Now I have breakfast for tomorrow. But don't give me back the marinade, I won't be able to use it. Can I ask you to make these dishes again in the future? Yuluwei, of course. After replying to the message, Yuluwei was almost done resting. She went to the forest farm to collect some wood, crafted the remaining flaming arrows, placed them in the arrow tower from the manual, and went to bed. She checked the market. Because of today's snowstorm, down jacket sales had skyrocketed. They were sold out. Yuluwei exchanged half for points and kept half. Then she went to the points mall to buy saplings and down jacket materials, and made another 500 pieces to put on the shelves. 3 more wood items appeared on the homepages with shop, all at the system recommended prices. This affected Yuluwei's own shop's business, and she had only sold less than 600 pieces, so she didn't restock. The bamboo tube rice was also sold out. Yuluwei received 20 iron blocks and 90 stone blocks. Seeing the good sales, she added 10 more pieces to the shelves. Since wood wasn't selling well, Yuluwei took 1,000 pieces of wood and made them into charcoal, which he also sold on the market. The price was 15 pieces of charcoal per compressed biscuit, which was cheaper than buying wood with points and then making charcoal. It was a case of small profits, but quick turnover. After finishing everything, before going to bed, Yuluwei took another look at the base's defenses. Sure enough, they had dropped again. After repairing the crystals, Yuluwei finally fell asleep with a sense of relief. Who knew how many snow monsters this arrow tower could kill tonight? It would be best if he woke up tomorrow to find a treasure chest lying outside. Yuluwei dreamed sweet dreams. Chapter 21. Today's blizzard intensified. Yuluwei took a quick walk around the base, and gave up the idea of leaving. Last night, the 8 arrow towers had killed over 50 monsters below level 3. She now ranked first in the zone and third overall in the Yeti kill rankings. The system rule stated that Yeti would gather in areas where survivors had been lingering for a long time. This rule could be exploited to let the arrow towers do the work for her. At dawn, Yuluwei went outside and walked around the fence, looking for any loot from last night. The scene of a field full of treasure chests didn't appear. In the end, she only found 1 supply chest, green, and 1 supply chest, blue. Not only did killing Yeti not earn any points, but the drop rate of treasure chests was also much lower. Yuluwei could only hope for better rewards on this leaderboard. In the short time she had been out, Yuluwei was covered in a thick layer of snow, which made her shiver several times. She quickly returned to the shelter, and warmed herself by the fireplace. The temperature dropped 20 degrees today, and Yuluwei had to add more charcoal to the fireplace to bring the room back up to normal. Lulu continued to craft fire arrows, keeping the arrow tower stock around 50. The tower was orange level, and Yuluwei's fire magic had already reached level 3. Fire also countered ice and snow, so with these two combined, killing a level 5 snow monster was no problem. Yuluwei then relaxed and lay down. It was only 9 o'clock, and Yuluwei had repaired the base again. Since the event began, he had used 20 crystals. At this rate, his inventory should last until the end of the event. Reassured, Yuluwei began opening treasure chests. Flame Cloak, Blue, Blueprint X1, Warm Iron Shovel X1, Sanitary Napkin, Pack X5. Bean Sprouts X2, Lettuce X2, Lettuce Seed X1, Herba Sauce X1. Yuluwei was shocked to see the sanitary napkin. Although her period had just ended before entering the game, she hadn't gotten any in such a long time, so she assumed she wouldn't have a period after entering the game. Unexpectedly, her excitement was in vain. Yuluwei put it with the unused tissues. Finally, she found new equipment. Yuluwei examined the blueprint, Flame Cloak, Spark X1, Cloth X2, Crystal X1. Provides some warmth in cold environments, and a bit of light in dark environments. Has durability, and increases defense by 8 when equipped. This cloak is great, but I got it a little late. The frost season ends in 2 days. But it'll be useful for 2 days, so Yuluwei made one. Because the fire used her own magic, this cloak not only provided warmth and illumination, but also had an additional property. It could deal a certain amount of damage to monsters upon contact. It was also much more attractive than the beginner's cloak she wore at first, and Yuluwei couldn't put it down. Having more seeds, she donned the cloak and went to plant vegetables. The cabbages in the field were already ripe, so Yuluwei harvested them first. With the farmland, harvesting ripe vegetables yielded more seeds. Yuluwei planted these, and some lettuce seeds, filling the field. The rest would be planted in the planter box after tomorrow's cherry harvest. With the cloak, even without a down jacket, it wasn't too cold in the base. Yuluwei was very pleased with the results. Happily, her newly acquired shovel not only speeds up digging but also melts ice and snow, turning the frozen ground into mud. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't yet 3 hours old, and there weren't many snow monsters around, Yuluwei continued digging in front of the base. This time, she dug 50 pieces, killing a few along the way. Calculating the time was almost up, she stuffed all the dirt into the brick machine and returned to the shelter. This flame cloak was so effective that Yuluwei planned to put it on the market while there were still 2 days left. She charged a higher price, 4 pieces of cloth, 2 crystals, and 10 iron blocks. It wouldn't affect her down jacket, as they were much cheaper. Unsure if she'd find crystals in the boxes later, Yuluwei didn't dare make too many, only making 20 for the first batch. She usually ate self-heating hot pot, but today, watching the snowflakes swirling outside the window, Yuluwei put down the manual and decided to have some serious hot pot. First, prepare the side dishes: shrimp balls, tripe, beef rolls, sliced lamb and game meat, diced fish and chicken, as well as cabbage, lettuce, and bean sprouts. It looks quite sumptuous. Then place the soup pot on the campfire and dump an ice cube in. Once it melts, add the hot pot base. Soon, the aroma of red oil fills the entire first floor. From the storage room, pull out a bottle of Coke and a bottle of orange juice, open the airball sauce, and pour it into a bowl. Add some chopped green onions, oyster sauce, and vinegar, and then Yuluwei begins to enjoy the meal in earnest. Yuluwei devours this meal with gusto, feeling deeply satisfied. The ingredients produced by the system were much more delicious than those grown in the high-tech greenhouses on Blue Star. There were chewy shrimp balls, crispy tripe, juicy beef rolls, and crispy and refreshing lettuce and cabbage. It could be said that it was the most satisfying meal Yuluwei had had since the zombies arrived. The only thing that was spoiled was the sight of the snow monster outside and the swish of arrows. After a satisfying meal, there was still some meat and vegetables left, but Yuluwei didn't rush to clean them up. She cooked some Sichuan noodles in the evening for another delicious meal. After replenishing the arrow tower to 80 arrows and repairing the base, Yuluwei decided to take a nap and rest while she had nothing else to do. This sleep lasted until a little after 3 p.m. When she woke up, she stretched and felt refreshed. With nothing else to do, Yuluwei went out for another walk. While the number of snow monsters wasn't huge, they were constantly coming one after another, making for a spectacular sight. If it weren't for the area damage of the fire arrows, she'd probably have used twice as many arrows. Yuluwei pulled out her ice bow, deciding to take advantage of all the live targets to practice and reduce the burden on the arrow tower. After shooting for almost an hour, Yuluwei finally stopped. There was no need to dismantle snow monsters. The trophies of those you killed yourself went directly into your bracelet, as long as there were free bracelets, unlike those killed in the arrow tower, where you had to go outside to collect them. In the past hour, Yuluwei had obtained 2 more supply chests, green. Shaking his aching arms and collecting the red bricks, Yuluwei entered the shelter, first restocking his arrows, then opening 2 treasure chests, Crystal X10, Stone Mill X1, Multi-Purpose Plastic Blueprint X1, Sprite X6, Shampoo X1. As the name suggests, this multi-purpose plastic blueprint is less versatile than the universal one, meaning it can be freely made into anything, such as a plastic bottle. However, anything too elaborate wouldn't work, as it was only from a green treasure chest. The plastic he obtained these days, as well as from deconstructing treasure chests, hadn't been used. As soon as Yuluwei entered it into his manual, he made 2 10L plastic buckets, which he placed alongside the purified water bucket to store water. He also made a large plastic basin and placed it in the bathroom, specifically for bathing. Now that he had the buckets, Yuluwei began melting ice, filling both buckets. While melting the ice, Yuluwei wasn't idle either. He placed the stone mill he had just opened next to the shelter stairs, found the wheat grains he had harvested. They were ears when harvested, but processed into grains that same night, and placed them in the mill. After 15 minutes, flour would automatically be produced. Yuluwei placed an empty flour bag at the mill's outlet. Having just produced Sprite, Yuluwei made some more plastic lunch boxes, leaving 20 for later use, preparing to make some Sprite pickled cucumbers. He took out half of the cucumbers, washed them, cut them into strips, and placed them in the plastic lunchbox. He added some salt and sugar to reduce the moisture, and while doing so, Yu Luwei didn't forget to transfer the melted water into the plastic bucket. After 20 minutes, Yu Luwei poured out the water and poured a bottle of Sprite into each box. He then closed the lids and placed them by the window to refrigerate. After finishing up here, Yu Luwei began making fishing nets with rope, making 2 larger ones that might be useful next season. After filling 2 plastic buckets with water and screwing on the lids, Yu Luwei put the flour away and went to the forest farm to collect wood. However, the warehouse had been overloaded with wood these days, and the wood shop had added another 20 or so, resulting in even lower sales. Yu Luwei hadn't added any more saplings. The forest farm had a variety of fruit saplings these days, and various fruits had also appeared as byproducts, adding up to a considerable amount. 1 basket wasn't enough, but fortunately, before the snow fell, Yu Luwei gathered some willow branches and made 2 more. The 5L purified water bucket happened to be empty, so Yu Luwei picked out some peaches, oranges, lemons, and grapes from the fruit basket. She also took out a large watermelon Fong Min had given her, cut it into pieces, and placed it in the purified water bucket. She then poured the remaining 5 bottles of Sprite into the basket, and a simple fruit tea was ready. The remaining fruit chunks were placed in a plastic container, ready to eat whenever I felt like it. It was a shame there wasn't any yogurt, otherwise I could have made a fruit salad. Dinner time arrived. Yu Luwei ordered Sichuan noodles and a cup of fruit tea, accompanied by 2-hour pickled cucumbers. This quality of life would be envied by 90% of survivors. After dinner, I opened the manual and looked at my items. Almost all of them were sold out, especially the flame cloak and bamboo rice. There were even a few extra comments. Anonymous buyer. With this cloak, my mom won't have to worry about me walking in a blizzard anymore. Anonymous buyer. This cloak can actually kill snow monsters. I've killed several level 1 snow monsters with it. Amazing. But its durability degrades so quickly. Anonymous buyer. I spread my cloak on the ground and used myself as bait to lure low-level snow monsters toward it. I actually managed to kill several of them. Ha ha ha, if I keep this up, I'll definitely be on the leaderboard. Anonymous buyer. Thanks to the above user. I never thought a cloak could be used like this. I'm going to try it now. Also, please ask the seller to sell more. Anonymous buyer. Damn, why did I say that? Damn it! Why can't I delete this comment? I'm warning you. Don't copy my ideas. I didn't expect these people to come up with so many new ways to use cloaks. Yu Luwei couldn't help but laugh. After collecting the materials, he made another 50, and put them on the shelves. As for the comments below the bamboo tube rice, they all praised the rice's deliciousness. Thinking that he would probably be in the shelter tomorrow, Yu Luwei put all his remaining meat bamboo rice on the shelf, then went to the trading market and bought 2 large pots for 4 iron blocks. He sent a message in the chat channel. Yu Luwei, I accept the processing of low-grade meat into braised meat. 10 kilograms of meat below level 2 plus a portion of braised meat can be exchanged for 9 kilograms of braised meat. You could also use other materials to pay for the processing fee. You can trade 10g of animal meat for a 10g sample of braised pork. Once you're satisfied, place your order. This offer is valid until 10 p.m. tonight. After posting this message, dozens of private messages flooded in. Some wanted to exchange for samples, others wanted to negotiate processing fees, and of course, many more wanted to bargain or even get free samples. For a moment, Yu Luwei thought she was on a second-hand trading platform. Deleting some of the more outrageous comments, Yu Luwei negotiated with a few who wanted to exchange for samples, and successfully sold 24. Since the rest insisted on receiving the braised meat before the animal meat, Yu Luwei didn't bother with them. Unsurprisingly, all 24 people chose to trade with Yu Luwei, but some backed out when they heard the braised meat wouldn't be delivered until the next day. In the end, only 8 people placed their orders. Yu Luwei understood. After all, in this world, only a few were willing to trust her. Besides, none of them had that much animal meat. Yu Luwei only accepted 20 kilograms in total, and they all chose to trade with iron or stone. Unexpectedly, Fong Min and Zhao Linlang also chatted with her privately. Fong Min hadn't finished the braised meat from her last order, and asked if she could exchange it in a few days. Yu Luwei readily replied with a yes. Zhao Linlang then gave Yu Luwei 10 jin of meat, expressing her confidence in her cooking skills, and saying that if time was tight, she could prepare hers last. Since there was some leftover from the previous order, Yu Luwei didn't ask for Zhao Linlang's marinade, and even gave her a piece of braised meat to thank her for her support and understanding. After posting a message in the chat channel saying the order was closed, Yu Luwei began to process the meat. 30 Gene was no small amount, and Yuluwei worked until midnight to braise all the meat. Luckily, Yuluwei's fire was extraordinary, and the meat was extraordinary. Otherwise, without the pressure cooker, the meat wouldn't have tasted so good. Reflecting on that day's experience, Yuluwei felt like she had transformed her survival channel into a food channel. Reeking of braised meat, Yuluwei boiled some water and prepared to take a bath in his newly made plastic tub. While waiting for the water to boil, Yuluwei once again checked the arrow tower and base. In his free time that day, Yuluwei had been continuously condensing fire arrows. Having made a few more, he had replenished the arrow tower stock to 100, which he expected would be more than enough for 2 nights. After grabbing a box of chopped fruit and taking a comfortable hot bath to wash off his fatigue, Yuluwei fell asleep to the good news of his Yeti kill count of 1,322, placing him first on both leaderboards. Thankfully, the smell from the first floor didn't linger much, otherwise Yuluwei's dreams would likely be filled with the smell of braised meat. Chapter 22. Yuluwei's 8th day of the frost period was largely the same as the day before. He restocked the arrow towers with arrows, repaired the base's defenses with crystals, and, braving the snowstorm, replaced the torches in the traps. Then it was time for dinner. Having cooked all day yesterday, today's meal consisted of ready-made meals. Yuluwei delivered the braised meat to yesterday's buyers. Because everyone except Zhao Linlang had traded for other items, Yuluwei withheld a portion and returned the meat after the materials arrived. This had been agreed upon yesterday, and the buyers agreed, allowing Yuluwei to successfully complete the transactions. The only difference was the appearance of 2 level 5 snow monsters, making it difficult for the arrow towers to handle them. Yuluwei used the skill Lion Soul Flame Slash as they advanced under the hail of arrows, finally killing them and obtaining an orange supply chest. After 2 days of constantly using her mental power to condense flaming arrows, Yuluwei's mental power limit had increased to 750. Her magic had been leveling up too quickly before, and she could sense it would take some time to reach level 4. It would be helpful to increase her mental power through other means now. After removing the cherries from the planter and replacing them with lettuce, Yuluwei opened her handbook. The frost season was about to end, so she only stocked up on down jackets and kept her number of flame cloaks the same. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the system announced the official end of the Blizzard Villa event. However, the temperature drop remained unchanged, and the leaderboard rewards would be distributed on the settlement day. Yuluwei glanced at the leaderboard. Everyone was anonymous, but the number of snow monsters killed by each rank could be seen. Yuluwei was extremely pleased to be not only first, but first in the entire division. The roar of the storm suddenly ceased, and for a moment, Yuluwei felt a bit unaccustomed. This discomfort lasted until the next day. At dawn, he glanced out the window. No more swarms of snow monsters, only the glowing loot. Thankfully, there was no time limit on the loot. Yuluwei hurried out to collect it. There were 16 white supply chests, 4 green supply chests, and 2 blue supply chests. It looked like a lot, but considering it was the combined drops of 600 or 700 snow monsters over 2 days, it seemed quite small. He was definitely going out exploring today, so Yuluwei didn't open the chests right away, leaving them in the shelter. The temperature outside had dropped to around -90 degrees Celsius. Yuluwei donned her most insulated outfit. Autumn sweater, wind suit, down jacket, flame cloak, and twice as many heat pads as usual. The system's heat pads were more effective than usual. After all, the frost season was coming to an end, so it was time to use up some supplies. To prevent snow blindness, Yuluwei spent 1 point on a pair of ordinary sunglasses from the point store before setting off. Today's main goal was to mine. Before leaving, Yuluwei ate the last of his cloud pomelo fruit and wind feather grass for breakfast. Though the wind and snow had subsided, the ground was still covered in snow. Yuluwei struggled to walk. Finally, he pulled out a torch and waved it over the ground to melt the snow as he continued on his way. This made his progress faster, but he was still much slower than usual when he reached the cave. Not wanting to waste time, Yuluwei immediately fixed her torch to the ground and began digging with her stone hoe upon entering the cave. The copper ore was mostly yellow, and despite the rather primitive mining methods, it looked similar to what you see in a chemistry textbook. Not knowing how much installing the circuit would cost, Yuluwei used up all the durability of her stone hoe in one go, digging 200 pieces and also finding a green supply chest and some rocks. On the way back, she felt less anxious, slowing down to admire the snowy scenery. She was the only one within 100 miles, and the snow was perfectly smooth. Feeling playful, Yuluwei took off her cloak, quickly laid down on the ground, posed, and left her mark, then quickly put it back on. It was a shame she didn't have a phone or camera, otherwise Yu Luwei would have taken at least hundreds of photos. The extreme weather meant there were almost no living animals or monsters around. Yu Luwei had held out a glimmer of hope, believing the deepest part of the stream wouldn't freeze. Sadly, she was disappointed. From the shallows to the deepest parts, the water turned to ice. She had no choice but to leave the stream. Although she was well dressed, she was still freezing cold from this trip. After warming herself by the blazing campfire for a while, Yu Luwei finally recovered. After throwing the copper ore and charcoal into the furnace and changing into her indoor clothes, she took a hot bath. The water had been boiled before she left and kept warm by the campfire, to warm her muscles before heading downstairs to open the chest. The orange chest contained a thunderbolt tower, orange, similar to the flame tower, and a trap, a lightning launcher, purple, which could be placed on the ground to attack passing monsters. Other than that, there was an item upgrade card and 100 thunder crystals. The 2 blue treasure chests contained electrical appliances, including 5 socket panels, a solar panel, 3 light bulbs, including switches, a desk lamp, and a water heater, including a shower head. The green and white treasure chests contained not only water and various daily necessities, but also, most importantly, a copper pipe and wiring diagram. Made entirely of copper ingots, they were essential for wiring the shelter. Yu Luwei suspected they came from the treasure chest dug from the copper mine. There were also 48-hour electricity and water cards and a blue-level weapon diagram, the moon scythe. After sorting everything out, I focused on the electricity and water cards. After installing the circuit, the electricity card could power up to 10 appliances at a time. The water in the water card was for consumption only, not drinking. There was also a thunder arrow tower. A flame arrow tower could be converted into a thunder arrow tower using 20 thunder crystals. However, arrows with certain attributes weren't universal, and her flame arrow couldn't be used in the thunder arrow tower, so she held off on replacing them. After finishing her work, Yu Luwei looked at the system's recommended circuit. She previously studied mathematics, and physics had always been her worst subject, so she figured it would be best to stick with the system's recommendations, otherwise her own design might result in a short circuit. After a quick look, based on her common sense and her limited physics knowledge, the system's layout seemed quite reasonable. It required 30 copper pipes and 100 wires, so she decided to proceed accordingly. 1 copper ore could produce 1 copper pipe or 2 wires. The wires were buried in the wall, and thanks to the system's special technology, no insulation was required. After learning all this information, Yu Luwei ate while waiting for the copper ore to be smelted. Then, after gathering the necessary materials and storing the remaining copper ore in his bracelet, he began installing the shelter circuitry. With the circuit halfway installed, a virtual diagram of the shelter, including the circuitry, appeared in the manual. Yu Luwei could then choose where to install the socket panels and light bulbs. The socket panels had no fixed number of holes. Each could connect 5 appliances simultaneously. Yu Luwei placed 1 each in the bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and 2 living rooms. He placed 2 light bulbs on the first floor and 1 on the second floor, outside the bathroom. After everything was installed, 2 card slots appeared next to the shelter's door, labeled water and electricity. Yu Luwei placed the desk lamp next to the bed in the bedroom, and installed the water heater in the bathroom. This water heater was very user-friendly, featuring not only a shower head but also a glass door, effectively separating wet and dry areas. As for the solar panels, they covered approximately 4 square meters when unpacked, converting solar energy into electricity for the card at a ratio of 1 to 4 hours per 24 hours. This name was likely simply to accommodate common sense on Blue Planet, because here, the sun during the day does not rise or set, nor does its brightness change. It is simply a source of light, providing warmth and warmth. The solar panels could only be attached to the walls of the shelter. Although Yu Luwei couldn't reach the rooftop herself, they could be installed using the shelter's virtual blueprints. Yu Luwei placed them in a corner of the rooftop. The induction cooker she had previously installed was also placed in the kitchen. Returning to the first floor living room, Yu Luwei turned on the lights, and a bright glow instantly enveloped the entire room. 12 days into the survival game, Yu Luwei finally had a light source besides the survivor's manual and the campfire, allowing her to clearly see the entire shelter at night. She felt as if she had suddenly leapt from primitive society into modern times. It was only 8 o'clock, and Yu Luwei had already posted another message in the channel about food processing, this time with steamed buns. Today, more people were genuinely looking for her than yesterday. Yu Luwei finally finalized 12 orders, 8 for braised meat and 4 for steamed buns. Jin Yu also came to see her, but not to process food. He said a member of the mutual aid group had tried her braised meat yesterday and thought it was delicious, but hadn't placed an order because they were worried she was a scammer. Now, they wanted to hire her as a full-time mutual aid group chef, with the group providing all the ingredients. Yu Luwei had no interest in the chef position, but she still replied to Jin Yu, "Yu Luwei, so what kind of compensation can I get?" Jin Yu, since the mutual aid group has so many members, if you become one, you'll likely be responsible for cooking all day. We'll provide you with unlimited ingredients and water, as well as other props. He knew he had to work all day, and the compensation would still be so paltry. Yu Luwei didn't want to talk to him anymore, and simply deleted the message. Having read too many novels, Yu Luwei worried that Jin Yu would find someone else to place an order with her after she refused, then falsely accuse her of substituting spoiled meat or stealing a small amount. She immediately contacted the 8 customers from yesterday and asked them about their experiences. The manual doesn't allow taking photos, but you can take screenshots of chat logs. And you can only delete messages from your own message list, not from your logs. The gift logs are also there, so this image is still quite strong evidence. Fortunately, after a while, these 8 customers all started leaving positive reviews. Although initially motivated by evidence, Yu Luwei felt immense satisfaction from receiving so many positive reviews. When she replied to Jin Yu, Yu Luwei had already begun processing for the customer. After collecting evidence, she continued her work. When she got the manual again, she saw Fong Min's message. "Fong Min, Jin Yu is going too far. Why is he just making sarcastic remarks? If he had the guts, he could just do it himself." Yu Luwei's heart skipped a beat. Has my thought come true so quickly? She immediately looked up Jin Yu's post. "Jin Yu, isn't this processing fee a bit too high? We can get so much food just by staying in the shelter for a while. Why would we risk our lives to get this food? We don't know if it's delicious or if it's a scam. We should all be more cautious." Many of the comments below echo Jin Yu's sentiments, with some hitting the nail on the head. "Shin Yu, did you try to get something for free and failed? Ma Jia, what nonsense are you talking about? Jin Yu is the organizer of our mutual aid group. How could he possibly get something for free? Fong Min, I think what Shin said is quite right. How can you know what it's like if you haven't tried it? Sour grapes. Zhao Linlang, I've tried it. It's even better than a 10-star hotel on Blue Star. I think it's worth it." Dozens more comments followed. Yu Luwei breathed a sigh of relief. She had known for a long time that Jin Yu wouldn't let this go. This was much better than accusing her of processing food that was poisonous. It's just that Zhao Linlong's exaggeration was a bit too much. None of her 12 customers today asked her for refunds or anything like that, so she didn't take Jin Yu's words to heart. After comforting the irritated Fong Min, Yu Luwei shared her concerns. Fong Min was quite positive, saying she could help post pictures if Jin Yu really did something like that. After thanking Zhao Linlang again, Yu Luwei closed the manual. Although she had showered when she returned that night, with the water heater and new, more comprehensive cleaning supplies, Yu Luwei used the water card to wash again. To understand the exact nature of the water's undrinkable nature, Yu Luwei scooped a handful of water to her mouth. The moment her hand touched her mouth, the water vanished. After several experiments, Yu Luwei determined that the undrinkability was merely conceptual and had nothing to do with contamination. After removing the water card, Yu Luwei checked the leaderboard before going to bed. While her other rankings remained unchanged, her overall progress ranking had moved up 2 places, likely due to her installing the circuit. Expecting the reward for the top spot, Yu Luwei spent the last night of the frost season. Chapter 23. On the settlement day, the indoor temperature instantly rose back to 15 degrees Celsius. The plants outside also regained their full vitality overnight. If it weren't for the unmelted ice and snow on the ground, Yu Luwei would have thought the previous cold was an illusion. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving until the end of Season 1. On the settlement day, there will be no disasters or monsters, so everyone can enjoy themselves and collect supplies. All plants planted during the season, regardless of how far from maturity they are, can be harvested on the settlement day. The rankings for this season will be announced soon, and the corresponding rewards will be distributed via email in 10 minutes. Please check back. In addition, survivors who have severely damaged the pristine environment will have an opportunity to make amends. Plots of land in the Points Mall will be unlocked for a limited time. Survivors can spend points to purchase pristine plots of land of varying sizes and place them in the pristine environment for repairs. Survivors, please cherish this opportunity. Wishing you all a happy settlement day. We look forward to seeing you all at the next settlement day, since the survival rate in this zone exceeds 50%. A special reminder for the next season's disaster is Spring Haze. The current population of this zone is 52, for 67/100,000. Nearly half of the players have already died in just the first season. It's unclear how many will be left by the time someone completes the game. The sadness of the rabbit's death and the fox's grief lasted only a moment before the arrival of the leaderboard reward email. Yuluwei finally reaffirmed his resolve not to become that rabbit. The 6 leaderboards had 5 first places, 1 in the top 10, and 1 for obtaining 5 supply chests, red, and 5 supply chests, orange. First place was red, the top 3 were 10 oranges, and the top 10 were 5 oranges. In addition, Yuluwei triggered a hidden rule. Getting 2 first place rankings triggers Easter egg 1, getting 4 first place rankings triggers Easter egg 2, and getting 6 first place rankings triggers Easter egg 3. After clicking to claim the Easter egg, Yuluwei held a small hammer and a colorful, real Easter egg in her hands. The words "Smash Me" were written in large letters on the egg. Extremely curious, Yuluwei abandoned the first red treasure chest she obtained and chose to attack this egg first. After several powerful hits, the eggshell shattered, releasing a dazzling light. Even Yuluwei, mentally prepared, was still dazzled by the light. After a while, the light faded completely, and Yuluwei finally saw the true Easter egg reward: a golden trumpet and a golden treasure chest. After all this fuss, the main point was still the chest. Why bother with all this nonsense? Is this alien system's formalism so severe? Yuluwei was filled with complaints, but she had no place to vent them. Complaints aside, the reward still had to be accepted. Yuluwei first reached for the golden treasure chest, then tragically discovered it couldn't be opened. Special treasure chest, gold requires a golden key to unlock. Note, this can be obtained from the Easter egg reward. Yuluwei was too tired to even complain. The system's tricks were becoming increasingly complex. She now seriously suspected that Easter egg 1 was a trumpet and a golden key, and Easter egg 3 was also a trumpet, each a golden treasure chest and a golden key. Unable to open it, Yuluwei simply tucked the chest into the last slot on her bracelet, declaring, "Out of sight, out of mind." As for the loudspeaker, while it had a physical form, it was actually a chat item. Using it would pin a custom text to the top of the chat for 12 hours. Yuluwei didn't have anything that important, so he put it away. Luckily, the red supply chest didn't require a key, otherwise Yuluwei would have been completely overwhelmed by the 5 red keys. Opening the 10 high-level chests, Yuluwei found a wealth of high-level supplies, most importantly the power core and level 5 construction blueprints, essential for upgrading a level 5 shelter. Next, there were arrow towers. Together with the 2 previously, this completed the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and thunder. There were also 100 corresponding crystals, as well as corresponding and standard arrow blueprints, and even a red-level universal arrow blueprint, completely solving Yuluwei's problem of not being able to craft arrows with other attributes. There was also an advanced version of the planter box, 4 high-level planter boxes. Of course, Yuluwei couldn't see what made them so advanced, except for their size. The rest consisted of a level 4 fence blueprint, a level 4 trap blueprint, and various item cards. Yuluwei first selected the bracelet expansion card and the warehouse expansion card and used them immediately, expanding the item slots on both the bracelet and warehouse by 5. There was also a bracelet capacity increase card, which, after using it, raised the maximum slot capacity to 999. As for the item upgrade cards and material selection cards, there were about 10 of each. Yuluwei felt like he had struck gold. Based on previous experience, Yuluwei used the item upgrade cards on 4 high-level plantation boxes, resulting in a 16 by 16 farmland. However, the current base couldn't accommodate it, so Yuluwei temporarily put it in storage, waiting to see where to place it after the base upgrade. The current farmland can also be upgraded to a 9 by 9 intermediate farmland using an upgrade card, without affecting existing plants. After checking that the intermediate farmland should be able to accommodate it, Yuluwei upgraded it directly, then harvested what needed to be harvested, replanted what needed to be planted, and applied fertilizer. While her hands were constantly working, Yuluwei's mind was also busy. This special tip, which could be said to have cost a life, was a bit too abstract. Yuluwei searched through all the knowledge in her mind, and could only think of something related to growth. After all, spring is the season of rebirth for all things. However, whether it was animals or plants was uncertain. The power of one person is ultimately weak, so Yu Luwei decided to check the channel to see the power of the masses. As soon as she opened the manual, she was attacked by hundreds of private messages. She clicked on a few private messages from strangers, and saw that they were all trying to curry favor. Yu Luwei then remembered that the names and area codes would be announced on the leaderboards today. Looking at the endless private message log, Yu Luwei immediately switched to the chat channel. The channel was now dominated by discussions about the leaderboards, especially her, who was number 1 on the top of the 5 rankings. She was definitely the center of conversation. Husho, someone tell me I'm seeing things right? 5 of the 6 rankings are topped by the same person, and they're from our district. That's incredible. It really makes us proud. Zhang Jing, you're so strong, you're already level 4. I just reached level 2 by killing snow monsters. Su Yu, is this the person who's number 1 on the list, and the meat processing agent, who was on the public screen a few days ago the same person? I even placed an order the day before yesterday, and wow, I actually got to eat the meal that the boss cooked for me. Jiangja, I bought some too, and I declare I'm going to make a meal of the rest. Ma Ming, who is this Yu Luwei? Why haven't I heard of him on Blue Star before? How could such a little-known person be number 1 on the list? Fong Min, you're saying that, as if you thought we left the Survivor game and returned to Blue Star. Are you a household registration robot? Everyone on Blue Star has seen one. Lu Hai, boss, you level up so quickly. There must be some secret, right? Why don't you share it with us, so we can level up too? Xin Yu, wow, we've seen a living freeloader. Lu Hai, who's calling a freeloader? I didn't ask boss to divide up her supplies. You saw, when the district survival rate exceeds 50%, there will be a special notice. I'm doing this for the sake of boss and everyone else. This statement instantly garnered widespread approval. Yu Luwei also felt a little supportive, but she certainly couldn't tell the truth, so she could only be vague and offer some vague information. Yu Luwei, I'm not entirely sure how I level up. I just prefer training and killing monsters. Whether training or killing monsters, it's best to do it within your capabilities. If you can't defeat them, run away. Your own life is more important. You can start with ordinary animals, which will also allow you to save some food. Don't get hurt and blame her again. Wu Moli, I think what the boss said makes sense. I'm too timid. I don't even dare to kill monsters. I usually just look for treasure chests nearby, and I'm still only level 1. Tomorrow, I'll overcome my fear and start killing monsters. Lu Ming, this should be information everyone knows. Why is the boss still hiding it? Zhang Jing, what do you mean by hiding it? It's great that the boss is willing to share it. Besides, this information wasn't given by the system. It was just speculation. Now that the boss has said it, doesn't it just confirm it? Ma Ming, why are you acting like a bootlicker again? Do people know you? You're defending them like that. Another argument broke out in the channel, but Yu Luwei was unaware of it. After posting that message, she checked the full leaderboard. Several familiar names were on the district leaderboards. On the progress list, Jin Yu was 2nd, Zhao Linlang was 45th, and Fong Min was 58th. On the combat power list, Jin Yu was 3rd, Zhao Linlang was 6th, and Fong Min was 79th. On the overall leaderboard, these individuals were also in the top 1,000, just farther back. The overall combat power top 10 and the progress top 10 were almost identical, with only the names changed. Progress was fine, as the top 10 were all level 4 shelters. Bases ranged from level 4 to level 3, and the second highest combat power was only level 3. Yu Luwei searched through the overall leaderboards, and finally found a few familiar names. It was a shame they couldn't chat across districts, but knowing they were still alive brought her immense comfort. Following the leaderboard, I sent a message to Fong Min. Fong Min, oh my god. Wei, you're amazing. I knew you were going to be strong. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky to actually meet someone so amazing. Yu Luwei, alright, thank you. How's your food? Is it enough? Do you want me to make you some more? Right, what do you think of that tip? Fong Min, Wei, you really hit the nail on the head. This system used to give very direct information, so why is it so subtle now? I've been thinking about it for a long time, and still can't figure it out. Yu Luwei, I do have an idea, but I'm not sure. I should be able to confirm it tomorrow. I'll let you know then. Yu Luwei wasn't used to being so well-intentioned, so she had to change the subject for now. By the way, she also found Zhao Linlong's private message and discussed the new tip with her after thanking her. As for Jin Yu, he was truly adaptable. Yu Luwei was a little impressed. He ignored her all day, teased her in the chat yesterday, and even sent her a message today asking if she'd be willing to be the honorary leader of the mutual aid group. Yu Luwei still ignored him. If she hadn't been blocked and couldn't see his messages in the public chat, Jean, you might have posted another disaster warning tomorrow. Yu Luwei would have blocked him long ago. Since the original poster hadn't reappeared, the discussion in the channel gradually shifted to this new warning after a long argument. It's just that those with genuine opinions were reluctant to speak out, while those who were willing to speak were those who had no ideas but only speculated. So, all sorts of theories suddenly emerged. Some guessed the same as Yu Luwei's, some thought it would rain continuously, and some naively imagined that the disaster wouldn't be as severe starting tomorrow, and that the next season might be a season of prosperity. After all, spring sounds beautiful. This statement was echoed by many. Although it was the 26th century, the people of Blue Star still had the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. After scrolling through the communication channel for a long time, she closed it after confirming there was no useful information. It was only a little after 10 o'clock, there were no monsters outside, and resources were plentiful. Yu Luwei was ready to go out exploring, aiming to upgrade both her shelter and the fence today. For the sake of the gold treasure chest, she had to maintain her ranking next season and claim the Easter egg reward. Chapter 24. Yu Luwei spent the second half of the settlement day collecting materials. There was no shortage of wood. Iron could be purchased from Zhao Linlang, and cement could be exchanged for material cards. The main materials were stone and red bricks, which could be obtained from the surrounding environment. However, based on previous experience, it seemed impossible to obtain so many red bricks, so Yu Luwei focused on stone, making as many red bricks as possible and purchasing the rest from the point store. He ran into the cave. He had previously dug up stone while mining there, so this time, Yu Luwei planned to do the reverse, mining nearby for stone and minerals. The stone hoe had long since worn out due to its durability, so Yu Luwei skillfully made an ice hoe and began digging. However, the ice hoe was not as durable as the ice axe, breaking after digging 50 blocks. Yu Luwei made 15 at once, and then began to work frantically. The mechanical mining process continued for about 5 hours, and Yu Luwei harvested over 800 stones. He also dug a new hole in the wall of the path leading into the cave. Even before the zombie apocalypse, he had never been this exhausted. If he hadn't reached level 4 and been strengthened by a diet of animal meat, Yu Luwei would have collapsed from exhaustion. As the animal carcasses in the cave decomposed, the stench gradually subsided, which was a key reason why Yu Luwei could persist in mining and excavating stones here. With plenty of time left, Yu Luwei sat down by the hole he had dug to rest for a while, snacking on 2 large steamed buns. On the way back, Yu Luwei loaded his fishing net with bait and set it in the stream. Arriving at the bushes, the hole she had dug earlier was almost patched, leaving only a shallow pit. Yu Luwei breathed a sigh of relief and began digging in a new spot. She continued digging until 5:50, then sprinted back to base, loaded the 100 pieces of soil she had dug into the brick-making machine, and entered the shelter. Once back at the shelter, Yu Luwei couldn't rest immediately. She planted saplings in the forest farm, which had been idle for a few days, traded 6 material cards for cement, and asked Zhao Linlang for 20 liters of water, half for a deposit, half to be delivered later, 5 pieces of level 3 beast meat, and some fruit in exchange for 400 iron bars. She chatted with Zhao Linlang for a while. She had also been digging iron ore all day and was exhausted. Yu Luwei suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Zhao Linlang was a little concerned that Yu Luwei had been able to produce so much water so quickly, and asked her if she had melted the snow from the activity. Someone in the district did just that on the first day of the snowstorm. The system didn't give any warnings at the time, but the next day, they were suicidal and begging for medicine in the chat room. 2 days later, their profile picture was gray. This wasn't an isolated incident. After several similar incidents, everyone realized that the melted snow might be poisonous and undrinkable. Yu Luwei herself wasn't short of water, so she never considered the idea and ignored the information. But others, especially those like Fong Min, who found no oasis in the desert, would undoubtedly do the same thing and end up losing their lives. After repeatedly assuring herself that she wasn't using mobile snow, Yu Luwei sent messages to Zhao Linlang and Fong Min, warning them to avoid exchanging water with others at the market. If the system didn't warn them, others might be using snow water as a resource. If needed, they could buy it from the Points Mall or come to her for it. After unpacking boxes this morning, Yu Luwei is now a wealthy point-rich woman. She bought 300 red bricks in the Points Mall, raising her VIP level to level 5. She also found some new furniture blueprints. The brickmaking machine was still running, so she took the opportunity to browse through the blueprints and bought a sofa, a grill, a pillow, a large dining table, and a chair. After receiving the items, Yuluwei immediately built a sofa for the first floor living room. She had previously only been able to sit on a stool on the first floor, but now she finally had a new option. Yuluwei immediately abandoned the stool and savored the softness and comfort of the new sofa. After collecting the finished red bricks, Yuluwei lay back on the sofa and continued upgrading her shelter. Congratulations on reaching level 5 shelter. Base defense increased by 100. Upgrading to the next level requires level 5 base, manor core, 5,000 wood, 2,500 stone, 1,000 iron, 1,000 red brick, 1,000 cement, and level 6 construction blueprints. The shelter was being upgraded in the fog. Yuluwei was shocked by the amount of materials required for the next level. I had to find another way during this time. Otherwise, it would take forever to collect all these materials on my own. The upgraded shelter became a 3-story villa, expanding to 200 square meters. The first and second floors remained largely unchanged, while the third floor contained only a few empty rooms. The rooftop was now open, suitable for planters and other items, but not for larger structures like farmland. Finally finishing the upgrade for the shelter, and building and arranging the other furniture, Yuluwei finally had time to cook. The kitchen had become a bit larger after the upgrade, and the walls were even tiled. However, the fire pit under the stove seemed a bit out of place. Today, she was planning to grill fish. Before, without a grill, grilling was a real hassle. Now that she had one, Yuluwei took out 10 fish she caught, cleaned and marinated them, and grilled a few more to store any leftovers. She then formed a few more ice cubes, melted half to fill them with water, and placed the other half in the storage room, continuing to use it as a refrigerator, lowering the temperature to 3 or 4 degrees Celsius. With the water filled and the fish marinated, Yuluwei set the grill over the fire in the living room, took out a box of rice, and ate while grilling. The fish were relatively small, and after another busy day, Yuluwei only had 4 of the 10 left. She hadn't used much mental energy today, but she had definitely used a lot of physical energy. After sending the item to the buyer and completing the transaction, Yuluwei went to bed. She fell asleep almost as soon as she hit the bed, having no time to think about anything else. Over there, Jin Yu's life wasn't so easy. Although he was high on the progress rankings, he relied primarily on the resources of the others in the mutual aid group. Jin Yu had long ago agreed with the mutual aid group to collectively support a few members at the top of the rankings, then distribute the rewards to everyone after the settlement date. Today, 5 of the top 10 members of the district rankings were members of the mutual aid group. Jin Yu spent the entire day busy with the reward distribution, fielding inquiries from others, and of course, grabbing a few goodies for himself. Furthermore, since the wood shop only has about 80 employees, and his 5 self-service logging machines are still operating at full capacity, the damage to his pristine environment has exceeded 50%. He's been forced to spend a lot of points to buy several plots of land, which is a significant loss. Most importantly, the members wanted to bring Yuluwei in yesterday to provide food, and after learning today that she's ranked first on the top 5 lists, they've been urging Jin Yu to bring her in. But Yuluwei has consistently disagreed, even ignoring his messages. Until now, Yuluwei hasn't joined the mutual aid group, and many in the group have begun to question Jin Yu's abilities. This has caused Jin Yu's dissatisfaction with Luwei to gradually escalate into resentment, and he spent the entire night trying to figure out how to trip her up. The first day of Season 2 seemed much the same as before. It's just that the temperature didn't drop anymore at night. Having gone to bed early last night, I woke up earlier today. As for Yuluwei, the first thing she did upon waking was to use her clue card. She received, "Your fire magic will be very useful in the upcoming disasters. You will face some vibrant new monsters." The first sentence was almost identical to the last. If it weren't for the second, Yuluwei would have complained. However, this hint proved that this disaster was related to plants. It was very likely just as she imagined. The plants were growing wildly. The upper right corner of the manual returned to first day of the season. When the system returned to normal at 8 o'clock, Yuluwei set out to explore the surrounding area. The snow outside had completely melted, and many new buds had sprouted from the trees, their vibrant green hues a delightful sight. There were also a few unknown flowers and plants growing on the ground, some even forming buds. From time to time, a gentle breeze caressed Yuluwei's face. The entire forest was vibrant and full of life, reminiscent of spring. It was a perfect spot for a spring outing. Yu Luwei admired the scenery for a while, then, remembering the reminder, she became more vigilant. Every once in a while, she would strike and attack the various nearby plants. Of course, the plants only shook a few times and dropped a few leaves. They showed no sign of fighting back, and even lowered their heads, looking rather aggrieved. Yu Luwei realized that she was being paranoid. Today was only the first day of Season 2, after all. But the idiom was quite apt here. She never knew when the ordinary plants around her would become monster soldiers that could attack her. She reached the stream and picked up the fishing net she had set out yesterday. Surprisingly, she had caught a large fish. She weighed it, and it must have weighed over 20 pounds. It must have been attracted by the smaller fish in the net. Yu Luwei arrived just in time. A moment later, the fish would have torn through the net and swam away, but now she was caught. The fish's weight finally caught the system, and Yu Luwei chose to decompose it, ultimately harvesting 10 kilograms of cod meat. Fearing that the plants would transform into monsters, and she would no longer be able to harvest plant resources, Yu Luwei went into the forest to pick vines, thorns, and fruit, chopping some branches as well. While she was picking, a light, dense rain suddenly began to fall, pelting Yu Luwei's hair and body. Yu Luwei paused. It was indeed spring, and the spring rain had arrived. This was the first time she had personally experienced rain since entering the game. While spring rain was beautiful, it couldn't last forever. Yu Luwei hurried into the cave to avoid the rain, dig for copper, and grab an early lunch. Dark clouds obscured the sun, making the cave even darker. Yu Luwei took out a torch and placed it nearby for illumination, then began to eat his mutton and bamboo rice. While eating, Yu Luwei's heart suddenly tightened. He looked around and saw several eyes appearing out of nowhere in the depths of the cave. Yu Luwei quickly put away his lunch, picked up the torch, drew his ice sword, and entered combat mode. The owners of the eyes stood there, motionless. Yu Luwei moved closer to see their true form. They were 4 wild boars, 2 large and 2 small, seemingly a family of 4. They had probably discovered this prime cave at some point, and were planning to claim it for themselves. Unexpectedly, they had run into Yu Luwei, who was seeking shelter from the rain, drawn by the sounds of mining and the aroma of food. Now that they were here, how could Yu Luwei just let them go? He first condensed several fireballs, and threw them at the wild boars. As they panicked and fled, Yu Luwei attacked with his ice sword, creating several ice spikes in the ground. Soon, all the wild boars, considered exceptionally ferocious on Blue Star, were dead at Yu Luwei's sword. Happily, he let the system disassemble the bodies. This time, the system was much more user-friendly, adding a feature that allowed him to select the desired parts. Yu Luwei selected 6 pounds of tenderloin, 6 pounds of spare ribs, 4 pounds of pork belly, and 4 pig's trotters, 4 pounds each. After collecting this unexpected bounty, Yu Luwei continued his lunch. The rain had come and gone quickly. After a while, it stopped outside. Yu Luwei cleaned up a bit and emerged from the cave. After the rain, the ground in the forest had softened considerably, turning directly into mud in many places. Yu Luwei had to walk carefully past them to avoid getting her pants dirty. Perhaps due to the disaster, the forest had already sprouted a flood of mushrooms in just a short while, and the last harvest had been largely eaten. Yu Luwei's eyes lit up, and she transformed into a young mushroom-picking girl, beginning to wander the forest. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about mushrooms, so every time she encountered a new species, she asked the system for a notification. Though there were many mushrooms, not many were edible. After 2 hours, Yu Luwei had only picked over 100, mostly shiitake mushrooms, with a smaller number of matsutake and morels. She could make shiitake mushroom sauce tonight when she got home. While picking mushrooms, Yu Luwei also unearthed a green treasure chest, the first of the new season. She carefully stored it in her bracelet. For the rest of the time, Yu Luwei wandered around, marking a few tall, sturdy trees, likely to become the main monster populations in the future. It's not obvious now, but to prevent trouble before it happens, Yu Luwei plans to patrol every day and take action as soon as there are any signs of trouble. Chapter 25. After tying a rope around the last tall, sturdy tree, Yu Luwei prepared to return home. Speaking of which, since she hadn't found a way to cross the mountain, she had been confined to wandering around the surrounding woods for the past few days. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, she was getting a little bored after so many days. Yu Luwei still had a faint anticipation for the new monsters that would soon appear. Before, due to the cold and blizzard, the animals in the forest had completely disappeared. Now that the temperature had risen, they were reappearing. Perhaps because they had been stuck in the game and had never seen humans. A few snow-white rabbits spotted Yuluwei while foraging. Instead of running away, they looked at her curiously. Yuluwei already had plenty of food, having just harvested a good amount of pork. She didn't usually like rabbit, so this time she simply grabbed a little rabbit and gave it a good rub, warning them, "If you don't want to turn into a spicy rabbit head, run away the next time you see someone here." The little rabbit barely escaped the clutches of the woman, its white fur a mess, and quickly fled from the terrifying woman. Yuluwei, the culprit, was quite happy, humming a song as she continued on her way home. As expected, it was spring, and the animals were much more numerous. Just as she said goodbye to the little rabbit family, 3 more black sheep appeared before her. She was debating whether to grab some of the mutton, when one of the sheep suddenly turned around, startling Yuluwei. Red liquid was still dripping from the corner of its mouth, and the remains of a rabbit lay at its feet. This was a monster, the demon sheep. Yuluwei's expression suddenly grew serious. Fortunately, Yuluwei was still some distance away at the beginning, to avoid alerting the black sheep, giving her time to react. She quickly drew her bow and arrow, and, taking advantage of the demonic sheep's inaction, launched her attack. Ever since receiving the arrow diagrams, Yuluwei had made 50 arrows of each type. This time, she could test the power of the system's ice fire arrows against her own. The arrow pierced the initial demonic sheep, causing it to fall before it could react. The noise startled the other 2, who dropped the rabbit meat they were chewing and located Yuluwei. Not noticing the demonic sheep's further movements, Yuluwei didn't hesitate and prepared to continue firing. But as she shot, a sudden pain in her head affected her hand's movement, causing the arrow to veer off course and fall to the ground. After all, having once possessed psychic powers, Yuluwei immediately recognized this as a psychic attack. Concentrating his mind and focusing his mental energy, Yuluwei switched to an ice sword, not giving the monster a chance to exploit his weakness. He moved swiftly, disrupting the demonic goat's attacks and swinging his weapon at them. Typically, people or monsters who use mental attacks tend to have weaker attributes, except for the protagonist, and this demonic goat was no exception. Its slow speed made it unable to dodge Yuluwei's attacks. Its defense was also low, and it sustained wounds after just one strike, leaving black blood all over the ground. The injured demonic goat grew even more frantic, its mental attacks increasing in frequency. Although Yuluwei's extreme speed prevented precise attacks, the high frequency still managed to land several hits on him. Her mental strength continued to decline, yet her ice sword was unable to inflict fatal damage on the demonic goat. Although the demonic goat's mental attacks were considered minimal, the increasing frequency of their attacks left Yuluwei feeling as if several steel needles were piercing her nerves. The intense pain prevented her from attacking further, so she could only force herself to draw her swift wind blade and slash at the demonic goat's body. After a few random, simple slashes, the demonic goat's body ceased moving. Yuluwei remained in the same spot for 10 minutes, experiencing no further mental attacks, and finally relaxed completely. Thankfully, there was nothing to do in the woods today. It was still early, before 6 o'clock, so she couldn't bother dissecting the corpse. Yuluwei simply sat down on the ground, closing her eyes to recover her mental strength. Since entering this game, including the 2 monster hunting events, this was the first time she had encountered a monster capable of mental attacks. She had almost assumed that monsters here only had physical and magical attacks. Fortunately, it was only the lowest level. Yuluwei had once been far more powerful. Creating illusions and stirring emotions fear were a piece of cake. At the highest level, she could even control 10 A-level zombies simultaneously. Sadly, such glory has become a thing of the past. Yuluwei is now just an ordinary person with damaged mental power. But her past experience still helped her immensely. If she hadn't immediately focused her mental power for defense, her mental power would have dropped below critical threshold. The upgrade also increased the speed of mental power recovery, but it still took a considerable amount of time to reach full capacity. After recovering a little and her headache lessening, Yuluwei did not stop. She dissected the corpse, avenged the little rabbit, and continued on her way. As for the harvest, I'll save it for when I get back. Arriving at the shelter, Yuluwei changed out of her blood-stained gear and collapsed onto the sofa. She took out her manual and checked her current mental power. Only 402 points remained, the critical value is 100. Yuluwei had no time to think about anything else, so she closed her eyes and rested on the sofa. This meant her mental power had risen to over 600, and her condition had almost fully recovered. She was now full of energy again. She checked the time, only an hour had passed. This was much faster than normal. Yuluwei studied the manual, starting with the announcement regarding the decomposition of the demonic sheep's corpse. Congratulations to the survivor who successfully defeated the level 4 special monster. The demonic sheep. Ranked first among all survivors. Decomposition Harvest. Demonic sheep meat X5. Recipe. Cumin lamb special edition. X1. Moon onions X5. Supply chest. Purple. X1. Supply chest. Blue. X2. Special item. Skill card Soul Thorn. X1 uses 5 times. Ranking rewards. Achievement. First killer of a level 4 special monster. Points earned for this monster kill X2. Special effect when worn. Mental recovery X2. Automatically worn. In addition, a new attribute has been added to the upper right corner of the defense system. Comfort. Placing furniture in the shelter increases comfort. Increased comfort speeds up the recovery of a survivor's physical and mental strength while resting in the shelter. Yuluo's sofa, table and chairs, fireplace, kitchenware, and 4-piece bedding all count towards comfort. The previous achievement had no special effects other than points, so Yuluo didn't wear it. Therefore, upon obtaining this new achievement, the system automatically gave her the item. Yuluo glanced at the achievement she just won and noticed it now had a special effect. Achievement. First killer of a level 5 monster, Gas Bear, once worn, gained special effects. Attack X 1.5, double damage against level 4 and lower monsters. This might be the system's irregular updates, but the lack of announcements and the need to rely on self-discovery is a bit of a bummer. You can only wear one achievement at a time. Yuluo thought about it and chose the level 4 one. After all, her main attack method was still magic. However, facing a level 4 demonic goat, despite her personal level being level 4, her magic level was still level 3, so she couldn't completely kill it with magic. If the system's arrows and swift blade weren't orange level, she would probably have had to flee. She'd been practicing magic these past few days, but her level wasn't rising. Though she knew her progress was rapid, Yuluo couldn't help but feel anxious, especially after today's battle. The only way to relieve her worries was to unbox. After taking out all 4 treasure chests, Yuluo began her harvest today. First, the appliances. This time, she got a bread maker and an oven, a matching set. She'll be able to make some bread later. The green treasure chest also happened to yield a bottle of blueberry jam and a bottle of chocolate sauce. Last time, she got the blueprint for a flame cloak. This time, she got the blueprint for a flame suit and a flame sword. All of them were blue level, and the equipment was decent, but this flame sword wasn't as good as her own. Therefore, Yuluo only entered the equipment blueprints, temporarily returning the weapon blueprints to her bracelet. In addition to 4 bracelet expansion cards and 50 crystals, the purple treasure chest also contained 2 new items, 5 magic stones and 10 fusion stones. Regarding the fusion stones, the system indicated that they could be used on weapons or fences, combining various properties. Yuluo happened to have a level 4 fence blueprint in hand. This blueprint was for a flame fence, requiring crystals and fire crystals. Because its properties were opposite to those of a level 3 fence, Yuluo had never used it. Now was the perfect time to try out the fusion stones. On the construction page, he used the level 4 fence blueprint. The instant the blueprint disappeared, a message appeared on the page. Attributes will change after upgrading. Survivor has been detected to have a fusion stone. Do you want to use it? After selecting use, the fence's name on the page changed to level 4 ice and fire fence. It was already dark outside, when suddenly a few streaks of orange light shone through the window. Yuluo went to check. The blue ice fence, entwined with flames, stood out against the thick night. As for the magic stone, the system didn't give any indication, and Yuluo didn't feel anything special when holding it, so she put it away for the time being. She had long since developed the habit of using her wristband expansion cards whenever she could. Now, Yuluo's wristband had 50 slots, and the upper limit had been increased to 999, greatly increasing its storage capacity. Placing the 2 appliances in the kitchen, Yuluo began preparing dinner. A recipe had just dropped from a monster, and Yuluo took it out to study it. The food prepared using this recipe also had a special effect. It reduced mental energy consumption by half for 10 minutes. But the required ingredients aren't ordinary ones. They're demonic mutton, level 4 and above, and moon onions. There were exactly 5 portions, so Yuluo used them all to make 5 servings of special cumin mutton, storing them in her bracelet so she could eat one before battle. Not feeling like cooking, Yuluo simply made some dumplings and returned to the sofa, eating while tactfully sharing the disaster alert she received today with Fong Min and Zhao Linlang. Zhao Linlang, Thank you, Wei Wei. I didn't get any tips from the ranking rewards, so I can't provide you with any useful information. These 20 iron blocks are a thank you. Fong Min, wow, this disaster is great. I'm in the desert, and aside from the oasis, there's almost no vegetation. Doesn't that mean I can relax this season? Yu Luowei, after all, there are oases, and the desert isn't completely devoid of vegetation. It's possible that the harsh environment makes the plants there even more challenging. You should still be careful. Fong Min, yes, sir. Don't worry, Wei Wei. I'm just saying, I cherish my life the most. Try my oasis specialty, sea buckthorn berries. I think they're super delicious. Yu Luowei had heard of sea buckthorn juice before, but had never tried it. This time, she ate one. It was sweet and juicy, but it didn't taste the same as the rumored one. I guess it's a system specialty of the same name. While eating, she opened the chat channel and happened to hear Jin Yu sharing disaster information. Jin Yu. Everyone, my upgrade shows that this season's disasters are related to rain. Ma Ming, ha ha ha, just as I guessed. I'm really awesome. Thanks, Mr. Jin, for sharing the information. Unlike some people who get first place on the 5 rankings, but are reluctant to share, they're so stingy. Yu Luowei didn't expect to encounter such praise and criticism in the game. She burst into laughter. It turns out people really laugh when they're speechless. However, there was a significant discrepancy between Jin Yu's hint and Yu Luowei's. In anticipation of the settlement date, Yu Luowei also sent a message. Yu Luowei, I don't know the exact hint Jin Yu received, but it's somewhat different from mine. I didn't see anything directly related to rain, but rather something related to vibrant new monsters. Chapter 26. As soon as Yu Luowei's message was sent, the chat channel exploded with activity. Lu Zhirong, what's going on? How come the 2 bosses have different intelligence? Who should we listen to? Ma Ming, of course it's Boss Jin's. Boss Jin shared the correct tip last time. As for the other guy, Shenimo, but we can't jump to conclusions so soon. Maybe the 2 bosses' tips actually mean the same thing? For example, the monsters are actually condensed rainwater, which coincidentally matches the system's tip. When Yuru, well, I can only say that this is difficult to judge, but it's not ruled out. By the way, are there any other bosses who have received tips, who could share their opinions? Qianyanan, actually, I have a tip too, but I feel like mine both fits and doesn't match both of theirs. My tip is, fire is incredibly effective this season. Zheng Wei, I'm completely confused. So this season has rain and new monsters, and the new monster's weakness is fire, right? Shinimo, probably, it seems, that's probably the case. I never thought we'd be so frustrated by too many hints one day. Yu Luowei wasn't sure if rain would be one of the season's disasters, but in her opinion, this wasn't the kind of game where you could just clear it by killing everyone else. Even if Jin Yu had bad luck, there was no need for him to deliberately lie. So, she also included preparing some rainy season tools in her plans. Seeing everyone in the chat already brainstorming and imagining what the monsters would look like, Yu Luowei decided to take this opportunity to sell some weapons. Orange weapons definitely weren't for sale. The other items were the novice longsword, the flame sword, and the moon scythe. Yu Luowei first gave Fong Min and Zhao Linlang a copy of the last 2 introductions, asking them to choose one. Fong Min, Wei Wei, how can you be so kind? Both intel and weapons. I have nothing left to offer you. No, I can't take this weapon. Yu Luowei, what are you talking about? Think of it this way. With this weapon, you'll be able to kill more monsters this season and get better rewards. It won't be too late to share it with me later. Fong Min, wow. I used to think I was dragged here because I did something bad in a past life, but now I think I must have saved the world again to meet you. Then I'll choose the moon scythe. I've always loved sickle-shaped weapons when I play games, and this time, I finally get to try it out. Yu Luowei, this isn't a virtual game on Blue Planet. Be careful. Don't choose an inappropriate weapon just out of curiosity. Fong Min, hey, don't worry about that. Among my ranking rewards is a weapon adaptation card that helps me instantly master the use of a certain weapon, and it can be used 3 times. My previous weapon was just a green whip, which I couldn't bear to use, so this moon scythe is perfect for me. Fong Min, by the way, speaking of ranking rewards, I also got a lot of seeds. I can't help you with anything else, but I can still share some of these with you. Fong Min, also, what do you think about Jin Yu's information? I still trust your hint. Yu Luowei, my hint doesn't say that, and I don't have any rain gear among my other rewards. I still think the monster is a plant type. But regardless of whether it's there or not, it's always a good idea to prepare in advance. Rain gear on the market is definitely getting more expensive, so it's worth stocking up in advance. Fong Min, okay. But I found a raincoat blueprint a while ago and didn't think I needed it in the desert, but now I do. I'll send you two later. After searching high and low for rain gear, Fong Min unexpectedly had it. Yu Luwei thanked Fong Min and accepted the gift. The seeds included wheat, bok choy, and sugarcane. A large area of farmland, newly upgraded to intermediate level, was still empty. Yu Luwei gladly accepted it, and would plant it tomorrow. The raincoat was a standard plastic one, but thicker than a disposable one. Yu Luwei hung it by the bed. Zhao Linlang chose the flame sword and, as a thank you, gave Yu Luwei 10 iron ingots. Her thoughts on disasters coincided with Yu Luwei's, and she had just gone to the market to buy a few umbrellas. After Yu Luwei obtained Fong Min's consent, she told Zhao Linlang that Fong Min had the raincoat blueprints, suggesting she contact Fong Min to order them later. Zhao Linlang gladly accepted the offer, and gave Yu Luwei an umbrella. After understanding their wishes, Yu Luwei began crafting weapons. He first made 10 beginner long swords, and sold the beginner bow, an arrow he had received at the beginning. Since everyone still alive possessed weapons superior to these, Yu Luwei didn't make many, pricing them at the mere price of a compressed biscuit, practically providing them for those left penniless by accidents. As for the moon scythe and flame sword, he made 61 of each. Of course, the one for his friend had undergone Yu Luwei's special treatment. The moon scythe was inlaid with a layer of ice blades, making it even sharper. The ice wouldn't melt unless it encountered a high-level fire monster. The flame sword was infused with Yu Luwei's fire magic, greatly increasing its attack power. Weapons that needed to be given away were given away, and those that needed to be put on the shelves were put on the shelves. Since there were few people selling copper ingots in the market, Yu Luwei put 20 copper ingots on the shelves and traded them for plastic and iron ingots. After putting them on the shelves, Yu Luwei went to the forest farm again, harvesting wood and planting new saplings. Thankfully, she had gained a lot of fertilizer from decomposing the corpses in the cave, otherwise, relying solely on her garbage wouldn't have been enough. After returning, Yu Luwei prepared to make sauce. I wanted to make this mushroom sauce for a long time, but I changed my mind and made dumplings instead, so I kept putting it off until now. The frog legs and snake meat that were on the shelves had long been traded away, and the sweet bean paste and fermented bean paste that I had gotten in exchange were now ready to use. Before making them, she took out half of the flour she ground last time and made steamed buns. Then, take out 2 portions each of mushrooms and animal meat, chop them into small pieces, and prepare the toppings. Marinate the animal meat for 15 minutes, then stir-fry the diced meat in a pan until cooked through. Remove the meat from the pan and add the toppings in sauce. Once the oil turns red, add the diced mushrooms. Once cooked, add the diced animal meat. Stir-fry briefly while seasoning. Simmer over low heat for a few minutes, then turn off the heat, let cool, and place in the prepared wide-mouthed plastic bottle. The aroma of the stir-frying permeated the entire shelter. Yu Luwei was so greedy that she waited until the steamed buns were ready, not caring whether they were hot or not, and immediately took one out to eat with the buns. This bun was a supersized one, the size of 2 of Yu Luwei's palms. Even so, Yu Luwei ate 2 more peaches before she was full. Since entering the game, Yu Luwei's appetite has only grown. However, because she'd been eating animal meat for the past few days, her physical fitness limit had increased by 2. While the effect wasn't noticeable due to her already high physical fitness, the improvement was still a positive thing. Cooking and eating took quite a while, and while she should have been asleep by now, she had just finished eating and couldn't sleep. Now that her physical fitness had improved, Yu Luwei naturally wanted to improve her magic skills as well. She hadn't seen much effect from practicing magic skills these past few days, and her intuition told her that the magic skills upgrade was probably related to the magic skills stone she obtained yesterday, so she took it out. Previously, she simply held the magic skills stone, which hadn't been effective. This time, Yu Luwei tried attacking it with magic skills to see if it had any effect. She still didn't react to the ice magic skills attack, but when she switched to fire magic skills, the magic skills stone lit up. Your fire magic skills level has reached the critical value. Do you want to convert 5 magic skills stones to 5 fire magic skills stones to upgrade your fire magic skills? Note: converting magic skills cannot be undone. Finally, I found a solution for her. It seems her ice magic hasn't reached critical mass yet. She still needs practice. Yu Luwei directly converted 5 magic stones, and, following the system's prompts, pressed each one into her palm to absorb the magic. Once all 5 magic stones were absorbed, her fire magic had reached level 4. Although his personal level did not increase, he did add some attributes. Yu Luowei's personal information is now as follows. Character information. Name, Yu Luowei. Gender, female. Age, 24, 49 level 4. Constitution, 42 of 42. Attack, 45 45ths. Defense, 38 40ths. Speed, 38 to 43. Spirit, 85, 843/850. Luck, 7, average 5. Talent, level 4 mutated fire magic, level 3 ice magic, unique, skills. Dao Shengyi, lion soul flame slash. Equipment, none because it was already late. Yu Luowei was not wearing any equipment. If he added the orange equipment, Yu Luowei was confident that he could fight the 2 level 5 monsters one-on-one. Although he might not win, he would still be able to seriously injure them and escape safely. With her fire magic upgraded, Yu Luowei was now even more energetic. She took out the lion's blood ice and began melting it. The result was about 2 liters of red liquid. Yu Luowei sniffed it, but it didn't have any unusual odor. But after all, it was monster blood, and she wasn't a vampire, so she still felt a little psychologically resistant. But to improve her strength, Yu Luowei poured about a quarter of it into the bamboo cup. To make this drink even more palatable, Yu Luowei added a few slices of watermelon and orange and a few ice cubes, carefully dressing it up and transforming it into a premium drink. It was a shame there was no straw or exquisite glass goblet, otherwise it would have been more ceremonial. Everything ready, Yu Luowei picked up the bamboo cup filled with blood and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing, Yu Luowei felt a slight heat in her body. Knowing that this was improving her control over the element of fire, and feeling no other sensations, Yu Luowei didn't worry too much and took the opportunity to shower, as the hot water didn't need to be used. After emerging from the shower, Yu Luowei carefully felt the sensation. The feeling had disappeared, presumably having absorbed it completely. She tested her fire magic again. Aside from a slightly larger flame, there wasn't any other difference for the time being. Perhaps she had consumed too little. But it was too late today, and Yu Luowei couldn't finish the rest all at once. She sealed the remaining lion blood and went to bed. As usual, she checked the current market. All 100 wood shops were already occupied, and other wood trading items had been forcibly removed. Everyone was moving quite quickly. However, because Yu Luowei was the first to claim the forest farm, and had the buff that cut tree growth time in half, she currently had the most wood on the shelves. Plus, her shop was right in front, so she still had the most business. However, the other wood shops weren't all anonymous. Many had real names. Yu Luowei guessed it was to make it easier for people in the area to buy wood. After some thought, since she already become famous thanks to this ranking, she decided to go with her real name as well. This would also make it easier for her real-life friends to leave messages in her shop. Thunder suddenly roared outside, momentarily illuminating the pitch-black world, and then a light drizzle began. The sound of rain penetrated the walls of the shelter and reached Yu Luowei's ears. In the real world, falling asleep to the sound of rain would be quite romantic. But in the survival world, Yu Luowei was more worried. She wondered what the forest would look like tomorrow after this rain, and when the monsters would appear. Yu Luowei threw on some clothes and went to the window. The thunder had stopped, and it was getting darker outside. The rain was falling heavily, forming a stream against the window, gurgling down. I hadn't expected the rain to reach the base directly. The last blizzard had been just outside. Yu Luowei hurriedly pulled out her manual, and confirmed that the base's defenses hadn't declined before returning to sleep. Chapter 27. The rain lasted only half the night, and by the time Luowei woke up, the stone floor of the base had dried. Briefly shocked by the water-absorbent nature of the ground in the game, Yu Luowei first checked on her farmland. The plants there were unaffected by the rain, and continued to grow normally. Seeing no signs of mutation on the countdown, Yu Luowei left with peace of mind. Grabbing the bracelet she had packed the previous day, she prepared to head into the forest to see what was going on. As soon as she stepped out of the base, Yu Luowei felt the world outside had changed. First, the bushes outside the fence. Because the base had expanded and upgraded, they were farther away from the bushes, so she couldn't see much from inside the shelter. Now, outside, she could clearly see that the bushes had grown taller, almost as tall as she was. The number of flowers and plants on the ground had also increased, and the small path she had once cleared was now being overrun by weeds. If she wasn't careful, she would trip. Yu Luowei had to take out her ice axe and clear the path again. The flower buds on the trees and on the ground were already half open, tender pink peach blossoms, yellow forsythia, and morning glories of various colors. At first glance, it was a beautiful painting. But Yuluwei, after all, was not in the painting, so she could still smell it. The fragrance wasn't strong, but the blend of all the odors still made her frown. Although she didn't have any symptoms of pollen allergy, if it continued like this, the smell would seriously affect her movements. Disposing of all these flowers was impossible. She could only see if she could get a mask today, preferably a gas mask. While searching for treasure chests, Yuluwei picked some peach blossoms to make tea or pastries back home. Picking the blossoms from the peach trees in the planters and fields would reduce the harvest, so she had been resisting the urge to do so. Now, she could finally let loose. After finding a green supply chest and having almost finished picking the peach blossoms, Yuluwei headed back to the bamboo forest. The bamboos in the forest were densely packed, reaching up to the sky, leaving no trace of the afternoon's chopping. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and every few steps, 2 or 3 bamboo shoots popped up. Although Yuluwei hadn't used up the bamboo shoots she dug last time, there were so many more growing on the ground that it was a waste not to dig. Yuluwei rolled up her sleeves and began frantically digging for bamboo shoots. The weather was quite warm today. Yuluwei spent a long day digging along a path in the bamboo forest. Fearing that shoots might suddenly grow, she not only observed carefully while digging, but also used a torch to explore the path as she hurried along, which took up quite a bit of effort. Slowly, sweat began to drip from her forehead. After bending over and digging for shoots for a long time, Yuluwei felt tired and hot. She wiped her sweat and decided to rest for a while. As soon as she sat down, she looked up and noticed that the bamboo here was a little different. Many of them had already bloomed. Based on Yuluwei's knowledge, bamboo reproduces asexually and generally doesn't bloom. Once it blooms, it dies soon after. But the surrounding bamboos were all in bloom. And unlike real-life flowering bamboo, their color remained a vibrant green, giving no sign of impending death. Although the scenery around her in the game wasn't entirely normal, the unusual sight and timing of its appearance still piqued Yuluwei's vigilance. She didn't bother to rest and circle the flowering bamboos. She didn't find anything remarkable, but she did harvest a fair amount of bamboo rice. This was her first time seeing bamboo rice. Curious, she took a few grains and examined them. She wondered what it looked like in real life. The bamboo rice in the game was darker and coarser than regular rice, but otherwise, it was the same. The bamboo rice came in 500 G portions. After collecting the rice, Yuluwei continued her exploration, following the flowering bamboos deeper into the forest. The deeper she went, the more flowering bamboos she found. After collecting more than a dozen portions of bamboo rice, a distinctly different bamboo suddenly appeared before her. This bamboo was covered in numerous white flowers. Its trunk was twice as thick as a normal bamboo, and its base was bulging, resembling a stone pier on the road. If it weren't in the bamboo forest, no one would have recognized it as bamboo. Besides its strange appearance, Yuluwei could also vaguely sense movement in the bamboo's bulge. She slowly approached this bamboo king, and was surprised to discover that the bulge was pulsating rhythmically, much like a heartbeat. This essentially confirmed Yuluwei's suspicion that plants could transform into monsters. For a moment, she even considered taking out her phone, taking a screenshot, and posting it on social media. Of course, this was just a joke. The most important thing now was to nip the danger in the bud. Before leaving the house today, she had drunk another cup of lion's blood, giving her a good opportunity to test the power of fire magic. This time, Yuluwei used flames to conjure a bow and arrows. Not only did it consume less mental energy than the ice bow she used last time, but she could sense that the power would be far greater than ice magic of the same level. It seemed the lion's blood was quite effective. After confirming that the bamboo king wouldn't attack immediately, Yuluwei briefly cleaned up the surrounding bamboo to prevent a fire. Then, standing a little further away, she began firing at the bamboo king. When the first arrow struck the bamboo king's belly, Yuluwei heard a faint, mournful cry. Fearing another mental attack, she immediately gathered her mental energy to resist, quickly adjusting her state and firing a few more arrows. However, this time, it wasn't a mental attack. As Yuluwei attacked, the screams grew louder in her ears, and the flowers on the bamboo king's head gradually fell, then, following the sound, consciously floated towards her. Yuluwei had no time to pay attention to the flowers for the moment. She was busy dealing with the bamboo king's true form. After the rocket struck the bamboo king, the flames burned briefly before being extinguished by the liquid flowing from its stomach. It hadn't even fully evolved into a monster yet. yet it was able to extinguish Yu Luoi's flames. This thing was even more powerful than she had anticipated. Fortunately, she had discovered it now, otherwise, by the time it fully evolved, it would have been at least orange level. As Yu Luowei drew her bow and prepared to fire her next arrow, the white flowers appeared before her. Yu Luowei immediately moved away from where she was standing. The flowers paused for a moment, then, noticing her change of location, quickly followed. Not knowing what the consequences would be if they stuck to her, Yu Luowei temporarily set aside her bow and arrow and launched a fireball at the flowers. Fortunately, this flower, unlike the Bamboo King's own flames, was instantly incinerated upon contact with the fireball. After dealing with this flower, Yu Luowei increased her speed and continued to attack the Bamboo King's body before the next one could drift over. Under her intense attack, the fluid in the Bamboo King's body gradually dwindled, the flames grew stronger, and the Bamboo King's body gradually became battered, its color gradually turning a charred black. Yu Luowei didn't dare to be careless. She attacked until she could hear no more sound, and the flower slowly fell to the ground. Approaching the futuristic monster, Yu Luowei habitually drew her flaming sword and struck a few more times, only putting away her weapon when the system prompted her to disassemble the corpse. After disassembling the corpse, she obtained a supply chest, blue, and 5 bamboo fungus, 500G, a rare mushroom. But this reward was much less than that from other monsters of the same level. It's best if this monster hasn't fully evolved yet. Otherwise, if all new monsters offer the same attack difficulty and rewards, Yu Luowei would be furious. Just as she was about to sit down for a while, she suddenly heard another mournful cry. No way! Had another battle just ended? Yu Luowei stood up resignedly, ready to find the source of the sound. Walking deeper, she discovered that the bamboo forest was much larger than she had imagined. Even though she hadn't left the forest yet, the number of flowering bamboos around her was gradually dwindling. Further along, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air, and a giant panda gradually appeared before her eyes. After a few more steps, she finally saw the panda in its entirety. It didn't seem to be fully standing yet, but it was already as tall as Yu Luowei and about the same size as the elephants she had seen before. The appearance of a panda in the bamboo forest seemed both plausible and incongruous. Yu Luowei was still tempted to complain. Ever since entering the game, I've barely seen a ghost. The panda showed no desire to attack Yu Luowei. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that its body had been pierced by more than a dozen bamboo shoots, blood gushing out, staining the ground beneath it red. It was howling in agony. Perhaps it had neglected the bamboo shoots beneath it while foraging in the bamboo forest last night. This unusually large creature was most likely a monster. Although it was severely wounded, Yu Luowei pulled out his weapon and slowly approached the injured panda. Strangely, the panda showed no hostility towards Luowei. In fact, as Yu Luowei approached, it stopped wailing and struggled, attempting to point Yu Luowei in the right direction with its eyes and limbs, even though this only widened its wounds and caused more bleeding. Yu Luowei, a reader of countless novels, immediately realized that the panda was probably entrusting its orphan to someone else. She immediately followed the giant panda's directions, and, sure enough, found a red panda nestled under fallen leaves not far away. A shroud of white air surrounded the shivering panda, destroying the bamboo shoots beneath it and preventing it from suffering the same fate as its mother. However, it also prevented Yu Luowei from reaching the red panda. Recognizing that Yu Luowei had found it, the giant panda's eyes flashed, and the air currents around the red panda vanished. Yu Luowei immediately picked the red panda up. Perhaps because it was frightened, the red panda, about the size of a full-grown ragdoll cat, was incredibly docile in Yu Luowei's arms. Yu Luowei carried it to the giant panda, allowing the mother and child to bid a final farewell. The giant panda licked the red panda's fur lovingly, glanced at Yu Luowei with gratitude, and with the last of his strength pointed at himself. Then, reluctantly looking at the red panda, he slowly closed his eyes. Soon, a prompt appeared before Yu Luowei's eyes. Do you want to disassemble the corpse of the level 4 monster Iron Eater? So it was a monster, but at only level 4, it was so understanding of human nature, worthy of being a former national treasure. Yu Luowei patted the stunned red panda, then closed its eyes, and chose to disassemble it. As he disassembled it, Yu Luowei couldn't help but feel thankful that he had been so careful. This bamboo could easily kill even a level 4 monster, let alone himself. The final product was a supply treasure chest, red. A level 4 monster could actually drop a red treasure chest, so Yu Luowei forgave the lack of other products. Thinking of the giant panda's final action, this red treasure chest must contain something very important. After carefully observing the panda's death site, Yu Luwei noticed that the bloodstains on the ground were disappearing at a visible rate. Furthermore, blood-red veins were gradually appearing on the bamboos that had served as the murder weapon. The bamboos could actually absorb blood. Yu Luwei's expression darkened. He immediately chopped down the bamboos with his weapon, and then pulled them out by the roots with a tool. The blood-red bamboos vanished as soon as they fell to the ground, and nothing more appeared in the bracelet. Sure enough, they were no ordinary plants. Just in case, Yu Luwei dug up the blood-stained soil. Since the red panda couldn't fit into the bracelet, Yu Luwei did all the work single-handedly. The whole process left Yu Luwei exhausted. Having just obtained a red treasure chest, Yu Luwei was eager to return and open it. After a short rest to recover his strength, he headed home. Chapter 28. Back at the shelter, Yu Luwei temporarily placed the panda on the sofa and stuffed a piece of bamboo for it to eat. Then, he rubbed his sore arm and went out to stuff the dirt in his bracelet into the brick-making machine. Unsure if the giant panda's final disappearance had any negative impact on the panda cub, Yu Luwei observed it for a while after returning. After confirming that the cub was currently fine and was eating bamboo obediently, he went back to work. First, he opened the supply chest, red, obtained by decomposing the giant panda's corpse. He obtained Pet Advancement Stone X1, Pet Contract Manual X1, Pet Bracelet Grid X1, Jade Bamboo Seeds, 10x10, Animal Fence X1. No wonder the giant panda finally pointed at himself. The chest was filled with pet supplies, even rations. However, the fact that these monsters knew that a chest would drop after their death, and could even decide what was inside, was a bit beyond Yu Luwei's expectations. First, he looked at the details of the pet contract manual. After signing the contract, the owner and pet cannot harm each other, and if the owner dies, the pet will also die. The pet can stay outside or in the pet box, but only when it stays in the box can the owner summon the pet at any time. There is an intimacy system between the owner and the pet. When the intimacy reaches a certain level, the owner can share some of the pet's attributes and skills. In addition, if the owner wishes to end the contract, they simply need to tear it up. The contract cannot be broken by anyone other than the owner, nor by monsters. If the pet dies during the contract period, the contract will automatically be terminated. However, for 3 days after the pet's death, the owner's attributes will be reduced by half of their original values. After studying the contract manual and confirming that there were no clauses that disadvantaged the owner other than the pet's death, Yu Luwei looked at the panda cub's information. Level 4 Iron-Eating Beast Cub. Possessing the bloodline of a legendary divine beast, it may appear to be just a furry 3 or 4 months old, but it possesses immense strength and a high affinity for all elements, boasting boundless potential. It can evolve up to level 7. Favorite food, jade bamboo. The system had a high opinion of the cub. Since the contract manual had been obtained from its parent, Yu Luwei took the opportunity to name the cub Ma Tuan and then directly used the contract on it. Ma Tuan was named because the cub was chubby, especially when Yu Luwei first discovered it, curled up like a ball. The contract requires the blood of both the owner and the pet, but simply holding the manual against your finger automatically draws the blood. It's done in a second, painless, and requires no personal wounding. Extremely convenient. Ma Tuan was so engrossed in chewing bamboo that he completely ignored the small amount of blood he'd been sucked out of. Congratulations on signing a pet contract with the Iron Eater cub, Ma Tuan. From now on, you can fight together. You will now be able to view the Iron Eater cub's detailed information and choose whether to add it to your pet slot. Since your pet is still in its cub form, please monitor its physical condition and provide it with food and water promptly. Iron Eater cub name, Ma Tuan. Level 1, raises to level 4 with age, and can be further increased through evolution. Constitution, 80/80. Attack, 50/50. Defense, 100/100. Speed, 20/20. Intimacy, 50/100. Maximum does not increase with level. Talent, infinite strength, increases constitution and attack by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, after which it enters a 1-hour weakened state. Elemental affinity, transforms various elements in the environment into desired magical attacks. Magical attacks become more powerful as the level increases. After signing the contract, Yu Luwei could vaguely sense the cub's emotions. It was relatively calm right now. It was too young to realize it had lost its family. Yu Luwei briefly glanced at Ma Tuan's information. After all, it was a monster, and even at only level 1, its various attributes were not to be underestimated. As for the intimacy level, perhaps because Yu Luwei was barely considered the one who saved Ma Tuan from the sea of suffering, the initial intimacy level was quite high, saving Yu Luwei a lot of trouble. Finally, looking at Ma Tuan's talent skill column, Yu Luwei suddenly thought of her own magic and the fire affinity she had increased over the past few days. Speaking of which, even though she had magic in the game, her first reaction when facing monsters was to use magic to conjure weapons and attack, forcing a magic-based attack into a physical-based one. After all, she wasn't an elementalist before. She killed zombies early on with various weapons in the space, not necessarily using them normally, but possibly just smashing them, and later on, with mind control and space shattering. She wasn't particularly proficient in elemental magic to begin with. The game didn't give her any cheats or skill books, so she had to learn her only 2 skills on her own. For now, this physics class is working quite well. She'll probably stick with it. She'll try to condense a gun someday, Yu Luwei thought to herself. She tried to put the glutinous rice ball into the pet's space, and the bamboo stick in its hand followed it in. Now she didn't have to worry about it starving while inside the space. However, sensing that Ma Tuan wasn't particularly fond of the dark surroundings, perhaps even a little frightened, Yu Luwei quickly released him, reserving her for a special occasion. For now, Yu Luwei patted Ma Tuan's head to soothe him, merged the pet box and bracelet, and continued unpacking. In addition to common daily necessities and food, including masks, the green and blue treasure chests contained 4 low-level plantation boxes, moon onion seeds, and some animal feed. Yu Luwei used an upgrade card on the 4 newly opened plantation boxes to create a primary farmland, placed it on the other side of the base, and planted it entirely with jade bamboo. From then on, he would be Ma Tuan's exclusive food producer. The jade bamboo took 5 days to mature, so Yu Luwei used a primary fertilizer and a mid-level fertilizer, harvesting a batch to serve as Ma Tuan's food for the next few days. He then planted the remaining seeds together with the moon onion seeds and waited for them to grow. Jade bamboo itself has no special benefits for survivors, but besides being fed to pet pandas, it can improve some of their attributes. It can also be made into animal feed in a specialized machine. Among the harvested byproducts are bamboo shoots, which, when consumed regularly, can increase a survivor's speed. Not getting into the details of why bamboo can be used as feed, Yu Luwei also placed an animal pen next to the new farmland. This animal pen is similar to a small pasture pen, suitable for raising livestock. Yu Luwei plans to go out tomorrow and try to catch some chicks, rabbits, and other things to put in it. After collecting the red bricks from the brick-making machine, Yu Luwei returned to the shelter and checked on Ma Tuan. He had finished the bamboo stick in his hand and had now climbed down from the sofa, looking around the shelter curiously. Sensing Yu Luwei's return, it immediately looked in her direction and gave 2 quiet calls. Feeling Ma Tuan's nervousness about the unfamiliar environment and his trust and reliance on her, Yu Luwei immediately picked up the cub and rubbed it a few times, then took it for a walk around the shelter to familiarize it with the surroundings. The pet advancement stone indicated that it was best to feed the cub when it was 3 months old, but the pet details showed that Ma Tuan was only 2 months old. Having thought she would have to wait another month and 3 seasons to evolve Ma Tuan, Yu Luwei suddenly saw a line of small words in the back of the details. For pets, the ratio of play time to growth time is 1:10. Now it only had to wait 3 days. Yu Luwei felt relieved. Sensing that Ma Tuan wasn't full, she fed him another piece of jade bamboo. After receiving the jade bamboo, Ma Tuan's mood improved significantly, and he immediately began to chew on it. Seeing it feasting so voraciously, Yu Luwei's own stomach suddenly felt empty. She placed the glutinous rice balls on the Kong, where there was no bed, and went downstairs to cook. Tonight, they would have the newly harvested emerald bamboo shoots and bamboo rice. Yu Luwei steamed the bamboo rice, and then stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. The bamboo rice had a more fragrant aroma, and the emerald bamboo shoots were crisper and sweeter than ordinary ones. Yu Luwei didn't hesitate to discard the ordinary bamboo shoots she dug that day, planning to sell some later to clear out some space. After packing up, Yu Luwei ran to find the glutinous rice balls. She loved furry animals and had always wanted a cat, but for various reasons, she hadn't been able to get one. Although Ma Tuan wasn't a cat, she finally fulfilled her dream of raising a furry creature. After taking a deep breath of the red panda, Yu Luwei laid down on her bed and began petting the panda while brushing the manual. As soon as she opened the manual, she was bombarded with private messages from Fong Min. Fong Min, Wei Wei, thank you so much for the news and weapons. It suddenly rained heavily here last night. I was so excited to collect some water for purification, but when I woke up this morning, the desert around me was practically covered in weeds. Fong Min, the oasis is even more outrageous. Not only have the plants grown significantly larger, but I was attacked the moment I entered. I had no idea what kind of plants they were. Thankfully, I had the moon sickle you gave me. I hacked away at the surroundings and actually killed a monster. Fong Min. Luckily, after I chopped down that vine monster, there's nothing else attacking me in the oasis. I also got a blue treasure chest, which revealed a vine armor blueprint. I just made a bunch, so I'll give you 2. Fong Min. Oh, by the way, Lin Lang traded some rain gear with me yesterday. I was thinking, if you agree, Wei Wei, I'd like to create a small group for 3 people. It would make it easier to exchange information and supplies. What do you think? Of course, you're still my best friend in the survival world. You Lu Wei. I just got back to the shelter. Thanks for the vine armor. Are you okay? As for this small group, I'm totally fine. You can add me directly. Fong Min was probably waiting by the manual. As soon as Yu Luwei sent the message, he received a reply. Fong Min, hey, Wei Wei, don't worry. With the moon sickle you gave me, I can't get hurt. I'll create the group right away. A few moments later, a small private chat group for 3 people appeared on Yu Luoi's manual. Xiao Linlang was also online at this time. After politely greeting everyone in the group, she shared her experiences today. Xiao Linlang. As you probably know, this area of mine is an iron mine, so there's very little vegetation. But after last night's rain, a lot of plants have suddenly appeared here, especially some strangely colored vines. Though they haven't shown any signs of aggression yet, they're already moving. Zhao Linlang. I burned most of them with the flaming sword Luo Wei gave me yesterday, but some remain that can't be burned, so I have to chop them off. It might turn into a monster tomorrow. Fong Min also shared her experiences today in the group, and Yu Luo Wei followed suit. After a while, Zhao Linlang sent another message. Zhao Linlang. I've been checking the chat channel since I got back. I'm pretty sure everyone experienced the rain last night, and the plants around here have all changed to varying degrees today. This rain must have been the catalyst for the plants to mutate into monsters. Fong Min. So, in that case, will there be more rainstorms? Or will it rain every night? Next time, the plants will mutate more quickly. Yu Lu Wei. Let's see if it rains tonight. By the way, if your weapons break, be sure to let me know immediately, and I'll make you new ones. Fong Min. The same goes for armor. I have a lot of vines after the rain. Zhao Linlang. Thank you. If you're short on iron, let me know. I can provide it for free. And just like that, a mini survival game information and supplies exchange group was established. With this group, it would be easier to get information from the chat channel. After all, Yu Luwei couldn't always check the messages. Overall, Yu Luwei felt it was a win-win situation for now. Seeing that no one was talking in the group chat, he closed the chat page. Chapter 29. After concluding her group chat, Yu Luwei opened the trading market. Because everyone was panicking about the appearance of new monsters, her weapons were already sold out, and many people were leaving messages asking her to put more items on the shelves. Trading volume at the wood shop was also higher than usual. Everyone was frantically stockpiling wood, fearing the wood supply would run out in a few days. Yu Luwei restocked her supplies, and added some water purifiers, and ordinary bamboo shoots. She hadn't run out of charcoal yet, and the water purifier would be useful in case it rained again. After listing her items, Yu Luwei wandered around the market, and used compressed biscuits to buy a large round bamboo basket, a larger pillow, and a small quilt to serve as Ma Tuan's nest. Because time flows so quickly in the game, Yu Luwei worried that if she bought too small, Ma Tuan wouldn't be able to sleep in it in a few days. Therefore, she found a huge basket, almost 5 or 6 times the size of her current one. The seller likely thought it was too large and impractical, and no one would buy it, so they priced it very low, allowing Yu Luwei to snag a bargain. However, due to its size, the nest couldn't fit on the bed. Yu Luwei placed it next to the bed, placed a pillow on it, tucked Ma Tuan in, and covered him with a small blanket. After Ma Tuan fell asleep, Yu Luwei looked outside. It was past midnight and still raining, so she went back to sleep. When Yu Luwei woke up in the morning, Ma Tuan was still sleeping, curled up in a cute little ball. Yu Luwei's mood improved the moment she saw Ma Tuan. Concerned that Ma Tuan wouldn't be safe alone in the shelter, Yu Luwei experimented and discovered that she could move the nest into the pet space along with Ma Tuan. However, the jade bamboo couldn't be put in there. It probably needed to interact with the glutinous rice balls. Yu Luwei took the nest out for the time being. While it was still dark, she prepared to weave a few small toys for the glutinous rice balls with willow branches, so that it wouldn't feel lonely all alone in the space. It could actually be made with willow branches, but it was late last night, and such a large nest would require a lot of branches. Since she happened to find one that was cheap and suitable, she might as well just buy it. While weaving the toys, Yuluwei also opened the manual and checked the messages. It hadn't rained at Fong Min and Zhao Linlong's place the previous night. Zhao Linlang even said that according to the chat channel, it hadn't rained anywhere near them last night. She wondered what the situation was like outside. She wove 2 little rabbits and took out a few pieces of jade bamboo, split them into sections, and placed them next to the glutinous rice balls. After putting the nest into the pet space, Yuluwei replied to the messages in the group chat and prepared to go out exploring. Before leaving, she made a point of bringing along a pack of disposable masks she had just opened the previous day. Today's main goal was to visit the area marked 2 days ago. If the mutation had progressed significantly, they would be resolved today. Yuluwei was shocked the moment she stepped outside. Although it hadn't rained yesterday, the changes outside hadn't stopped. Nearly all flowers had bloomed, the bushes had transformed into a sea of flowers, and the forest, too, had transformed from green to a vibrant array of colors. Even through her mask, a variety of strong aromas reached Yuluwei's nose. She had to put on another layer of clothing to barely get over the odors. However, the base effectively blocked out these odors. Inside the fence, they were completely indistinguishable. Yuluwei first checked the manual to confirm the base's defenses hadn't been compromised. He paused at the entrance for a moment, confirming the scent was only slightly stronger and not causing hallucinations. Only then did he confidently take out his axe and begin clearing the path. Yes, but after a day, the original path was once again covered in flowers and weeds, making it impassable. After arduously reaching the forest, Yuluwei made another discovery. The trees had become generally thicker, and the space more cramped. Also, there were many more vines, with one or even several perched on almost every tree. Sometimes, Yuluwei would even mistake them for giant green pythons coiled around the trees. After cutting away some overly thick vines along the way, which took a while, Yuluwei finally reached the stream. The stream was no longer clear, now filled with algae. When Yuluwei took out the box to collect stream water, he received a new warning: heavily polluted stream water. Due to an algal bloom, even after purification, it is not drinkable. Unless you want to become algae yourself. Fortunately, Yuluwei had abundant water resources, and if things got worse, there were still water cards, so the polluted stream wouldn't cause any serious damage. Yuluwei collected the fishing net from the stream, but there were still only a few small fish. The net was already covered in algae, making it look quite dirty. Worried about the accumulation of heavy metals in the fish, though he wasn't sure if the scientific phenomenon even existed in the game, Yuluwei didn't put the net back. The surrounding trees had changed significantly. Many of the markings he had made had fallen off, and the trees that had once seemed sturdy were now everywhere. Yuluwei abandoned his previous plan and decided to explore the surrounding area, at least to eliminate any threats near the base. Turning a circle is easy enough to say, but once Luowei did, she found it difficult. After all, she had previously cut a path to pave the way when she first arrived, but now it felt like walking through a primeval forest. Sometimes, a few tree roots would suddenly appear on the ground, nearly tripping her. Sometimes, a shower of petals would fall from the sky, forcing her to sidle sideways to pass through, leaving only a small gap between 2 trees. In the middle, Yuluwei spotted several large trees, their bark rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern, as if pulsating. She quickly used fire magic to conjure a massive axe and struck down at the trees. The moment she struck, a massive, flaming mound appeared on the trees. The flames gradually spread, gradually engulfing the trees. Yuluwei seemed to hear the trees wailing, but the next second, a green liquid suddenly erupted from them, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, Yuluwei was a 4th-level fire mage after all. These trees were weaker than the bamboo king from before, and were unable to extinguish the flames. Yuluwei struck while the iron was hot, and with a few more blows of her axe, she chopped them down and then controlled the flames to burn their corpses. The lion blood she'd been drinking these past few days hadn't been in vain. Yuluwei could feel her control over fire had greatly improved. For example, she could control the flames wherever she wanted. If she were to use fire on a tree stump now, she could ensure it burned cleanly without starting a wildfire. After 4 or 5 hours, she destroyed about a dozen of these trees and collected 5 green supply chests. Yuluwei found a relatively untouched area and planned to rest. Meanwhile, Yuluwei noticed that Matwan had woken up and was bored in the pet space, wanting to come out. She took the opportunity to let Matwan out and play with him for a while. Matwan was curious about everything around him, poking at the nearby flowers and plants, then finding a tree to climb. Not wanting to be a spoiler, Yuluwei stood up and stood under the tree to prevent Modwan from falling. After Modwan had enough fun, Yuluwei planned to walk around a bit before returning. Since Modwan really didn't want to enter the pet space, Yuluwei held him in her arms, planning to put him back in when she got to work. After walking for a while, they didn't encounter any mutated trees, but they did encounter a group of monsters. This monster was a familiar one, the shadow hyena from the novice phase event. Although there were only 5 or 6 of them, the aura of danger was stronger. They were probably all level 3. These monsters seemed thinner than before. Seeing Yuluwei and the panda in her arms, their eyes glowed green as they prepared to attack. Yuluwei immediately tried to send Ma Tuan into the pet space, but before she could react, Ma Tuan had already broken free from her arms and, roaring, lunged at the hyenas. As Ma Tuan roared, a sudden gust of wind erupted, knocking down the 2 hyenas in front. Though small, Ma Tuan possessed a formidable fighting spirit. Without stopping, he charged at the remaining hyenas like a cannonball, knocking them to the ground. He then stomped on them several times before returning to Yuluwei for praise. Yuluwei was stunned by this display of skill. As expected of the legendary Chiyu's mount, at only 2 months old, he was so formidable. The monsters likely suffered broken bones and couldn't stand up, lying on the ground, blood all over the place. Yuluwei examined Ma Tuan and found nothing but his claws. She picked him up, ready to deliver a final blow to the monsters before dismembering them. As Luwei reached the center of the monsters, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. 2 of the monsters were missing. Possibly due to the surrounding vegetation, Yuluwei didn't finish the monsters off immediately, but instead inflicted more wounds on one, causing it to bleed even more. Sure enough, the monster soon began to move. Yuluwei immediately chased after it, and upon closer inspection, she saw a vine dragging the monster along. Yuluwei's worst fear had come true. Without caring about anything else, she immediately used her flaming sword to cut through the vines, and flames quickly ignited along them. After trying, she found she couldn't extinguish the flames. The vine automatically severed the burning section and vanished before her eyes. After dealing with the remaining 4 hyenas and obtaining 2 blue supply chests and a bite skill card, Yuluwei began to think about a countermeasure. Although she had a premonition when she saw the countless vines in the forest, the sight was still hard to accept. The vines were the largest and most difficult monsters this season. Now that she thought about it, she had been out all day and hadn't encountered any small animals. It was likely that the vines had been using them as food reserves. Those monsters must have been starving, so they encountered Yuluwei while searching for food. The vines hadn't fully evolved, after all, so they probably couldn't do much damage to the monsters. She could only wait for Ma Tuan to severely injure them, and then sneakily take advantage of them. But even if she knew, Yuluwei had no good way to deal with it. After all, these vines covered the entire forest, and she couldn't really prevent a fire from burning the mountain. Yuluwei sighed, first finding the largest vines in the area and setting them on fire. When the vines sensed the flames, they tried to repeat their old tricks, but this time, Yuluwei didn't give them a chance. She simply eradicated them, burning their roots along with them. After waiting until the surrounding area, outside the bushes, was almost completely clear of any large vines, Yuluwei returned to the shelter with a worried look on her face. She put Ma Tuan down, took out its nest and toys, and let it play on its own for a while. Without bothering to unpack, Yuluwei opened the 3-person group chat and posted her observations and conjectures of the day. It was not yet 5 o'clock, and Fang Min and Zhao Linlang were probably still outside. They hadn't responded to Yuluwei's message yet, so she opened the chat channel again to see what everyone else was doing. Most people were the same. The surrounding plants had generally grown larger, and the vines had become more numerous. Especially for survivors in the ocean, the sea is overflowing with seaweed, threatening to completely obscure the surface. Due to the decrease in oxygen in the ocean, dead fish have surfaced from time to time over the past few days, and the smell is unbearable. Although there are no vines around them, the seaweed often entangles their boat-shaped shelter. However, Yuluwei has also made a new discovery. Some of those who caused the most environmental damage last season didn't have points to exchange for plots, so their plots remain empty this season, with no new plants growing and, naturally, no chance of mutating into monsters. Now they are celebrating in their group chats, believing they have found the right solution for this season. Some of those whose environmental damage is at a critical point are envious and are hesitant to do the same. Yuluwei scoffs at this, believing they will never learn from their mistakes. And with Zhao Linlong's example before them, she's even less likely to warn them. But at this moment, their small group of 3 suddenly received a message. Zhao Linlang, Luo Wei, Fang Min, where are you now? Please don't disrupt the surrounding environment like you did in the chat channel. Chapter 30. Fang Min, don't worry, we wouldn't do that. But Linlang, why are you suddenly saying that? Did you discover something? Zhao Linlang, among my ranking rewards is a prediction card that allows me to predict a future event at a random time. I just got back, and the system prompted me to use it. As soon as I took it out, I saw countless vines appearing on the ground where there were no plants. It was so dense. Luckily, I don't have trypophobia, or I would have vomited. Fang Min, oh my god, this is scary. What should I do? There are no plants on the sand around me. I'm not going to be covered in vines tomorrow morning. Yu Lu Wei, this should only apply to survivors with more severe environmental damage. After all, the system said that more severe environmental damage will increase the severity of the disaster. Zhao Linlang, yes, my prediction card clearly shows that the ground is damaged. Fang Min, that's good, that's good. I was scared to death. But Linlang, your prediction card is amazing. Can it predict whether we'll eventually pass this game? Zhao Linlang, no, it's a random prediction. I can't even control it to predict what I want. But I still have 2 chances. If I see anything new, I'll share it with you. Yu Lu Wei, thank you Linlang. But will you still post this message to the channel? It's best not to. Zhao Linlang, well after last time, I definitely won't. We just need to know. But right after I saw the prediction, someone named Zhou Jianhui came to me to exchange information. I told him, and he said he'd let more people know. Fang Min. Who is Zhou Jianhui? How did he know you had information, and come to you to exchange information? And how did he notify more people? Yu Lu Wei, he seems to be on the leaderboard too. I've seen his name before. It should be a related ranking reward. Zhao Linlang, yes, he said he also got a random prediction card, but his prediction card only shows who has better intelligence. But the information he gave me was all we knew, and right now, the vines are the biggest threat. So I had him take 6 packs of compressed biscuits as compensation, 2 packs each for us. Zhao Linlang. As for the notification, he said he met a lot of people during the transaction and would pass on the news. Zhao Linlang. But Luo Wei, has Jinyu been looking for you these days? He's been asking me if I'm the first person to get the forest farm. I kept saying no, but he didn't seem to believe it. It wasn't until your wood shop became a real name business a few days ago that he stopped. Yu Lu Wei. No, but he's harassed me many times before for various reasons, and I haven't spoken to him in a long time. We have enough intel now, so I'm going to block him and stop him from harassing me. Yu Lu Wei had told them about the wood shop when she changed its name, so they could buy wood directly at a discounted price in the future, through gifting between friends. But Zhao Linlang didn't say anything at the time. Only now do I know that Jinyu had harassed her. However, her wood shop hadn't received any new messages in the past 2 days. Yu Lu Wei decided to add 1402 to her name, their room number at university, to prevent friends from being afraid to recognize her due to concerns about having the same name. After changing her name, Yu Lu Wei received another private message from Fang Min. Fang Min, Wei, do you feel that Linlang is, well, a little too kind? If you still think that destroying the surrounding environment will reduce monster appearances, then I don't think there's any need to save them. Yu Lu Wei, people are different. You and I actually share the same opinion, but maybe Linlang has different ideas. She's made progress since last time, and she hasn't used our intelligence or harmed our interests. She might need to think about it a little longer. We can remind her more in the group chat. Fang Min, yeah, well, if we were ordinary people, we might be grateful to Linlang. If only we weren't in the game. During the zombie apocalypse, Yu Lu Wei's country was filled with selfless soldiers and scientists, who bravely studied the zombies without fear of infection. Therefore, Zhao Linlang's actions were understandable, as long as they didn't harm Yu Lu Wei's interests. After all, everyone's dispersed now, and simply releasing some information wouldn't be more dangerous than a zombie apocalypse. After finishing her chat, Yu Lu Wei got down to business. Before unboxing, Yu Lu Wei prepared the last bit of lion blood. After 2 days of exploration, fire magic has proven incredibly useful this season. First, she looked at the new skill card. Unlike the last one, while this one's level and damage were lower, it had no limit on how many times it could be used. Once equipped, it could be used continuously. However, asking Yu Lu Wei to bite monsters wasn't practical, so she opened the pet page to see if she could equip it on Mod 1. As soon as she approached the pet page with the skill card, a skill bar appeared at the bottom. There were 3 slots in total, and the first 2 were already occupied by Ma Tuan's inherent talents. Yu Luwei tried, and found that this skill card could be equipped there, but the previous one couldn't. Temporarily equipping the Bite skill card to Ma Tuan, Yu Luwei checked his status. Ma Tuan had just been playing with the 2 little rabbits made of willow branches when Yu Luwei approached and saw it attack one of them, tearing it apart. Ma Tuan looked at the pile of weeds with a start, not realizing how he had damaged it. Seeing Yu Luwei approaching, he immediately turned to her for comfort. Yu Luwei picked up Ma Tuan and comforted him. Perhaps Ma Tuan was too small and had accidentally used a skill. She used her mind to communicate the reason to Ma Tuan, and she didn't know if he understood, but he did gradually calm down. After Ma Tuan fully recovered, Yu Luwei put him back in his nest and temporarily took out the skill card, planning to give it to him tomorrow when he went out. Still, Ma Tuan had made significant contributions today. Before leaving, Yu Luwei not only stuffed a few stalks of jade bamboo into the box, but also a few peaches as a reward. After returning, they officially unpacked the box. Today's box contained 2 new gas masks, a 1L bottle of growth inhibitor solution, and 5 detoxification pills. Yu Luwei checked the instructions. The gas mask can block all toxic gases, but the effect is only for 24 hours, and if the concentration of the gas is too high, the effect time will be reduced. The growth inhibitor solution is a special item for this season, specifically for vines and plants. It not only inhibits the plant's mutation process, but also directly kills some non-mutated vines, preventing them from growing. The detoxification pills, as the name suggests, can neutralize all non-lethal toxins if taken within 10 minutes of poisoning. There were also some crystals, fire crystals, and an oven. The rest were normal everyday items. However, the appearance of the detoxification pills and gas mask made Yu Luwei very suspicious. He thought that inhaling the fragrance of flowers outside would cause poisoning. I checked and saw it wasn't even dark yet, so I decided to head straight to the bushes to see how strong the fragrance was and test the effectiveness of the inhibitory fluid. The floral scent outside was unchanged from this morning. Yu Luwei held the antidote pill in her hand and gulped it down a few times while standing by the fence. Aside from a long cough from the choking, she didn't feel any poisoning. It seemed the floral scent hadn't yet developed a toxin. I put the antidote pill away with confidence and walked out of the base. The vines in the bushes were small. After Yu Luwei sprayed them a few times, they fell away from the bushes. The bushes, however, seemed fine for now. Yu Luwei sprayed the bushes in a circle, clearing the vines around the perimeter of the fence before returning. This inhibitor allows you to check the remaining amount at any time, and she had used about 150 milliliters. Yu Luwei sighed, regretting that she would have to use it sparingly. It was useful, but it came a little late. If it had been available on the first day, perhaps there wouldn't have been any bamboo kings. But then, she might not have encountered the glutinous rice balls either. It's a mixed bag. Next came the pleasant dinner. Since she had an oven today, Yu Luwei decided to splurge and make some bread using the electric card. This time, she used up all the leftover flour from making steamed buns last time. Yu Luwei baked 2 large loaves of bread and ate them with jam. Taohua also took out half, washed it, and dried it by the campfire so she could make tea later. Speaking of which, this lion's blood was indeed very useful. Since Yu Luwei finished her last cup, she could not only control the flame more precisely, but even control the temperature within a small range. For example, in the shelter, she could control the temperature near the peach blossoms to speed up the drying process. This discovery delighted her. Fortunately, she had saved some lion blood, otherwise she would regret it now. Everything was settled. Before bed, Yu Luwei checked the market again. A new message arrived under the wooden shop. Lu Ji, microtracing biology. Lin Jixia, grapes. Jiang Yinan, watermelon. Su Tang, strawberry. Yu Luwei was instantly delighted. The first one was from the senior who had started the business with her, and the second one was the company's original name, which no one knew except the 2 of them. The second one was from her roommate. This was a code word the 4 of them had agreed on during a late-night chat in the dorm. It consisted of their favorite fruits followed by a punctuation mark. It was just a sudden, Junibu-inducing thought, but I never expected it would actually come into use today. Yu Luwei quickly replied, Yu Luwei, Peach, then she replied to Lu Ji's post, Senior, confirming her identity. Unfortunately, private messaging between different zones isn't allowed, and comments under the shop are visible to everyone, so after they recognized each other, they couldn't chat openly. They briefly explained their current situation and ended the conversation. But this already made Yu Luwei happy enough. Lu Ji and Lin Jixiu were in different zones, while Jiang Yinan and Su Tang were both in zones 21, 36, and 9. This made Yu Luwei envious. Although she was an introvert, she couldn't stand being without friends to chat with. That's why she ended up joining the official base during the zombie apocalypse. Luckily, she met Fang Min and later Xiao Linlang in the game, otherwise she might have gone insane by now. Today, the number of people in the zone has dropped to over 40,000. After this season ends, a new zone will undoubtedly merge. Yu Luwei put the goods on the shelves and entered the 4th day, with the beautiful hope of merging with the zone where my friends are at that time. The name of the new season already appeared in the upper right corner of the handbook, Spring Season, Day 4. After waking up, Yu Luwei first checked the handbook. Because it didn't rain yesterday, the chat channel began to question Jin Yu's initial intelligence. Jin Yu remained silent, leaving only some members of the support group to defend him. After flipping through the handbook and finding no useful information, Yu Luwei was about to close it when she suddenly noticed that the base's defense had dropped by 20 or 30 points. This startled Yu Luwei. She first walked around the base, but didn't notice anything unusual. Whether it was the fragrance of the flowers outside or some other reason, Yu Luwei became more cautious. She equipped Ma Tuan with a skill card and stored the nest in the pet space. Yu Luwei herself donned a disposable mask and a poison mask, then took the inhibitory fluid directly into her hand before officially setting off. Aside from a few more flowers in the bushes, nothing else had changed, and the vines hadn't grown back. The trees and vines in the forest, on the other hand, had grown thicker. It seemed the inhibitory fluid had done the trick. Yu Luwei planned to grab a few more treasure chests today to see if she could find more inhibitory fluid. However, considering the mutated plants this season, killing them might also yield treasure chests, making the overall probability much higher than last season. Originally, seeing the flowers in the bushes, Yu Luwei had assumed the inhibitory fluid had no effect on them. Only upon seeing the forest did she realize how wrong she was. The forest had transformed into a sea of flowers. Even trees like pine trees, which typically don't flower, were now covered in a dazzling display of vibrant blossoms. A closer look revealed that the blossoms were from the vines on the trees. Just by looking at it, one could imagine how intense the fragrance was today. Yu Luwei involuntarily tightened her gas mask, leaving no gaps. Then she launched several fireballs towards the area with the most flowers, hoping to burn some of them. Otherwise, this forest would be completely uninhabitable. Using her mental power to control the flames from spreading elsewhere, Yu Luwei's mind soon sent a warning. Thankfully, the surrounding flowers had almost completely burned, so she extinguished the flames and prepared to begin her investigation into the culprit behind the base's weakened defenses. Chapter 31. This tree and vine are merely larger in size. Currently, the above-ground portion isn't large enough to reach the base. Ignoring the scent for now, Yu Luwei prepared to examine the ground below. After digging a shallow layer, Yu Luwei's shovel gave way. Pulling aside the surrounding soil, Yu Luwei was shocked by the sight before her. The ground beneath was completely occupied by layers of tree roots, one upon another, leaving no gaps. The thinnest of these roots was thicker than the trees above ground, and their length was endless. Forget the base. Yu Luwei suspected the roots here could even reach all the way to the cave. Yu Luwei dug up the soil outside the fence. Sure enough, there was also a dense mass of tree roots underneath. The roots of the shrubs were so tightly blocked that Yu Luwei even suspected the shrubs were only able to survive until now because of the bounty of spring. He tried attacking them, but the roots weren't particularly aggressive and didn't fight back. Their sheer size meant they pushed the ground apart in some places, damaging the base's defenses. However, due to their size, Yu Luwei couldn't do much damage unless he used his abilities. With no other options, Yu Luwei dug up the ground around the fence and sprayed the roots below with growth suppressant. Thankfully, the soil above was only a thin layer, and some areas were completely bare, so digging didn't take long, and the workload wasn't significant. However, the growth suppressant consumed quickly, leaving only 300 milliliters left by the time he finished. Having temporarily dealt with the roots, Yu Luwei continued on his way. Her outfit consisted of long sleeves, with only her hands exposed. To prevent the flowers from getting on her hands, Yu Luwei deliberately condensed a layer of ice on the outside of her hands, creating a pair of ice gloves to insulate them. While making the gloves, flowers kept drifting towards her on the wind, but she nimbly dodged them. Only after the gloves were finished did she dare to hold a peach blossom in her hand and carefully examine the warning. Peach blossom, spring limited edition toxic, but not severe. Inhaling pollen or touching it can cause chronic poisoning. If you're reading this, you may already be poisoned. Remember to check your information and detoxify in time. This was a blatant conspiracy. To see the item's warning, you had to touch it. While gloves were acceptable, it was generally not something anyone would remember. But touching this flower could lead to poisoning. However, given the current situation, most people should be aware of the problem with this flower, and will carefully avoid it. Unless they accidentally touch it, the number of people poisoned by this is likely to be small. But I definitely couldn't take this flower back. Luckily, I already picked a good number of normal peach blossoms. Yuluwei burned the one in her hand with fire magic, and continued exploring. A few days ago, Yuluwei had needed to determine if the plants had mutated, but today was different. As soon as Yuluwei entered deeper into the forest, several vines attacked. The forest had long been filled with trees, and Yuluwei had finally carved out a small space to move around. Now, there was nowhere to hide, so she could only quickly form a flaming shield in front of her to block the vines' attack. The vines, clearly still undeveloped in intelligence, continued their assault on the flame shield, and were, as expected, reduced to ash. But as one batch burned to ash, another followed. Yuluwei, not possessing supernatural powers, was unable to handle so many vines for the time being and had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the area. The vines weren't very long, so after Yuluwei withdrew, they could only wave helplessly and furiously in the air. Looking around, she saw only the area ahead where the vines were flying everywhere, and Yuluwei decided to destroy them all. She was running low on inhibitory fluid, and trying to control the temperature was both too large and difficult to determine the ideal temperature to destroy the vines. Too high would destroy her, and she would be doomed. After much deliberation, Yuluwei finally decided to use her skills. Clearing a larger area around her, Yuluwei focused her energy on her dantian, aimed at that area, and directly used Lion Soul Flame Slash. A massive flaming blade enveloped the entire area. Even if the vines tried to evade it, their roots couldn't move. Soon, all vegetation was ablaze. Using the skill was a matter of seconds, but afterward, Yuluwei had to carefully control the flames to avoid spreading them elsewhere, which took considerable effort. After controlling the vines and completely burning them, Yuluwei stepped back into the area. With the vines completely consumed, Yuluwei noticed that the surrounding trees had become significantly thinner. Looking closer, he saw that the trees had already begun to wither, many cracking and cracking. Some even broke apart at the slightest touch. Yuluwei found a nearby tree similarly entangled in thick vines, and pulled the vines from it. Sure enough, like the other trees, it had begun to wither, though not as severely. Some of the vines in the forest were smaller, and Yuluwei carefully pulled one aside. The trees within were different. Not only were they vibrant, but their bark was even pulsing rhythmically, just like the tree from a few days ago. Yuluwei also dealt with this tree and discovered a pattern. Vines compete with other native plants during their mutation process. If a vine mutates quickly, it will absorb nutrients from the plant it's attached to, preventing the plant from mutating and causing it to gradually wither and die. Conversely, if the plant mutates quickly, the vine will gradually become smaller. This, however, indirectly dispelled the idea that there might still be normal trees in this forest. After all, if the tree were normal, it would have been absorbed by the vines. It's just that the trees evolve more slowly than the vines, so at least for now, they won't attack her. Looking at the forest again, Yuluwei's eyes were no longer filled with beautiful scenery, but with hidden dangers. She stopped wandering around in the forest, and used her skills to reach the edge of the cave. All other resources are relatively plentiful, with only the stone and copper or being relatively scarce. I'll collect some more today, and from now on, I'll try not to leave unless there's an event or I need to spray suppressant. I also picked up 2 green supply chests along the way, so it's not like I didn't get any. But Yuluwei wanted to complain again. These mutated plant monsters are much more difficult to deal with than regular level 2 monsters. The drop rate from the chests is about the same, but the level isn't even higher. The area around the cave was previously damaged by a battle between 2 level 5 monsters, and then burned. Therefore, there aren't many trees, just some ordinary flowers and plants, nothing mutated. Yuluwei finally caught his breath, and entered the cave to begin mining. The nearby copper ore had been nearly exhausted, so Yuluwei ventured deeper. After a few steps, he keenly heard several heavy breathing sounds, and smelled the scent of blood. Putting down his hoe for a moment, Yuluwei gripped the torch tightly, and slowly approached, ready to see what it was. A few more steps forward, and several different legs appeared before his eyes. Looking upward, he saw a monster gathering ahead. All sorts of monsters Yuluwei had seen, and never seen before, were gathered together, at least 5 or 6 species. There were only 2 or 3 of each type, and most of them bore wounds. Otherwise, Yuluwei would have turned back and left. These monsters had likely sustained injuries from their battles with the mutated plants and vines outside. The more severely injured had been used as food by the plants, while the less severely injured had escaped, finding this plant-free place to recover. But their luck was truly bad. Now they encountered Yuluwei again. Yuluwei didn't even bother using the flaming balls. He threw the torch he had in hand. After all, the monster's movements were severely limited due to their injuries, so this would both catch them off guard and help him locate them. The torch was, after all, a level 3 flame, so it also burned a few smaller monsters. Taking advantage of the monster's panic, Yuluwei quickly drew his bow, and each arrow took out a large one. After 6 or 7 arrows, he still had nearly 10 left. Having used several skills during the clearing of the path today, Yuluwei was running low on mental energy. Coincidentally, he had the Soul Thorn skill card with him, which didn't require any mental energy and seemed to be a group attack. Yuluwei took this opportunity to test out the power of the Soul Thorn. After all, it had been obtained from a psychic monster, and this Soul Thorn was also a psychic skill. As soon as Yuluwei used it, the monsters that had been glaring at her suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if struck in the head by something. They howled in pain, and soon, even their breathing ceased. Yuluwei cautiously approached and, after testing the corpses, found them completely dead. She dismembered the bodies without even bothering to examine the spoils. She quickly began mining. She dug until after 4 o'clock, discarding her battered axe and leaving the cave. In just a few hours, the path they had cleared upon arrival was already overgrown with weeds, and vines occasionally swayed tentatively overhead. Luckily, they had left early, otherwise they might not have made it back on time. Once back at the shelter, Yuluwei didn't bother to check the spoils. She let Ma Tuan out first. The forest was too dangerous today, so Yuluwei didn't dare let Ma Tuan out. He spent the entire day in the pet space, feeling scared, aggrieved, and angry. As soon as he saw Yuluwei, he pounced on her, whimpering and complaining. Yuluwei consoled him for a long time, finally bringing out jade bamboo, bamboo shoots, and several peaches, apples, and pears to soothe her. Once Ma Tuan finally agreed to return to his nest, Yuluwei began to review the day's harvest. The monsters generously gave Yuluwei 20 kilograms of level 2 beast meat, 10 kilograms of level 1 beast meat, and 10 level 3 hides. The treasure chests contained 2 blue and 5 green supply chests. Yuluwei had been wearing the orange suit for the past 2 days, and its durability was almost at its limit. I finally got a new hide today. It's only level 3, but it's better than nothing. Yuluwei immediately made another set. As soon as she took off the old one, the system prompted her to fuse the 2 sets. This would repair the durability of the higher status equipment without affecting the original's effects, though the effects of the 2 sets wouldn't stack. The new set's stats were indeed lower than the old one, so Yuluwei fused it directly. Today's treasure chest contained a lot of materials. Besides 5 gas masks, 5 bottles of new growth inhibitor, and 2 pairs of thick gloves, it contained various materials like iron blocks, cement, and red bricks. There were about 50 of each. This saved her time packing up supplies. Yesterday, Yuluwei realized her period had arrived. Although it was a little early, she remembered that the growth rate of glutinous rice balls here was 1/10, so hers was only 1:2, which was about right. Tonight, Yuluwei made herself a pot of brown sugared ginger tea with bread. She wasn't experiencing period cramps, but she was worried the smell of blood would make it easier for the monsters to find her or make them more aggressive. However, today, the plant monsters weren't acting like that. The ordinary monsters were already injured, so nothing could be seen. While eating, Yuluwei took out the manual. Lin Jixia and the others were in a similar situation. Even Fang Min, who was unusual, had a number of vines sprouting out of nowhere in the desert, but they were yellow and hidden beneath the sand. They would occasionally strike Fang Min, frightening her greatly. She asked Yuluwei for another flaming sword and torch, planning to burn the sand before walking. The chat room was relatively calm, as everyone had gradually become accustomed to the changes in the plants. Everyone was actively discussing how to deal with the vines and mutated plants, and they all agreed that fire was the most effective. As a result, fire was once again fetching high prices in the market. Though Yuluwei's matches had already been sold, she still had a flaming cloak and torch, which she took the opportunity to put up for sale, determined to gather the materials for upgrading her base and shelter. But there are always some people who like to disrupt this peace. Yu Luwei had just put the goodies on the shelves when she received a complaint from Fong Min in the group chat. Chapter 32. Yu Luwei opened the 3-person chat group. Fong Min. No, why is Jin Yu so disgusting? It was clearly Lin Lang who gave Zhou Jianwei the information, but he actually took all the credit for it. And how come Zhou Jianwei is also Jin Yu's man? When he came to see Lin Lang, why didn't he just say he was from the support group? He must have known that Jin Yu and his support group were not good people. Fong Min. Ah, I'm so angry. Lin Lang, next time you exchange this kind of information with anyone but us, why do you always have to deal with such disgusting things? Xiao Lin Lang. Oh my god, how could this happen? I'm so sorry. I'm glad I didn't get you into trouble. Don't worry, as the old saying goes, once or twice, there's no such thing as a third time. I won't do this again, don't worry. But thankfully, this time, it wasn't like last time, where they tried to put the blame on me again. I really don't want to be scolded again, and then have you guys get in trouble for speaking up for me. Fong Min. You don't have to apologize, Lin Lang. None of us were hurt. I just can't stand that Jin Yu, teasing and stealing other people's credit. Yu Luwei had already blocked Jin Yu, so she didn't see his chat post earlier. She then asked Fong Min about the whole story. To make up for the reputation damage caused by his previous misinformation, Jin Yu posted information about damaged ground causing more vines to grow, urging everyone not to damage the environment. He also said this was something they learned in their mutual aid group and urged more people to join in. Zhou Jianwei chimed in, which made Fong Min and Zhao Linlang realize that this was actually information Zhao Linlang had given them. The two of them had been discussing the matter for a long time, having said everything they needed to say. Zhao Linlang, overcome with guilt, had given Fong Min and Yu Luwei 10 iron blocks each, swearing to heaven she would never do such a thing again. She looked deeply hurt. Yu Luwei couldn't get a word in, so she offered one final comment. Yu Luwei, it's okay. I don't think Jin Yu can repair his damaged reputation. It's already the 4th day. He's already destroyed what needed to be destroyed 2 days ago. He wouldn't have gone back to destroy what he hadn't destroyed even if he hadn't said anything. His efforts are probably in vain. Closing the manual, Yu Luwei checked the shelter. After confirming there was nothing else to do, she washed up and fell asleep with Ma Tuan. The 5th day of the spring season had unknowingly arrived. In the morning, Yu Luwei slowly awoke and ate breakfast in the shelter, while checking the base's defenses. Although some damage had still been done, it was less than half of what it had been yesterday. It seemed the inhibitor was still effective. When dawn broke, Yu Luwei stood in the base and gazed at the forest from afar. Today, the forest felt threatening even from a distance. Yu Luwei felt as if she were back on her first morning in the game, having experienced the same feeling upon seeing the forest in the darkness. Besides the green leaves, vines, and colorful flowers, Yu Luwei vaguely seemed to see quite a few fruits. She glanced at the bushes outside the fence. There were also more berries there, though the number wasn't large due to the suppressant spray. Apart from going out to spray the suppressant once more, Yu Luwei didn't plan to go into the forest again today. Having a hunch that these fruits might have some special properties, Yu Luwei immediately changed her gear and went out to pick some fruit. She had just put on the gloves after opening the box yesterday, rather than making them herself. She was primarily spraying the bushes and ground outside the fence, as well as the outermost forest, with the suppressant. So, Yu Luwei planned to pick some fruit from both the bushes and the forest. On closer inspection, she realized the fruit wasn't from bushes or trees, but from vines. Not bothering to check the details, Yu Luwei stuffed all the fruit into her bracelet and busied herself with spraying the suppressant. Hurry up and get back home. I'll check the details once I sit down. Even after spraying the suppressant yesterday, more tree roots had broken through the ground today, but this saved Yu Luwei the trouble of digging. Back at the shelter, before she even sat down, Yu Luwei was met by Ma Tuan's swoop. She had seen Ma Tuan soundly asleep that morning, so she hadn't woken him. Now, hugging Ma Tuan again, Yu Luwei realized how much heavier he had become. After all, he had grown another month. Not only had Ma Tuan gained weight, but his fur had also grown longer. Now that Ma Tuan had grown, Yu Luwei prepared to feed him the advancement stone. Although it was called a stone, it looked like a pill and was soft to the touch. Afraid Ma Tuan wouldn't eat it, Yu Luwei stuffed it in peach pulp and fed it to him. After eating it, Ma Tuan suddenly fainted. This startled Yu Luwei. After confirming that Ma Tuan was still breathing, she hurriedly checked his status. Advancing had appeared behind him, and the countdown showed it still had 8 hours left. Yu Luwei finally felt relieved. She put Ma Tuan back in his nest, and filled it with fruit and bamboo to prevent him from waking up hungry. After spending some time beside the glutinous rice ball, seeing its breathing gradually stabilize, Yuluwei returned to the first floor and began to examine the fruit she had picked today. To her surprise, these fruits were not just ordinary food, but came in 3 different varieties: the poison fruit, the life fruit, and the fountain fruit. The poison fruit was completely poisonous. Even just touching it would kill someone if they didn't take an antidote pill within half an hour. Luckily, Yuluwei was cautious and put on gloves before inspecting it, which saved him from being poisoned. But there must be an antidote within 3 steps, and the fountain fruit was that antidote. It was the ingredient for the antidote pill. However, it also required a recipe. If consumed directly, the effect would be less significant. For example, a poison that could be cured by taking 1 antidote pill would require 2 fountain fruits. The number of live fruits was very small. Yuluwei had picked 200 or 300 in total, but only 2 of them. But the effect is quite strong, increasing your maximum physical fitness. However, each person can only increase their physical fitness by a maximum of 5 points by eating live fruits. Any more will be useless. Unlike the cloud pomelo fruit, however, there's no time limit for eating live fruits. The fruit was only the size of a cherry, so Yuluwei took off her gloves, washed her hands, and ate both immediately. After experiencing the poisonous rain and poisonous flowers, those who dared to pick the fruit now were either well-equipped and intuitive like Yuluwei, or those who simply had nothing else to eat and wanted to try their luck. The others would have avoided it as far as possible, so few people received this information. Yuluwei shared the information about the fruit with the 3-person group and posted a glove fruit comment under Lin Jixia and the others' comments. Lin Jixia and the others would definitely understand if they saw it. This kind of tacit understanding was essential. As the store manager, Yuluwei could change the placement of these messages, but she kept them at the bottom, so relatively few people would see them. Whether anyone saw and understood the message was beyond Yuluwei's control. As usual, it wasn't like one person could complete the game without others being able to. Because there were too many vines outside and few resources to find, Fong Min, like Yuluwei, searched hard yesterday and didn't go out again today. Seeing Yuluwei's message, she replied in the group chat, and then rushed out with gloves on to pick fruit. Zhao Linlang wanted to dig for more iron ore today, so she hadn't returned to see the message yet. Yuluwei herself wanted to go out again, at least to find the remaining 3 live fruits. With a word, Yuluwei set off again on her fruit-picking journey. The fountain fruits were less common than the poison fruits. Fearing that discarding the poison fruits would contaminate the land, Yuluwei collected them all in her bracelet. This meant that by the time Luwei had collected the 3 live fruits, she had nearly 500 poison fruits. The fountain fruits also numbered over 300. The forest was even more treacherous today. Yesterday, vines were only seen swaying in a few areas, but now, vines across the entire forest bared their fangs, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, Yuluwei tried to pick fruit only from the bushes. Only when there were no more would she go to the outermost forest, holding up a large flame shield to protect herself from the vine's attacks. For this reason, after collecting the 3 live fruits, Yuluwei stopped searching for live fruits and returned directly to the shelter. It was almost midnight when she returned. Yuluwei devoured 3 live fruits to whet her appetite before going to cook. Since she didn't have to go out exploring again in the afternoon, Yuluwei decided to cook a feast. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin and braised fish, along with some braised pig's trotters. The food in the box from the previous few days had some rock sugar, which enriched Yuluwei's supplies. An hour had passed by the time she finished cooking, but all her fatigue melted away at the aroma of the food. Yuluwei washed her hands and began to devour the meal. Because Fong Min had ordered lunch from Yuluwei today, she had made extra food. After packing Fong Min's portion, she had some leftovers, planning to save them for dinner. She'd never tire of them anyway. Back upstairs, Ma Tuan was still dozing. Yuluwei stroked Ma Tuan's fur and took a nap herself. When she woke up again, Yuluwei had received a message from Zhao Linlang. She'd come back from mining at noon and read the information. She skipped lunch before going out to pick fruit again, finally gathering all 5. Yuluwei wasn't worried about Zhao Linlang spreading the news again. Firstly, Zhao Linlang was very self-disciplined and would only trade her information. Secondly, she said it wouldn't happen a third time. There were no chests to open today, and after packing up her things several times, Yuluwei was bored and decided to go check out the farmland again. As soon as she arrived at the base, Yuluwei noticed something was amiss. The arrow tower had been activated at some point, now firing flaming arrows. Previously, the fragrance of the flowers and the underground tree roots had been destroying the base, preventing the arrow tower from reaching it. Yu Luwei quickly returned to retrieve the manual to observe the changes in the defense value. Then, she peered over the fence, trying to figure out what was triggering the arrow tower. Just then, a giant flower dodged the barrage of arrows and floated before Yu Luwei. Just as she was about to shoo it away, it exploded right before her eyes. Because of the base's fence, the explosion didn't harm Yu Luwei, but it did reduce the base's defense by 20 points. In addition, Yu Luwei spotted several vines dancing in the air, the target of the arrow tower's attack. These vines regenerate. When one is broken, a new one immediately sprouts. If Yu Luwei hadn't been so accustomed to replenishing the arrow tower, she might not have been able to hold out until now. This wasn't a solution. Yu Luwei restocked the arrow tower's arrows, topped up the base's defense with crystals, and donned her gear, preparing to confront the source of the vines. The floating flowers would only explode if they touched the base or Yu Luwei. If struck by a flaming arrow, they would fall to the ground, losing their ability to explode. This made Yu Luwei's path a little easier. Following the vines overhead, while also guarding against attacks from the surrounding vines, Yu Luwei finally found the main vine in the middle of the forest. It resembled a giant green python, tightly wrapped around a tall pine tree, with a dozen smaller vines branching out and extending outward. Without hesitation, Yu Luwei used Lion Soul Flame Slash, her strongest skill, but it seemed inadequate against this big python, destroying only half of the smaller vines. The larger vine, sensing Yu Luwei's threat, immediately retracted the remaining smaller vines and concentrated its attack on Yu Luwei. Yu Luwei, quick-witted, conjured a pair of large scissors from flames and controlled them to cut through the vines. Although the vines regenerate, this regeneration consumes a great deal of energy from the main vine. Yu Luwei cut closer to the main vine, using her mind to gradually raise the temperature around it. With this combined effort, once half of the smaller vines had lost their ability to regenerate and the main vine itself was gradually showing signs of scorch, Yu Luwei quickly controlled her scissors and rushed towards the main vine, severing it fiercely. Of course, the first attempt failed, but the flames, combined with the high temperature surrounding the main vine, immediately ignited the vine. Even though it frantically secreted fluid to extinguish the flames, it was useless, and much of the fluid simply evaporated. Strike while the iron was hot, Yu Luwei snipped a few more times, finally dispatching the green python. This large vine not only attacked Yu Luwei and her base, but also, to a certain extent, suppressed the other plant monsters in the vicinity. After dispatching it, many other plant monsters in the vicinity began to stir. Yu Luwei gathered her spoils, and, without further delay, quickly departed from this troubled area. Chapter 33. Since Yu Luwei had dealt with the giant vine, the arrow tower had stopped attacking when she returned to base. Yu Luwei noticed a few spots of light on the ground, likely loot, so she collected them and returned to the shelter. I hadn't expected to have to go out today. It would still be a while before Ma Tuan woke up, so Yu Luwei took stock of her afternoon's gains. From the giant vine, she obtained a supply chest, purple, and some seeds, wheat, rice, and some common vegetables, all in 100 seed quantities. Outside the fence were 4 supply chests, green. I had assumed there would be no treasure chests if I didn't go out today, but I hadn't expected this. Yu Luwei felt like she was being blessed by the treasure chest god. She opened all 5 chests at once. In the purple chest was a blueprint for a medicine table, 3 medicine blueprints for cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, and detoxification pills, and a blueprint for a level 4 poison trap. Without opening any more treasure chests, Yu Luwei first studied these blueprints. Pharmacy table. With this, you can craft medicine using medicine blueprints. Required: 20 wood, 10 stone, 10 cement, 10 red bricks. Poison trap. Adds poison to a regular spike trap. While the defense remains the same, it's more dangerous. Be careful not to fall into it. Required: 10 thorns, 10 wood, 1 highly toxic item. Medicine blueprints are very different from the real world. They don't require many chemicals. They can be crafted on the pharmacy table using only a few herbs. Cold medicine requires Isatis root and licorice. Anti-inflammatory medicine requires hemostatic vine, green singing grass, and licorice, and detoxification pills require only spring fruit. There's no fixed set of poisonous substances required for traps. As long as they're poisonous, basically anything will do. Yu Luwei still had the snake venom and poison fruit she acquired during her novice period, so she had plenty. However, in her current situation, the traps were useless. The previous ones had long since been crushed by the roots of the plants outside, so Yu Luwei didn't rush to make new ones. Yu Luwei didn't have any other medicine besides the spring fruit and Isatis root, so she built a medicine table first, then used half of the spring fruit she had on hand to make detoxification pills. In addition to the normal food and ingredients, the other treasure chests also contained 3 skill cards. Yu Luwei took a look and saw they were all identification cards, one with 10 uses, meaning they could distinguish between ordinary plants and monsters. This puzzled her. Given the current situation, not only were there almost no ordinary plants left, but even if there were, they would be obvious at a glance, making the skill cards almost useless. Putting these things away for the time being, Yu Luwei sent the news of his medicine table and drug blueprints to the 3-person chat group, asking Fang Min and Zhao Linlang if they had any other herbs, and whether they wanted to process the source fruit into detoxification pills. Fang Min's oasis did have qiming grass, while Zhao Linlang had licorice, so Yu Luwei prepared some cold medicine as a backup. As for the detoxification pills, both asked Yu Luwei to make 50 each. After collecting the handling fee and sending the requested detoxification pills, Yu Luwei checked the time and saw that Ma Tuan was about to wake up, so she went upstairs to accompany him. After observing the sleeping Ma Tuan for a while, Yu Luwei didn't notice anything unusual except for a slight fever. She ate some fruit while checking the chat channel, waiting for Ma Tuan to wake up. Not long after eating, Yu Luwei felt something stirring beneath her. Putting the manual aside, she hurried to check on Ma Tuan. The awakened Ma Tuan seemed particularly hungry. He nuzzled Yu Luwei's hand, and then rushed straight for the food she had placed beside him, devouring it in a few bites. Seeing Ma Tuan's voracious appetite, Yu Luwei felt a little relieved. She checked Ma Tuan's current status. His level had risen to level 2, with all his attributes improved, reaching a peak of level 6. Upgrading so much must have consumed a lot of energy. No wonder Ma Tuan was so hungry. But seeing Ma Tuan eating so much made Yu Luwei feel a little hungry herself, so she went to eat the rest of her lunch. Evening was spent training in ice magic. After all, ice magic had been largely unused this season, and Yu Luwei was worried that her proficiency in it might be weakening, so she practiced every night. Before bed, Yu Luwei stocked up on items from the market. She was almost done with the upgrade materials. Thinking she had quite a few spring fruits, Yu Luwei sold 10 more detoxification pills. It was the 6th day of the spring season. As she was accumulating experience from the previous season, there might be an event today, so Yu Luwei didn't rush to prepare, quietly waiting for the system notification. It was 8 o'clock, but the outside wasn't as bright as usual. Yu Luwei checked the time correctly and hurried to the window to check. The outside world was obscured by a thick white fog, making the already gloomy forest seem even more terrifying. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to everyone for making it to the 6th day of the spring season. To encourage everyone, this season's exclusive event, Misty Mist, is here. Officially launched. Specific rules are as follows. 1. New attribute added to the event, Health. Health equals 10 of the survivor's constitution. If health reaches 0, the survivor will not die, but will be unable to participate in the event, and will enter the fog. 2. Before the settlement date, the area surrounding the survivor's base will be covered by fog, divided into 50 small areas. Each area contains 50 plants, monsters, and several vines. The vines will attack survivors who enter the area. Monsters look like regular plants, and will only fight back after a survivor attacks. Regular plants will die after receiving a single attack. 3. Plants are divided into regular plants and mutated monsters. There is a maximum of 10 monsters in each area. You can only advance to the next area after killing all monsters in a zone. Killing vines has a chance of dropping fruit, 60% poison, 38% spring, 2% health. Killing monsters has a chance of dropping skill cards or supply chests. 4. The fog in the area may also be poisonous. The concentration of poisonous fog varies. At the highest concentration, a survivor's health will be reduced to 0 after 10 minutes of inhalation. You can bring a survivor's handbook to this event. Please be sure to check your status regularly, and take antidotes if you become poisoned. 5. This event features a limited time point leaderboard. Killing monsters and vines will increase your points. In addition, killing ordinary plants will deduct health points, while killing monsters will increase your health points. Please check the limited time point leaderboard for specific data. Warm tip: the surroundings of all survivors in the fog will be refreshed, only the overall environment remains unchanged. Please do not rely too much on your previous experience. This event is really getting more and more outlandish, Yu Luwei thought, and his hands were not idle. He clicked on the leaderboard to check the specific values. Killing ordinary plants has no effect on points, but it will deduct 50 health points. Killing vines has no effect on health, but it does grant a fixed 50 points. Killing monsters has 3 levels: 20 health, 20 points; 50 health, 50 points; 100 health, 100 points. Finding all monsters in an area grants an additional 100 points. Of course, being attacked by monsters or vines will also cause a certain amount of health loss. After consuming 5 live fruits, Yuluwei now has 470 health, enough to kill up to 9 ordinary plants. Now that he finally knew what the identification cards he opened yesterday were for, Yuluwei quickly removed the 3 cards from the storage and carefully placed them in his bracelet. He also made the remaining source fruits into detoxification pills, now totaling nearly 400. Yuluwei stuffed them all into his bracelet, clearing out the contents to leave enough space. The survivor's manual could also be put into the bracelet this time, but Yuluwei held off for now. She donned her gear, placed the glutinous rice balls into her pet space, and, with the bracelet on and the manual in hand, entered the fog. The first area was just outside the base gate. As soon as Yuluwei entered, she was met with several vines. Thankfully, her level was low, so she casually cast a fire spell, and the vines all burst into flames. Taking advantage of her free time, Yuluwei quickly reviewed the manual. Thankfully, the game hadn't gone as far as to force a kill or leave attack, and the fog here wasn't poisonous, so Yuluwei put the manual away with peace of mind. Next, Yuluwei decided to clear all the vines here. In the fog, visibility was only the size of 4 normal floor tiles, and even a torch wouldn't illuminate much. Therefore, in addition to concentrating on dodging the elusive vines, Yuluwei also had to be extra careful not to hit plants when attacking the vines. After finally finishing off the vines, Yuluwei walked through the area. It was roughly the same size as a level 3 base, and the plants were all over the place, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary plants. There were only 30 identification cards, so if you were unlucky, you might use up all of them in one area. Since the plant monsters wouldn't attack, Yuluwei approached them one by one, trying to tell them apart on her own. After examining more than a dozen, she couldn't discern any difference, and her eyes hurt. While rubbing her eyes, Yuluwei suddenly remembered her ability to control temperature. Perhaps monsters would react differently at different temperatures. She immediately selected a mulberry tree, and tried to slowly raise the temperature around it. Unsure if excessive heat would constitute an attack, Yuluwei could only increase it gradually. But the tree seemed genuinely just a mulberry tree. Yuluwei could feel the scorching heat even from standing nearby, but the leaves simply curled and fell, with no other reaction. Fearing the mulberry tree would die if it got any higher, Yuluwei immediately turned the temperature back up, and started working on an unfamiliar flower tree next to it. When controlling the temperature in a small space, Yuluwei could precisely determine the temperature. Just now, the highest temperature was 55 degrees, but Yuluwei raised it straight to 50 degrees, then began to increase it 1 degree at a time. This time, it was clearly different. It started shaking violently at 52 degrees, so Yuluwei exerted all his strength and raised it to 60 degrees. The monster bared its fangs, and the tree, despite being bald due to the high temperature, it lashed out at Yuluwei's head, brandishing a branch. Fearing that widespread use of fire might injure those around it, Yuluwei could only lash out with his ice sword first, then switch to his bow and arrow once he had some distance. Because his ice magic was only level 3, he had to use a fire bow and arrow, but he had to be extremely careful with his aim to avoid hitting anything else. Luckily, the monster wasn't very high level, so a single arrow reduced it to ash. Next, Yuluwei repeated the same trick, quickly dispatching the remaining monsters hidden in the fog. When Yuluwei had dispatched the 10th monster, the fog ahead suddenly parted, revealing a small path. This was the entrance to the next area. Yuluwei tried it, but since there was no time limit, he didn't immediately proceed to the next area. Instead, he rested for a while in this now safe fog. Checking the time, he saw that 3 hours had already passed. In reality, killing vines and monsters wasn't that time-consuming. It was mainly because he spent too much time distinguishing them earlier. But now that he had mastered the technique, he could proceed more quickly to the next area. After eating something and resting, Yuluwei picked up the manual again and stepped into the next area. As soon as she entered, she felt dizzy and on the verge of fainting. She immediately sat down on the ground, using her remaining strength to pull out an antidote pill and stuffing it into her mouth. Only then did she feel better. Opening the manual, she saw that the fog in this area was indeed poisonous, but the color hadn't changed. She could only rely on her reflexes and the status bar in the manual to check. The concentration of the poisonous fog here was only 20%. Because Yu Luwei reacted quickly, she didn't lose any health, but the antidote pills were only effective for an hour. So, after consulting the manual, Yu Luwei immediately stood up and prepared to take action. However, perhaps because the poisonous fog also affected the vines, only after Luwei drew her weapon did the vine branches slowly arrive, and their numbers seemed to be smaller. As before, Yu Luwei quickly cleared the vines and then began experimenting on the plants one by one along the area's edge. The previous area was probably a beginner's zone, with mostly tall trees, relatively easy to find in the fog. This area had more short plants, and Yu Luwei had to spend some effort searching for them in the fog. There were also 2 connected grasses. Yu Luwei initially thought they were one, but when he increased the temperature, the left one suddenly died, and the right one attacked Yu Luwei. Fortunately, Yu Luwei had been cautious and avoided being hit. However, killing this monster only restored 20 points, and Yu Luwei still lost 30 health points. Chapter 34. Yu Luwei felt extremely insecure because her health wasn't full. She immediately sought out other monsters to restore her health. Thankfully, the remaining monsters in this area were relatively normal. Yu Luwei defeated 7 monsters in an hour, and the passage to the next area appeared. The mere presence of this path meant she didn't have to search for other monsters, saving her a lot of trouble. The poisonous fog in the next area doubled in density. Fortunately, Yu Luwei had taken an antidote pill before entering, which saved her from being affected. However, in this area, the antidote pills were only effective for half an hour, so Yu Luwei periodically glanced at her bracelet and took another one at the perfect time. However, the thicker the poisonous fog, the fewer vines there were. Yu Luwei had a relatively easy time this time, and before she even took her 3rd pill, she was ready to move on to the next area. The next area was filled with normal fog, and it seemed to be entirely covered in bamboo. After clearing the vines, Yu Luwei released Ma Tuan, who had been waiting in the pet space for so long, growing impatient. Ma Tuan, upon emerging, greeted Yu Luwei and was immediately drawn to the surrounding bamboo. Although the surrounding fog didn't affect Ma Tuan's sense of smell, it accurately located each bamboo branch and pounced upon one to begin nibbling. Watching Ma Tuan's movements, Yu Luwei waited for a moment, but when no notification arrived, she finally relaxed her anxiety. Fortunately, she hadn't equipped Ma Tuan with the bite skill card today, otherwise, it would have been considered an attack. Perhaps because Ma Tuan had grown older, his appetite had also grown, and he was looking for a change of pace, so he nibbled on nearly every bamboo in the area. It actually gnawed out a few monsters. Yu Luwei was about to attack, but Ma Tuan dispatched them one by one with a single slap. Although its control wasn't quite as precise yet, and it was in the fog, it accidentally damaged a few plants, but the health gained from killing the monsters offset it, and in the end, Yu Luwei's health remained the same. Ma Tuan had thus cleared the area. Fully fed, Ma Tuan pounced on Yu Luwei, signaling he was sleepy and asking her to return him to her pet space. Yu Luwei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He ate and slept. Luckily, Ma Tuan's skills consumed energy to kill monsters, otherwise he would have become a giant ball of fat. But since he didn't know if the next area would be poisonous fog, Yu Luwei put him back and entered the next area himself. Yu Luwei was making smooth progress, while the others were equally impressive, each showing off their skills. Fong Min's base was located in the desert, and the fog had also been generated there. The plants were all unique to the desert, and the variety was limited. Their colors were similar to the sand, making them even harder to distinguish in the fog. Fong Min had finally dealt with the vines, and was just beginning to worry about how to distinguish between plants and monsters. Suddenly, she pulled a bottle of water from her bracelet, opened the lid, and placed it in front of her. A moment later, a monster surreptitiously reached out through a few branches, attempting to drink from the bottle. Fong Min caught it red-handed, and thus, she dealt with the monster in the fog. Zhao Linlong's solution was similar to Fong Min's, but she heeded the system's principle of the overall environment remains unchanged. Since her area was full of iron ore and relatively few plants, she replaced the water in Fong Min's steps with iron ore and iron blocks. Sure enough, the monsters were lured out, and the situation was successfully resolved. People like Fong Min and Zhao Linlang, whose environments are relatively harsh from the start, have a more difficult time at the beginning of the game, as there's little or no wood, and with the arrival of spring, there are more aggressive vines. So, in the event, offering this kind of solution for those in unusual environments is a way to balance things out. For example, survivors who spawn in the ocean can use mud or sea fish to lure monsters. As for Jinyu, his environment is just an ordinary forest, so he doesn't have any special methods. However, he had previously forced others in the support group to buy a number of identification cards, so he chose to use them from the start. Speaking of which, Jin Yu's initial intel was about the Misty Mist event, so he knew about the existence and effectiveness of identification cards long ago. As for the intel about Rain, he bought it from another person in the support group. Because that person's ranking was relatively low, his intel card could only be used once, and its accuracy was only half. Jin Yu, who had already learned the accurate information, had been blatantly declaring the uselessness of identification cards a few days ago, when everyone had already opened a large number of them, and he even declared that he was willing to pay far above market value for such useless skill cards. In fact, compared to the information he had obtained from Zhao Linlang, this was a crucial measure for him to regain his reputation in the district. But that was the end of it. Today, everyone knew the function of identification cards. When he returned home tonight, his private messages would be flooded with requests from his trading partners. If the game hadn't separated everyone, he would have been the first target of the attack. But now, Jin Yu was filled with regret. After all, his intelligence wasn't accurate enough to even reveal the exact number. He only had a little over 60 cards, so he couldn't possibly last until the end of the game. As luck would have it, he used up all his cards in 2 days. If he'd known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate tactic. He turned his attention back to Yu Luowei. She had just finished clearing her 7th area of the day. She checked the time. It was already 5:30. Since she couldn't finish the next area, she was about to return to the shelter. There was no way back in the fog. Simply click Exit Event in the manual to reach the base. In a few seconds, Yu Luowei was inside the fence. Marveling at the game's advanced legendary techniques, Yu Luowei first checked the base's defenses and arrow towers. Because the base was completely covered in fog today, neither the defense nor the arrows in the arrow towers had changed. With a sigh of relief, she entered the shelter with peace of mind. She'd been busy controlling the temperature and killing monsters all day, and for the sake of time, she hadn't even checked the loot. I completed 2 areas in the morning, and 5 in the afternoon after becoming more proficient. I've memorized the process and everything. If nothing goes wrong tomorrow, I'll be able to complete almost 9 areas. I first checked the points leaderboard. She was undisputedly first in her area, with Fong Min and Zhao Linlang in 2nd and 3rd, respectively, and Jin Yu in 4th. But in the overall rankings, Yu Luowei was only 5th. After chatting with Fong Min and Zhao Linlang and exchanging information about the day, Yu Luowei realized that if the surrounding environment is harsh, for whatever reason, more vines will appear in the activity area, and the points earned after defeating all of them will be higher. Fong Min and Zhao Linlang's high rankings were largely due to their early mastery of the correct identification method, but there were also objective factors, the relatively harsh environment, and numerous vines surrounding them. If the top few on the overall leaderboard were in a similar situation to Fong Min and the others, then Yu Luowei would have to clear as many areas as possible in the next few days if she wanted to secure first place. Next came the loot round. First, the various fruits, 5 live fruits, 94 spring fruits, and 141 poison fruits. However, due to encountering 2 more poisonous fog areas, with concentrations reaching as high as 80%, and having consumed a considerable amount of detoxification pills, Yu Luowei simply transformed all of the spring fruits into detoxification pills. These 5 live fruits can still be consumed to increase your physical fitness, but the increase only lasts during the event, and will be restored after the event. Yu Luowei simply rinsed them, and ate the live fruits while continuing to examine the other loot, feeling fortunate to have eaten all 5 before the event began. Other items include 16 white supply chests, 5 blue supply chests, and 7 skill cards. Yu Luowei killed over 50 monsters today, which is a relatively high drop rate. However, the white chests didn't contain many high-level items, so Yu Luowei planned to wait until the event was over before opening them. For now, he was focusing on blue chests and skill cards. The 5 blue chests yielded high-level items, 2 jade bamboo seeds, 3 electricity cards, 1 water card, an electric net, a weapon blueprint, vine whip, blue, and a bag of special bait. The electric grid is a base defense measure that can be installed on the fence and activated by plugging in an electric card. The rest are ordinary materials. This bait, however, seems useless now that I can't fish. But since it has the word special on it, Yu Luowei still put it into her bracelet. The skill cards are 3 precision attacks, white, 1 flame wrap, blue, 1 lightning judgment, purple, and 2 identification cards. Precision attacks are auxiliary cards that assist survivors with aiming. Each card has 10 uses, while the other two have 5. As for the identification cards, Yu Luwei doesn't plan to use them right now. They'll be her last resort if the temperature detection method fails. After counting her supplies, Yu Luwei installed the electric grid and began preparing dinner. She hadn't been able to eat the pheasant eggs she found, so she put 3 of them in the braised pig's trotters. Tonight, she'll make longjiang pork knuckle rice. Ma Tuan's meal couldn't be left out either. He made a significant contribution today, so Yu Luwei prepared a whole watermelon for him. In reality, he already eaten too much in the fog today. The watermelon was just to satisfy his craving. This bowl of pork trotter rice was a super generous portion. Yu Luwei had used an entire pig's trotter, and it was practically juicy. While digesting, Yu Luwei opened the manual to see how others were completing the event. The number of people in the channel remained relatively unchanged. After all, reaching 0 health simply meant they couldn't participate. However, many people were trapped in the base today due to reaching 0 health. A closer look revealed a significant number of them denouncing Jin Yu. Yu Luwei pondered for a long time before finally understanding the whole story. Jin Yu, who had somehow gotten the news, had used various methods to acquire identification cards from other members of the support group a few days ago. At the time, because plants and monsters were so distinct, everyone considered identification cards useless. Consequently, many people traded them for other skill cards, weapons, or food. Only when the event began today did they realize they had been tricked. Unexpectedly, seeing Jin Yu so frustrated, Yu Luwei quickly unblocked him, hoping to see how he would overcome this crisis. Unexpectedly, he was determined to play coward, remaining silent for a long time. Yu Luwei double-checked to make sure she had unblocked him. Because of Jin Yu's fake death, the outcry in the channel intensified. Many people in the mutual aid group wanted to leave, hoping Jin Yu would return the items they had previously submitted. When they privately messaged Jin Yu but received no response, they posted their thoughts in the chat room. Everyone gathered their attention, only to discover that Jin Yu had received a lot of items under the guise of resource exchange, but hadn't given out much. This further ignited their anger, and they began to insult Jin Yu furiously. After a while, Yu Luwei turned to the 3-person group. Fong Min was also watching the joke. Fong Min, I've always disliked Jin Yu, and now he's finally shot himself in the foot. But his downfall is so swift. In other novels, a villain lasts a few months at most, but he's already fallen before the end of the 2nd season. He's one of the funniest villains. Yu Luwei, still, be careful. He swindled a lot of identification cards, and he'll probably rank well in this event, so he'll get even more goodies. If we ever meet again, we need to get rid of him first. Fong Min, that's true. But considering everyone's current level of anger, it probably won't be our turn to take action. After chatting with Fong Min and Zhao Linlang for a while, restocking the market, and exchanging intelligence with Lin Jixia and the others, Yu Luwei gathered her strength for tomorrow's activities. Of course, she didn't know that far away Jin Yu, unable to cope with the public's anger, blamed the 3 of them and vowed revenge. She just seemed to sleep more soundly tonight. Chapter 35. The base was shrouded in fog at night, and not even the stars could be seen. After waking up, Yu Luwei made some dumplings and ate while playing with Ma Tuan, quietly waiting for dawn. Getting bored, Yu Luwei opened the chat channel again, wanting to see if there were any further developments from last night's events. Jin Yu was quite adaptable. Late last night, he finally came up with a plan. If your health reached 0 during the event, you could go to him and claim a white supply chest, most of which was exchanged for the 5 self-service lumberjacks during frost season. While this was a drop in the bucket compared to the supplies he had embezzled, it at least reassured some people. After reading the message, daybreak arrived. Yu Luwei stuffed all her skill cards and detoxification pills into her bracelet and, with Ma Tuan, in the pet space, entered the fog. After leaving the base, she headed directly to the last area cleared yesterday, saving time on travel. After sighing at the game's user-friendly nature in some aspects, Yu Luwei headed to the next area without stopping. The first area of the day gave Yu Luwei a head start. The poison fog concentration reached a staggering 85%. As soon as she entered the fog, Yu Luwei's health bar began to dwindle. She immediately took an antidote pill, but it only slowed the decline, not completely stopped it. So she took a second one, and it finally stabilized. The high concentration of poison fog meant that only a few vines remained in the area, and it took Yu Luwei only 5 minutes to clear them. Thankfully, the fog, while toxic, was colorless and odorless, allowing Yu Luwei to endure searching for plants, controlling the temperature, and identifying monsters within it. It took nearly 50 minutes to kill the 8 monsters here. However, The detoxification pills wore off every 10 minutes, and taking too many at once was useless. Yu Luowei could only keep an eye on the time and quickly replenish his supply. When the passage to the next area opened, Yu Luowei fled, practically escaping. The next area wasn't poisonous, but before Yu Luowei could even breathe a sigh of relief, he was attacked by a sudden burst of vines, its branches nearly striking him in the face. Thankfully, after dealing with vines so many times, Yu Luowei had developed a reflex. He dodged backward, avoiding the attack, and quickly drew his flaming sword to retaliate. After dispatching this vine, no more attack for a while. Yu Luowei waited for a moment, and when he saw no movement, he prepared to explore further. As soon as he took a step forward, he understood why there were no more vines. Instead of land, there was a clear lake, and the various aquatic plants below the surface were clearly visible. If it weren't for the distinct dampness of the lake, Yu Luowei would have fallen in. Vines can't survive in lakes. With only one vine in this area, the rest of the fog was likely entirely lake. Yu Luowei was a little worried. Now she couldn't control the temperature. The lake was a single entity, and with her current abilities, she couldn't divide it. This meant she couldn't control the temperature of such a large area, and even if she could, she would accidentally harm a large number of plants. It didn't take long for Yu Luowei to remember the special bait she unboxed yesterday. She had gotten this yesterday, and today she encountered the lake. She didn't believe it had anything to do with it. After scattering a small amount of bait into the lake and waiting for a moment, a few seaweeds slowly began to move towards them. This plant-derived monster seemed to be lacking in intelligence. The seaweed below would move a few steps before stopping, attempting to attribute its movements to surface ripples. However, with no wind, no significant surface ripples, and Yu Luowei able to clearly see through the surface, the seaweed monster's camouflage seemed poor. The ice magic, which had been idle for several days, finally came in handy. Yu Luowei drew out his ice sword and thrust it into the center of the bait. When the monsters had almost gathered, he quickly activated his ice magic, freezing the surrounding water and the monsters. Then, with a thought, the ice shattered, breaking the monster inside into pieces. Even its roots, the monster's legs, were not spared, dying completely. As the monsters approached, Yu Luowei circled the lake's edge and realized the ground was only about the size of 2 floor tiles. If she lay down, there was no place to stand. Unable to reach the center of the lake, Yu Luowei could only wait for the bait to dissipate. She then took a few steps and cast another batch of bait at the edge. Thankfully, the bait had a long reach. After Yu Luowei dealt with the next batch of monsters, a small bridge appeared across the lake. She followed the bridge to the next area. The other areas were relatively normal compared to these two, without the high concentration of poisonous fog or the appearance of being completely flooded. They only encountered another bamboo forest, which provided Ma Tuan with another satisfying meal. The final monster in this bamboo forest was similar to the first one Yu Luowei had killed in the bamboo forest near the base a few days ago. But the flowers here, obscured by the mist, were even more elusive, and Yu Luowei was caught in one. Luckily, during the activity, as long as injuries didn't affect movement, only health points were lost, which Yu Luowei regained by killing the main monsters. By 5:40 p.m., Yu Luowei had cleared 9 areas. The one in the lake took the longest, but the others were generally cleared in less than an hour. Yu Luowei clicked to exit the activity and control the temperature for the day. Although her mental energy wasn't as much of a drain, the strain on her brain was still there. She desperately wanted to go back and give her temples a massage. After entering the shelter, Yu Luowei first let Ma Tuan out, then laid down on the sofa and rested for a while. She checked the rankings. She had moved up 1 place in the overall leaderboard. After all, she had cleared more areas today. Only then did she begin to properly process the day's loot. As usual, Yu Luowei ate all the life fruits. Now her health had reached 600. She also crafted all the fountain fruits into detoxification pills to make up for the detoxification pills she used up today. As for the poison fruits, she casually tossed them into her bracelet. Now she had almost a full bar of them. She hadn't used any of the skill cards she obtained yesterday, and today she obtained 8 more, including an orange-level Holy Light Judgment, which only had 3 uses. This skill card didn't seem to have an expiration date, so I could save it for later, when I encountered a level 5 monster. The other 5 cards were normal, but there were still 2 blank ones. Without any hints, Yu Luowei could only guess that these skill cards could be used to program some magical skill or something. Now that they were all in hand, Yu Luowei picked one up and tried to record Lion Soul Flame Slash into it. Unsure of the exact procedure, Yu Luowei tried each one by one. First, he tried to infuse fire magic while mentally thinking of the skill, but it didn't work. After several more attempts with no results, Yu Luwei resorted to one last resort, using Lion Soul Flame Slash on the skill card. A huge wave of flames illuminated the darkness outside the shelter. A few seconds later, the skill card erupted in a dazzling burst of light, instantly absorbing all the flames. After the flames faded, Yu Luwei picked up the skill card, which had transformed from a blank one into Lion Soul Flame Slash, purple. After successfully recording a skill, Yu Luwei thought about buying some blank skill cards at the market and recording some in advance. That way, when he ran out of energy and encountered a monster, he could use it directly. He could also take this opportunity to see if anyone else had similar magic or other talents. After all, only those who had them knew how to use blank skill cards. After opening the market and exchanging the flame sword and moon scythes trade materials for blank skill cards, Yu Luwei began opening the remaining chests. Today, she harvested 15 white supply chests, 7 green supply chests, 4 blue supply chests, and 1 purple supply chest. Putting the white chest aside for now, Yu Luwei opened the remaining 3 chests. Luckily, she didn't save the other chests for opening at once, otherwise she would have had to go through more trouble to find that lake today. However, today's chests didn't yield anything special. The purple chest finally yielded the level 5 base planning blueprints, which can be used to upgrade the base. The rest were 2 material selection cards, and a blueprint for the purple scale armor. Other boxes yielded 10 magic stones, some light bulbs, an electric fan, and a massage chair. This purple scale armor was the same level as the Gale set. While it lacked the set bonus, its stats weren't bad either, with a poison attribute and immunity to some toxins. The only materials required, besides animal hides, were scales and venom from snake-like monsters above level 4. The number of light bulbs was enough to illuminate the entire shelter, so Yu Luwei simply added them, and the electric fan to the original circuit diagram. As for the massage chair, although it was electric, it couldn't be installed in the circuit. It was paid for points, 5 points per hour. Yu Luwei placed it next to the sofa, paid 5 points, and tried it out. It was quite comfortable. He could use it for a massage when he returned. Back to the purple scale armor. Because it grants immunity to poison, it was extremely useful in this event. However, monster materials above level 4 were not only scarce, but also priced exorbitantly high on the trading market. Yu Luwei abandoned the idea of searching the trading market, and instead opened the Points Mall to see if anything was for sale. Since she acquired the forest farm, she'd been replenishing her saplings almost daily at the Points Mall, so her VIP level had already reached level 5. Combined with the points she earned from killing monsters and opening treasure chests since the spring season, her points had already exceeded 5,000. Event points are different from these points. In addition to standard medicines, the level 5 Points Mall also offered equipment blueprints and magical potions. Like special recipes, these had both buffs and debuffs. Finally, could she enter the magical world? Yu Luwei eagerly selected some potions, and spent 2,000 points to reach level 6, which allowed her to purchase not only high-level monster materials, but also skill cards. After trying it out, I discovered that not only could I purchase skill cards, but I could also recycle those obtained through events. However, buying a blue level skill card cost 100 points, while recycling it only gave 50 points. Yu Luwei urgently needed scales. A level 5 snake monster with thunder and ice attributes cost 150 points each, and those with other attributes cost 100 points each. One piece of purple scale armor required 5 snake scales, so Yu Luwei bought 5 thunder attribute snake scales, a container of snake venom, and 2 level 5 hides, spending another 1,000 points. As soon as she got the materials, Yu Luwei hurriedly crafted the purple scale armor. She'd be relying on it for her mission tomorrow. After finishing these tasks, Yu Luwei prepared to upgrade the base. She had almost gathered the materials a few days ago. She hadn't upgraded immediately because this level 5 base allowed for flexible facility placement and came with a small fountain, so she planned to upgrade it after finishing other tasks. On the blueprint, Yu Luwei placed the shelter in the center of the innermost part of the base. He connected the shelter gate and the fence gate with a cobblestone path, also included with the base. He placed the fountain and animal enclosure on one side of the path, and the farmland on the other. Then, he clicked Upgrade Base. This time, after about 5 minutes, a base identical to the blueprint appeared before Yu Luwei's eyes. Congratulations on upgrading to level 5 base. Base defense increased by 200. Upgrading to the next level requires 1 level 6 base plan, 1 energy source stone, 100 black gold stone, 100 golden silkwood, 5,000 cement, 5,000 red bricks, 1,000 iron blocks. Yu Luwei had just seen black gold stone and golden silk within the points mall. They are high-end building materials, costing 50 and 80 points each, respectively. I definitely can't afford them. It depends on whether I can find resource points later. There is also this additional fountain, but the water is not drinkable. The entire building does not indicate any special effects, and it seems to have only a decorative function. Yu Luwei walked around the fountain a few times, but couldn't figure out what it was for, so he turned around and went to farm. Chapter 36. After building the high-level farmland that hadn't been available previously, and placing it at the base, Yu Luwei then harvested the jade bamboo and planted all the seeds in 3 plots of farmland. The base now had 1 plot each of high-level, mid-level, and low-level farmland, looking a bit like a staircase. As for the arrow tower, no monsters would attack the base during the event, so it didn't count towards progress. Yu Luwei planned to wait until the settlement date to add a new one. After Luwei finished her work, she realized that she had been at the base for a long time at night without any mental attacks or headaches. She didn't know if this was due to the event or the fountain's effectiveness. Yu Luwei took note of this and planned to experiment again after the event. Because the trading market was anonymous, Yu Luwei's purchase of blank skill cards only sparked a small discussion. A few days ago, the second-ranked player in this region purchased a discrimination card, which immediately proved incredibly useful in the event. If the number 1 player were to discover they were purchasing a blank skill card, it would likely cause another uproar. However, since most of the people in the channel were ordinary people, blank skill cards were of little use to them. As Yu Luwei was about to go to sleep, she actually managed to acquire 10 blank skill cards. She took 4 of them, and entered Lion Soul Blaze / into them, putting the rest away. Yu Luwei entered the 3rd day of the event in her sleep. Before leaving, Yu Luwei replaced her equipment with the purple scale armor she had just crafted the night before. This set of equipment was too complex to craft, and its level was quite high, so she couldn't sell it. Yu Luwei just hoped it would work as intended. After clearing out the monsters in the first patch of normal white fog as usual, 2 paths appeared before Yu Luwei's eyes. Just as Yu Luwei was about to follow her intuition and choose a path, the Ma Tuan in her pet bracelet suddenly sent a telepathic message to her. Ma Tuan had grown a bit bigger today, and its level had risen again. Furthermore, having consumed the advancement stone a few days ago, his telepathic connection with Yu Luwei had also strengthened. He was now able to communicate with her in a simple way through telepathy. It said, "Master, thank you for taking care of me these past few days and feeding me the advancement stone. I'm strong now, and I'm somewhat immune to the poisonous fog here. I can help you, Master. We can each take charge of a different route." Yu Luwei was a little surprised, but more worried. After all, she hadn't been apart from Ma Tuan since acquiring him. Sensing Yu Luwei's worry, Ma Tuan comforted her. "It's okay, Master. The areas here aren't very far apart. If I'm in danger, I can immediately return to the pet space. It's just that I don't have health points, so your health might be affected by me." Health points weren't the main issue. Yu Luwei had confidence in herself. After confirming that Ma Tuan had truly given up, Yu Luwei reluctantly released him from the pet space. Because she had the manual with her, she suddenly realized that Ma Tuan could also wear equipment before bidding him farewell, so she put the orange suit on him. After watching Ma Tuan disappear in the fog in front of one of the roads, Yu Luwei set foot on another road. Yu Luwei, who had never married or had children in her 2 lifetimes, experienced for the first time the anxiety of a mother even when her child was thousands of miles away. She wanted to inquire about Ma Tuan's current situation through telepathy, but she was worried about hindering his attack. She vented all her frustration on the vines and monsters in the new area, her attack swift and fierce. Fortunately, there were no reports of injuries or poisoning from Ma Tuan's side. After Luwei had cleared 4 or 5 areas, Ma Tuan had also cleared 2. He was also very lucky. The fog in both areas was non-toxic. Yu Luwei and Ma Tuan entered the next area almost simultaneously. Both areas were still filled with ordinary fog, and sensing that the environment on Ma Tuan's side was normal, Yu Luwei began her work. However, as she cleared the last monster, she sensed that Ma Tuan had encountered a powerful one and was now injured. If a pet is injured, its owner can forcibly summon it back. If the injury is severe, the pet will be automatically teleported to the pet space. Yu Luwei quickly killed the last monster and hurriedly summoned Ma Tuan back. Luckily, he was wearing gear, so his injuries weren't serious, just a bloody mark on his upper arm and shoulder. Yu Luwei had long ago bought 2 rolls of bandages from the Points Mall. Luckily, Since she'd been fighting monsters frequently during the recent events, she kept them in her space bracelet just in case. She summoned Ma Tuan and bandaged him briefly with the bandages. When Ma Tuan was first summoned into the pet space, he was still trying to comfort her. "Master, it's okay. The pet space has healing properties. I'll be fine in a day. I just can't fight monsters for you, Master." Fighting monsters was a minor issue now. Yu Luwei just wanted Ma Tuan to get better quickly. Having heard that the pet space had healing properties, Yu Luwei quickly returned Ma Tuan to the space after bandaging him. She felt a little regretful for not bringing him food when she left today. Concerned about Ma Tuan's condition, Yu Luwei cleared the remaining areas with a frenzy. Even the 80% concentration of poison mist couldn't slow her down. By the time she returned home at 5:40 p.m., she had already cleared 11 areas, bringing the total to 13, including Ma Tuan's. After returning to the shelter, Yu Luwei paid no attention to anything else. She first checked on Ma Tuan in the pet space. Because the bandages sold in the Points Mall had a certain healing effect, Ma Tuan's wounds had almost healed. Seeing this, Yu Luwei quickly placed Ma Tuan and his nest next to the bed, then placed jade bamboo shoots, and various fruits in front of Ma Tuan, hoping to comfort the injured Ma Tuan with delicious food. Yu Luwei's biggest concern now was to avenge Ma Tuan. However, she had no idea which area Ma Tuan had entered today, and entry into other areas in this event was completely random. She just hoped that tomorrow, on the last day of the event, she would be able to enter the area where Ma Tuan had been injured. Outside the pet space, Yu Luwei could only sense Ma Tuan's general mood and could not communicate with him specifically. Therefore, she waited until Ma Tuan had devoured all the food placed before him, licked Yu Luwei's hand, and fell into a peaceful sleep before returning to her own work on the first floor. The cleanup work for the second half of the day was incredibly demanding on Yu Luwei. She didn't even have lunch, so after 3 large steamed buns and a bamboo rice bowl, she paid 10 points directly to the massage chair and, while she was being massaged, reviewed the manual and loot. The points and loot from the vines and monsters defeated by Ma Tuan will also be credited to Yu Luwei. So today, Yu Luwei has returned to first place in the head office rankings, though the gap is small. She still can't let up tomorrow. As for the loot, she's got 10 life fruits. Just as she was about to eat them, she suddenly thought about sharing some with Ma Tuan, so she kept 10 for now. The poison fruits have officially reached 999, filling up one grid. All she needs to do is wait for the settlement day to make a trap and place it outside the fence. Because I wore purple scale armor today, even though I encountered more poisonous fog areas, I still have over 450 detoxification pills after replenishing them today, which should be enough for tomorrow. There was only one skill card, but it was quite high level, a red level obliterate with 3 uses. Its effect was simple and brutal, allowing it to directly target any monster below, excluding red level, and instantly obliterate it, collecting the loot. The treasure chests contained 25 white supply chests, 8 green supply chests, 5 blue supply chests, and 2 purple supply chests. With such a buggy skill card, even though Yu Luwei had a premonition that tomorrow's monsters might be even stronger, he felt a sense of relief. Today, Yu Luwei planned to keep both the white and green treasure chests, and only open the remaining high-level treasure chests. Speak of the devil, and here comes the devil. Yesterday, I was still wondering how to obtain the 2 new high-level materials needed to upgrade my base. Today, I opened 10 black gold stones, and 10 golden silkwood from this treasure chest. While the amount is still far from enough, it's a good start. In addition, the purple treasure chest also opened a high-level looking laser sword without a blueprint, a shield, and my first magic skill scroll. Although I was a little shocked to find a magic skill scroll and a laser sword in the same chest, the joy of finally learning a new skill was quickly overwhelmed. Suppressing my excitement, Yu Luwei opened the remaining blue chests first and found 2 new furniture blueprints, a beach umbrella and chair set, and a wool rug. Also, there were 200 crystals and 50 thunder crystals. Finally finishing opening the chests, Yu Luwei hurriedly opened the magic skill scroll. It happened to be an ice-type skill called Ice Prison. As the name suggests, it's a control skill. Just by absorbing this scroll, you can learn this skill. After Yu Luwei learned it, her ice magic reached a critical point. Coincidentally, she got the magic stone yesterday, so she followed the last process and directly upgraded her ice magic to level 4. Congratulations to the survivor Yu Luwei for reaching level 4 in ice magic. Your personal level has reached level 5. Your personal information is as follows: name, Yu Luwei, gender, female, age, 24, 49, level, Level 5 Constitution, 57 out of 57, Activity Limited, 70 70ths, Attack, 55 55ths Defense, 49 50ths Speed, 48 out of 53 Mental Power, 100, 850/1000, Luck, 7, Average 5, Talent. Level 4 Mutated Fire Magic, Level 4 Ice Magic, Unique, Skills, Dao Shengyi, Lion Soul Blazing Slash, Ice Prison Equipment. Nun Yu Luwei was not paying much attention to her current information. She was busy trying out the new skills she had learned. The 4th level prison can be modified based on Yu Luwei's wishes or the size of the monster, but it can only trap monsters up to level 4. Higher level monsters can break free instantly. It consumes 30 mental power per use, which isn't very high compared to Yu Luwei's current mental power. After becoming proficient in it, Yu Luwei turned his attention to the laser sword and furniture blueprints. The laser sword, when held, has only a simple handle. Pressing a button on the handle triggers the laser beam, allowing for a sudden attack on the monster. It's also level 4, and can only damage monsters level 4 and below. The carpet in the furniture blueprint is quite useful, but the beach chair set is useless. The only source of water in the base is the fountain they just acquired yesterday. Placing a beach chair next to it seems a bit odd, so Yu Luwei bought 3 pieces of wool from the Points Mall and made 3 carpets, placing them at the first floor entrance, the second floor entrance, and next to the bed. Not in the mood to browse the trading market or the TV channel anymore, Yu Luwei quickly took the 10 live fruits and went upstairs to find Ma Tuan once her massage chair time was up. Ma Tuan was still asleep, but when Yu Luwei placed the live fruits next to him, he seemed to have smelled something delicious. He searched for it in his dream, and finally woke up. Ma Tuan was overjoyed to see the live fruits. He glanced at Yu Luwei, confirming that the fruit was truly for him. He quickly picked it up with his 2 little paws and began to eat. His expression melted Yu Luwei's heart. After eating 5 of the Ma Tuans, he stopped. Yu Luwei pushed the remaining fruit in front of him, but he shook his head, indicating that he could not eat any more. Yu Luwei had no choice but to temporarily put the 5 away, saving them for Ma Tuan to eat tomorrow. After all, her health was more than sufficient. After consuming the fruit of life, Ma Tuan fell asleep again. Since Ma Tuan had volunteered to eat the fruit, Yu Luwei wasn't worried about any adverse effects. She simply took the opportunity to quickly check Ma Tuan's current information. This morning, she saw that Ma Tuan had leveled up 1 level after growing up for a month, and his attributes had doubled. After consuming the fruit of life, Ma Tuan's health and attack power had also increased. After watching Ma Tuan's adorable sleeping form for a while, Yu Luwei felt a belated fatigue wash over her. Tomorrow would be the final day of the event, and the day of intense competition for the overall leaderboard. Yu Luwei decided to recharge her energy today, so she went to bed and slept until 8 a.m. on the 9th day. Ma Tuan had woken up even earlier than Yu Luwei, and was now entertaining himself on the carpet. Seeing Yu Luwei awake, he quickly threw himself into her arms, motioning for her to take him out as well. Seeing no way to persuade Ma Tuan, Yu Luwei had no choice but to put it into the pet space before heading out into the fog. This time, she didn't forget to bring food for Ma Tuan. Today's event was quite humane, offering Yu Luwei 2 areas to choose from. One was the area Yu Luwei had last exited yesterday, and the other was the area Ma Tuan had last exited. Fearing she couldn't find a monster to avenge herself, Yu Luwei chose the second area without a second thought. Chapter 37. The progress in this area was still at the point where Ma Tuan was injured. The monster had also been attacked by Ma Tuan at that time, so Yu Luwei was attacked by the monster as soon as she entered the area. Yu Luwei, already simmering with anger, was now even more furious. She used Ice Prison, then launched a barrage of ice and fire at the monster, unleashing a volley of ice and fire. During the attack, Yu Luwei even controlled the monster's health, allowing it to bleed a little. Then, she released Ma Tuan, allowing him to deliver the final blow, avenging herself. This was the only monster left in this area. Once Ma Tuan had killed it, 2 new paths appeared. Ma Tuan wanted to split up the group like yesterday, but Yu Luwei was a little afraid and didn't dare let him go out again. Although children eventually needed to be released for training, Ma Tuan was only 4 months old, so Yu Luwei's concern was understandable. Entering 3 areas in a row was normal. But when he reached the 4th area, the concentration of the poisonous fog suddenly reached 90%. It took 3 detoxification pills to barely halt the drop in his health. Today's poisonous fog had a slightly more unpleasant odor. Yu Luwei pulled out a gas mask from his bracelet, put it on, and began to fight the monsters. Additionally, the plants and monsters had also become more tolerant to high temperatures. Yu Luwei kept raising the temperature to 70 degrees before the monsters revealed their true colors. However, the monsters' levels hadn't increased yet, and since they had been exposed to the high temperatures before attacking Luwei, they were already severely injured. Yu Luwei still quickly dealt with them. The sixth area was even more formidable. The poisonous fog had reached 100% concentration. Yu Luwei hadn't removed her gas mask yet the stubborn venom still tried to drift through the cracks and into her nose. Even after taking 5 detoxification pills, they only lasted 10 minutes. There weren't even any vines in this area, only monsters already absorbed by the poisonous fog. Their attacks were also toxic, and Yu Luwei's health was dropping faster than the previous few days combined. But she was in the habit of replenishing her health before entering a new area, so her health was relatively healthy. After dodging the monster's final blow, Yu Luwei dealt it a decisive blow with her flaming sword. Then, taking a detoxification pill to eliminate the poison status lingering from the attack, Yu Luwei entered the next area. The remaining areas returned to normal. After clearing another area, it was almost 4 o'clock. Yu Luwei pulled out her handbook and checked the leaderboard. Not only was her score still at the top of the overall leaderboard, it had even improved a bit. She planned to clear one last area and then head home. This time, only one path appeared, leaving no choice. After a short rest, Yu Luwei stepped into her final patch of fog for the day. As if the game knew her decision, and had dealt her a heavy blow, Yu Luwei sensed something different the moment she entered this final patch of fog. Although the fog still obscured her vision, she could keenly sense that something was watching her. The monsters here were surprisingly not hiding. Yu Luwei attacked the vines while slowly moving towards the direction she sensed her gaze. After she had completely destroyed all the vines, a gigantic banyan tree slowly emerged into view. Under the banyan tree's branches and leaves lay countless densely packed aerial roots. Yu Luwei could only see the outermost ring. They had long sensed her approach and were slowly releasing a cloud of poisonous mist from their pores in welcome. This monster was likely the only one in the area, so Yu Luwei quickly ducked to a nearby spot free of aerial roots and quickly stuffed some detoxification pills into her mouth. Seeing the next cloud of poisonous mist still on the way, she donned her gas mask and, with her flaming sword, chopped off the aerial roots as she approached the main body of the banyan tree. The banyan tree monster, seeing that many of its aerial roots had been chopped off, immediately increased the frequency of its poisonous mist release. Thankfully, Yu Luwei was fully equipped with her gas mask and purple scale armor, and had taken the detoxification pills beforehand, so she remained unharmed for the time being. She quickened her pace and continued deeper. Seeing the poison mist ineffective, the banyan tree monster changed its strategy, unsheathing its aerial roots, which charged at Yu Luwei like spikes. There were too many of them for Yu Luwei to dodge, so he could only temporarily form a shield with ice. The moment the spikes pierced the shield, Yu Luwei hurriedly activated the ice mist, which spread upward along the spikes. After freezing them, he activated the ice mist again, shattering the aerial roots into pieces. But after these roots shattered, more aerial roots rushed towards Yu Luwei. Thankfully, now that he had sight of the banyan tree's main body, Yu Luwei sped up a bit, then condensed several more shields behind him to block the attack from the aerial roots, while he tried to attack the banyan tree itself. The banyan tree itself was incredibly thick, only a quarter of its size visible through the mist. However, it had no other means of attack, only controlling its fallen leaves and aerial roots. Yu Luwei congealed another ice cap and donned it, then drew her flaming sword and began attacking. The banyan tree's defenses were incredibly high. Yu Luwei slashed at it several times, leaving only a few marks on the bark, failing to even scorch it. These attacks enraged the banyan monster, and it controlled its aerial roots and fallen leaves, attacking Yu Luwei with a much faster and more frequent speed. Some of the shields Yu Luwei had placed were already half shattered. This continued was no way to keep on wasting time. She had to think of a way to quickly resolve the battle, or, if all else failed, use the kill card. However, the kill card had a limited number of uses, so it was a last resort. This was her last planned zone for the day anyway. A few days ago, judging from the chat channel, when her health reached 0, she was simply forced to stop participating in the event, but her ranking and loot remained. Yu Luwei decided to use his skills. As long as he could kill the banyan tree, even if it hit other plants, his health would be reduced to 0. This would save him having to exit the event again later. He made his decision. Yu Luwei first used ice prison on the banyan tree's roots. The banyan tree was so large that the prison size was already the maximum he could use. After controlling the tree, Yu Luwei didn't hesitate. He immediately used soul-devouring flame slash, then pulled out his skill card, and used lightning judgment. With this three-pronged attack, the banyan tree quickly tried to summon more aerial roots to block its attacks, but most of them were intercepted by Yu Luwei. It could only disappear unwillingly into thin air amidst the lightning and flames. As the banyan tree disappeared, Yu Luwei's health gradually dropped to 0. A voice said, "Your health has reached 0. You will be forcibly removed from the event." Yu Luwei returned to the shelter the next second after hearing the notification beep. She first glanced at the leaderboard. The district rankings were obvious, but the overall rankings showed a gap of nearly 20,000 points between her and the second-place finisher. Unless the second-place finisher cleared 5 more areas, especially those with a lot of vines, within the next hour or so, there was no chance of her being overtaken. She relaxed in the massage chair and counted her loot. The life fruit was no longer useful to her. She put the 12 life fruits she had obtained today and the 5 left over from yesterday together, using them as snacks for glutinous rice balls. She made the source fruit into detoxification pills as usual. They might be useful later. The white supply chests, including the previous ones, now had 75. The green supply chests also had 20, and the blue supply chests had fewer, only 6. And finally, she obtained an orange supply chest by killing the large banyan tree. Yu Luwei opened the orange and blue treasure chests first. The castle chest contained a furniture blueprint, a wallpaper blueprint. Of course, the furniture blueprint in the orange chest was also unusual. This wallpaper controlled the temperature inside the shelter, which might be very useful for others, but for someone like Luwei, who could adjust the temperature herself, it was a bit useless. However, for the sake of comfort, Yu Luwei still installed the wallpaper. In addition, the orange chest contained 5 lion bloods, which looked identical to the one Yu Luwei had obtained from the lion last time, as well as some other high-level monster materials. The blue chest contained a Lingyun Pomelo seed, for primary planting boxes, some moon onion seeds, 3 bracelet grid expansion cards, and some material cards. The Lingyun Pomelo fruit had a similar name to the Yun Pomelo fruit Yu Luwei had obtained last season, sparking a sense of curiosity. After using the bracelet expansion card, Yu Luwei took it out and checked the notifications. Sure enough, like the Yun Pomelo fruit, this one increased the attack limit by 2 points. However, each player could only eat 5, and there had to be a 5-day interval between each. Furthermore, this seed couldn't be planted with other ordinary seeds. Each one would occupy a primary farmland. No wonder there were 4 plantation boxes in the blue treasure chest. By the way, he used an upgrade card to convert the plantation box into farmland, and placed it alongside the existing primary farmland at the base. He then planted the Lingyun Pomelo fruit there. It matured quite quickly, in just 3 days, and Yu Luwei didn't need any fertilizer. As for the remaining white and green treasure chests, there were simply too many of them. The channel was filled with people who had been trapped in the shelter after reaching 0 health on the first day of the event, unable to leave for supplies. Yu Luwei took out 25 white and 5 green treasure chests and offered them for sale in the chat channel. Treasure chests cannot be traded in the market. They could be traded for either blueprints or materials, though the required quantity for lower-level materials would be higher. The event wasn't over yet, and most people in the chat channel couldn't enter at that time. Therefore, as soon as Yu Luwei sent the message, he received numerous private messages wanting to buy. After carefully selecting and selling all the treasure chests just before 6 o'clock, Yu Luwei finally opened his remaining treasure chest. This was a bonanza of supplies. 2 boxes of toilet paper, which had been nearly depleted, arrived, along with various drinks, meats, and vegetables, seeds. Luwei even spotted a box of instant Xinjiang fried rice noodles, and a bag of naan. All the supplies filled the storage room to the brim. Even if she didn't go exploring again, this little bit would be enough for Yu Luwei to eat for 2 months. It had been so long since she had fried rice noodles, and Yu Luwei was craving them, so she decided to make Xinjiang fried rice noodles tonight. But before that, thinking that the crops in the fields would be ripe by tomorrow's settlement date, Yu Luwei planted all the seeds she could. After returning, Yu Luwei first boiled water and cooked the noodles. Then she took a piece of chicken, cut it into strips, blanched it in the pot, and marinated it. Although authentic Xinjiang fried rice noodles usually include celery, it was her least favorite vegetable. Since supplies were plentiful, and she had just sold some celery at the market, she substituted bok choy. Yu Luwei added a piece of naan and some wide noodles to this Xinjiang fried rice noodles, paired with an iced cola, which managed to turn the spicy flavor from intense to moderate. Even so, Yu Luwei was sweating profusely while eating. She hadn't even sweated so much even when she was killing monsters. While eating, Yulue didn't forget Ma Tuan. Ma Tuan could eat as much as she wanted, especially now that she was growing bigger. If the jade bamboo wasn't ripe tomorrow, the current stock wouldn't last much longer. After accepting the 10 blank skill cards and other materials she had received from the market, she took out 5 and entered the ice prison skill. Then, Yulue and Ma Tuan welcomed the second settlement day. See you all again? First of all, congratulations to all the survivors who made it to the end of Season 2. All plants planted during this season, regardless of how far from maturity they are, can be harvested on Settlement Day. This season's leaderboard will be announced soon, and the corresponding rewards will be distributed via email in 10 minutes. Please check back. In addition, due to the fog changing the terrain, the environment around each survivor will be refreshed in Season 3 to add some freshness. Therefore, the fog outside the base will remain on the Settlement Day, so it's not safe outside. Wish everyone a happy Settlement Day. We look forward to seeing you all at the next Settlement Day, since Yulue, a survivor in this zone, has achieved the first place in the 6 rankings. A special reminder for the next season: it's best to upgrade your shelter and base on the Settlement Day, but don't overdo it. This Settlement Day reminder is because she's ranked first in the 6 rankings. It's no surprise that the chat channel is buzzing with excitement. Yulue didn't open the manual, but instead focused on other things. Unexpectedly, the surrounding environment would refresh. Yulue felt both regret and relief. She regretted not catching more fish in the stream, and not discovering the copper mine sooner and mining it all. She was thankful she mined enough copper the day before the vines began to grow. And who knew the mountain might finally refresh? Of course, none of that mattered right now. What mattered was that she was number 1 on the 6 leaderboards. She finally received a new Easter egg reward, and opened the golden treasure chest she gotten last time. This time, there were 3 Easter eggs. Yulue smashed them open, finding 2 golden keys and a golden treasure chest. Excitedly, she opened the 2 golden treasure chests and found a city building order and a directional selection card. Yulue took a closer look. The city building order was intended for gathering people together later on. Only by using it could one create a city and summon others to live there. Its function was similar to the Lord Order in the novel she often read. As for the directional selection card, it's available now. It allows you to select 1 or more districts to merge with. Selecting a district consumes 1 chance, and there are 3 chances total, just enough for Yulue to merge the districts of Lin Jixia and the other 3. Not bothering to open the 6 red treasure chests, Yulue first went to the message board to ask for the district codes and population of the 4 people. The 2 districts where Lin Jixia, Sutang, and Jiangyan reside, plus her own, have a population of nearly 90,000. Lu Ji's situation would have to wait until next time. Yulue shared this news with them, and the other 3 were thrilled. Lu Ji expressed his understanding, and said he looked forward to meeting them in the chat channel. After entering the 2 district codes on the directional selection card, Yulue opened the red treasure chest. This time, the chest contained some items that were clearly compatible with the city building order, such as a special building card, a school, and a special building card, a park. There was also a special building card, an observation tower, which couldn't be used in Yulue's base. She suspected that building the city would require dealing with a large number of monsters. The red treasure chest contained not only 50 black gold stones and golden silk wood, but also the blueprints for a level 6 building, a manor core, and a level 5 fence. Recalling the tip she earned after painstakingly reaching the top spot, Yulue decided to upgrade the fence first. It was an earth fence, an earth type one, but she found a batch of various crystals from a box she opened a few days ago, so she built one straight away. The base upgrade also allowed for 8 more arrow towers, so Yulue built 2 of each in the thunder, wind, gold, and ice grids, and placed them in the base. I can't go out today, so I'll have to put the trap thing on hold for now. As for the shelter, I upgraded the base the day before yesterday, and I just made all these new things. Even after selling treasure chests to replenish them, Yulue still needs a bit of materials. But thinking of the second half of the prompt, she didn't bother collecting materials for the upgrade. Unable to go out again today, Yulue decided to use up her supplies, and make some delicious food with the remaining time. She found a lot of plastic, and a vacuum sealer in the box. She used the plastic to make several sealed bags. She would put the prepared food in them, and seal them again. If she came back late, she could just heat it up and eat it. Speaking of which, is this also a kind of pre-prepared meal? Thinking back to before the zombie apocalypse, she hated pre-prepared meals the most. She never expected that now she would become one of the pre-prepared meal makers. Based on her inventory and tastes, Yuluwei prepared a menu: 5 servings of big plate chicken, 3 servings of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 3 servings of braised fish, 4 servings of braised spare ribs, 4 servings of braised prawns, 5 servings of crayfish, 5 servings of beer duck, 5 servings of sweet and sour pork, 3 servings of twice-cooked pork, 5 servings of 3 fresh vegetables, and 6 servings of cola chicken wings. Oh, and some crispy fried meat from the animal meat. After everything was done, Yuluwei asked Fong Min and Zhao Linlang in the group chat if they wanted to have her dinner tonight. The two were already packing up. Their rankings had improved significantly this time. Seeing Yuluwei's message, they immediately freed up their time to reply and then flatter her in the group chat. Of course, they also received a generous reward. She worked until after 5 in the afternoon, when she finally finished preparing and packing up all the dishes. Since there was no refrigerator, and even if there was, with her current electricity card reserve, she couldn't keep it running all the time. Yuluwei used ice magic to create a small freezer and arranged all the plastic-wrapped dishes in order. After giving Fong Min and Zhao Linlang their portions, Yuluwei began to enjoy her dinner. As for the glutinous rice balls, Yuluwei remembered that pandas were omnivores, so she tentatively fed them some crispy pork. Unexpectedly, the glutinous rice balls also loved it, so Yuluwei decided to make a portion for them next time she made a meal. After spending so much time cooking that afternoon, Yuluwei was practically soaked in the fumes. She quickly showered, changed into some unboxed pajamas, and settled comfortably into bed. Opening the chat channel she had ignored all day, Yuluwei scrolled through it. As expected, it was full of compliments about herself. But because she hadn't responded, her admiration for her was gradually replaced by insults directed at Jinyu. Since he took first place in the 6 rankings this time, while Fong Min replaced him in second place in the Jinyu district, his misinformation at the start of the second season and his subsequent promotion of the uselessness of identification cards were resurfaced, completely destroying his reputation, which had recovered in the past 2 days. Even Ma Ming, who had been constantly speaking to him, slowly faded away amidst a barrage of abuse. Just as Yuluwei was about to believe there was no more useful information in the chat channel, she suddenly saw this message: Ming Jing. Speaking of which, Jinyu's support group is unreliable. Does Yuluwei have any intention of setting up a support group of her own? She was able to reach first place in the 6 rankings without relying on a support group before, and our special reminder this time is also thanks to her. I believe in Yuluwei's character, and I believe the support group she established will definitely be better than Jinyu's. The following replies included support, while others expressed fear, like once bitten by a snake, of falling into a trap, worrying that Yuluwei would end up like Jinyu. If Yuluwei had seen this message yesterday, she certainly wouldn't have taken it seriously. But having just received the city building order today, she's somewhat tempted to start a mutual aid group. However, this matter needs to be considered carefully, at least until she can chat with Lin Jixia tomorrow before making a decision. After all, if she really wanted to start a mutual aid group, she wouldn't be able to manage it alone. The latest news is about the discussion of the prompt. This prompt doesn't indicate the disaster for the next season, which has caused panic among everyone in the district, and they're rushing to buy materials to upgrade their bases. They all feel that their base levels aren't high enough, so they're desperate to improve them. Fong Min and Zhao Linlang also posted a few messages in the group, but they were about the environmental refresh. Fong Min's surrounding environment is already poor, so she's not concerned, but Zhao Linlang is worried about what to do if the iron mines are refreshed. Yuluwei comforted her a few words, and then talked about the leaderboard rewards. This time, Zhao Linlang received a special card, which revealed the most needed materials for the next disaster. She immediately used it and shared the information in the group chat. Collect lots of wood, stones, cement, and red bricks. Zhao Linlang's mood had improved somewhat, and he was able to joke, Zhao Linlang. Fortunately, there's no iron or, otherwise I would definitely rush into the fog to dig some more. Chapter 38. Fong Min and Zhao Linlang discussed the types of disasters that might occur in the next season. They speculated on various possibilities, and the most likely one was an earthquake, which would damage the base and require materials to repair it. Most people in the channel shared this idea, and after a while, they went to prepare the materials. Since they hadn't upgraded their shelter, Yuluwei still had a sufficient supply of these materials. If cement and red bricks were a problem, she could always buy them from the Points Mall, so she wasn't too worried. After reminding Fong Min and Zhao Linlang to upgrade their VIP levels, Yu Luowei had intended to go to bed early tonight, but at 10 p.m., the system merged the 2 zones she had registered, and the other 2 zones she had entered were directly merged in. The chat channel was full of people searching for friends and family, and Yu Luowei was excited. Finally, she didn't have to communicate with her friends through the message board on the wooden shop. She was completely awake, and excitedly created a group chat to share every detail of her time in the game with her friends. Lin Jixia and the others weren't particularly curious about Luowei. After all, back on Blue Star, she had already been incredibly skilled, both physically and mentally. After entering the game, she had firmly established herself at the top of several leaderboards, which the other 3 considered perfectly normal. They didn't ask in detail, and Yu Luowei didn't mention her magic. After all, she was likely the only one with magic at the moment. When magic skill scrolls first appeared, she had gone to the market to buy one, but the messages were filled with questions about what magic skill scrolls were. After briefly recounting her own experiences, such as finding 2 level 5 monsters and obtaining a glutinous rice ball, Yu Luowei then asked about the experiences of the other 3. Lin Jixia is at level 3 and lives with her grandmother. When the system was connecting elderly and children to their relatives, both Lin's parents wanted to take grandma with them, but Lin Jixia, due to her youth, forcefully grabbed her. Grandma Lin is already in her 60s. Blue Star's technology is very advanced. While it hasn't yet achieved immortality, there is a potion that can make a person 20 years younger. It is precisely this potion that has exacerbated the deterioration of Blue Star's environment. The Lin family is well off, owning a nutritional supplement company, and can fully afford this potion. However, the Lin family has long believed that one should follow destiny in terms of age, not defy it. Therefore, no one in the family, including Grandma Lin, has ever considered purchasing this potion. After reuniting with her granddaughter in the game, Grandma Lin was a little worried that she would be a burden to her. However, both Lin Jixia and Grandma Lin's luck values are above average, especially Grandma Lin's, which is a whopping 9 points. Their surroundings were similar to Yu Luowei's, with mountains and rivers, so Grandma Lin usually searched for treasure chests around the base, while Lin Jixia was responsible for exploring deeper into the area. After Lin Jixia obtained thread from the vines and a set of needles and yarn from the treasure chest, along with the fabric from the supplies, Grandma Lin began knitting sweaters and making simple clothes like nightgowns and underwear. This was Grandma Lin's specialty. She had knitted all of Lin Jixia's sweaters when she was a child. These clothes were also very popular in the market. Thanks to these items, Lin Jixia was able to upgrade her shelter, ranking high on the progress leaderboard. After all, treasure chests only reveal equipment. Ordinary clothes can be purchased from artisans, like Grandma Lin, or from the Points Mall. However, Lin Jixia's combat power isn't that strong. Of course, Grandma Lin is also very familiar with Luowei and the other 2. Lin Jixia often brought them home to play, so she hadn't forgotten their clothes. This time, upon meeting in the group chat, Lin Jixia immediately gave each of them a nightgown, a set of pajamas, and 3 sets of underwear. Su Tang's parents divorced after she entered university. Su Tang's biological father, still favoring sons over daughters in the 26th century, had an affair with a mistress and fathered a son. Su Tang lived with her mother. After adulthood, she changed her surname to Su, the same as her mother's. But Su's mother wasn't that old, and after entering the game, Su Tang lost contact with her. After the server merger, her first action was to search for her mother, but the result was once again disappointing. Jiang Yinan's family is very similar to Lin Jixia's, but her grandparents, having taken a potion, are considered middle-aged by the game and haven't reunited with their family. However, because Jiang Yinan has an older brother, her parents and elders generally favor him. While they haven't treated Jiang Yinan unfairly, if the family inheritance were to come, they would definitely choose him. So Jiang Yinan is also searching for his family, but not as anxiously as Su Tang. When they first entered the game, during the chaotic chat room, Su Tang saw Jiang Yinan's search message while posting a search message. That's how they met, and they're both currently at level 3. In the first 2 seasons, they kept in touch and worked separately to find materials. Su Tang's base is surrounded by an ocean, so finding treasure chests usually requires fishing, but with a water purifier, water is readily available. Jiang Yinan's base is located in a mountain forest. The terrain nearby is relatively rugged, but it's rich in plants and rocks. Later, Jiang Yinan even discovered a coal mine and an iron mine. Their resources complement each other quite well, leading to a good ranking. The 3 of them are also very smart and perceptive. After completing the event, They noticed the shortcomings of the self-service wood-cutting machines and chose not to use them. This, however, led to a shortage of wood, as their physical fitness was only that of an average college student. They were still worried about what to do, but then they saw the wood shop event. Before they had even found all 5 self-service wood-cutting machines, they saw that the first one belonged to Yu Luwei. After confirming their identity, they immediately abandoned all their self-service wood-cutting machines and chose to buy from Yu Luwei. After receiving the clothes from Grandma Lin, the others followed suit. Su Tang gave each of them 5 different kinds of fish, as well as kelp and seaweed. Jiang Yinan gave each person some iron blocks and dandelions, along with information on their uses. Yu Luwei, on her part, laid out all her weapon blueprints for the others to choose from. The Lingyun Pomelo only produces 5 fruits at a time, and Yu Luwei gave 1 to each person. The other 3 were picking their weapons, when they suddenly received this fruit and were startled. Lin Jixia, oh my goodness! I guess there would be something that would improve stats, but even with my grandma's high luck, I've never encountered one. This must be the reward for being the top-ranked winner. Wei Wei, you're incredible. What we gave you is a bit inferior compared to this. Jiang Yinan, yeah, this is a bit too expensive. Actually, we just need weapons. I like that whip. Su Tang, yes, Wei Wei, you must have gone through a lot of trouble to get this thing. You should keep it. Let me think about it. I want the flame sword. Lin Jixia, okay, I'll choose something different from all of you. I want the moon scythe. As the message was sent, the 3 of them simultaneously returned the fruit. Yu Luwei first made the weapons they requested and also crafted a set of equipment for Grandma Lin using level 3 animal hides. From their previous conversation, I learned that all the good equipment from the unboxing boxes was worn by Lin Jixia. After all, she was the one participating in the event. The blueprints only had level 2 equipment, so Grandma Lin could only wear level 2 gear for now. Of course, the weapons and equipment also had some magic added to them. Yu Luwei, take it. To be honest, there are seeds in my rewards that can be planted in the fields. I'm willing to give them to you when they mature today. If I only had a few, I wouldn't be willing to give them to you. Because of the bond they had with Blue Star, and the 3 of them missing her, Yu Luwei had initially shared her supplies, leading to her current efforts. This tone was typical of the 4 of them when they chatted, and Yu Luwei wasn't worried they'd get angry. With that, they stopped refusing. After everyone had exchanged supplies, Yu Luwei brought up the idea of forming a mutual aid group. Su Tang had been the student union president back in school, and Yu Luwei wanted to learn from him. But as soon as this message was posted, the group fell silent. After a while, a new message appeared. Su Tang, why did Wei Wei suddenly have this idea? Of course, it's not that I don't support you, it's just that the situation in our district is a bit complicated. Jiang Yinan, yes, our district has people from every country. During the frosty season, we set up a lot of so-called group chats based on countries. Our country's group chat initially invited us, and Su Tang and I joined it first. However, it later started demanding supplies from us for various reasons, and the information wasn't as accurate as ours, so we left after a few days. Su Tang, originally, that group wanted to cause trouble for us, but then, for some reason, a quarrel broke out among several group chats. It seemed like it was about an undercover agent or something, and they ignored us. Even after 2 seasons, and despite the deaths of many people in each group, the quarrels still happen frequently. But if Wei Wei tries to create a large group, they'll definitely unite against you. Lin Jixia, although our district isn't particularly chaotic, we do have a large group. The group owner is ranked number 1 in our district, and is said to be a brigade commander in our country's military. He's quite knowledgeable about wilderness survival, and frequently shares his experiences. Even those in our district who haven't joined the group trust him. In the 26th century, wars broke out frequently on Blue Planet over resources, and the number of nations had shrunk to just over a dozen. Of course, Yu Luoi's original country still existed and continued to grow into the largest nation. The military's quality is also very high. No wonder the brigade commander has such a high reputation in the channel. I didn't expect the situation in each district to be so complicated. In comparison, Jean Yu seemed quite foolish. Yu Luwei had to put her plan to set up a mutual aid group on hold for the time being. After chatting with the 3 of them for a while, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Rubbing her sore eyes, saying goodnight to each other, Yu Luwei put down the manual. She was very curious about the disasters in the next season. Although the earthquake theory made sense, it just didn't seem right to her. I just tried, but the reminder card won't be available until tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Yu Luwei had no choice but to go to bed. Chapter 39. A new season has arrived. Yu Luwei was already waiting by the prompt card. As soon as she saw it was available, she immediately checked the new prompt. Rain. Heavy rain. Extraordinary rain. Please go out and explore more during the first 2 days of this season. This prompt was really simplistic and blunt. It seemed like this was the rainy season. But what did the materials have to do with the rainy season? Could rain damage the base? I sent the prompt message to Lin Jixia and Fang Min, and was about to discuss it with everyone when the system suddenly issued another prompt. Welcome to the new season. Due to some reasons, bases and shelters cannot be upgraded this season. The progress leaderboards are being recalculated. As for the calculation method, please find it yourself. Everyone was shocked by this news, especially Yu Luwei. Unable to upgrade this season meant that all his progress on the progress leaderboards had been wiped out, and he would have to start all over again. Quickly adjusting his mindset, and seeing no one in the group chat was talking anymore, Yu Luwei put on his raincoat, placed an umbrella in his bracelet, and set out to explore his new surroundings. The general environment outside hadn't changed much. It was still a mix of bushes and forest, though the bushes had expanded and contained more bizarre-looking plants that didn't look native to Blue Planet. Yu Luwei walked slower, paying close attention to the strange plants, trying to see if they would trigger a notification. The notification suggested that the strange plants were probably from the game, and didn't exist on Blue Planet. The bushes also contained some edible fruit, but they only satisfied hunger, and had no stat-boosting properties. Out of curiosity, Yu Luwei also picked some, and put them in her bracelet. The forest had also seen a new crop of trees. Yu Luwei chopped down a few, and the fallen wood wasn't just ordinary wood, but high-quality materials bearing the tree's name. There were sandalwood, gentian, and so on. Yu Luwei's exploration slowed down a bit, and she was more careful, saying she wanted to see if she could find golden silk wood here. The forest also had some new creatures, like a rabbit with a single horn on its head, and a pheasant with feathers that were not only colorful but also incredibly tough. Yu Luwei had initially thought they were monsters, but she hadn't expected these little creatures to be so timid. They ran away at full speed upon seeing her, especially the pheasant, which even took flight. Yu Luwei even picked up 2 feathers from where they had flown away, figuring they could be washed and used to cut fruit. She caught 2 rabbits and 3 chickens, and planned to take them back to the animal enclosure. However, living creatures couldn't fit into the bracelet space, so Yu Luwei discussed with Ma Tuan about temporarily keeping them in the pet space. Ma Tuan was somewhat reluctant, but after a while of bargaining with Yu Luwei, he finally agreed. However, he asked Yu Luwei to let him out later while she explored. Ma Tuan had grown a bit since yesterday, with more auspicious cloud-like patterns on his body, adding a touch of holiness to his cuteness. Although still at level 3, his attributes had increased. He emerged from the pet space, startling the already trembling chicks and rabbits even more. Ma Tuan walked over to them, leaned down, and after some inexplicable exchange, he successfully calmed the animals and brought them into the pet space. Ma Tuan told Yu Luwei that this time, he would have to kill 10 level 3 monsters on his own to successfully reach level 4 during his next growth phase, which would not occur until 6 days later. Therefore, Yu Luwei paid extra attention to monster tracks while exploring with Ma Tuan. They did encounter 2 monsters, but neither was above level 3. Yu Luwei still had Ma Tuan deal with them, considering it a valuable experience for later. After walking so far, and still not seeing the stream, Yu Luwei realized it must have been refreshed. Before she could get disappointed, the air ahead suddenly grew human. Yu Luwei hurriedly led Ma Tuan forward, and after a few steps, they came across a clear, small lake. It was like a ray of hope after a dark tunnel. Yu Luwei quickly pulled out a plastic bottle, filled it with water, and checked the indicator. It indicated mild pollution. Happily, her own water purifier hadn't been used much, so it finally came in handy. Yu Luwei decided to bring a large plastic bucket with her next time out to collect some water for bathing. Ma Tuan, meanwhile, was curiously wandering around the lake, looking here and smelling there, even wanting to drink some water. The water was only slightly polluted, after all, so Yu Luwei tried to stop it. As soon as she moved, a strange noise emanated from the lake's surface. Yu Luwei looked up and saw a whirlpool gradually forming in the center of the lake, swirling wildly and growing larger and larger. She suspected that she had disturbed the boss within the lake, and Ma Tuan, sensing the threat, had assumed an attacking stance. While the boss was still gathering power and not yet emerging, Yu Luwei quickly conjured a new bow and arrow, ready to strike the moment it appeared. The boss was indeed unusual. She waited 5 minutes before revealing its true form, an enormous black octopus with over a dozen tentacles, 2 of which were wrapped around its head. As its entire body emerged from the water, the tentacles on its head slowly unfurled, revealing 6 eyes and a mouthful of fangs. The octopus looked a bit disheartened. Yu Luwei stopped looking at its head, intent on a quick victory. First, he used the ice prison, then quickly followed up with a series of ice arrows and rockets. This octopus's attack method was similar to the vines from last season, but its tentacles had suction cups, giving it greater strength. Not only could it attack Yu Luwei and Ma Tuan with its tentacles, it could also uproot surrounding trees and bring them down on Yu Luwei. This octopus was at least level 4. The ice prison could only hold a portion of its tentacles, and its hold was short-lived. Luckily, Yu Luwei wasn't alone. Ma Tuan's immense strength could help him dislodge trees and boulders that threatened to fall on Yu Luwei. Sometimes, while the octopus's tentacles were slowly searching for trees on the shore, Ma Tuan would swoop in and bite them. With the cooperation of one man and one panda, they were finally almost done with the octopus's tentacles. Yu Luwei struck while the iron was hot, preparing to use Lion Soul Flame to slash the octopus boss. Unexpectedly, the octopus showed no respect for martial ethics and had a second stage. The octopus monster first unleashed a massive wave of energy. Yu Luwei immediately called back Ma Tuan and drew out her shield to block it. Then, the octopus retracted its few remaining tentacles and tightly wrapped itself around it. Yu Luwei tried to interrupt its transformation, but the octopus seemed invincible at that moment, and her attacks were completely ineffective. She was forced to wait for the octopus to fully evolve. During this time, the octopus's tentacles gradually multiplied, wrapping around him even more densely. After about a minute, the octopus boss completely turned a strange purple, its tentacles growing longer and more speckled. As the tentacles gradually unraveled from the octopus boss's body and surged toward Yu Luwei, she finally saw that they weren't spots at all, but eyes. This was the first time she'd seen such a bizarre monster in the game. Yu Luwei immediately focused her mental energy. Sure enough, the next second, as more and more eyes opened on the tentacles, she felt waves of mental shock. Yu Luwei had already used a significant amount of her mental energy in the first stage, and even with her prepared countermeasures, it quickly dropped to critical mass. Thankfully, Ma Tuan seemed immune to these mental attacks and bravely continued to attack the tentacles, which only slightly weakened the octopus monster's offensive. In this situation, her skills were definitely useless, but thankfully, Yu Luwei carried various skill cards. The second stage octopus monster had definitely reached level 5. To achieve a quick victory, Yu Luwei decided to use the Eliminate card. But the octopus monster was a boss after all, and Yu Luwei's mental energy was very low. She had to use a precision attack card to assist the Eliminate card in locating the octopus monster and then destroying it. The Obliterate card, worthy of its red level skill card, vanished from the space the next instant after the octopus monster, so menacing one moment. The lakeside forest, previously bustling with activity, suddenly became much quieter. Yu Luwei was about to rest when a system notification suddenly shattered the stillness. Congratulations to survivor Yu Luwei for defeating the level 5 boss, Black Abyss Octopus. Achievement, Black Abyss King. Gain control of the Black Abyss entrance. Gains, 2 orange supply chests, 1 Black Abyss set blueprint, 10 Black Abyss fish skins, 10 eyes of the Black Abyss, 10 tentacles of the Black Abyss. When the octopus evolved, a light rain had already begun, and now it was slowly increasing in intensity. Because the disaster of the season was rain, Yu Luwei knew it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Suppressing the headache, she donned raincoats for herself and Ma Tuan, then returned to the forest to rest. After the environment refreshed, the forest's location had shifted slightly, now located behind the lake in a sparsely wooded area. It would have taken a normal 7 or 8 minutes to reach the spot, but Ma Tuan, noticing Yu Luwei's distress, insisted on carrying her, refusing to leave. Yu Luwei had no choice but to let Ma Tuan lead her into the forest. The raindrops outside couldn't enter the forest. Because of the warning, Yu Luwei wanted to continue deeper into the new forest. After eating something, she opened 2 supply chests in the forest, hoping to obtain items that could instantly restore her mental strength. The luck value of 7 proved effective, and Yu Luwei indeed opened 2 bottles of energy potions from the chests. Drinking them instantly restored 500 points of mental strength. After confirming the warning and finding no side effects, Yu Luwei took out a bottle and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, the pain in her head and the fatigue in her body instantly vanished. Yu Luwei stretched herself, feeling much the same as when she just left the house. For the moment, she ignored her other loot, called Ma Tuan, quickly dried herself by the fire, and then donned her raincoat and set out again. Walking in the rainy forest has its own charm. But Yulue wasn't in the mood right now. While searching for golden silkwood, she headed towards the mountain range from the previous 2 seasons. After a long walk, she finally encountered a level 3 monster along the way. Ma Tuan dealt with it, and then continued on. She was already beyond the distance to the cave, but Yulue still saw endless forest before her. The mountain that had blocked her path finally disappeared, but unfortunately, the copper mine had vanished with it. Yulue sighed and stopped moving forward, searching for treasure chests along the way as she returned. She had been so anxious the first time she came that she walked so quickly she hadn't bothered to look. Ma Tuan, faster than Yulue, volunteered to search elsewhere so he could put the supply chest in his pet space. After a moment's thought, seeing the rain showed no sign of intensifying, Yulue agreed, only advising Ma Tuan not to stray too far and to return promptly if the rain got too heavy or if he encountered danger. Ma Tuan's figure vanished into the depths of the woods, looking remarkably energetic. Yulue, too, was inspired, her steps becoming more brisk. She searched the surroundings, chopping down special wood whenever she couldn't find a treasure chest, aiming to ensure the thief didn't leave empty-handed. The treasure chest's brilliance would be somewhat obscured in the rain. After several misjudgments, Yulue finally confirmed a supply chest, blue, beneath a giant mushroom tree. She was about to take it and leave, but unexpectedly, she encountered another obstacle. Chapter 40. The roadblock was literally what it said. A little tiger the same color as the mushroom tree behind. It looked adorable, completely defenseless, hiding under the mushroom canopy to avoid the rain. Seeing Yulue approach, it immediately became alert. Although this little creature perfectly suited Yulue's cuteness, standing in front of the treasure chest, even if it wasn't a monster, was still an obstacle. She wasn't fooled, and her right hand was already stealthily reaching for her weapon. The little tiger, however, had been grinning, but suddenly its nose twitched, as if it had smelled something. Its expression instantly changed, and its eyes became more humane and ingratiating. The little tiger acted coquettishly in front of Yulue, constantly acting cute. Seeing that Yulue's hostility had subsided slightly, but before sheathing its weapon, it fetched a scroll from somewhere and placed it in front of her. It looked more like a puppy than a tiger, and even tried to wag its tail. Because the little tiger was blocking the treasure chest, Yulue couldn't avoid it and reach it, so she could only tentatively move forward. The tiger, noticing Yulue approaching, pushed the scroll toward her. Without lowering her weapon, Yulue slowly picked up the scroll, and the next second, she was transported to an unfamiliar area. The area was filled with colorful mushroom trees, looking like she had stumbled into some fairy tale world. The scroll also emitted bursts of white light. Yulue opened it, and saw a line of instructions. Puzzle trial. Please find 7 colorful mushrooms in the mushroom forest, and draw the shape they form at the bottom of the scroll. Note, during this trial, external time stops, and all magic and skill cards cannot be used. Only by solving the puzzle can you leave, and obtain the treasure chest. Yulue experimented, and as expected, neither ice nor fire magic could be summoned, and even the items in the bracelet could only be taken out and eaten. This mushroom forest was at least larger than 4 high-grade farmlands. Yulue, starting from where she was standing, planned to find the 7 colorful mushrooms first. As she wandered through the forest, she realized it was even larger than she imagined. After finally finding 4, the remaining 3 seemed elusive, not to mention the shape they would later form. Yulue rested for a moment on the way, trying to recall the locations of the 4 trees she just found. As she recalled the 3rd mushroom, she suddenly felt a familiar surge of mental energy in her mind. This was her own mental ability. Hadn't it been stripped from her on her first day in the game? How could she still feel it now? A surge of joy filled Yulue's mind. With her new mental ability, this puzzle trial was a piece of cake. She no longer rushed to find other mushroom trees, but instead quickly tested her spatial ability. Sure enough, it was still there, but she couldn't enter space to retrieve items. But it was far better than the stripping she originally imagined. Yulue was pleasantly surprised, but then she gave it a second to think. First, the 8 magic spells and elemental powers she'd been given were identical, and then the powers she originally stripped away could be used in the puzzle trial. It could even be said that this puzzle was specifically designed for her psychic abilities. She suspected the zombie world and this game were also related. But now, she still had to solve this puzzle. Yulue first used a few mental attacks to recall the past sensations, then closed her eyes and released her mental power, gradually covering the entire mushroom forest. At the same time, The scene of the mushroom forest gradually became clearer in Yuluo's mind, and she easily located the 7 colorful mushrooms. Upon opening her eyes, the location and shape were firmly memorized in Yuluo's mind. However, she didn't rush to draw the shape on the scroll. Instead, she frantically used her superpowers. After all, once she left the puzzle world, she probably wouldn't be able to use them again. Although the space couldn't be opened, perhaps to prevent Yuluo from taking advantage of the opportunity to transfer supplies into the bracelet, attacks like tearing the space could still be used. Both superpowers were S-level, allowing Yuluo to easily shred several mushroom trees. Unfortunately, the puzzle trial world lacked animals, and Yuluo could no longer use her psychic control. But she was content. She thoroughly enjoyed herself, reconnected with her past feelings, filled in the answers, completed the puzzle trial, and left this world. Outside, the little tiger, after Yuluo received the scroll, was boredly playing with its tail. Seeing Yuluo emerge, it immediately ran over to her, clutching the blue treasure chest, and acted coquettishly. Once outside, magic and skill cards were completely unlocked, and supernatural powers could no longer be used. However, this didn't dampen Yuluo's good mood. Feeling the tiger cub wasn't hostile, she petted it a few more times after accepting the treasure chest. Although its fur was the same color as the mushroom tree, it was still fluffy and very comfortable to the touch. With Yuluo away, Ma Tuan couldn't return to the space with the treasure chest. He then ran back to find Yuluo with 3 or 4 treasure chests. Unexpectedly, upon finding his owner, he saw her happily enjoying herself with another monster, and immediately let out a whimper of grievance. The sound startled both the man and the tiger. The tiger cub hid in fear behind the mushroom tree. Yuluo, frightened and somewhat guilty, quickly took out the fruit of life to comfort Ma Tuan. After repeatedly assuring herself that she could not, and would not keep the tiger cub as a pet, she finally managed to calm Ma Tuan. Yuluo placed the treasure chest Ma Tuan had found, and this box into her bracelet, and returned with Ma Tuan. On the way, she randomly picked a few handfuls of unknown fruits, and found a green supply treasure chest on the roadside. Yuluo entered the base just seconds before nightfall. The rain hadn't reached the base, so Ma Tuan entered the shelter first, and roasted some food by the fireplace. Yuluo herself was in no rush and placed the jade chicken and the horned rabbit into the animal enclosure. Luckily, the system indicated that the chickens and rabbits were both male and female. She first placed the 2 hens in a separate enclosure, and put the rest together. Ignoring the oddities of the chickens and rabbits, Yuluo suddenly felt like solving a math problem involving chickens and rabbits in the same cage. After feeding the animals some animal feed and fodder from the 50 white treasure chests, Yuluo checked on the farmland again, primarily to see if her mental strength had decreased. Had just harvested yesterday, the plants were still in the seedling stage. She applied some fertilizer to the older ones, hoping they would mature again by the next day or the day after. After spending so much time and applying all the fertilizer, Yuluo didn't feel any decrease in mental strength. She walked around the fountain again, and indeed, she felt somewhat refreshed. It seemed this was the fountain's effect. After confirming everything, Yuluo entered the shelter with satisfaction. She was in a good mood, having gained a lot of new and interesting things today. She went to the storage room to grab a bag of snacks, which she ate while examining her loot. First, the achievement, Lord of the Black Abyss. Aside from control of the Black Abyss entrance, there were no other bonuses. The Black Abyss entrance was the lake, and the Black Abyss lay beneath it. According to the prompts, there were many more powerful monsters in the Black Abyss, as well as a gas that, if leaked, would transform animals in the game world into monsters, making them even more powerful, like the monsters of the night. However, the Black Abyss entrance hadn't been opened in a long time, not even a disturbance. Although a little black gas would leak out, over the centuries it had only allowed the octopus monster to advance from level 4 to level 5, gaining its second form. Now, Yuluo had become the Lord of the Black Abyss. A short-term leak of black gas wouldn't have any significant impact, and could be purified using Prometheus fire, but the prompts didn't specify how to completely eliminate it. But it wasn't without its benefits. Yuluo could now teleport directly from the sanctuary to the lake and back, even without a manual. She could also draw water directly from the lake while still in the sanctuary. Not only that, the water from the Black Abyss entrance lake, unpurified, was also a necessary ingredient for crafting potions. This hint contained a wealth of information. Even if it didn't touch upon the core of the game, it would definitely be helpful later on. Yuluo memorized this information, especially the Prometheus fire. Next was the Black Abyss set. Like the Gale set, this was also an orange set. The stats were similar, though the set lacked the speed bonus, but gained underwater breathing. The 3 materials I obtained, plus the animal hides, were enough to make 2 sets. Yuluwei made 1 set first. Since it was rainy this season, there was a chance of flooding later, and this set would be extremely useful then. In addition to the 2 vitality potions, the orange treasure chest also contained some special recipes with different buffs. Yuluwei took a quick look at the ingredients. Many of them overlapped with the fruits and plants she picked outside today. The most important thing was an unfamiliar machine that indicated it needed to be installed on the first floor of the shelter. Yuluwei placed it on the other side of the sofa and clicked install. After a minute, the machine slowly grew from the size of a small stool to a console, perfectly suited to Yuluwei's height. Yuluwei tried to open the console, but it indicated it was missing a key. Meanwhile, the blue treasure chest she received from Little Tiger was glowing. It was the only blue treasure chest she had today. Yuluwei took it and checked in. It contained only 2 items, the console activation key and a basement construction blueprint. After inserting the activation key into the console, a light screen appeared on the surface. Many functions were unlocked. Currently, only rainfall and base elevation were visible. The elevation indicator also indicated need to build a basement first. The console's appearance answered most of Yuluwei's questions about the new season. Those materials were likely used to build the basement and raise the base, and this season's progress leaderboards were likely based on base elevation. The basement materials were a drop in the bucket compared to upgrading the shelter. After Yuluwei finished building it, she wanted to see if she could just raise it, but she received a message. Raising it will increase the difficulty of your exploration. It's not recommended to raise it now. These reminders were truly omnipresent. It's a shame I can't summon them myself, and there's no in-game customer service. Otherwise, Yuluwei would really like to ask about her supernatural powers right now. She opened the other treasure chests, which contained some materials. Yuluwei then opened the manual to check in with the others. As soon as she opened it, she saw a message from Lu Ji in the private message column. Chapter 41. How could this be? Aren't private messages between different districts forbidden? Curious, Yuluwei accepted Lu Ji's friend request. Then, he opened the chat box. Lu Ji, seemingly perched beside the manual, immediately sent a new message upon seeing Yuluwei accept the friend request. Lu Ji, long time no see, Lu Wei. Lu Ji, to cut a long story short, I got a prop card from the leaderboard rewards. As long as you know the other party's area code, you can communicate across districts. Lu Ji, the number 1 player in our district's combat power rankings, got a red control card this time, which allows him to control any creature, including humans, for a short period of time. He wants to use this card to establish his own power. He himself is the founder of one of the largest organizations in our district, and for the past few days, he's been asking others to use the cross-district communication prop card to contact other people on the overall leaderboard. Lu Ji, this morning, we contacted the 4th place player in the overall power rankings. He's from country Y, no real-world comparison. He has a prophecy card that predicts everyone will converge in the same area. So, they're making plans for the future, aiming to control the top 3 spots in the overall power rankings. Lu Ji, because your communication with me under the wooden shop was discovered, they wanted me to contact you and ask why you've always been so high up the rankings, even number 1. This is to prepare in advance and prevent any manipulation cards from being ineffective against you. Lu Ji, because their previous behavior was rather brutal, and I've always disliked it. They must have noticed this, but we don't have any other cross-region communication cards right now. If we acquire one, we'll probably contact you again. I'll deal with it for now. You should also prepare in advance. Lu Ji, regarding the control skill card, he only mentioned it in the group chat out of excitement when he first obtained it. I can only confirm that it can't be controlled through the manual. I don't have more detailed information. Sorry, I can't help you with that. Yuluwei, thank you, senior, for telling me this information. You've helped me a lot. You should also be careful. If they ask, just say there are a lot of monsters around me. I need some time to plan. We'll discuss this in detail next time. Closing the chat box with Lu Ji, Yuluwei felt a complicated feeling. This control skill card sounds like it's on the same level as her obliterate skill card. It should also be usable 3 times. I'm just not sure if there are any other conditions, such as physical contact. But since they can't control her now, she doesn't have to worry too much for now. She just needs to upgrade her mental power as quickly as possible before the city building order can be used, and search for clues about supernatural powers. After all, there's no such thing as a thief stealing for 1,000 days. Turning to the group chat with friends, Lin Jixia, no, isn't this game a bit too much? Why did they suddenly change the ranking system for the progress leaderboard? Doesn't this just completely throw away all of Weiwei's previous efforts? The others shared the same attitude, and Yu Luwei consoled them and shared the clues she found today. Fang Min and Zhao Linlang didn't find the control console or the activation key today, but Su Tang stumbled upon 3 level 4 monsters. After using weapons and skill cards to kill them, he found the control console from an orange treasure chest. Grandma Lin Jixia encountered a strange kitten in the nearby woods and traded a homemade cat bed for a blue treasure chest key. After sharing their experiences, everyone immediately decided to go out and search for high-level monsters and strange critters tomorrow to get these 2 crucial items as soon as possible. After a moment's thought, Yu Luwei sent a copy of the intel she gathered today to Lu Ji, thanking him for the heads-up. Fang Min, oh, by the way, my surroundings have changed a lot. Although I haven't found a new oasis yet, I did discover a gold mine right next to our base. Next to a sand dune. Ha ha ha, if I were on Blue Star right now, I'd be rich. I'll give you some, and I'll check it out on the other side of the dunes tomorrow. Zhao Linlang, I haven't found any new minerals here yet, but there are more plants and animals. Yu Luwei hadn't discovered any new mines or large resource points either. After chatting with the 2 of them for a while, she tossed the gold ore into the furnace, and then opened the chat channel again. Jiang Yinan just heard that many factions in the newly merged district are trying to recruit her, the number 1 on the 6 lists. But she hasn't received a response to her private messages, so she's asking others in the chat room. The chat room is still chaotic, but the latest news isn't about her anymore, but rather recruitment notices from various factions. But the people in their original district, having been deceived by Jin Yu, are skeptical of these factions. Now that everyone has finished their other tasks in the evening, many are demanding that these factions release the disaster information first to prove themselves. Fu Xiangming, this season's disaster is heavy rain, which may develop into flooding later. Everyone should gather some basic materials, like wood and stones in advance. This Fu Xiangming is the number 1 in Lin Jixiao's district. While other factions were frantically using disaster information to lure people in, he was able to directly disclose this information, and with such comprehensiveness, that Yu Luwei somewhat believed he was a soldier. This person seemed to have sent her a private message before. Although she believed it, Yu Luwei had no intention of replying. However, many people in the channel wanted her to verify the accuracy of the information. After thinking about it, she sent a message, around, it's raining now. What if your rumor about rain is just a lie? It's not that I'm being overly suspicious, but last season someone said it was rain, but it turned out not to be rain. It would be great if Yu Luwei could come out for a while. After all, she's number 1 on the 6 lists, so she's sure to have more comprehensive information. Yu Luwei, the information I got is the same as Fu Xiangming's. Lu Liang, I told you Boss Fu couldn't be wrong. You guys are still doubting him. Lu Hai, alas, there's nothing we can do about it. We were definitely tricked last time. Blame Jin Yu if you want to be good. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be so nervous. But, if the 2 bosses can confirm each other, we can rest assured. After sending the message, Yu Luwei closed her private chat. Originally, she thought that if she could persevere in the activities last season, she would definitely have a lot of supplies, and she could use this time to offer some food processing deals. But now there are too many people, and the information is too confusing, so she has to put it on hold for now. With the addition of new nationalities, the group chat had a lot of new languages. Thankfully, there was a built-in translator, so there was no need to worry about not understanding. This made Yu Luwei a little worried about how the survivors would understand each other if they could meet in person. She hoped the system would include a translation feature. With more people, there were a lot more messages in the channel. With no other options for entertainment, Yu Luwei went to get a plate of chicken, heated it up, and ordered a bowl of braised noodles, eating while scrolling through the messages. Seeing they couldn't contact her, some of the factions posted bounties in the channel, offering rewards for providing information about her. Yu Luwei was a bit amused. The rewards weren't clearly stated. If they were generous, she had wanted Fang Min and Zhao Linlang to try and split the prize. However, she hadn't posted many messages in this channel, and her information hadn't been leaked at all. Even if others wanted to join, they didn't have the means. She had forgotten one person, Jin Yu. Unable to continue making money in his original zone, this guy immediately used his previous leaderboard achievements to find a new faction to join, and was offered a prominent position. Coincidentally, This faction was also seeking information on Yu Luowei, and Jin Yu seized the opportunity. Jin Yu. I've met Yu Luowei before. She, Fang Min, and Zhao Linlang are part of a small group. This Zhao Linlang had previously predicted the self-service logging machine, and Yu Luowei was the owner of the first wood shop. Back then, it was still the first season, and there weren't any item cards. It seems they had some other dealings with the game, allowing them to get information in advance. And her combat power was also impressive. She was already incredibly powerful at level 4, having always placed first in previous events and leveling up quickly. She must have some incredible abilities. Jin Yu couldn't wait to start his story from the novice stage, and his exaggerations grew, nearly calling Yu Luowei the game's own daughter. A normal person would have scoffed at such talk, but the leader of this faction was no ordinary person either. He was a thug from a shady faction on Blue Star, not particularly intelligent, relying solely on brute force. Seeing Jin Yu's well-organized explanation, he immediately believed it, and promoted Jin Yu to deputy team leader. He then sent Yu Luowei another private message, saying that if she didn't join his faction and share intelligence, he would spread rumors linking her to the game. After typing, he realized he couldn't send it, and he immediately flew into a rage. He then went to discuss the next steps with Jin Yu. Yu Luowei, completely clueless about all this, finished her meal, and went to make a pot of red date and ginger soup. It was sure to rain soon, so she prepared some dampness-removing ingredients in advance. The base was currently well insulated from rain and humidity, so a dehumidifier wasn't necessary for now. But with no idea what would happen in the future, she had to prepare some. The trap issue would have to be put on hold again. If they were built now, they wouldn't be able to be used if there was a flood. She made a few low-level ones first, and would set them out tomorrow, so she wouldn't worry if they flooded later. She wanted to take a hot bath before going to bed, but suddenly remembered that she hadn't bathed Ma Tuan since they signed a contract. She called Ma Tuan to the bathroom, and prepared to wash him first. Thankfully, the plastic bucket she made was large enough to hold Ma Tuan, and he wasn't averse to water, so the process wasn't too arduous, though it did take a little longer. She let Ma Tuan dry himself by the fireplace, while Yu Luowei took a hot bath herself. After getting out, Yu Luowei made Ma Tuan a raincoat that completely covered him, leaving only 4 corners missing, since she needed to take him with her. Ma Tuan was a little uncomfortable at first, but he knew it was for future outings, and would be fine after a while. After checking that the size was about right, Yu Luowei felt relieved. She fell asleep with the freshly washed Ma Tuan in her arms. Ma Tuan had recently earned his right to sleep. The next day, Yu Luowei was awakened by thunder. Upon waking, a massive flash of lightning streaked across the sky, startling Ma Tuan. After comforting Ma Tuan, Yu Luowei went to the window. The rain was heavier than yesterday, and a small trickle of water was already forming on the ground. With this kind of rain, the chances of a wildfire were much lower. Yu Luowei breathed a sigh of relief, called Ma Tuan, and teleported directly to the Black Abyss entrance lake. Chapter 42. There was no barrier at the entrance to the Black Abyss, but the rain was still lighter than outside. Not only that, there were no other animals, like frogs near the lake, let alone monsters. Yu Luowei suspected this was due to the Black Abyss and the previous boss. But the ground around the lake was already muddy. Luckily, Yu Luowei had remembered this before bed last night, and bought a pair of rain boots. It was just hard for Ma Tuan. All 4 pandas' feet were covered in mud. Yu Luowei asked Ma Tuan if he wanted to return to the pet space, but he refused, still wanting to go out into the forest and look for monsters on his own. Seeing Yu Luowei agree, Ma Tuan darted out. After Ma Tuan left, Yu Luowei first went to the lake. The water seemed a little muddier than yesterday, thanks to the constant dripping of rain. Observing carefully for a while, Yu Luowei spotted a few small fish swimming in the lake. Since she was now the Black Abyss King, catching a few fish from the lake shouldn't be a problem. Yu Luowei took out a plastic bucket. Trying to control the water around the fish, she lifted it up and dropped it into the bucket. It took less than 2 minutes in total, surprisingly efficient. Considering the floods ahead, Yu Luowei carefully caught a dozen fish this time. However, some of the larger fish she caught showed slightly contaminated, inedible. Suspecting the so-called black energy, Yu Luowei tossed them back into the water, leaving only the uncontaminated ones. After catching the fish, Yu Luowei also filled 2 more buckets of water, purifying one for use and saving the other for making a potion later. Although she hadn't received the potion blueprint yet, she might get it tonight. The lake was large. After it filled with water, Yu Luowei walked along the other side and began exploring a new area. Because the ground was covered with weeds, Yu Luowei was worried about cutting her raincoat, so she took out her ice axe again. This time, however, she wasn't cutting weeds, but wet grass. After drying, it could be fed directly to animals, like rabbits and ducks, or combined with other ingredients to make feed suitable for all animals. Yuluo's feed still came from treasure chests, and the quantity was small. It would be gone in 2 days. Seeing the ready-made grass, she immediately began harvesting. In the process, Yuluo also discovered another ingredient for making feed: wild millet. She harvested even faster, not stopping until the grass filled 2 squares, and the wild millet filled 1. Yuluo had almost cleared the area. Just as she was about to move on to the next spot, she suddenly saw a flash of white light, conspicuous against the rain. Yuluo walked forward, took a look around, and finding nothing unusual, decided to dig deeper. Of course, she didn't waste the dirt she dug out. Although it was a little damp, it could be used to make red bricks after drying. After digging for a while, a white treasure chest of supplies appeared. But when Yuluo put the treasure chest away, the glow persisted. Seemingly, she had to continue digging. Yuluo wiped the rain from her face and continued. After an unknown amount of time, she unearthed another treasure chest of supplies, purple, but the glow still persisted. Yuluo felt a little tired. The heavy rain, the forest, being alone, and wearing a raincoat easily brought back unpleasant memories. But after digging for so long, giving up now wouldn't be worth it. The soil was almost completely gone, and Yuluo planned to place the remaining excavations on the cave wall, then use ice to create a path. After digging for a while longer, Yuluo even changed her ice shovel, and finally unearthed something hard. She thought it was a higher-level treasure chest, so she cleared away the dirt and discovered it was some transparent ore. She dug a piece out and checked the information. It was crystal ore. Crystal ore doesn't require smelting, just decomposition. Yuluo decomposed a piece on the spot, confirming it was the crystal needed to repair the base's defenses. Then she burst into laughter. I hadn't expected the minerals discovered after upgrading the environment to be even better. But when she laughed, she looked more like some kind of murderous demon in the rain. After digging for another half-day, the rain grew heavier, forming a small pool at the bottom of the pit. Seeing that she had unearthed quite a bit of crystal, Yuluo climbed up along her ice stairs. With each step, she froze the soles of her shoes to the staircase, so she wouldn't have to worry about falling. Luo reached the ground without much difficulty. Ma Tuan was already waiting for her, carrying 2 treasure chests on his back and 2 ducks in his mouth. After accepting the treasure chests, Yuluo looked at the ducks. They were just ordinary ducks, without any unusual features. However, the ducks couldn't be kept in the animal enclosure yet, as there was no pond at the base. They couldn't swim in the fountain. Yuluo had Ma Tuan put the ducks in the pet space, and then raise them in the Black Abyss entrance lake. For now, she had to go and help Ma Tuan get revenge. That's right, Ma Tuan had returned to complain. Just now, while exploring alone, he discovered 2 level 3 broken gold wolves. After a fierce 1-on-2 battle, Ma Tuan successfully took down both wolves' heads. But the action still attracted the wolves, and 5 level 3 broken gold wolves and 10 level 2 broken gold wolves surrounded Ma Tuan. Thankfully, Yuluo had given Ma Tuan a skill card, allowing him to break through the encirclement after mauling 3 wolves and return to find Yuluo. Duck had been spotted while fleeing. The rain had obscured the wolves' scent, temporarily preventing them from finding him. That's how Yuluo and Ma Tuan were delayed for so long. However, these wolves were simply more numerous and of lower levels. Yuluo had Ma Tuan lead him back to the place where they encountered the wolves before, ready to avenge Ma Tuan's wrath. Before they even reached their destination, they ran into the wolves halfway. On seeing Ma Tuan and Yuluo, they immediately bared their fangs and assumed an attacking stance. Normally, facing so many monsters, Yuluo might have hesitated for a moment, pondering her strategy before she could resolve the battle without sustaining any injuries. Unfortunately, it was the rainy season, and the relentless raindrops became Yuluo's best weapon. She transformed the rain into ice blades and stabbed the wolves. Because there were no indicators, Yuluo couldn't tell which were level 2 and which were level 3. After they were all injured, she simply trapped them with ice cubes made from rainwater, then handed the battle over to Ma Tuan. Ma Tuan dispatched each level 3 wolf monster with 1 claw, then passed the rest to Yuluo, as the corpses of the monsters Ma Tuan had killed couldn't be decomposed. Yuluo dispatched them with her weapon, collecting 8 level 2 beast meat and 4 green supply chests. Ma Tuan had already killed enough monsters, waiting only for the next level up when he grew up. Yuluo habitually tried to pet Ma Tuan's head, but only felt raindrops on her hand, so she gave up. Today's harvest was not bad, especially since the rain outside was getting heavier. Yuluwei let Ma Tuan return to the pet space and walked back to the base. On the way, she passed the spot where the mushroom tree had been yesterday, but it had disappeared today, probably because Yuluwei had taken the items. However, some colorful mushrooms had grown on the ground. Yuluwei carefully picked one up, and after checking it was non-toxic, she confidently picked all the mushrooms. She tossed the duck into the Black Abyss entrance lake and observed it for a while. Seeing no signs of any adverse reactions, Yuluwei left. Her connection to the Black Abyss was strong enough to allow her to sense the duck's movements and intercept them if they tried to escape. However, she still needed to dig a pond in the base as soon as possible, otherwise the ducks would be contaminated by the black energy at any moment. Thinking on this, Yuluwei walked to the edge of the base. The trap she had set this morning was already mostly submerged in water, and inside lay a dripping unicorn rabbit. Because it was floating on the surface, it wasn't seriously injured. Yuluwei fished it out, went into the base, got a towel, dried it, and placed it in the animal enclosure. The little rabbit was shivering, perhaps from fear or cold. Seeing this, the other little rabbits gathered around it, their fur folded together for warmth. This scene melted Yuluwei's heart. How could she bear to eat rabbits again? She tormented the adorable rabbit again and collected its eggs. The eggs laid by the mutant hens in the game didn't look much different, but they were much more numerous. 2 hens laid 6 eggs at once. Yuluwei, following her previous experience, kept 2 eggs to prevent the hens from laying any more. She spread the wet hay evenly across the open ground at the base, and built a bonfire in the middle. With no sun now, a bonfire would speed up the drying process. She then left her and Ma Tuan's raincoats outside to dry before entering the shelter. The first thing she did upon entering was give Ma Tuan and herself a bath, then brushed off her rain boots and placed them next to the raincoats. Ma Tuan said she didn't want to go out again tomorrow. The feeling of having her feet covered in mud was unpleasant. And his nest had been soiled, so Yuluwei had to brush it as well. Yuluwei poured a bucket of lake water into the water purifier for purification, then heated up a bowl of ginger soup for herself while she sipped. In addition to the materials, today she also found 2 power cards, a washing machine and dryer, and a hair dryer. More importantly, a blueprint for a fish pond. This really is what you dream of. The fish pond wasn't high level, requiring very few materials, so Yuluwei simply built one, using the blueprint in the manual. The same one used for base upgrades, and placed it in front of the animal enclosure. The fish caught from the lake today were transferred to the plastic bucket using the water control method, so they were still alive and kicking. Yuluwei then dumped all the fish into the pond to raise them. Tomorrow they could bring the ducks back, and the animal enclosure could be expanded. Yuluwei could only draw water from the lake remotely. He couldn't teleport fish or ducks directly. While the pond wasn't large, it was more than enough for the dozen or so fish, and there was even room to spare. Yuluwei decided to catch a few more fish tomorrow to fill the pond. Having obtained 2 more power cards, Yuluwei decided to splurge a bit. He plugged in the cards and used the washing machine to wash and dry all his soiled gear, his small quilt, and his blanket. Finally, his hands were free. While the washing machine was running, Yuluwei fried himself an egg and made a bowl of rice noodles, eating while he opened the manual. There were also some new saplings in the Points Mall. They were the same trees that had recently appeared in the forest, though the variety was a bit limited, with no golden silk wood. Yuluwei bought half of the new saplings yesterday and planted them in the forest. Today's harvest was the same as the harvest from felling trees, all special wood. This season, he couldn't upgrade his base or shelter, and using special wood to upgrade his base would be a bit wasteful. Yuluwei kept the special wood for now, and only added ordinary wood. Chapter 43. Yuluwei had originally wanted to buy some golden silkwood saplings to achieve sustainable development. However, after purchasing them, when she tried to plant them, she received the message environmental conditions not met, cannot plant. Recalling the real-life golden silkwood, Yuluwei guessed that this tree also needed to be planted near a gold mine. Unfortunately, the gold mine was with Fong Min, not with him. Speaking of which, every time I opened a box, I gotten some item cards. Over the past few days, I accumulated dozens of them. Yuluwei took a closer look and found not only the old material selection cards and item upgrade cards, but also a resource protection card and a teleportation card. Looking at the prompts, they were just what I need this season. Resource protection card can be used at a resource point to protect it from environmental changes. Even in an earthquake, it can keep the resource point intact. Teleport card teleports to a designated location, but requires a survivor to ensure the location's safety. This item card does not include insurance. There are only 2 resource protection cards, and they're quite high level. Yu Luowei tested them, and found that the only resource points outside were the Black Abyss entrance lake and the crystal mine. She used one on the crystal mine. As for the other, since it was quite special, she planned to wait and see what happened tomorrow when she went to get the duck. There are 12 teleportation cards, but each can only be used for 1 round trip, so it's not a lot. However, since there's no map, setting the location requires taking the teleportation card outside, which will have to wait until tomorrow. As she was watching, Fong Min, who Yu Luowei had been muttering about just now, sent a message in the group chat. Fong Min, oh my god, this rain is really heavy. If I hadn't been in this awful environment for over 20 days, I would have thought I had reached the Lan River. Fong Min, doesn't the book say that deserts absorb water very well? How could it become like this in just 1 day? It's almost submerged my feet. This game is ridiculous. Fong Min, but I also found an oasis on the other side of the dunes today. There's a special tree growing in the oasis, called the golden silkwood. After it's chopped down, it drops not just ordinary wood, but golden wood. It must be a high-grade material. Wei Lin Lang, do you two need it? Speaking of the devil, I've just found it. I was just thinking about Fong Min's gold mine, and now it's here. Yu Luowei quickly replied, Yu Luowei, this is the material needed to upgrade the shelter to level 6. But it can't be upgraded right now. Do you have the resource protection card? If so, you can protect this place for now. I'll get back to you on settlement day. Fong Min, okay. But I think I got a resource protection card today, but I haven't had time to check the notification yet. I'll check later. Zhao Linlang, I got one too, and I've also discovered a new copper mine here. It's underground, but I can't dig it anymore. I just linked it. On settlement day, I'll become a gold miner. After chatting with Fong Min and Zhao Linlang for a while, Yu Luowei asked them and Lin Jixia if they had received the controller and activation key. It turned out that Fong Min was still missing the activation key, presumably in the oasis. Everyone else had already collected it. During her conversation with Lin Jixia and the others, Yu Luowei also noticed a trend. For Jiang Yinan and Su Teng, who were less powerful, their way of obtaining the treasure chest containing the activation key was to defeat the guardian monsters, which looked like colorful little tigers and cats. But for Zhao Linlang and the fully armed Grandma Lin, due to leveling up and consuming the fruit of life, their physical fitness was similar to that of a person in their 30s or 40s, and because Lin Jixia was worried, she still carried the weapons Yu Luowei had given her. Their way of obtaining the treasure chest was through puzzle trials, though the format was different from Yu Luowei's. Zhao Linlang's were logic puzzles, while Grandma Lin's were more of a test of kindness. Su Teng told her that the situation was similar for everyone else in the channel. This monster was quite clever, understanding how to treat people differently. Yu Luowei summarized the information and sent it to 2 groups. Fong Min was now troubled. She had no idea what the monster corpse she had encountered looked like. After much deliberation, she decided to go out fully armed tomorrow and try to defeat the monster, reasoning that this method was the simplest and most brute force. After reading this, Yu Luowei donated a new whip. We could raise the base today. First, we went inside to take a look at the scenery outside. By the campfire, we could see the water rising higher and higher. Yu Luowei walked over and measured it through the fence. It was already ankle high. As the rain fell, the water continued to pound the fence. Although it hadn't entered yet, it looked like it would sooner or later. Entering the shelter, she checked her materials. Using 1,000 stones, Yu Luowei ascended directly to her current maximum height. 5 meters. Currently, only one type of material is needed for elevation, and you can choose your own quantity. The quantity depends on the type of material and the area of your base, which is why the system doesn't suggest that higher levels are better. Because wood rots easily when soaked in water, Yu Luowei first passed on wood, even though it was her most abundant material, and instead chose stone, her second most abundant material. The controller unlocked a new staircase blueprint today, making it easier to enter the forest from the elevated base. Yu Luowei also built one, which can be extended later by spending materials. From the moment the materials were fed into the controller, the base began to rumble. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, the sound finally stopped. Yu Luowei walked outside the shelter. Beyond the fence, the bushes were no longer there, but a vast expanse of emptiness. Through the veil of rain, the treetops in the distance could be vaguely seen. The stairs were in front of the base entrance, and were quite wide, roughly enough for 2 people to pass side by side. Looking down through the fence, the water below seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. It had already submerged 2 steps. Yu Luwei couldn't help but worry about Fang Min's situation. He went back and urged her again. There didn't seem to be many special items to sell this season, and everyone's resources were used to buy basic materials, so there wasn't much interest in buying anything else. Business at Yu Luwei's wood shop had improved significantly, so he stopped adding new items. Opening the chat channel, everyone was discussing the disaster. Li Tian, this disaster is developing really quickly. The water here is already up to my feet. I need to raise my base quickly. But I'm a little curious. Those in the desert and the ocean, one can't flood, the other already has a boat. Wouldn't that be pretty cool this season? Ding he, thanks. I'm in the desert, just escaped quicksand. Not really. I don't know what's going on in this game, but the water can't seep into the sand at all. It just pools on top, though not quite high enough to cover my feet. But since I couldn't detect the quicksand to begin with, now there's a layer of water on top, it's even harder. You fan, yeah, but I haven't felt anything in the ocean yet. It's just that water accumulates on the boat. But I upgraded my boat a few days ago, so the drainage system is still sufficient. I also have the controller you mentioned, but I haven't found the key yet. But if that's the case, I don't think a key is necessary. Yu Hui, I'm a little envious, what's going on? Fu Xiangming advised this colleague not to be careless, and to look for the key. After 2 seasons, everyone should understand that this game can't just let some players down, and let them safely navigate disasters. Li Zhao, exactly, I agree with the boss. It's best to find the key tomorrow. It's not that difficult anyway. This Fu Xiangming is truly a good person. He's replaced Zhao Linlang, and because of his reputation, he hasn't been criticized. It was Li Zhao's cooperation that made Yu Luwei have visions of Jin Yu and Ma Ming. Thanks to the cooperation of others in Fu Xiangming's faction, the channel remained quite harmonious for the time being. But this harmony irritated someone. Yes, that Ma Ming, who was also in the ocean. Thanks to his previous support for Jin Yu, Ma Ming never ran out of resources and thrived. Sadly, Jin Yu's actions were exposed soon after. To prevent himself from being implicated, Ma Ming didn't speak up for Jin Yu, preserving the resources he had swindled. Now that Jin Yu is hooked up with another faction, Ma Ming shamelessly approached them, hoping to join them again, but the vengeful Jin Yu refused. He was also kicked out the day after the last event. He had been so extravagant before, and these days, relying solely on himself, he's almost exhausted all the resources he accumulated. Seeing Fu Xiangming and the others in the channel, Ma Ming recalled the days when he used the power of others to bully others, and couldn't help but feel resentful towards Fu Xiangming. What does he know? I don't believe a flood in the ocean could get any worse. Even if it's a tsunami, with my level 5 ship base, I can withstand it. Ma Ming thought angrily. He only had 1 key to begin with, and he hadn't fought the level 4 monster he encountered today, and only escaped in time to avoid injury. This further solidified his resolve not to look for the controller. Of course, Ma Ming was the only fool in the zone who thought this way. Those who had gathered the controllers were already using them, while those who hadn't were searching for guides, hoping to get them tomorrow. After consulting with others, Yu Luwei summarized the information regarding the controller's activation key and intended to post it on the trading channel. Since he was collaborating with Zhao Linlang, Lin Jixia, Jiang Yinan, and Su Tang, Yu Luwei took the opportunity to introduce the 2 parties, and then gathered them in a large group to discuss pricing. Jiang Yinan felt that this item was only a quick buck. By tomorrow, when most people had gathered theirs, it would be too expensive to sell. The price was like a compressed biscuit. Su Tang, using Yu Luoi's name, would attract traffic to the chat channel and sell it on her own shelves. This effectively exposed Su Tang's products on the trading market. However, she said she had never sold anything before and probably wouldn't. If things didn't work out, she could always put it on someone else's shelves, so it didn't matter. The product would be removed from the shelves tomorrow night, and Yu Luwei and Lin Jixia, the only 2 people who had reached level 4 in the points mall, would exchange it for points, and then split the profits. Of course, since she hadn't found both items yet, Fang Min resolutely withdrew from the profit sharing. After making her plan, Su Tang took screenshots of the chat log regarding the intelligence and posted a portion of it in the channel, explaining that it was valuable experience gained from the number 1 player and other big players, and that the full version could be purchased on the trading market for a limited time, for 1 night. As soon as the post was sent, Su Tang was overwhelmed with orders, and she had no time to continue chatting in the group. In the end, Zhao Linlang and Jiang Yinan also stepped in to help, and the sale was barely able to proceed. By midnight, having sold several thousand copies, they ended the business early and began dividing the profits. Everyone earned 1 or 2,000 points, a truly lucrative sum. Since neither party knew each other well, the large group chat fell silent after discussing the business. However, with the possibility of future collaboration, no one left the group. Yu Luwei felt much more reassured. Although she had sought public opinion before creating the group, she was still a little worried. She wasn't very good at managing relationships. This result was already quite good. Chapter 44. While they were selling, Yu Luwei wasn't idle either. With the basement, the storage room automatically moved there, expanding its size. However, due to a lack of shelves, many items were neatly arranged on the floor. Yu Luwei bought a few iron shelves and some nails, and neatly nailed another row onto the empty space on the storage room wall, stacking the items neatly. She also found a label from the warehouse and marked everything. She placed several large blocks of ice outside the storage room wall to control the temperature, finally finishing all her work for the night. After pocketing her points for the night, Yu Luwei returned to her bed on the second floor. After a night, the rain intensified. The daylight dimmed considerably. Yu Luwei went out to check. The water had risen to the third step, reaching her calf. Ma Tuan couldn't stay at the base yet. He had to bring the ducks back. He first took a plastic bucket into the pet space and then, along with Yu Luwei, teleported to the Black Abyss entrance lake. It was also raining at the lake, but there was no water around, as if an invisible barrier separated the outside world from the lake. Yu Luwei could even see through the barrier and see what was happening in the water, but he had to squat down. He filled the bucket with lake water, caught the 2 ducks, and added a few fish, which Ma Tuan then brought to the pet space. The pet space wouldn't get dirty or pick up odors, so Ma Tuan deliberately left its nest behind this time to avoid further soiling. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Luwei folded her raincoat into her rain boots and prepared to go check out the crystal mine. There seemed to be more treasure chests today. In just this short walk, I already kicked over 3. Putting the bracelet away, Yu Luwei continued his trek, finally arriving at the crystal mine. Yesterday, after using the item protection card, the water around the crystal mine and in the pit had vanished. Like the lake at the entrance to the Black Abyss, there seemed to be an invisible barrier surrounding the area. This was a good opportunity for Yu Luwei to go down and dig a bit more, also picking up some nearby rocks. In the intervening time, the rainwater had risen again, reaching Yu Luwei's knees, making further exploration difficult. But there were still quite a few treasure chests today, so Yu Luwei decided to explore the surrounding area and then use the teleport card at the crystal mine. After only a few steps, Yu Luwei had already picked up 3 more treasure chests. But the treasure chests were easier to find than to collect. They seemed firmly stuck to the ground, and no matter how hard he kicked, they wouldn't budge, let alone float to the surface. Yu Luwei had to bend down to pick it up, soaking her clothes and gear again. Struggling to contain the dampness, Yu Luwei returned to the crystal mine, marked the teleportation card, and teleported back to base. She dumped the water and fish from the bucket into the pond and placed the duck in the enclosure near the pond. However, to reach the pond, they had to pass through the gate, so Ma Tuan volunteered to teach the duck how to open it. Although she had her doubts about the success of this plan, Yu Luwei didn't want to be a spoiler, so she let Ma Tuan go. She herself took the opportunity to gather the dried hay and wild millet. After gathering, Ma Tuan was happily playing with the animals. Yu Luwei inquired and learned that they wouldn't be threatened by the decline in mental strength during the night, so she returned to the shelter alone. After plugging in the power card, Yu Luwei shed her soaked clothes and showered. The outer clothes were just ordinary gear, worn out after so long, so Yu Luwei decided to throw them away and replace them with a new set. Just as she was about to throw them into the universal garbage disposal, a message popped up: unusable. This item had been unlocked during the novice period, and Yu Luwei had been using it to convert garbage into fertilizer for a long time. Suddenly, it was unusable, with no word temporary, which made Yu Luwei a little uneasy. She sent a message to the group chat, and except for Fong Min, who was still outside, everyone else had already returned to their respective shelters, but hadn't had time to use the garbage disposal yet. After Yu Luwei's inquiry, they checked, and the result was the same: unusable. Opening the chat channel, someone else was also complaining about this. Since everyone was doing the same, it was probably a system setting, perhaps related to the upcoming activities. Yu Luwei temporarily placed the trash in a special plastic bag instead of throwing it outside. After cleaning herself up, Yu Luwei sat back on the sofa and opened the 6 supply chests for the day. 4 green and 2 blue chests yielded 4 more power cards, a humidity meter, a dehumidifier, a humidifier, 2 height breakthrough stones, various materials, and even a broom set. These appliances were quite appropriate. Yuluwei placed the humidity meter and dehumidifier in the basement to control the humidity in the storage room. As for upstairs, the campfire and fireplace would suffice. The broom was just the right size. Outside, the rain was getting heavier, and the thunder and lightning were becoming more frequent. Yuluwei went out to feed the animals, made sure the enclosures were adequately shielding them from the noise, then cleaned the base and brought back the glutinous rice balls. The garbage was placed with the previous trash. Before entering, she had taken the time to check the current level of the accumulated water. In just a few moments, it had risen to a third of the platform below the base, almost 2 meters high. The rate of increase was incredibly rapid. The first thing she did upon entering was to continue raising the level using rocks. Today, there was no height limit. However, after reaching 10 meters, a breakthrough stone was required to continue ascending. Furthermore, after 10 meters, the required materials became 2 different types, the quantities remaining the same, and the proportions could be determined by the survivors themselves. Yuluwei used cement, red bricks, and rocks in alternating combinations, finally reaching 20 meters, about the height of a 6 or 7-story building. After taking a look outside, Yuluwei suddenly felt a bit afraid of heights. This had used up more than half of Yuluwei's supplies, and looking at the remaining materials made her feel a pang of pain. However, this game probably wasn't so outrageous as to rise 10 meters overnight. At least for the next 2 days, she was safe, so she didn't go any higher. Fong Min had finally returned. According to her, she had come across a supply treasure chest just after leaving the house today, and then encountered 2 more while searching for the activation key. Her activation key treasure chest was located on a platform supported by a tall cactus, next to a cute green desert cat. The way to obtain the treasure chest was, as she had expected, to defeat the enlarged desert cat monster. However, after knocking the desert cat to the ground, the kitten recovered. She played with it for a while before reluctantly leaving. Because the desert is usually quite scarce in terms of resources, there aren't many treasure chests. Reflecting on having already found 4 treasure chests in the short time she'd been out today, Fong Min didn't rush back, wanting to find more outside. At about the same time and location as usual, Fong Min later found 9 more treasure chests, triple the number she found before the event. After Fong Min finished explaining her situation, Zhao Linlang also remarked that it felt like there were a few more treasure chests today than usual. Yuluwei asked Lin Jixia, Jiang Yinan, and Su Tang about this with interest, and everyone agreed. Now Yuluwei was a little worried that the game might be messing with something. But today's treasure chests were just a few more. It wouldn't mean there wouldn't be any around starting tomorrow. Speaking of which, the water level was already so high that it would be impossible to explore tomorrow unless I went diving. But Yuluwei still hadn't unearthed a fishing rod. It was reasonable to assume that the fishing rod would be the main prop for the event, Yuluwei pondered. After finishing her work at the shelter, Yuluwei went to the kitchen to make dinner. While eating, Yuluwei glanced at the current leaderboard. On the progress leaderboard, she was still at the top of the overall leaderboard, with the top dozen or so all at 20 meters. Yuluwei thought for a moment, and then went to raise her height by 5 meters, widening the gap and testing whether the others could only reach 20 meters, or if it was just a temporary fix like hers. Someone else in the chat channel had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Qi Jing. Wow, a big shot is a big shot. They started from 0, and still managed to climb to the top. Bobby, it's only the 2nd day, and the gap hasn't widened. She might still be in first place in the end. This Bobby's full name is Bobby Quick, the leader of the organization that recruited Jin Yu. He's from another country, but the system's translation was quite accurate, so there wasn't anything strange about it. However, Yuluwei still didn't know about his relationship with Jin Yu. She only paid more attention to him because of his strange name. Since the end of the novice period, there have been many questions about the rankings. Yuluwei couldn't point fingers at any one person because of this, so she just continued to widen the gap on the leaderboard. But now, she didn't have time to pay attention to this Bobby anymore. There were more important things she needed to deal with. Ma Ming, who was selling that information yesterday. I bought it, but it's useless. I still haven't found the starter key. Are you guys colluding to scam people? Did that number 1 on the leaderboard use our stuff to get to the top? Jiyu. Oh no way, I think the information is quite right. The monster I saw yesterday asked me to solve Olympiad math problems, and I couldn't do any of them. I deliberately wore my best gear today. I just wanted to win. Besides, the leader on the leaderboard has always been number one. She can't possibly have taken our resources to maintain her ranking, right? Shuchen, yeah, I think it's quite useful too. And as they say, information isn't always useful. Think carefully before purchasing. Not to mention that Big Boss was already number one on the 6 charts last season, so it's normal for him to have more resources, right? As for you, I seem to remember you were working with that resource scammer Jinyu. Ma Ming, I don't care what you say. God knows if you were bribed by Yu Luwei to speak for her. It's useless to me. Yu Luwei had some impression of Ji Yu and Shu Qin. They were 2 of the buyers for her food processing. Yu Luwei was grateful for being able to speak up for her. She secretly noted their names, planning to offer them a discount the next time she had the opportunity to process ingredients. However, Yu Luwei and the others had briefly discussed emergency measures yesterday regarding Ma Ming's behavior, specifically regarding him, Jin Yu, and Zhou Jianhui. So not long after, Zhao Lilang spoke up. Zhao Lilang, Ma Ming, I remember you mentioned you were in the ocean when you first arrived, right? We mentioned this before selling the information. Because we didn't consult with survivors in the ocean, we don't recommend it to other survivors. It's a bit inappropriate for you to blame us after buying it, isn't it? After that, she attached a screenshot of Ma Ming's previous chat history. Ma Ming's face flushed and paled behind the screen. Who could have imagined they could find such old chat history? But he still hadn't given up. Ma Ming, since you can find the chat history now, why didn't you reject my purchase back then? It was useless anyway. You must compensate me. The others were getting fed up with this. Lin Lu, there were so many people yesterday, I didn't have the time to look for them one by one, and I was complaining about their slow shipping. Besides, shouldn't people be responsible for themselves? If you insist on buying, and they don't sell it, are you going to accuse them of discrimination? Lin Jixia, thank you for speaking up for us. Also, can some of you please respect this game? It's a survival game, not an office fight. Winning doesn't get you a promotion or a raise. Just focus on your own business. Chapter 45. The incident was resolved within 20 minutes, before Yu Luwei even spoke. Left behind was Ma Ming, his face red with rage. Seeing the channel had already brushed over the incident, Yu Luwei discussed possible follow-up issues and solutions with everyone in the group. Then, he went to the Points Mall to buy some cement and red bricks, closed his manual, and prepared to rest. On the 4th day, Yu Luwei was awakened by the sound of rain outside, which was already pouring down. The first thing Yu Luwei did upon waking was to check the overall leaderboard. He was still in first place, and the second place height was 24 meters. It seemed likely that there were insufficient resources. After making himself a bowl of porridge, Yu Luwei moved his table to the window and ate breakfast while admiring the rain. He hadn't finished his breakfast yet. The system's event notification has arrived. Hello everyone. Surprise! Due to the deep flooding, travel is no longer possible. This season's exclusive event, Golden Angler, has launched early. The rules are as follows. 1. A special fishing rod will be distributed via email at 8 a.m. each morning. Using this special boom, you can fish in the flooded water at the fence, unaffected by the disaster. Other fishing rods are currently unavailable and easily damaged by the disaster. 2. There are 3 types of fishing rods: treasure chest rod, monster rod, and junk rod. Each rod can only be used to select a specific type of item. Today's fishing rod is the treasure chest rod. From tomorrow until the end of the season, one of the 2 rods will be randomly distributed and will disappear at 12 p.m. 3. In addition to earning points for opening treasure chests and defeating monsters, you will also earn an equal amount of event points. These points can be exchanged for resources and materials in the event store. The event store will close at 12 p.m. on the end of the season, and the event points will expire. 4. This event is for fun, and survivors can choose whether to participate in the rankings. If you participate, you must use your fishing rod for at least 8 hours daily. If you do not participate, you can choose not to use the rod after receiving it, and there is no usage requirement. Of course, this selection is one-time and cannot be changed. 5. A limited time event points leaderboard will be available for this event, with rankings based on event points. In addition to the fixed ranking rewards on the settlement day, a large number of event points will be awarded daily at 8 p.m. based on the daily ranking. Those who do not participate in the rankings will receive half the corresponding event points for opening treasure chests and defeating monsters. They can use the event store, but will not receive ranking rewards or points. Oh, and I'm sure you've noticed, the garbage disposal is no longer working. Please refer to the manual for recycling. You've received an upgraded sorting garbage disposal box in your mailbox. It can handle not only your daily garbage, but also the garbage caught with the garbage fishing rod. For humanitarian reasons, all garbage caught must be everyday, sortable, and fully packaged. Only after catching trash and correctly sorting it will you earn event points. Incorrect sorting will result in a certain number of points being deducted. Today's treasure chest fishing rods have been distributed, so get started. This game activity is getting more and more outlandish. Without hesitation, Yuluwei chose to participate in the rankings. He accepted the treasure chest fishing rod and the sorting garbage disposal, replacing his old one. This sorting garbage disposal looked relatively simple, with only 4 types of waste: recyclables, hazardous waste, kitchen waste, and other waste. The fishing rod given by the system looked quite advanced. After studying it for a while, Yuluwei placed it near the base gate and then returned to sort yesterday's garbage. It's a shame that my daily junk doesn't earn me any activity points. Moving a chair next to the fishing rod, Yuluwei grabbed the manual and went to pick up some snacks, planning to spend the day at the base. The water level was 6 or 7 meters deep today, and there was no sign of any other plants, only the endless expanse of water. Unsure how long it would take for the fishing rod to reel in a treasure chest, Yuluwei kept an eye on the rod while browsing the manual. Before he even caught anything, a quarrel erupted in the chat room. Ding Hui, what's going on? Is there something wrong with this game? Why are my activity points negative? I didn't do anything. Fuzhou, mine's negative too. Minus 500. Shouldn't the game system give us an explanation? Yufan, did you guys do something? Mine's still a normal 0. Yuluwei glanced at his own leaderboard. It was also 0. The other 2 friends in the group also had 0 points. After pondering for a moment, Yuluwei suspected it might be related to garbage. Those with negative points might have dumped their trash into the water. After discussing it with her friends, everyone agreed that this was the most plausible idea. Yuluwei hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to post this hypothesis in the chat room. After all, with the city building order still in place, a city couldn't just be her and her friends. After some thought, Yuluwei finally posted it in the chat room. But she wasn't the only one who had this idea. Almost immediately after her post, another message was sent. Yuluwei, did you dump the garbage from yesterday's garbage disposal failure into the water? Fu Xiangming, it's because of dumping garbage into the water. Everyone in our organization with negative points is doing the same. The amount of points deducted probably also correlates to the quality of the trash thrown away. Yuluwei was number 1 on the 6th leaderboard, and Fu Xiangming had previously been number 1 in their section, and was now number 2. The chatter between the two quieted the previously noisy chat room, likely reflecting on how much trash they had thrown away. Though some people occasionally argued about why the game didn't mention this rule in advance, Yuluwei was too busy to notice. Her fishing rod was moving. She pulled the rod up, and a white box appeared on the hook. Yuluwei opened it and found 10 stones, a bottle of Coke, and 1 event point. Regular points won't be mentioned, but they'll be awarded as well. She opened the Coke and cast the rod again. However, this rod was truly impervious to any disasters. The falling raindrops seemed to be blocked by something, and the rod remained clean. Waiting for the treasure chest to bite again was indeed relaxing, but a bit tedious. Besides, this meant that ranking in the event rankings would depend more on luck. After accepting another supply chest, green, Yuluwei cast his fishing rod and opened it. Inside were some building materials, both common and special. Acid-resistant paint. This material, combined with the name of the new season updated today, Erosion Rain Season, pretty much spelled out the potential for acid rain. While the instructions didn't explain how to use it, nor did the manual, the base's defenses remained intact. Yuluwei returned to the shelter and checked the controls. As expected, a new icon appeared on the page, allowing users to add acid-resistant paint to the underground platform. Not only the platform, but also the base needed acid-resistant paint. One can only cover a 0.5 meter high underground platform, or a 1 square meter base. This created another material shortage. Yuluwei used the acid-resistant paint she had just acquired, sighed, and resigned herself to her fate as she continued fishing for treasure chests. This fishing trip lasted until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and she had landed in 15 treasure chests, harvesting 20 bottles of acid-resistant paint and a variety of other materials. During this time, Yuluwei, unwilling to be lonely, would occasionally bother Ma Tuan and the small animals, and also harvest the crops in the fields. As the sky grew darker, Yuluwei went to rekindle the bonfire, she had previously set up at the base to dry fodder. At this point, the group chat erupted in discussion about the bonfire. Yu Luwei took a look and was startled. Because her bonfires were always lit with fire magic, they had never been unusable. But for everyone else, the constant rain had created such high humidity in the base that they couldn't even light their bonfires or fireplaces. Shelters were a bit more comfortable. Those with electrical wiring could use a dehumidifier. Those without had a bonfire lit without it having to, so it wouldn't cause any problems unless they suddenly needed to use it after a long period of inactivity. But the base was in trouble. There was no dehumidifier, no bonfire, and no wiring for lights. The rain was so dark that it was difficult to see without a bonfire. The chat room was buzzing with people talking about this. It was okay to get a treasure chest fishing rod today, but if I randomly got a monster fishing rod someday and couldn't see it clearly, it would be troublesome and I could lose my life. Yu Luwei was also worried, but her concern was about something else. After finding something and experimenting with it, she finally felt relieved. She told her friends in the group chat that they could temporarily use a flaming sword or flaming cloak for lighting. At the same time, she also added some new flaming cloaks and shared their uses in the channel. Yes, she was testing the difference between a flaming sword with fire magic and a regular flaming sword. But a flaming sword is a level 3 weapon. It wouldn't go out even if left out in the rain, let alone the current humidity. The flaming sword with fire magic only increased its attack power, making it difficult for monsters to extinguish the flames, which wouldn't affect lighting. Yu Luoi's intuition told her that this was the correct result, but she still had to conduct her own experiment to feel completely reassured. However, in both the group and the channel, she added a note in her messages. Whether it's a flaming sword or a flaming cloak, the range and brightness of the lighting are very limited. We need to find other solutions. She continued fishing while monitoring the progress of the discussion. Many people bought a flaming sword or flaming cloak as a temporary fix, while the group chat was discussing how to reduce humidity. The points mall did sell desiccant, but the dosage was very small and not very cost-effective. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, a sudden change occurred. Everyone found a blueprint for a physical dehumidifier in their next chest. This machine is made of plastic, iron, and charcoal. It doesn't require electricity and can be used in the base, but it does require frequent replenishment of the iron and charcoal. After Yu Luwei got this item, she checked the chat and realized it was a bonus item in the game, with each person receiving a blueprint. Among the materials, charcoal was still available during the frost season and hadn't been available much since then. Furthermore, wood couldn't be cut in large quantities right now, so everyone's stock was low. Except for Yu Luwei, of course. She had harvested a large amount of low-quality charcoal. Her fireplace was already burning low-quality charcoal, and with her water purifier business, she had a large stockpile that she hadn't used much, not to mention her own forest farm. Since the machine wasn't needed right now, Yu Luwei took out most of the charcoal and put it on the shelf. It could be traded for materials, stone, plastic, cement, red bricks, or compressed biscuits. Although it was also sold in the event mall, after a day of fishing, the highest level chest was only blue, which only gave a little over 100 event points. Those with low luck or those not participating in the rankings would definitely not be willing to buy it. They still had to buy materials to upgrade their buildings. Yu Luwei was confident that his charcoal business could still be successful. Chapter 46. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the 8 hours of forced fishing had finally come to an end. However, Yu Luwei glanced at the overall leaderboard and saw that his ranking was relatively low, just over 100. There were undoubtedly many fish with higher luck ahead of him, so Yu Luwei didn't rush back, intending to continue fishing until the leaderboard rewards were distributed. 2 hours was still a bit long, and despite the fountain's blessing, Yu Luoi's mental strength had decreased slightly. Carrying today's loot and the glutinous rice balls, Yu Luwei returned to the shelter. Whenever he had been outside, he had opened the boxes immediately upon receiving them, so Yu Luwei rested for a while to recover his mental strength. After this recovery, Yu Luwei clearly felt that his mental strength had increased, and his mental defense had become stronger. After a few more days, he expected his mental strength limit to increase, which was also good news. After 2 hours of hard work, Yu Luoi's ranking rose to 28th, earning him 3,000 activity points. This shocked Yu Luwei. Opening the treasure chest only gave her less than 300 points, but she hadn't expected the bulk of it to be ranking bonus points. But in that case, the treasure chest fishing rod seemed a bit useless to her. Opening the event mall, she could finally purchase basic materials like stone. However, the prices of these materials had also skyrocketed. Yu Luoi's wood shop was selling 2 logs for 1 point, and charcoal was a bit more expensive than before. A compressed biscuit cost 10 charcoal. But in the event mall, 1 log cost 2 event points, 1 stone cost 4 event points, and 1 charcoal cost 1 event point. A height breakthrough stone cost 1,000 event points each. Considering the situation, today's points weren't very high. She even opened a height-breaking stone in her treasure chest, so Yu Luowei traded them all for stone, cement, and red bricks. Before she arrived, the water level had already risen to more than half the platform's height. Yu Luowei simply raised the height to 50 meters. After heating up some previously prepared food for dinner, Yu Luowei went downstairs to check the storage room. Since the electricity card had just been plugged in, the humidity was still quite high. If it weren't for her concerns about the dryness affecting some vegetables, and the rising temperature, Yu Luowei would have loved to have a bonfire in the basement. However, she had obtained 2 more electricity cards today, which was a considerable amount. Yu Luowei decided to keep them running until the settlement date, and to wash her bed in the washing machine tomorrow. The others were busy exchanging materials, raising the base, and building a physical dehumidifier. Yu Luowei also took advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune on charcoal. Others also had charcoal blueprints, but they didn't have nearly as much wood. To make charcoal, they had to buy it from the wood shop, but Yu Luowei could still earn some money. After tidying up, Yu Luowei went to bed, dreaming of the next day. At 8 a.m., the game sent a new reminder. Hello everyone. I forgot to tell you yesterday that throwing garbage into the water will also deduct activity points. The amount of points deducted depends on the type and quality of the garbage. But I'm sure you wouldn't throw garbage into the water even if I didn't tell you, right? In addition, the surrounding normal environment has been temporarily replaced with an underwater environment, and some important resource points require resource protection cards for protection. If you haven't used resource protection cards to protect them before today, the resource points will be destroyed. Okay, everyone, please take today's fishing rods. The prompt confirmed Yu Luowei's statement from yesterday. The rest of the situation didn't concern her. The important resource points around her had long been well protected. Opening her email, she saw today's fishing rod was a monster fishing rod. That suited Yu Luowei's taste perfectly. Setting up the fishing rod just like yesterday, Yu Luowei prepared various weapons and spells, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment the monster took the bait. Monsters appeared roughly every half an hour or 40 minutes, and their levels were all below level 4, making them relatively easy to defeat. Ma Tuan had grown again today, reaching level 4. And thanks to his constant consumption of life fruits, his stats were even stronger than a level 4 boss. Having him help now would make it even easier to defeat him. After defeating 4 or 5 monsters, Yu Luowei decided to go down into the water herself. After changing into the Black Abyss suit and defeating the newly caught monsters, Yu Luowei instructed Ma Tuan and entered the water via the stairs. The underwater world had transformed into an underwater world, filled with all sorts of aquatic plants, corals, and small fish. Yu Luowei swam around the base. With her Black Abyss suit, she didn't need to surface for air. Using ice magic, she caught over a dozen fish underwater. Almost half an hour had passed before she returned to the base. Just then, a new monster had been hooked, a fish-shaped one. Yu Luowei, still holding her ice harpoon, charged in and attacked, dispatching it in a few quick strikes. After defeating the monster, Yu Luowei decided to rest at the base before returning to the water. While doing so, she opened her manual, restocked her supplies at the market, and then opened the chat channel. The chance of getting each type of fishing rod is 1 in 3. Many people lost their lives today after obtaining the monster fishing rod, and the number of people dropped significantly. However, a strange situation occurred in the channel. Several people with a luck value of 10 also obtained the monster fishing rod, but when they used it all day, they didn't catch a single monster. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, Yu Luowei suddenly felt fortunate that her luck value wasn't even 10. She relied on the monster fishing rod to increase her activity points. After some free time, Yu Luowei defeated a new monster before diving again. This time, her target was the bottom. The water was nearly 20 meters deep today, and it took Yu Luowei a while to reach the bottom. Thankfully, the Black Abyss suit was very powerful, freeing her from the pressure and allowing her to move freely. After swimming for a while, Yu Luowei found some ore. After checking it out and confirming it was copper ore, she dug some up. She also caught some shrimp and crabs. This trip took quite a while. By the time Luowei returned, Ma Tuan had already dispatched 2 monsters. It would take 9 days until his next growth, requiring him to kill 10 level 4 monsters. Ma Tuan could use this opportunity to accumulate some time. With such efficiency, Ma Tuan truly is the best helper in this gaming world. Yu Luowei patted Ma Tuan's head. Unfortunately, the fruit of life was gone, so she could only offer jade bamboo shoots, fruit, and crispy pork as a snack. Seeing Ma Tuan's skillful handling, Yu Luowei felt relieved. After a short rest, she headed back into the water for another adventure. This time, she also caught some shells and starfish to decorate the house. However, the water itself was surprisingly clean, devoid of monsters or treasure chests. I didn't see any trash. I wondered where the catch came from. Today was spent fishing for monsters, killing monsters, and diving. At 6 o'clock, Yu Luowei checked the leaderboard and saw she was back at the top. Monster killing was indeed her comfort zone. But to boost her mental strength, she couldn't return just yet, so she stayed outside for a while. The monsters at night were more ferocious than during the day, and her mental strength was also declining, so she returned to the shelter before 8 o'clock. After catching so many fish today, Yu Luowei decided to have a fish hot pot. Prepare the hot pot base, and cut the fish into pieces. Yu Luowei didn't know much about fish. Some she couldn't tell if they were from the game world or from Blue Planet, so she carefully checked the instructions before cutting up each new species. The dishes were ready, and the leaderboard rewards arrived. Leaving the pot to boil, Yu Luowei collected the 5,000 points for first place, purchased acid-resistant paint, and raised the height by another 5 meters to maintain first place. He then added acid-resistant paint to the base and platform. The pot was now boiling, and Yu Luowei quickly returned to the table and began adding the fish. Mutton was also attracted by the aroma, so Yu Luowei fed it one. Seeing that it didn't seem spicy, she added more, giving today's hero a treat. Hot pot is so convenient when you have a big appetite. You can enjoy a wide variety of dishes by yourself. Yu Luowei ate with great satisfaction. After packing up, Yu Luowei went to the forest farm to plant trees. After so much use, the forest farm has been upgraded to level 2, with more space inside and more trees to plant. The forest farm also needs to be elevated, but its area is calculated based on the area of the surrounding area it occupies, which is already included in the base area. If it were calculated based on the internal area, even if Yu Luowei were sold, it wouldn't be possible to raise it that high. For this reason, unless you're observing carefully, it's difficult to find the forest farm above the water through the rain from the base, but the base is easier to see from the forest farm. Returning from the forest farm, Yu Luowei discovered that his flaming sword and flaming cloak were sold out again. After checking the chat channel, he realized that most of today's monsters were marine creatures, making flaming weapons and equipment more effective. This was a perfect opportunity, and Yu Luowei seized the opportunity and quickly crafted and put a new batch on the shelves. Others might have blueprints, but they didn't have as much fire as Yu Luowei, so even if they did, they could only sell a small portion. Therefore, Yu Luowei could be said to have monopolized this industry. After exchanging information with friends, everyone chose to participate in the rankings, so they all had an 8-hour mandatory usage time. Only Lin Jixiao got a trash fishing rod today. Everyone else got treasure chest or monster fishing rods. According to Lin Jixiao, the trash caught is in a sealed transparent box. You can sort it by appearance first, and if you can't figure it out, you can open it. Although there's a smell, it quickly disappears once you close it. Overall, sorting is relatively simple, and the types of trash are common, nothing particularly disgusting. She's fine with that. This puts everyone else's minds at ease. Yu Luowei, in particular, is fine with cleaning up her own trash, but she doesn't know where the trash she caught came from. She'd rather spend 3 days hunting monsters than a trash fishing rod. After chatting for a while, and finally confirming that every area of the base was coated with acid-resistant paint, Yu Luowei took a bath and went to bed. Since Ma Tuan has grown so much, the previous nest is no longer big enough for him. After checking the trading market and the points mall, she found nothing particularly good, so Yu Luowei let Ma Tuan sleep on the bed after his bath. When she had some free time, she weave a nest for him with some leftover willow branches. Chapter 47. A new day, a new fishing rod, and today's one is a monster fishing rod. However, Yu Luowei woke up a little early today and threw her bedding into the washing machine before picking up the rod. After the washing machine started, since it wasn't even 8 a.m. yet, Yu Luowei went to the living room on the first floor and turned on the controls to check the situation. He saw yesterday's acid-proof paint coming in handy. Since midnight last night, the heavy rain had turned into acid rain, and the acid-proof paint has a durability limit, which had dropped to 87% this morning. No wonder yesterday's catch was enough to buy acid-proof paint for a 55-meter-high platform, a level 5 base, and a forest farm. It turns out this wasn't just a one-time purchase. Yu Luwei resignedly picked up the fishing rod that had been given to him in the mailbox, and went out to monster fishing. But this rod was different. Even without the acid-proof paint, it was completely unaffected by the acid rain, and he still managed to catch a monster every 30 to 40 minutes. Today's monsters look even more bizarre than yesterday's. Some even had red wounds and slime on their bodies. It wasn't clear if it was the effects of the acid rain. The monsters' levels hadn't increased, but they looked truly disgusting. Not only did Yu Luwei increase her attack frequency, unable to cope, but even Ma Tuan refused to use her bite skill. Because of the acid rain, Yu Luwei didn't dare go into the water again. She stayed at the base, hunting monsters from morning until night. She didn't even notice the time. When she put away her fishing rod and returned to the base, she realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Usually, her head would start to ache at this time, but today she was as energetic as ever. Opening my personal information, I saw that my mental power limit had indeed increased. The 5,000 event points for first place had also been credited, a truly double blessing. After today's mandatory usage period ended, during Yu Luoi's evening extra practice, a small disturbance arose in the chat channel. The protagonist was an acquaintance, Ma Ming. What's going on? Why is my ship already level 5, and has a strong drainage system, but it keeps sinking? Also, why is my defense constantly decreasing? It didn't even rain before. Yu Fan, because the seawater density is constantly decreasing. I don't know how the game does this, but it's true. You can see the current seawater density by clicking on the top right corner of the controller panel. Don't you have the points to upgrade your materials to new, lighter materials? Actually, you could just make a few more empty cabins. Zhang Qian, something's wrong. Even if you didn't look closely, and didn't see the density in the upper right corner, you couldn't have guessed it was going to be acid rain today. Every treasure chest can yield acid-resistant paint, which you can use on the controller. You'll see it as soon as you open it. You didn't even start the controller, did you? Xinyu, oh, I remember now. You're Jin Yu's lackey, the one who just a few days ago was blaming the bosses for their useless intelligence. So some people are really that stupid. They're not really focusing on office struggles, are they? No wonder you were so low-key this time, not calling me all the time. I didn't recognize you right away. Seeing this news, Ma Ming's face turned pale, and he didn't even have the energy to refute. On the third day, due to laziness and arrogance, he thought the flood posed no threat to someone like him with a boat, so he didn't look for the starter key. After the fourth day, he still searched for it, even paying a high price for a guide from another ocean survivor, but he couldn't find it. Yesterday, Ma Ming had been reassuring himself that even without the controller, it wouldn't matter. But today, reality completely shattered his illusions. With feeble hands, he shut down the communication channel and rushed to the control room. He cranked the drainage system to maximum power, and frantically used crystals to repair his defenses. The acid rain wasn't very intense today, so he could barely keep it under control. But his crystals were running low, not to mention the fact that the acid rain would undoubtedly increase in the coming days. Ma Ming seemed to see death beckoning him. He knew there were crystals in the points mall, but his level wasn't high enough, and his points were limited. He could only seek help from other higher-level players, exchanging compressed cookies for crystals. But no one was willing to help him, because he demanded crystals first before giving them compressed cookies. His behavior in the chat channel had already reduced his credibility to the lowest point. After much searching, only Jin Yu was willing to help. So, after Jin Yu named the price, Ma Ming hurriedly agreed. Jin Yu was no fool. He not only secretly raised the price, but also proposed installment payments to prevent Ma Ming from withholding payment. No one else would pay him, so Ma Ming had no choice but to agree and exchange all his points for compressed biscuits and then for crystals. By the time Lu Wei packed up, started eating, and began studying the manual, the incident was over. The discussion about acid rain dominated the chat channel, so Yu Luwei didn't see it. The acid rain concentration in everyone's environment was the same. Yu Luwei checked the durability of his acid-proof paint. It had dropped to 69%, exactly the average level in the chat channel. Everyone speculated that the acid rain concentration would increase tonight, and Yu Luwei shared the same thought. The event mall had released a new level 2 acid-proof paint today. Yu Luwei squandered his event points, collected the 4-piece set by the campfire, and went to bed. He also set an alarm for 3 a.m. to check the durability of the acid-proof paint and replace it promptly. The alarm rang, and Yuluwei woke up. Going downstairs, he saw that the durability had indeed dropped to 5%. Quickly using the newly purchased level 2 paint, Yuluwei returned to bed and slept until 8 a.m. The chat channel was filled with wails. Many people hadn't paid attention or were too soundly asleep to wake up. With the acid-proof paint's durability reduced to 0, the base's defense had dropped by a significant amount. Since crystals were no longer sold in the event mall, their market sales had increased again. I had thought there wouldn't be much to sell this season, but unexpectedly, business opportunities kept coming one after another. Yuluwei put away today's treasure chest fishing rod, and then put half of her crystal reserves on the market. Remembering that Ma Tuan could control the elements, Yuluwei called Ma Tuan out to see if it could control the water and wind elements to bring the treasure chest up. After 2 attempts, it really worked. Yuluwei happily kissed Ma Tuan and left him to watch the fishing rod, while she used a teleport card to go to the crystal mine and start mining. When she had almost finished, Yuluwei teleported back. Seeing that Ma Tuan was enjoying her fishing, she didn't bother it. After putting the crystals on the shelf, she took out some willow branches and began to weave a new nest for Ma Tuan. At this point, the chat channel erupted again. Zeng Chung, no, I'm so fed up. It's so hard to find someone selling crystals in the market, but every time I see them listed, they're sold out in seconds. Who on earth is so fast? Can you give us at the bottom of the leaderboard a chance to survive? Jiwon, stop it, I didn't buy any either. Who bought so much at once? Xinyu, I didn't buy any either. No, if so many people didn't buy any, it must be someone who needs a lot of crystals. Ma Ming, it can't be you. You don't have a controller, so you can only rely on crystals to supplement your defense. Ma Ming, stop accusing me. Do you have any evidence? Besides, even if I bought them, it's only right. First, I spent the money, and second, you all have controllers, so what's wrong with me taking a few extra crystals? Shin Ming, okay, I was just suspicious, but now it's confirmed to be you. Everyone go away. I don't think anyone can buy any with him around. I was just trying to see if I could upgrade my VIP level and buy them in the points mall. Yuluwei happened to be taking a break when she opened the manual and saw these messages. She then realized her crystals had already sold out. She put another batch on the shelves, setting a purchase limit of 80 per person. She asked Su Tang, and 80 crystals were exactly the number needed to upgrade a level 4 base without any other items from 1 point of defense to full defense. This season, base upgrades were unavailable, so everyone's bases were essentially stuck at level 4. The announcement of the purchase limit immediately cheered everyone else up, rushing to buy and mentally thanking the seller. Only Ma Ming, facing a dark frown, was unable to secure all the crystals. He unlocked a monster fishing rod yesterday and earned some new points from killing monsters, but Jin Yu, citing his own need for crystals, had refused Ma Ming's request to continue trading this morning. However, today the acid rain concentration had more than doubled and tripled. Ma Ming's base was also level 5, and the crystals he bought from Yuluwei were rapidly depleting. With no other options, Ma Ming could only anxiously pace the deck. The time slowly approached 7 o'clock. The new nest had been woven. Yuluwei stretched out a bit and called Ma Tuan back. Ma Tuan loved the new nest and immediately pounced on it. Yuluwei moved today's spoils into the shelter to prepare for unpacking. Looking back, he saw Ma Tuan happily playing with a bear in the nest. It didn't want to come out, so Yuluwei put Ma Tuan and the nest into the pet space and brought them upstairs to release them, which was much easier than carrying them up there himself. Next came the unpacking. Points were awarded only after the treasure chests were opened. Yuluwei didn't open her box right away that day, which put her on the verge of being overtaken by the second-place finisher. But after so many days, she became quite familiar with the unpacking process, and in less than half an hour, she had packed the contents neatly. She also unearthed some Class 3 acid-resistant paint today. But it wasn't enough to completely replace the entire base, so Yuluwei had to endure the original paint, which had already lost 22% of its durability, for a while longer before replacing everything with new paint at 12 p.m. Besides the acid rain, the water level had been rising for the past few days, leaving only 2 floors left from her 55-meter base. Yuluwei then ascended to 100 meters, using up all the materials she purchased over the past 2 days. To ascend further, she needed 2 height breaker stones, which she used immediately. But she didn't spend any more basic materials. After all, she didn't know what to do with the platform after the season ended, and she couldn't let all her materials go to waste. After packing herself up, Yuluwei chatted with her friends as usual, but then she got some surprising news. Chapter 48. So this was already the third day Lin Jixia had gotten a junk fishing rod. After frantically sorting trash all night, Lin Jixia almost thought her 7-point luck score was an illusion. However, she and Grandma Lin never made a mistake when sorting trash, so they were ranked high on the activity leaderboard. The last trash box of the day contained a black mass. Unable to identify its contents, Lin Jixia opened the box. She then discovered it was a giant fishing net. Because she didn't hold the box firmly, the net fell out. Lin Jixia had no choice but to squat and retrieve it. She almost wondered if she had seen it wrong, and that her luck score was only 1. Deep inside the net, she found a small sea turtle entangled. It looked pitiful. Seeing the grimy shell, and its 2 tiny, mung bean-sized eyes, Lin Jixia felt compassion and painstakingly rescued it. After discarding the fishing net, she wanted to return the little turtle to the water, but it refused to leave. Lin Jixia asked Grandma Lin to clean it first, while she continued her fishing. But just as she finished, Grandma Lin called her back. It turned out she had received a notification. This little turtle wasn't just an ordinary animal, but a pet, Xuanwu, juvenile. The legendary mythical beast Xuanwu, although a juvenile, possesses exceptionally strong defenses. Currently, its favorability is extremely high and can be contracted as a pet through the pet contract manual. Yu Luwei had previously shared Ma Tuan's information in their small group chat, omitting the source of the pet. Lin Jixia hadn't expected to encounter a pet herself. She opened the event mall, and the purchase page for the pet contract manual popped up right in front of her, magnified several times, as if she hadn't seen it. Before she encountered the little turtle, Lin Jixia had been certain the pet contract manual wasn't available in the event mall. But now, she had to buy it. Thankfully the price was reasonable, only 200 points. After contracting the black tortoise, Lin Jixia named it Bang Bang, because its shell was so hard to knock. She then shared the news with her friends. The others were happy for Lin Jixia. After all, using a junk fishing rod for 3 days straight sounded painful. However, Yu Luwei specifically asked, since Lin Jixia didn't have a pet space right now, so regular travel might be a bit more difficult. After agreeing to bring both pets out when they could meet up, Yu Luwei closed the manual. After replacing the acid-proof paint, she went to bed. On the 8th day, Yu Luwei received a junk fishing rod. Knowing it was unlikely she'd never get a single drop of garbage fishing rod, Yu Luwei resigned herself to her fate by moving the garbage sorting unit next to her fishing rod. She would never open the trash bin in the shelter. The trash caught from the ocean consisted largely of various discarded plastics. Yu Luwei saw beverage bottles and packaging bags of varying properties. She suspected they were collected from the oceans of various planets. There were also some fish carcasses, worn-out fishing nets, and other metal items. Overall, as Lin Jixia had said, sorting was relatively easy. And the frequency of catching garbage was significantly higher than treasure chests and monsters, about 1 every 10 minutes. Yu Luwei picked up one, carefully examined it, and then stuffed it into the trash can. I could usually finish before the next piece of trash was caught. I fished non-stop until noon, my points steadily increasing. I failed once or twice, but the points deducted were relatively small, and I made up for them later. It was time for Yu Luwei to eat, but it felt awkward for him to eat here. He had Ma Tuan put the trash box aside for the time being, and he quickly returned to the shelter to shower, and have lunch before returning to sort the trash and replace Ma Tuan. The afternoon's trash had accumulated so much that it was hard to tell. Yu Luwei had to open the box several times, but it wasn't enough. He had to use a stick to flip it over to confirm the type of trash. However, correctly sorting the trash this way also earned more points. For the sake of the points, Yu Luwei reluctantly endured the stench of opening the box. Finally, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Even though his mental strength hadn't been affected at all, Yu Luwei didn't want to continue fishing. After confirming he was still at the top of the leaderboard, he brought the sorting garbage disposal back, took another shower, and then washed Ma Tuan. In just a few days this season, Ma Tuan had already lost count of how many times he showered. But he was also a misophobic panda. Not only did he not resist, he sometimes even rushed into the bathroom on his own initiative. After showering, it was still a little before 8 o'clock, so Yu Luwei heated up the food and brought it to the table. After waiting for the ranking reward points to arrive, he bought enough level 3 acid-resistant paint from the event mall. Perhaps because tomorrow was the last day, the acid-resistant paint hadn't been upgraded. He still had quite a few points left, and after Yu Luwei increased his altitude to 120 meters, he left the remaining points untouched for the time being. Today, the water surface was still a long way from her base, and the second place finisher on the height leaderboard was 30 meters behind her. Tomorrow was the last day, and she planned to see what other materials to exchange for. However, she still had some of the level 1 acid-resistant paint from the treasure chest she opened a few days ago. Wasting it was a bad idea, so Yuluwei suddenly had an idea and decided to try coating her equipment with it. After all, she only been underwater for 1 day in all those days. Fearing damage to her equipment if she didn't succeed, Yuluwei used only regular equipment and level 1 paint for her first attempt. To her surprise, it actually worked. However, the resulting equipment wasn't suitable for the current acid rain concentration. After several attempts, confirming her recent success wasn't a fluke, Yuluwei bought another pack of level 3 acid-resistant paint and combined it with the Black Abyss suit. After a moment of trepidation, the completed Black Abyss suit appeared before her. From its prompt, Yuluwei learned that wearing it would not only allow her to swim in the water, but would also provide a permanent corrosion-resistant effect. At this point, Yuluwei had another thought. With the current concentration of acid rain so high, she could collect some. It would be a great aid against the monsters later. He immediately took action. Yuluwei found an empty plastic bucket, coated it with acid-proof paint, and then tried to place it on the stairs outside the fence gate. The acid-proof plastic bucket was indeed no longer afraid of acid rain. In the current downpour, it was completely filled in less than 5 minutes. It took Yuluwei quite a bit of effort to carry it back to the shelter. She first took out a stone block and an iron block to test the acid rain's power. Her base had been protected by acid-proof paint constantly these days, so she had no idea how potent the acid rain was. The stone and iron blocks gradually vanished upon their initial placement, disappearing in a matter of moments. Seeing this, Yuluwei took out a piece of glass and placed it in. It was slower, but still noticeable. This acid rain wasn't just ordinary acid rain. Next, Yuluwei took out all the weapons and equipment she could craft, except for the level 5 ones. Level 1 and 2 items offered no protection at all. Level 3 and 4 items fared better, but they also sustained some damage. Yuluwei's decision to apply acid-proof paint to her equipment had been a wise one. However, this also demonstrated that this acid rain was a potent weapon against high-level monsters. Putting so much strong acid in the shelter was somewhat dangerous. Yuluwei tested it with ice magic, and it did freeze, though it wasn't very transparent, and had a slightly yellowish hue. Putting the bucket of acid rain ice in the basement, a little further away from the storage room, Yuluwei secured the lid and placed more ice around it before heading upstairs. It was too late today, so Yuluwei planned to collect 3 more buckets of acid rain tomorrow. She made several plastic buckets with lids and coated them with paint. She also made several spray bottles to use as weapons for the acid rain. The durability of the acid-proof paint was only 20% at 11 a.m. Yuluwei did some calculations, set an alarm for 4 a.m., and went to bed. The others in the channel had learned their lesson, either replacing their paint or setting their alarms after calculating. After all, crystal is a high-end material and quite expensive. But Ma Ming wasn't among them. His crystals had already been depleted this afternoon, leaving him unable to repair the base's defenses. The acid rain, having already eroded the base's defenses, instantly corroded Ma Ming's cabin. Of course, even without the acid rain, he wouldn't have lasted much longer. Without replacing materials or adding new empty cabins, his ship slowly sank, and the sea would soon flood the decks. Nothing was more terrifying than seeing death creeping toward you. Ma Ming had never resented his own foolishness as much as he did now. He even vowed in his heart, if he could survive until the day of reckoning, he would turn over a new leaf and become a kind person. He would never bully others like he had before, assaulting them at random when he felt unhappy, even killing several, and then paying them off. Of course, these thoughts were futile. In just a few seconds, the acid rain had completely corroded the ship's roof, leaving Ma Ming with nowhere to escape. After struggling for a few seconds, his profile picture turned gray. On the last day of the eclipse rainy season, Yuluwei woke up at 4 in the morning and hadn't slept much since. The sound of rain pounding the base was almost as loud as thunder. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, still unable to fall asleep, Yuluwei decided to just give up and head to the kitchen to fix something. Since the dehumidifier had been running for the past few days, the power card had been plugged in constantly, so Yuluwei decided to use this opportunity to bake some more bread and cookies in the oven. Bread was easier to make, but Yuluwei didn't have a mold for cookies, so he had to go to the market to find some. These more complex cooking gadgets are very cheap, as modern Blue Star people are largely incapable of manual labor. With the tools in hand, Yuluwei got down to work, adding some berries. After baking the cookies, seeing that there was still some time, Yuluwei took out some fruit and dried some. All this happened last night, almost 8 o'clock. Yuluwei heated up a bottle of milk and finished breakfast with the freshly made bread and cookies. Ma Tuan also tried it and gave it a glowing review. After breakfast, it was finally 8 o'clock. Yuluwei took a deep breath and opened today's fishing rod email. Chapter 49. Today's fishing rod is the monster rod. The treasure chest rod earns the same points as the monster rod, but its frequency is inconsistent. Sometimes I'll catch one every 10 minutes, sometimes I won't catch one in an hour. The trash lift rod, while more frequent, earns fewer points per sorting than the other two, and there's also the risk of losing points. So, all in all, Yuluwei prefers the monster rod. It also helps Ma Tuan increase his monster count. It's the last day. Full of energy, Yuluwei sets up the fishing rod, places the acid rain buckets on the stairs outside the fence, and begins preparing to face the monsters. Of course, when she lets them out, she wraps her arms around the low-level equipment she used in yesterday's experiment to prevent further damage from the acid rain. The last day's monsters are more diverse, with all sorts of bizarre appearances, but they also share a commonality. Compared to their prototype animals, these monsters are all deformed and disproportionate. It's hard to say whether facing these monsters or sorting trash cans is more disgusting. Knowing this might be the appearance of creatures born from ocean pollution, Yuluwei used magic to create two new weapons. The 40-meter fire, ice, greatsword, combined with the ice prison, to eliminate the monsters before they fully enter the base. Yuluwei worried that the monster's blood might also have a corrosive effect. While waiting for the monsters to take the bait, Yuluwei brought back the plastic bucket filled with acid rain and used a spray bottle to fill it up, ready to test its effectiveness later. The rest, once solidified, was temporarily placed in front of the shelter. When the next monster was reeled in, Yuluwei quickly sprayed it in the eyes a few times while it was still airborne. Although the monster had been hauled up from the sea beneath the acid rain, perhaps because the sea's concentration was lower than the acid rain, and its eyes were its weak point, Yuluwei's sudden spray actually worked. The monster's eye was injured, interrupting its attack. Since it was so effective against monsters in the acid rain sea, let alone ordinary monsters. Satisfied with the results, Yuluwei put away the spray can and switched back to conventional methods to deal with the low-health monster. He called back Ma Tuan, who was running around the base. Ma Tuan's upgrade had given him even greater control over the elements, allowing him to kill monsters of level 3 and below without contact. Yuluwei handed the fishing rod to Ma Tuan and donned the acid-resistant black abyss suit he had crafted yesterday, ready to dive in. Of course, before entering the water, Yuluwei tested the suit to confirm its effectiveness before entering with confidence. The underwater scenery had also undergone some changes. The most obvious was that the water wasn't as clear as before, and the once colorful corals had become somewhat whitish. The fish and plants in the water had dwindled, and the few remaining small fish looked a bit strange. And the shell shattered with the slightest touch. The sea seemed devoid of useful resources now. After swimming for a while, Yuluwei once again realized some of the good intentions behind this. The oceans on Blue Planet were dozens of times worse. Unwilling to catch the deformed fish, Yuluwei sank to the bottom and surprisingly found some iron ore. With this unexpected find in front of him, Yuluwei quickly pulled out his pickaxe and began digging. Working in the water was much less efficient than on land. It had been 2 or 3 hours since she finished mining all the iron blocks in this small area. While she still had some strength left, Yuluwei swam up quickly. Luckily, the black abyss suit had a built-in underwater buff, otherwise Yuluwei would have drowned. Taking off her gear, Yuluwei tossed the iron ore into the furnace, cleaned herself up briefly, and returned to her usual workstation, next to her fishing rod. These past few days, during her downtime, Yuluwei had been lounging on the beach chair next to her fishing rod. This was the home decor plan she obtained earlier. She initially thought it was useless, but when this season's event began, Yuluwei had thought of it. It didn't require many materials, so she made a set during her first day of treasure chest fishing and placed it next to her fishing rod, serving as a resting spot and viewing point. If it were sunny and not raining, the beach umbrella might be more useful, but under the current circumstances, she couldn't ask for more. After resting, Yuluwei replaced Ma Tuan and attacked the next monster. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Yuluwei was undoubtedly at the top of both event leaderboards. For the sake of her mental strength, Yuluwei persevered a little longer before returning to the shelter. Before leaving, she didn't forget to clean the ground at the base where her fishing rod was resting. After showering, it was already 8 o'clock, but the acid-resistant paint only had 5% of its durability left. Today's acid rain was even more concentrated than yesterday's. After hesitating for a moment, Yuluwei bought a new batch of acid-resistant paint. Since the event mall didn't close until midnight the next day, Yuluwei wasn't in a rush to purchase anything else. She planned to wait until the system announced the material handling plan for the base's platform before making any purchases. I treated myself to a delicious meal. Not wanting to eat the pre-cooked meals I prepared earlier, Yuluwei settled into bed and took inventory of the building materials. Aside from the spare materials I left to prevent anyone from stealing the tower tonight, I was only a few short of materials for a level 6 shelter. I could buy some tomorrow with event points, and then buy some golden wood from Fong Min. But I was still number 1 on the 6th level leaderboard, and tomorrow's ranking reward should include the upgrade essentials for a level 6 base. I was already short on materials to upgrade to a level 6 base. If the materials from the previous level weren't refunded, I have to buy them from the points mall. It was still early, and with nothing else to do, Yuluwei turned his attention to the comfort level system he neglected for a while. Because his mental energy regeneration was sufficient at his previous comfort level, Yuluwei hadn't deliberately crafted furniture to increase it. But now, he noticed a significant increase. Curious, Yuluwei tried a few times and discovered that appliances found in treasure chests, including the dehumidifier in the basement, could also increase comfort. However, they had to be placed in the shelter. Beach chairs in the basement wouldn't increase comfort. This way, there would be no need to purchase furniture blueprints specifically for comfort. The appliances found in treasure chests would be sufficient. Yuluwei opened the group chat and shared this news with her friends. At first, everyone thought that mental power wasn't very useful. After all, they didn't have magic, and only if they didn't return to the shelter in time at night would they be injured due to a drop in mental power. After acquiring skill cards, mental power truly became useful. Survivors of a certain level could only use skill cards below their corresponding level, unless their physical fitness and mental power caps were extremely high. Using skill cards also required a certain amount of mental power. Lin Jixia, Xiao Linlang, and Lu Ji's shelters had also been upgraded to level 5, but they hadn't paid much attention to their comfort levels. After all, the system didn't specifically indicate this. If Yuluwei hadn't been so attentive to her mental strength, she wouldn't have noticed so quickly. Now that she knew, she went to prepare her furniture. The other shelters were still at level 4, but the difference wasn't too great. They ranked well this season, so they should be able to upgrade tomorrow, as expected. They all gone out and bought some furniture in advance. Of course, most of it was ready-made from the market. After sharing the information, they accepted the blank skill cards given by others. Knowing that Yuluwei had acquired this, she would almost always keep the blank skill cards she found in other people's treasure chests. In exchange, she would also give her some delicious food. Yuluwei continued to grind through the manual until 11:50. Yuluwei went to the controller and opened the manual, ready to increase the height. Her previous gaming experience had taught her that it was easy for someone to suddenly charge at her at such moments. For the Easter egg reward, Yuluwei couldn't afford to let her finish low. In the final 30 seconds, someone's ranking did indeed shift. Yuluwei quickly increased her own position, and after a tense battle, she finally secured first place. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yuluwei returned to bed, turned off the alarm, and prepared to sleep until she woke naturally. While Yuluwei and the others in the top 10 were busy vying for first place, the others over there also hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. After 11:30, many who had already fallen asleep were awakened one after another by a series of urgent alarms. To save event points, many people took a chance and didn't replace their acid-resistant paint. Some thought that having replaced it in the morning, 30 to 40% would be enough for the evening. However, in the last 2 hours, the acid rain concentration suddenly tripled, reducing the durability of all paint replaced before noon to 0. Thankfully, the system wasn't so ruthless and sounded an alarm at a 60% drop in base defense, giving everyone some time to react. Buying replacement acid-resistant paint or simply buying crystals to withstand the damage could remedy the situation. As long as you don't spend all your event points early, thinking today is the last day, there's no danger to your life. Yuluwei fell asleep after securing first place, missing the increasingly lively chat channel. Some people were desperate and temporarily borrowed some materials. But her habitually restocked crystal shells helped many people again. When Yuluwei woke at 9:20 a.m. on the settlement day, the chat channel commotion had passed. But once she opened it, she was still startled by the sudden drop in the number of participants. It took her a while to scroll back before she understood the reason. Since everyone had been trapped in the base since the event began, the difficulty level wasn't high. Anyone with a controller could generally handle it without any problems. Thus, the fastest drop in participants this season occurred on the third day, when everyone was busy searching for the controller and the starter key. However, with the intelligence Yuluwei and the others had gathered, even without last night's incident, the survival rate for the season would have exceeded 50%. Fong Min had gone out early in the morning to cut golden silkwood and dig for gold. She had a resource protection card, and the others were also outside. Yuluwei collected the materials from the trading market and opened today's system announcement and leaderboard rewards, preparing to claim the rewards first before anything else. Chapter 50. As usual, I received 3 Easter egg rewards. This time, 2 of them were fixed treasure chests and keys, while the last one was optional. Yuluwei kept it, planning to choose one after the next Easter egg reward. The Easter egg reward was a city expansion card, which you could tell was used after the city construction order. However, this expansion card not only expanded the city's area, but also the area of the city's defense shield. After opening the Easter egg reward, Yuluwei began to read the system settlement day announcement. Congratulations everyone on successfully completing Season 3. It's the 3rd settlement day. So happy to see you all today. On this settlement day, the water outside the base will not disappear for the time being and will return to normal. New diving sets are now available in the Event Mall and Points Mall. Welcome to experience the beautiful underwater scenery. Survivors can choose to recycle the controller and platform into half of the materials used at any time. After recycling, the surrounding environment will automatically return to its original state. The rest of the rules remain the same. Since Survivor Yuluwei has once again achieved the top spot on the 6 leaderboards, here's a special reminder for the new season. Food and time now that she can recycle half of the materials, Yuluwei feels relieved. She'll definitely have enough. She'll swim a bit in the water later and come back to recycle. Now she can safely open the ranking rewards. This time, the red treasure chests contain a lot of goodies. Besides the expected level 6 base plan and special buildings, there's also a brewing stand, a weapon modification station, lifeline seeds, a magic level up scroll, and, oh, a familiar disaster warning card. Yuluwei's previous reminder card disappeared after it ran out of uses, so this new one arrived just in time. There are other items. The brewing stand is for brewing potions, and the weapon modification stand is for inlaying other materials into weapons to increase their stats. As for the lifeline seed, it's the vine that produces life fruit in spring. If this seed had bloomed yesterday, it could have been harvested today. But now, Yuluwei can only regretfully plant it in her farmland. Thankfully, she has 4 plots of farmland, more than enough. After planting, Yuluwei built a few trellises with the branches she had collected earlier. This vine has a harvest cycle of 5 days, and like the Lingyun pomelo tree, only high-grade fertilizer can be used. In addition, there's a 90% chance that it will produce 10 live fruits per harvest, the kind Yuluwei has already consumed to her limit. They can only be used as snacks for glutinous rice balls, or as raw materials for potions. However, there's a 10% chance of yielding 3 advanced live fruits. Consuming them increases your maximum vitality and maximum attack by 1, with a maximum consumption of 5. After using the advanced fertilizer, the vines matured in 2 days. Yuluwei hoped to harvest advanced life fruits on her first try. She waited until she upgraded the other items before using them. She now changed into the Black Abyss suit and entered the underwater world. As the system predicted, the underwater world had regained its beauty and vitality. Yuluwei admired the scenery for a while before descending to the bottom, ready to mine more. Unfortunately, the iron ore became much more difficult to mine after returning to normal. In the same amount of time, Yuluwei only managed to dig half as much. Tired, Yuluwei grabbed a few crabs and shells nearby and returned to the surface. While resting and changing clothes, Yuluwei conveniently recovered the platform and then upgraded the shelter. Congratulations on reaching level 6 shelter. Defense increased by 100. Upgrading to the next level requires level 6 base, castle core, manor plan, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 5,000 iron, 1,000 golden wood, and 1,000 black gold stone. Note, level 7 is the highest level of a shelter. Yuluwei was surprised that the next level would be the highest. She went out for a walk to admire the newly upgraded shelter. 2 small rooms extended from the center, resembling a manor. After a while, Fong Min returned. She also brought back enough golden wood. Zhao Linlang and Yuluwei both needed golden wood to upgrade their bases, so they began searching their own reserves for suitable exchange items. By this time, Fong Min had also upgraded her base and shelter to level 5. Fong Min, Hey Linlang, Wei Wei, are all the materials you need to upgrade your level 6 base golden wood? Why do I need 100 obsidian and 100 abyssal wood? Zhao Linlang, I need 100 golden wood and 100 gold nuggets. I was planning to buy some gold ore from you later. Yu Lu Wei, I need 100 golden wood and 100 abyssal stones. What's going on? Is this also random? I might have abyssal wood though. I'll check it out for you later. Fong Min, thank you, Wei Wei. I'll give you the golden wood first. Yu Lu Wei shared this information with the 4-person group and asked the others. Sure enough, they all needed different materials, and none of them needed golden wood. Unexpectedly, everyone needs different materials to reach level 5, but this also means those special saplings I bought earlier will come in handy. Yu Lu Wei first opened the Points Mall, but couldn't find any Black Abyss tree saplings. She then teleported to the Black Abyss entrance lake and chopped down a tree near the lake. Sure enough, she found 3 Black Abyss wood. She walked around the Black Abyss entrance lake and noticed that the trees around looked like all kinds of trees. Judging by their appearance, there were pine trees, birch trees, and so on, but the items she chopped down were all Black Abyss wood. It seems this item is related to where it's planted. Only when planted near the Black Abyss entrance lake can you get Black Abyss wood. There were quite a few trees near the entrance lake, so Yu Lu Wei chopped down the number Fong Min needed, and then teleported back. During the exchange, Fong Min hesitated for a moment, then gave Yu Lu Wei a large piece of gold ore. Before Lu Wei could examine the item's prompt in detail, Fong Min's next message arrived. Fong Min, I accidentally found this while mining today. The system says it's raw ore. If left outside, it can generate gold ore in certain locations. Take it, and you can grow your own golden silk wood. However, the size of the gold ore generated depends on the size of the raw ore. I only have this much. Yu Lu Wei, oh my god, Fong Min, what you gave me is so valuable. I feel like it's nothing compared to what I gave you. I'll go see if I can get you some Black Abyss wood or two. If not, I'll take care of all your Black Abyss wood from now on. After receiving the raw gold ore, the prompt was exactly as Fong Min had predicted. After a moment of excitement, Yu Lu Wei suddenly felt a dilemma. Should he leave it outside or at the forest farm? If I leave it outside, I won't be able to plant trees, and if I put it in the forest, I'm not sure if I can get gold ore. After much thought, Yu Lu Wei couldn't come up with a perfect solution, so he decided to put it aside and upgrade the base. Congratulations on upgrading to level 6 base. Defense increased by 200. The base has reached the highest level. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor to upgrade a base to the highest level. Receive 1 supply chest, red. I was just marveling at how quickly the shelter had been upgraded, but I didn't expect the base to be even faster. Yu Lu Wei went outside to take a look at the base's current appearance. The fountain had grown larger, from a small pool to the musical fountain common in squares. The level 5 fence had also become marble columns, but its defense and effectiveness remained the same. The road connecting the base gate and the shelter gate had become a wide road, and even a horseless carriage appeared on the road. The base had grown significantly larger, and walking from the shelter to the base would take over 10 minutes. Yu Lu Wei tried the carriage, but it didn't move once she got in. She checked and saw it needed to be connected to an electrical circuit before it could be used. Using the copper ore she previously mined, she connected the base's circuitry according to the manual's blueprints. The power supply never stopped, and Yu Lu Wei got back into the carriage. She pressed the start button, and the carriage began to move, arriving at the base's gate in just a minute. That's impressive speed. Having the carriage bring her back, Yu Lu Wei was incredibly pleased with the upgraded base and shelter. In her 2 lifetimes combined, her house had been less than 200 square meters. Now, she finally had the legendary 500 square meter mansion, or even more. Reluctant to leave his house, Yu Lu Wei desperately hoped to take his base and shelter with him after completing the game. After returning, Yu Lu Wei placed the furnace, millstone, brick maker he had previously stored outside, and the brewing stand and weapon modification table he had opened today in a small room on the left side of the first floor, using it as a workshop. Everything else was relatively familiar, but the weapon modification table caught Yu Lu Wei's attention for a while. Not only could it add new materials to weapons, such as the fangs he had previously acquired, but it could also repair the durability of weapons and equipment. Although repairs could be performed on the crafting page of the manual, those required the raw materials needed to craft a new set of equipment, while repairs on the modification table required crystals. For high-level equipment or weapons, raw materials were difficult to obtain, so the modification table was more suitable for Yu Lu Wei's needs. Since he was already there, Yu Luowei immediately topped off the durability of his Black Abyss set. Mature trees from the forest were used to form a small wood shop. Of course, knowing their uses, Yu Luowei had specially added new, special woods this time. Her points also increased modestly. She also exchanged the woodland Jixia and the others needed for a discounted price, saving them from having to go to the wood shop. Next, Yu Luowei began to think about how to combine the forest farm with the raw ore. Because of her constant work, the forest farm had unknowingly been upgraded to level 3. The upgraded forest farm had some new features, which Yu Luowei hadn't seen yet, but now that she saw them, they just solved a pressing need for her. 2 new special areas were added to the forest farm, allowing for adding materials to modify the environment, planting special trees, and harvesting byproducts. This was like a godsend. Yu Luowei excitedly placed raw ore in one of the special areas and planned to place some Black Abyss lake water in the other. She had just checked and realized that this item couldn't be given away. More precisely, it couldn't leave both its original location and her own. Unable to allow Fong Min to grow Black Abyss wood, Yu Luowei could only try to achieve sustainable development here.